attention, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking. And now for those two friendly hands, George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello, Gracie. Coming down to the studio tonight, I saw a big banner saying vote for Gracie.
Yeah, I know.
All over town, I see billboards saying put Gracie in the White House.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the newsreels. It's in the papers. Signs right here on the stage saying send Gracie to Washington. What does this mean?
Well, George, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm running for president.
You're running for president?
Yes.
Gracie, how long has this been going on?
Well, for 150 years. George Washington started it.
Gracie, why are you running for president?
Well, because that's the only way you can get to the White House. You can't just walk in and sit down.
The idea is preposterous.
And not only that, but it pays good money.
Look, you don't stand a chance. Presidents are born.
Well, what do you think I was, hatched?
Listen, there's nobody who'd be any happier about your success than I'd be. But in the entire history of the United States, there's never been a woman president.
Well, yeah, isn't that exciting? I'll be the first one.
But I tell you that...
Hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Frank.
I tell you haven't got a Chinaman's chance.
Well, I don't know about that. Confucius say, lady who has eye on presidential chair pretty soon gets seat on it.
And George Burns say, girl who talk nutty Wednesday make good nut Sunday.
Oh, that's good.
How do you like that joke, Frank?
Egyptian monument.
Egyptian monument?
Sphinx.
It does, Gracie, have you any idea what a person has to be before they can become president?
Sure, elected.
The whole thing is absurd.
Oh, stop worrying, George. I may not even be elected until next November.
Well, that's a load off my mind.
I might not even be in the White House before 1941.
I say. In other words, you're as good as in.
I'm better than in.
What do you mean you're better than in?
Well, if I was in now, I'd have to be getting out next January.
You, the President of the United States.
And Mexico.
And Mexico?
Well, sure. It's just across the border from California, so it'll be easy for them to vote for me.
What about Canada?
It'll be a landslide.
You know, this may be a shock to you, but there are some places that don't belong to the United States.
So what? How many votes are there in Glendale anyway?
For president, it takes a person with tremendous stamina, a person with unusual ability and sound judgment, a mental genius.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks. The president has to have courage and show plenty of backbone.
Show plenty of backbone. Well, wait till you see my new evening dress.
Still doesn't make you a leader of men. You have to have plenty of followers.
Well, wait till you see my new evening dress.
Oh, quiet. The president must have determination. He must let people see what he's made of.
Well, wait till you see
my new evening dress. I know.
Say, Gracie, when you're elected president, you ought to change the income tax laws so all stars are allowed the same deductions.
Frank, in this country, everybody's allowed the same deductions.
Oh, yeah? Look what Sally Rand is allowed to take off each year.
How do I get mixed up in these things?
Well, Frank's helping me in my campaign.
Then it'll be a tremendous success.
Sure. You see, every day I have to go out and kiss a lot of babies. And Frank goes along with me to kiss the mothers.
He does, huh?
Yes.
Oh, yes, boy, and I'm a terrific speaker. Why, I addressed 500 mothers this afternoon.
What did you say to him?
Get in line there, kiddies. Get in line there.
Kiddies.
Yeah, he did.
Now, listen to me, Gracie. This thing has got to stop before it goes too far.
Say, George, didn't you know that Gracie was running for president?
Sure, I knew it. But I didn't think she was serious.
Why, certainly she's serious. So are Dewey and Garner.
Yeah, but Dewey and Garner have political affiliations.
Well, maybe that's because they weren't vaccinated.
You don't understand. Have you got a Republican or a Democratic machine in back of you?
No, that's a bustle.
A bustle. Well, I knew it looks good. Glad I asked.
Isn't it exciting, George?
Isn't what exciting?
Well, if Gracie gets in, it'll be the first time that a woman president has ever been elected for a third term.
A third term?
Oh, yes. Oh, she's done a splendid job. I mean, you show me any other country where you can get a double-decker ice cream cone for a nickel.
Ray, I've got a surprise for you. Gracie hasn't done her first and second term yet. You've got her mixed up with Roosevelt.
Oh, no, I haven't. Roosevelt lives in the White House in Washington, and Gracie lives in the Yellow House in Beverly Hills. I know.
Ray, sometime I'm going to have you psychoanalyzed.
Oh, thanks just the same, George, but I've already taken out my first papers.
Well, welcome to our country. That's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Miss Allen, Jaime's thinking the photographers are ready now to take those campaign pictures.
Oh, well, now don't go away, boys. I'll be right back.
Now, listen to me, fellas.
Stop worrying, George. Gracie's promised to give us all swell government jobs.
Government jobs?
Sure.
Are you sap enough to fall for that, Truman?
Sap? Just a minute, George. That's no way to speak to a Supreme Court justice.
Supreme Court justice? Truman, do you actually believe...
Just think, George. I'll be the only ambassador to Great Britain who ever played a violin.
Gracie told you that she would make you ambassador to Great Britain, huh?
Yes. Oh, I had my choice of that or Secretary of the Navy.
I see. But you didn't want to be Secretary of the Navy.
No, I look so silly in a sailor suit.
This whole thing is ridiculous. What did she promise to make you, Frank? Secretary of the Treasury?
Well, she wanted to, Judge, but I'm too smart to tumble for anything like that.
Well, I'm glad there's somebody left on this program with some sense.
I'm the new Postmaster General.
Postmaster General?
Sure, on account of my experience.
What experience have you had?
Want to play post office?
Oh, go away. Go away. Silly man.
Boys, wait till you see the picture I had taken.
I'm not interested in any picture. We're here to do a broadcast.
You know, the Democrats have a donkey and the Republicans have an elephant.
What have you got, a squirrel?
Oh, I wish I'd thought of that. But I posed with a kangaroo.
A kangaroo?
Well, it'll make a wonderful campaign picture.
I'll bet.
It was a mama kangaroo, and the little baby kangaroo was sticking his head out of the pouch. And it's
A baby kangaroo sticking his head out of the pouch?
Yes, and it's going to be my election slogan.
What slogan?
It's in the bag.
It is, huh? And now, Truman Gas.
Has any man ever said to you, darling, I love you forever? He says forever, but in your secret heart you know he means forever as long as you keep yourself attractive. So by all means, help your hands keep their smooth loveliness. Use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream day in and day out. Every single ingredient in Heinz lotion is good for rough or tender skin, whether it's on your face, your hands, or your body. This fine, fragrant cream helps prevent chapping and roughness, and that awful weathered dryness that makes your skin look so drawn and old. Smooth Heinz lotion all over your red hands and wrists. Notice how even one application makes your chapped hands feel softer, look more appealing. Use Heinz as a powder base, too. See how evenly it holds the powder, no caking at all. And as a body rub, Heinz is a honey. It's so extra creamy, extra softening, that every drop brings real soothing comfort to tender skin. Heinz Honey and Almond Cream contains 2 vitamins, 2 A and D. You can count on Heinz, H-I-N-D-S, for softer, smoother, lovelier skin on hands, face, and body. Now, here is Frank Parker.
Thanks, True. For my song tonight, I've chosen Yours Is My Heart Alone by Franz Lehar. Yours is my heart alone, and without you, life holds no charm. Yours every thought I own, a love the theme of every dream. All that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile. There is no song half so sweet to me as your voice whispering, I love you, dear. When far away or near you, in dreams I see and hear you, and yielding to your fascination, I kneel to you in adoration, dear. You alone, I live or die for you, my adored vision bright. Yours is my heart alone, and without you, life has no charm. Yours every thought I own, a love the theme of every dream. whispering, I love you, my dear.
Bravo, bravo, Frank. That was swell.
Ah, you're just saying that because I'm the Postmaster General.
Oh, stop.
Yes, you are.
Go, man.
Frank, I just sent a telegram to my campaign chairman in the Middle West.
Oh, good.
He told me he couldn't get any support from the Farm Belt.
So what?
So I told him to wear suspenders.
What happens if the county seat has 2 pairs of pants?
Oh, George, you're just trying to say to make me say silly things so people will laugh at me.
That's bad, huh?
Say, Gracie. Gracie, what's going to be the name of your party?
Well, Truman, you've heard of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party?
Yes.
Well, mine's going to be the Surprise Party.
The what?
The Surprise Party. Surprise. S-U-R-P-R-I-S-E.
Yeah, S for screwy, U for useless,
Yeah, and R for reading, writing, and arithmetic.
P for pinhead.
Yeah, and R for oysters are in season. And I, an I for an eye.
A tooth for a tooth.
And S for some fun, and E for pencil.
E for pencils?
Ever shop?
Well, that all depends on how you look at it.
Say, the surprise party's a swell name, I think. How'd you happen to call it that, Gracie?
Well, my daddy is a Democrat, and my mother is a Republican. And when I was born, I was a surprise.
So was the panic of 1907.
Gracie?
Yes, Bobo?
You know those temporary campaign headquarters we opened on Broadway this morning?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to move them.
Why?
There's a streetcar coming.
Oh.
Gracie, just tell the streetcar, believe it or not, you're waiting to be president.
Oh, Gracie, I'm working on your campaign song.
You've got a campaign song?
Oh, yes. It starts like this. I'll be down to get you with the taxpayers' money. Better be ready by the 8:30.
Oh, dearie, don't be late.
Quiet.
Let's sing a song. What do you say?
Oh, by the way, Gracie, you know those pictures in Life magazine of that Republican candidate catching that big mackerel at Miami?
Yes?
Well, I just found out that he's just caught it again in Lake Michigan.
Ray, the whole thing was done to get votes.
No, really. What's the fish running for?
It's because it doesn't want to get caught.
Miss Allen, did you see this morning's paper?
No, what was in it?
My lunch.
Your lunch?
George, this is my publicity man, Gene.
How do? Well, I'll run along now, but don't forget, Miss Allen, you're jumping out of that plane in the morning.
You're jumping out of a plane in the morning?
Only 10,000 feet. It's just to attract attention.
You're liable to get killed.
Well, sure, but look at all the publicity I'll get.
Gracie, will you stop this
Miss
before...
Allen, I'm a sign painter. Are the slogans ready for your campaign signs?
Oh, well, I'll make up a few right now. Bobo, get a pencil.
Okay.
Number 1. Confucius says Gracie Allen for Prez.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I've got it.
Number 2. Gracie Allen for Alderman.
Gracie Allen for alderman?
Yeah, and Alderman for Gracie Allen.
Hey, that's wonderful.
Yes, and baking powder for Burns.
Number 3.
Oh, well, that's for me.
Yes.
Thanks.
Number 3, we'll make one sign with nothing on it.
A sign with nothing on it?
Sure, to get the nudist vote.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Gracie, why don't you have a doctor examine your head, and if he finds anything, have somebody examine the doctor?
Well, that would be a good idea for me, too.
Yes, do that.
You know, I think this will make an awfully jolly sign, Gracie. If you're 21, vote for Gracie Allen. If you're not 21, have your mother do it for you. If your mother isn't 21, ask your father. If your father isn't 21, then don't bother reading this sign.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
It's wonderful.
Sign painter, get out of here with that's wonderful.
All right, Mr. Boynes, but you'll hear from me when I'm Attorney General.
At least, Gracie, if you are elected, I'll get rid of you for 4 years.
12 years.
12 years?
For sure, I'm not superstitious about third terms.
You're not, huh? Do you people realize that right now our sponsor is probably listening?
Oh, I say, Bubbles, I happen to see a drawing of you on the Republican poster. Quite flattering, too. Who drew that?
Mr. Noble, that was an elephant.
It's amazing. What will they teach him to do next?
Cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Yeah.
You know, Gracie, I've been worrying about the speeches you're going to make at your rallies.
Have you rallied?
Yes, have you rallied? Well, wait till you hear the speeches, Drew, and then you'll have something to worry about.
Well, I'm serious, George. You see, Gracie, a presidential candidate has to shake hands with millions of people.
As if we don't know what's coming.
Why, in a single campaign, the average candidate shakes enough hands to milk all the cows in the country.
Is that so? And what do they do with all the milk?
They use it to whitewash their opponents.
Say, George, is it true that the whitewashers eat
That's
more
enough,
than the
Gracie. You don't
blackwashers?
even have to finish it. Just stay where you
I
are.
want to know.
So at your rallies, Gracie, I can protect you. You see, before each meeting, I can tell the voters how Heinz Honey and Almond Cream will make their hands soft and make their hands white and make their hands smooth.
Well, what if they've only got 2 hands?
Then they can use a small bottle.
Oh.
See what I mean? A small size.
Yes.
Why, if they'll only use a 25-cent bottle while you're speaking, Gracie, their hands will be thrilling to touch and good till the last drop.
Truman, you're thinking of Maxwell House coffee.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, hello, Jim.
Hello, Miss Allen. Well, they said I couldn't do it. Well, I couldn't get anywhere here in Los Angeles, so I flew right to Sacramento. I couldn't get to first base there. So without food or sleep, I went on to Jefferson City, Missouri. From there to Springfield, Illinois. On into Albany, New York City, and then to Washington, D.C., and I clicked.
Nice work.
Here it is.
What is that?
Horns.
Horns?
I've got to give them out at my convention.
Well, I give up.
These are $3 a dozen, Miss Allen, and they're a steal.
Okay, steal me a dozen.
Now, here's a horn that the Republicans and Democrats are using. Of course, this is very hard to blow.
Oh, well, they have more wind than we have.
Yeah, but not between the ears. And what is this convention?
For the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, where are you going to hold it?
By the handle.
Come on, come on.
Bubbles, sit down and take a letter.
All right. Now, is the letter important, or can I leave my gloves on?
Well, it's...
Gracie, you better talk quietly. She uses a soft pencil.
Oh, letter. Frank, what's today's date?
Elsie, Edna couldn't make it.
February 28th.
All right, I'm ready.
Oh, good. To all other presidential candidates, semicolon, United States of America, period, gentlemen, question mark.
Gentlemen, question mark.
I've got it.
Well, boys, the jig is up.
Well, it's a nice opening.
Election day will be in November this year. Turkeys will cost you 38 cents a pound. Cranberries will be 50 cents a bucket. Plum puddings will be $2 each. But a good president won't cost you a nickel, so be sure and go out and vote for me.
You're asking the other presidential candidates to vote for you?
Oh, sure, there's so many presidential candidates that if I only get half of them to vote for me, I'm bound to be elected.
I see what you mean.
Go ahead, continue.
This letter is being dictated by a lady, typewritten by a lady, so don't forget to take your hats off while you're reading it.
I've got it.
All right. Sign it, Gracie Allen, President of the United States, and mail it out right away.
Gracie, you're not president yet.
Well, I will be by the time this letter is delivered.
That's some letter.
And Bubbles, make 50,000 copies.
One for each candidate.
Yes.
I thought so, yes.
Bubbles, address the envelopes in girlish handwriting. Mark it personal and send it to their homes. I want their wives to read it, too.
50,000 copies. Well, it's a nice hunk of postage to throw away.
What do you mean, postage? I'll initial the corners of the envelopes, and they won't need stamps.
Frank, will you believe this? For a minute, I forgot that you were Postmaster General.
Well, that's life, I guess.
Yes, I guess
People
so. That's
forget,
life.
you know.
Miss Allen, the reporters are here.
Oh, well, send them in.
The reporters?
Uh-huh.
This way, gentlemen.
Miss Allen, I'm Harry Crocker of the Examiner.
How do?
Matt Weinstock, Daily News.
How
Casey
do?
Shawn, Los Angeles Times.
How do?
Gracie, why are you shaking hands with your left hand?
Well, I'm saving my right hand for when I'm president.
How do?
How do?
Miss Allen, my newspaper wants to know just what your platform is.
Well, it's knotty pine trimmed with oak and inlaid with California redwood.
That's to match your head.
Yes.
I thought so, yes.
Miss Allen, what would be the first thing you would do if you were elected?
I put my daddy in the Senate.
Your daddy doesn't know anything about the Senate.
Oh, yeah, he's been making speeches from the floor for years.
He's still on the floor, I'll bet.
That's my daddy.
That's the kid, yeah.
Miss Allen, my city editor wants to know what your opinion is on capitalism versus the little man.
Oh, I know. I never go to wrestling matches.
Are you in favor of monopolies?
Oh, well, I don't play Monopoly. I like Mahjong better.
And dominoes.
Yes.
What do you think of the neutrality bill?
Well, if we owe it, let's pay it.
Gracie, why don't you call this off? You know nothing about it. You haven't said one thing that's right.
Well, I'd rather be president than right.
Boys, there's no use trying to interview her.
Mr. Burns, will you stop balling her up?
I'm balling her up.
Yeah,
Quiet.
Miss Allen, all the other candidates are talking on how to bring back prosperity. Now, what's your point?
She doesn't even know what prosperity is.
I do, too. Prosperity is when business is good enough so that you can buy the things on credit that you can't afford anyway, and that way you can save enough money to pay cash for new things after they've taken back the things you've got on credit.
How are you doing, boys?
Miss Allen, would you recognize Russia?
Well, that's hard to say. You see, I meet so many people.
Don't have to meet them all on this program, do you?
What do you think of the British blockade?
Oh, we'll get by.
We will, Alan.
Look, I say, George, I don't mind being referred to as British, but I do object to being called a blockade.
Boys, this is Ray Noble.
Hello. How do?
He looks like a pipe cleaner I once threw away.
Well, now, that's possible. Where did you throw me?
Cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Cheerio,
Miss Allen, what do you think of our national debt?
Well, we ought to be proud of it. It's the biggest in the world.
Boys, either go ahead or just go so that we can do our broadcast.
Quiet.
Quiet?
Yeah,
Quiet. Now, Miss Allen, how would you keep our gold reserve from shrinking?
Well, I'd wash it in luck.
Truman, maybe you can get these guys out.
Well, I'll try, George. Say, boys, I've got a bottle in my overcoat.
A bottle? Scotch or rye?
High and sunny almond cream.
Thanks, Truman.
You're too late, Truman. I gave that bottle to my girl. She's got a couple of chaps I'm trying to get rid of.
Thanks, Frank.
Boys, this is Frank Parker, the Postmaster General.
He ought to be swell. He's got a face like an old-style 1-cent stamp.
It's a nice TL for you, Pinky.
Thanks.
Now, Miss Allen, just a few more questions.
Boys.
Is there anything we can actually...
Boys, are you through?
Not yet, Mr. Burns, but don't feel that you have to stick around on our account.
Well, this is the end. I'm going to call up the sponsor and explain the whole thing to him. I'm not going to lose my job.
Come on, boys, let's finish the interview.
Operator, get me long distance.
Hold the line.
Miss Allen, is there anything...
Now, please, boys, Mr. Burns is calling the sponsor.
Hey, this Noble guy looks very familiar. Mr. Noble, didn't I once see you in Yonkers?
I don't think so. I haven't worn a pair of Yonkers in years.
Long distance.
Get me Mr. Marvin of the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Company, New York.
Hold the line.
Miss Allen, is there anything that you can actually promise the voters?
Oh, sure. I can promise voters that if I can't find a way to reduce the high cost of living, then we'll just have to do without it.
Here's your party.
Hello, Mr. Marvin.
Yes?
This is George Burns speaking.
Oh, yes. How are you?
Well, I just want to call you up and tell you that I have nothing to do with Gracie's running for president. I've been trying to do a broadcast, and all she's been doing is giving away political jobs.
Well, that's the president's privilege.
Oh,
and believe
quiet,
me...
quiet. Let me get through talking. It's ridiculous, Mr. Marvin, making an orchestra leader an ambassador, making a tenor a postmaster general, and making an announcer a Supreme Court justice. It's not my doing, and I just want to tell you that I'm not going to stand for it.
Just a minute, Mr. Burns. Don't raise your voice to the Secretary of State.
Secretary of State? And here's a bit of handy advice.
Children love playing in the snow. But do you know how that cold wind and freezing slush can chafe their hands and knees? They come indoors with cheeks as red as apples, looking so healthy and lovable. But the first thing you know, their tender skin feels so uncomfortable. And their little hands are so red and chapped, you feel positively sorry for them. Now, it's easy to help guard against chapping in the first place. Train your youngsters to cream their hands and faces with Heinz before going out in the cold. Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is extra creamy, extra softening. Helps keep skin smooth and comfortable. Put a bottle of Heinz in the coat closet, ready to smooth on hands and faces and knees. Children love Heinz. It's so nice and fragrant, not sticky either. Just feels so grand and soothing. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at toilet goods counters in 10, 25, 50-cent sizes, or the big economy dollar size for family use.
And now Gracie will sing Chula Chihuahua. Sing it.
Agua caliente, I'll never forget. Agua caliente, there is where I bought a pet. A little toy, oh boy, my chihuahua, he is my pride and joy. How I love to promenade the boulevard, walking my chihuahua. People stop and stare most everywhere when I'm walking my chihuahua. All the dogs are jealous because the fellas keep petting my chihuahua. Though he isn't much protection, that's why men show their affection for me. See, 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 he goes woof, woof, woof.
Chula, chula.
Bow, bow, wow.
Bonita, bonita.
Woof, woof, woof.
Picarita, picarita.
In Mexico, it's I love you. Meet the moon above, I met my secret love walking my chihuahua. If you're lonely, there is only one thing to do. Get a chihuahua. Walk this way. Hip, hip, hooray. Chula, chihuahua. Chihuahua, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Chula, chihuahua. See, see. Come and see the company that comes to see me and my chihuahua. Tea time is the time they come to tea time with me and my chihuahua.
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking. And now George Burns and Heinz Honey, our presidential candidate who threw her hat in the ring and forgot to take it off, Gracie Allen.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Hello. What are you laughing at?
Oh, at that sales girl at Bullock's Wilshire today.
Well, what happened?
Well, I told her I wanted 2 pairs of silk stockings, a brassiere, and a girdle.
And what's so funny?
Well, you should have seen her face when she asked who they were for, and I said they're for the President of the United States.
Oh, yes. Must have been a scream.
Oh.
Say, your campaign's sure been keeping you busy, hasn't it, Gracie?
Oh, yes, Truman. I've been giving interviews, posing for pictures, appearing on radio programs. Well, last Sunday I was on Jack Benny's program.
I heard you, and you were swell.
Oh, well, thanks, Don.
You're welcome, Mary.
You know, Jack called for me in his Maxwell, and it was so romantic. All during the ride to the studio, he drove with one hand.
Well, where did he keep his other hand? Around your waist?
Well, no, on the fender. It kept falling off.
I'd like to see that, Maxwell.
Well, they certainly are swanky on the Benny program. As soon as we arrived at the studio, Rochester rushed up and took Jack's hat and coat. And
Did he take your hat and coat?
Oh, don't be silly. Mine wouldn't fit him.
No, not nearly as well as Jack.
No.
Hello, Frank.
Hello.
Oh, my, but my new Postmaster General looks pretty tonight.
Thanks, Prez. Say, Gracie, when you were up there Sunday night, did you meet Dennis Day?
Oh, sure, I met him.
Well, confidentially, Gracie, what is he like?
What is he like? Well, he's got the most beautiful...
Well, never mind. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Say. You're not jealous, are you, Pinky?
Jealous? Say, what has he got that I didn't have before he got it? And if he has it, where did he get it?
Well, I happen to know that he gets hundreds of fan letters every day.
Well, he won't get them much longer.
He won't,
No.
You seem to forget that he has a wonderful voice.
And you seem to forget that I'm going to be the Postmaster General.
Yeah.
I think I see what you mean. But, Frank, do you know what you can get for fooling around with the mails?
Well, my sister Hazel got a fur coat.
Oh, quiet.
Well, Dennis Day is cute. He said he has half a mind to vote for me.
Well, if you get enough people with half a mind, you're bound to be elected.
Yeah, I know. Mary Livingston's going to be Queen of England.
Mary Livingston is going to be Queen of England?
That's what she said. She says, Gracie, when you're President of the United States, I'll be the Queen of England.
But only she'll get there first.
Oh, yeah?
Hello, Ray.
Hello. I say, Gracie, I'd like to ask you this. Is San Francisco part of the United States?
Well, I wouldn't know, Ray. You see, I was born there, but I left when I was 12 years old, and I never found out.
Of course San Francisco is part of the United States. Why?
Well, my band is playing there at the Palace Hotel, you know, and the people there are continually asking, how do you like it in this country, Mr. Noble?
And what do you say?
Well, of course, I try to flatter them, so I say I like their country nearly as well as my own good old USA.
Oh, nice piece of flattery, Ray.
Oh, and last Thursday, I met Baby Snooks.
I know.
Baby Snooks and her daddy are going to vote for me, too.
No, they're not.
Why?
Vote for you. It's ridiculous.
Why?
Stop with that why. Baby Snooks is only 7 years old, and you've got to be 21.
Yeah, but she's got to vote 3 times.
Well, I never thought of that.
Say, you know, it's a funny thing, George. From where I was standing, I could have sworn Baby Snooks looked just like Fanny Bryce.
Yeah. You know, they're slightly related.
Oh, that's why.
That's why, yeah.
Oh.
Say, Gracie, I heard you last week on Rudy Vallee's program, too.
Oh, yes, and is that Rudy affectionate?
Hey, wasn't that Francis Langford on the program?
Yeah, did you hear it?
No, Francis hasn't got a radio in her car.
Oh. Don't cancel your stamps.
Yesterday, a motorcycle cop stopped me for speeding, and I said, you can't stop me, officer. I've just been appointed a Supreme Court judge by our next president, Gracie Allen.
Oh, good for you, Truman.
Sure, right away, his whole attitude changed. He was very polite.
What do you mean by polite?
He took his hat off while he was writing out the ticket.
I thought so.
And last night, I met Fiddler McGee and Molly. And Harlow Wilcox, the announcer, made a swell speech all about me.
Did he mention Johnson's floor wax?
Yeah, he saved that for the finish.
Oh, that's a bright finish.
You know, Molly is going to get all the girls in Wistful Vista to vote for me.
So what? 3 votes in Wistful Vista is a landslide.
Well, she said she's going to make her husband vote for me, too.
Fibber?
No, she's telling the truth.
Hey, Gracie, don't you know when people are pulling your leg?
No. You know, once I thought somebody was pulling my leg, but it was only my girdle tugging at my heartstrings.
Did you ever have your knee tapped with a hammer to test your reflexes?
Oh, sure, by a well-known psychiatrist.
Well, how about the little jerk?
Well, he charged me $5.
And believe me, it was worth it.
Well, anyhow, Molly was very happy to get my recipe for spaghetti a la Rand McNally.
Spaghetti a la Rand McNally?
Yes, instead of a recipe, I used a road map.
I see. Sort of a detour to indigestion.
Yes. Well, you see, the spaghetti covered with red sauce are the main highways.
I do.
And the plain white spaghetti are the unpaved highways.
Sounds very interesting.
Yes, and the meatballs mark the state capitals.
Well, with a dish like that, I guess the speed limit would be 15 meals an hour. How's that one, Frank?
Cheap underwear.
Cheap underwear?
It shrinks.
It does, Why do I always ask you?
Oh, that's you.
I said, George, there's something I don't quite understand about politics.
What don't you understand, Ray?
This mudslinging.
Well, what about it?
Well, the money that the candidates use to buy the mud with, is that called the slush fund?
Yes, Ray, it's...
See, Ray, how's my campaign doing up in San Francisco?
Well, I didn't like the attitude of some of the people at the polls when I went to vote for you yesterday.
You tried to vote for Gracie yesterday?
Oh, of course, yes. I went into the booth and pulled the curtain across the front and turned that jolly little handle, and before I knew it, somebody was pouring water all over me.
Ray, that was a shower, and you turned it on yourself.
I don't care who did it. It was a dirty trick.
Well, the next time you see a voting booth marked laundry chute, step into it.
All right,
Righto, yeah.
You know, Bob Hope is going to vote for me, too.
All right, so we ain't neat.
Oh, George, you should have been with me last night when I was on his program.
It's bad enough to be with you on this program.
Yeah, isn't it?
I mean, I don't like it.
Yeah, don't we have fun?
Oh, quiet, quiet. What about the Bob Hope program? Did he make a speech?
Well, did he?
Yes.
Well, I
mean,
started
did you
to.
make a speech?
Well, I started to, but I stopped.
You stopped? Why?
Well, every time I opened my mouth, he brushed my teeth.
He'll do that every time. So Bob Hope was going to vote for you, huh?
Well, he said he didn't want to see me in the White House.
So what?
So I met him downstairs in the drugstore.
Well, that's nice. Did you meet Brenda and Cabina?
Oh, what station are they on?
They're on Bob Hope's show. The two female Draculas, two girls without shapes or teeth, and they both have beards.
Were they on the Bob Hope show?
Sure.
Oh, I thought I dreamt that.
Gracie, did anybody ever tell you that you were a little delirious?
Yeah, Dr. IQ Monday night. And he tried to quiz me.
He tried to quiz you?
Yeah, he put his arms around my waist and he quizzed me a little bit, and then I said I'd
Never mind. Gracie, I've heard enough. Whole thing is absolutely...
Oh, it's probably my campaign manager.
Yeah, probably.
Heinz, Honey, and Allen Cream program. Heinz, Honey speaking.
Yes.
Who? Oh, hello. How are you? Fine. Fine. What? Can I recommend a good trucking company to move your things? Well, let me think now. How soon do you have to get out? Oh, that soon, huh? Well, I'm doing a program now, but I'll call you back later. Goodbye.
Who was that?
President Roosevelt.
It was, And now, Truman Bradley with a simple musical handle.
Ever since school days, Anne had a sweetheart named Joel. And when Joe and Anne grew up, they were married. And should have lived happily ever after, but they didn't. For Anne started in doing dishes and cleaning house every day and forgot to take care of her hands. She should have used Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, you know. So one night, Joe looked at Anne and said,
Your hands give me the shivers. They're chapped and red. Just like a man's, rough as sandpaper.
Anne cried and cried. Then, being a very sensible girl, she stopped crying and bought herself a bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. She used Heinz that day, and the next day, and every single day thereafter. Well, you know what happened. Heinz Honey and Almond Cream helped Anne win back her soft, thrilling honeymoon hands, in spite of all that housework. And back came her thrilling man, Joe, with more compliments than ever. Now, the moral of this little story is, use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream yourself for softer, smoother hands. For Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening, contains 2 vitamins, A and D. And Heinz gives you thrilling honeymoon hands for good. Now, here is Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. From the musical show, Roberta, by that master of melody, Jerome Kern, I'm going to sing an enchanting song, Lovely to Look At. What appeals to me is just your charm and dignity, not what you wear, but just an air of great repose. You are quite perfect from your head down to your toes, both night and day. I am moved to say, dear, lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss. A combination like this is quite my most impossible scheme come true. Imagine finding a dream like you. You're lovely to look at. It's thrilling to hold you terribly tight. Oh, we're together, the moon is new. And oh, it's lovely to look at you tonight. Lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss. A combination like this is quite my most impossible scheme come true. Imagine finding a dream like you. You're lovely to look at, it's thrilling to hold you terribly tight. Oh, together, the moon is new. And oh, it's lovely to look at you tonight. You're beautiful, my darling, just the way you look tonight.
Frank, that was the best I've heard that song done. It was beautiful.
Ah, thanks, boss. And just for that, I'll let you go through the post office as first-class mail.
Well, I'll sit right down and call myself a letter.
Oh, boys, I just found out a way to give all the other candidates a terrific licking.
A licking?
Uh-huh.
How?
Well, I'll put their pictures in all the stamps.
So to make them feel like 2 cents.
Yeah.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, Bubbles, you're late.
I know, but your campaign mail has been pouring in by the bucketful.
Oh, good. Dry it off and we'll read it.
Yes. Hang it on the line outside.
And listen to this telegram. Dear Gracie, your name came up at the polls today. Signed Admiral Byrd.
Isn't that sweet? He's discovering me, too.
The polls will be about the only place where you'll knock them cold.
Oh, George, listen to this one. Atta girl, Gracie. Show them what's in you. Los Angeles X-Ray Company.
They think you're going to be president, huh?
Well, they know it. They've got a little inside dope.
You're telling me.
And, Gracie, before you do another thing, you better decide where you're going to hold your convention.
Oh, yeah.
The surprise party convention, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I think you ought to hold it on the water, and if nobody calls for it in 30 days, you can keep it.
Well, that ain't the way I heard it, Johnny.
Oh, quiet.
See, convention. Oh, Bubbles, take a letter to Boston.
Boston?
Oh, yeah, they've got swell baked beans there.
Well, I don't like baked beans. I like a good stew.
And my brother likes you, too.
Well, thanks.
All right, I'm ready.
Oh, good. Boston, Mass. Dear sir.
I guess Mississippi would be dear madam.
Dear sir, in answer to the letter that you're going to write me, tear it up, Bubbles. I'm too busy.
Yeah, she's busy. I mean, dizzy.
Gracie, how about holding your convention in Topeka? What do you think, George?
Well, I think the whole thing is silly. It's like the fellow who owned a restaurant and had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Pardon me, George, but if Grace is elected, what are you going to do?
I'll take it easy. This fellow owned a restaurant.
Well, of course, if she's not elected, don't you take it too hard.
Yes, I'll kill myself. Or just kill myself.
And, Ray, I'm going to invite you to the White House for the Easter egg hunt.
Oh, you'll never regret it. I know how to color those eggs for you.
Do you? How?
Just put me on the dyes committee.
Oh, go.
Your convention in San Francisco. What do you think, George?
I think it's silly. It's like the fellow who owned a restaurant and had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Good old San Francisco.
He had a lot of rye...
Good old San Francisco,
yes.
I used to know a model there. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, a gorgeous figure, and boy, could she wear clothes.
Beautiful, huh?
Beautiful? Well, I went with her for 6 months before I found out she was a wax dummy.
Oh.
Yeah, she probably melted in your arms.
Say, Bubbles, I think I will hold my convention in San Francisco.
All right, hold it in San Francisco.
Well, what's the matter with Omaha?
There's nothing the matter with Omaha.
And why shouldn't I hold it in Omaha?
Nobody said that you shouldn't hold it in Omaha.
Well, then what's all the argument about?
There's no argument.
Oh. Well, when I make up my mind where to hold my convention, I make up my mind. Bubbles, take a letter.
All right, ready, Gracie.
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Oh, nuts.
Dear Cal. Tear it up.
Yeah, tear it up. She's too busy, yes. Bubbles, if I were you, I'd write with the eraser.
Gracie, how about holding the convention in Cleveland?
I think the whole thing is silly. It's like that man who owned a restaurant and he had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
I agree with George. That's where we ought to hold it.
Where?
In that restaurant.
What restaurant?
With that man who has all
Ray,
that
will you leave
bread.
me alone?
Say, Gracie, how about Atlantic City?
Oh, Atlantic City would be wonderful. Sure. That's where the Elks hold their convention.
Yeah, but you're not running for the Elks.
No, but the last time I was there, 2 Elks ran for me.
Well, Gracie, you remember that old saying, a rolling elk gathers no moose. I kind of like that, Truman, huh?
No.
What are you laughing at?
George, imagine Gracie elected and me a Supreme Court judge sitting on the bench selling Heinz honey and almond cream.
Yeah, I can see you now within that long black robe.
Yeah, and me alongside him holding his soft white hand.
Yeah. George, it'll sound something like this. In the case of the people versus rough red hands, I find that the defendants, Old Man Winter and Old Lady Housework, did willfully and intentionally inflict upon the plaintiffs bodily harm in the form of dried, chapped hands.
He's another Lawton.
The evidence shows that your hands can thrill some of the people some of the time, some of the people all of the time, but for hands that thrill all the people all of the time, use Heinz honey and almond cream. Case dismissed.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, I get it, Truman. The Supreme Court is the dollar bottle.
Comical and economic.
Thank you.
Say, Bubbles, that settles it. I'll hold my convention in Omaha. Take a letter.
All right.
Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Neb.
Dear Neb, Well, Miss Allen, you know our party emblem, the mama kangaroo with a baby kangaroo in the pouch?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, the baby is lost.
Well, how did that happen?
Mama's got a hole in her pocket.
Get out.
I say, George, what is a kangaroo?
Kangaroo is an animal that lives on mountaintops.
Really? What a strange diet.
Ray, do you know that you and Gracie are nuts?
That's what Jerry Colonna keeps telling them down at the office.
Oh, now what do they say?
They say, we know,
and so do we.
Gracie, your letter.
Oh, yes. Omaha, Nebraska, dear Neb. You know, George, I love Omaha. I'd even live in Omaha except for one thing.
What's that?
Too far from the White House.
Yes. Be too long of a walk to the office every day.
Yeah. Letter. Omaha, Nebraska, dear Neb. I will see
Say,
you...
Gracie, at your convention, are you taking a straw vote?
Yes.
Well, then I better not take my felt hat.
Oh, stop. I can explain how silly this whole thing if you... Just listen to me for 1 minute. It's like a fellow who had a restaurant and he had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Now, please, George, Bubbles is writing. Bubbles, read back the letter.
Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Neb, it's just like that fellow who had a restaurant and he had a lot of rice.
Wait a minute. That's the letter?
Yes.
Doesn't make sense. It's ridiculous. It's stupid.
Well, then why were you trying to tell us?
Oh, come on. That was beautiful. Isn't that composition from your Indian suite?
Yes, darling.
Oh, go away.
Oh, come on in, Charlie. Boys, this is Charlie Henderson.
Hello, Charlie. How are
Charlie
you?
Henderson, George Burns.
How do you do, Mr. Henderson?
You're Mr. Henderson.
Oh, excuse me. I'm a little nearsighted. You mind if I sit down?
No. Chair is over there.
Oh, pardon me. I washed my eyes this morning, and I can't do a thing with them.
Gracie, where did you find this guy?
I got him in a raffle.
In a raffle?
Yeah, I lost.
Lost, you were framed. What does he do?
Well, he's a songwriter. He wrote my campaign song.
Campaign song? And he wrote it?
Yes.
If you don't believe me, I'll play the piano for you.
I'd like to hear it. You're supposed to open the piano first, you know.
Oh, gee. I washed my ears this morning and can't hear a thing with them.
Well, he's a great songwriter. You know how a songwriter needs a partner? One fellow writes the music and one writes the words?
Yes.
Well, he has two partners.
Two partners?
Yes, one writes the lyrics and the other writes the melody.
What does he do?
He turns the pages.
Smart as a whip.
Gracie, shall I play the campaign song on the bass fiddle?
Oh, sure, Charlie.
Boy, this is a beautiful bass fiddle. Well, here I go.
That's Bubbles, and get away from her.
Mind your own business, Mr. Burns.
Look, Charlie, will you go and sit down in the audience until we're through?
Okay. Mr. Burns, where are the steps?
Right over there, right there.
Never mind, I found them.
Probably washed his feet and couldn't do a thing with them.
Oh, Judge, you'll be crazy about my campaign song. You see, every president had a campaign song. Even George Washington had a campaign song.
Well, what was it?
The song of the cherry tree.
Song of the cherry tree?
Yeah, well, chop, chop, chop.
Well, all right, stop.
How about sailing along on Moonlight Bay?
For a campaign song?
No, to look for a place to hold Gracie's convention.
Yes, Ray, we'll go right now.
Oh, then I'd better run home and pack my rowboat.
Yes, do that,
Yes.
yes.
You know, Judge, it's not easy to write a campaign song. Charlie was 6 months doing this song.
Why?
Well, they wouldn't let him out any sooner.
That's a smart kid.
Yeah, Charlie wrote this song by ear.
By ear?
Well, how else can you hold a pencil when you're in a straitjacket?
Well, he could hold it in his mouth.
Well, where would he put his fountain
I
pen?
don't know. You brought him in here.
Well, he's a fine composer. He writes for strings and for brass. One time he even got money.
Yes, that was when he wasn't looking.
Say, speaking of campaign songs, the Postmaster General ought to have a little number. George, do you know Margie?
Yes.
Has she got a phone?
What about Edna?
Temporarily disconnected.
Get it.
Judge, I must tell you about Charlie.
I'd rather hear your campaign song.
Well, in a minute. You see, Charlie learned to play a saxophone by mail.
By mail.
Yeah, he didn't have a saxophone.
So what'd he do?
Well, he used to blow his lessons into an envelope and send it to a friend who had a saxophone.
Well, I've heard enough about him, Gracie.
Well, very few people know this, but Charlie played The Flight of the Bumblebee on the piccolo.
How did it leak out?
Through the hole.
Oh, it did. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
And now I'll introduce my new campaign song. Sing it, Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? That's me. Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie. To win the presidential race, 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
Keep voting all day long. Keep voting all day long. Fill up the ballot box. Keep voting all day long. Gracie, rock, rock, rock.
My friends, are you for Gracie? Well, thanks. Would you like to hear Frank Parker sing my song?
Ho, 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 Gracie! Oh, Figaro. Say, Gracie, there's something you ought to know. I'm for Gracie, to lead the boys of Mary Chasey.
100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. And now who'd like to hear George sing a chorus?
Thank you. Oh, vote for Gracie, so I can be by myself. Please vote for Gracie, so I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected, so I can stay home and play solitaire and keep that silly dame out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie, Gracie Wacie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? She'll be honor and fame
next. If you can't write your name, you can vote with the next.
Vote for Gracie.
Spell Gracie.
Accept no substitute. She's pretty and she's cute. Vote for Gracie, a rooty tooty toot. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes.
The country's going Gracie, so can you.
Hey! Vote, 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 vote.
Uncle Sam, let me paddle your canoe. I'm just like Joan of Arc. I hear destiny call. It's the call to the ballpark to throw out the ball.
Vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Isn't it fun?
Keep
voting all day long.
Well, we're certainly having winter with a vengeance. Daily reports of freezing temperatures, sleet storms raging from coast to coast. Now, sleet and bitter cold wind can chap your hands severely. If you must go outdoors in this weather, be sure to lotion your hands first with Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Take a tip from thousands of outdoor workers who use Heinz regularly. Telephone linemen, cross-country truck drivers, farmers, men whose jobs keep them out in the worst weather. They've found from experience that Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening, and works fast to help keep hands smooth and comfortable. Well, naturally, if Heinz helps extreme chapping like that, then you know it will help guard your family against chapping in all kinds of weather. And say, you know that dry, winter, itchy feeling you get all over, especially when you wear heavy woolen clothing? Well, just try Heinz as a body rub after your bath. It feels wonderfully soothing to chapped, tender skin. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at the nearest toilet goods counter in 10, 25, and 50-cent sizes, and the big dollar bottle, which is economical for family use. Remember Heinz, spelled H-I-N-D-S.
Thanks, Truman. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Well, good night. I've got to run home and knit a sweater for the little stranger who's...
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens...
Wait a minute, Don. Hold it. We can't start the show yet.
What's the matter?
Well, Jack isn't here.
Well, we're on the air. Where is he?
I saw him a little while
Search
ago.
me, Don. I haven't seen him.
Well, he should be here. Look what time it is.
Yeah.
I saw him a little while
Do you
ago.
think I ought to go out and look for him, Don? Maybe he's in the drugstore.
Oh, he left there an hour ago. Wonder if anything could have happened.
Gee, I don't know.
I saw him a little while ago.
Hey, maybe he's in the dressing room. You know, he said he was going to take a nap.
Oh, that's right. Go see if he's there, will you, Phil?
Okay.
I saw him a little while
Here
ago.
comes Mary. Maybe she knows. Hello, Mary.
Hiya, fellas.
Say, Mary, have you seen Jack?
Yes, he's out in the hall talking to Mark Sandridge on the telephone.
That's what I've been telling you.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, fellas.
You know, Don, if Jack doesn't stop complaining, Mr. Sanders will never direct another picture for him.
Well, that's just silly. Jack shouldn't worry about whose name's going to be first on the screen.
Sure, what's the difference if it's Jack Benny and Fred Allen or Fred Allen and Jack Benny?
Well, if you ask me, it's...
That's not what they're arguing about, Phil. Jack wants the premiere of the picture to be held in Waukegan.
Well, if you ask me...
Waukegan? Another premiere in his hometown, huh?
That's what he wants.
Well, if you ask me, it's a swell idea. Bingo.
Hey, Dennis, stop hogging the conversation, will you, kid?
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. Say, Mary, how's Jackson making out?
I don't know. I better go out in the hall and bring him in here.
Yeah, tell him we're on the air.
Okay.
Yes, but... Sure, but... Certainly, but... Absolutely, but...
But Betty talks again.
Mary, get out of here, will you?
We're waiting for you. Hurry up.
Be there in a minute. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge. I don't care what Allen says. I want the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor held in Waukegan, Illinois. Yes, but... Now, wait a minute. Who's the star of that picture? Fred Allen or... Let me finish, will you? Well, look at it this way, Mr. Sandridge. You've already had a sneak preview, haven't you? Now, let me ask you something. Who gets the biggest laughs in the picture? Leave him out of it. I'm talking about Allen and me. Oh. Well, I don't want to use pressure, Mr. Sandridge, but if you don't see things my way, I may get a new director for my next picture. What? Well, now hold on, Mr. Sandridge. Gee whiz, can't you take a joke?
Wipe your forehead, Jack.
Give me your handkerchief. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge. I've got a program to do, and I can't argue now. But that premiere is going to be held in Waukegan, or I'll take it up with Mr. LeBaron. Goodbye. Guess that'll hold him for a while.
Who's Mr. LeBaron?
He's in charge of production at Paramount, and he's a very good friend of mine. Come on. Wait a minute. Hello? What? Get the nickel from him. He called me. Come on. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Oh, don't get so upset about everything.
I'm not upset. Who's upset?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, hello.
How's your program today?
How do I know? Tune in and find out. My program. We're not even on the air yet. Got a cigar on you, Mary?
No, the doctor made me cut him out.
All right. A cigarette. You know what I meant. Hello, Don. Sorry I'm late. Go ahead. Start the program.
Okay, get ready, Phil.
So mixed up, I don't know where I am.
I know, but nobody will listen to me.
All right, boys. Get going.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Just Want to Play With You. I was just thinking the other day, ladies and gentlemen, how easy it is to explain why millions of people like Jell-O. They like it simply because it tastes good. That's the whole story. And it tastes good because Jell-O has extra rich flavor. Flavor which is only rivaled by the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Yes, sir, for dessert at any time, there's nothing more delectable, nothing more inviting than bright, glistening Jell-O, smartly molded into an attractive shape and topped off, if you wish, with fruit or whipped cream. So try some Jell-O real soon, and any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. You'll especially enjoy strawberry and raspberry Jell-O because each of these grand Jell-O desserts has a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And that's why they have such a rich, delightful goodness. Get Jell-O tomorrow, and at the same time, order several packages of those Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings are made by the makers of Jell-O, so you know they're good. Played by the orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the election is over and the ballots have been counted, tonight I take great pleasure in presenting to you the new dog catcher of Beverly Hills, California, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And first of all, I want to thank my many friends who voted for me. And I also want to compliment my worthy opponent, Mr. Rufus Twelvetrees, although his name didn't help him at all. Thanks, folks. Thanks a lot.
I was wondering, Jack, how did you happen to run for dog catcher anyway? Isn't it rather a menial position?
Well, I didn't really want to, Don. I was drafted, you see, but the committee, the committee came to me and said I was the ideal candidate for the job.
Say, Don, I like the slogan the committee gave Jack. That really put him over.
What was it, Mary?
Vote for Benny. His nose is always cold.
That wasn't it at all. My slogan was, if you love your chow or poodle, vote for Jack, the Yankee Doodle. Of course, I got the Pomeranian vote, too.
Well, then you should be very happy about your new office, Jack.
Oh, I would be, Don, but right now I'm having a lot of trouble with Paramount again.
Also, Mary was telling us. It's about that picture you made with Fred Allen, isn't it?
Yes, I told Mark Sandridge on the phone that regardless of what that Texaco termite wanted, the premiere of my picture better be held in Waukegan or I take the matter up with Mr. LeBaron. Imagine Allen wanting to open my picture in his hometown.
Fred comes from Massachusetts, doesn't he, Jack?
Yes, Don. He was born under the Plymouth Rock. And when the Pilgrims landed, it didn't help his face any. Not a bit.
Say, Jackson, did you hear Alan's program last Wednesday?
I had to, Phil. I was over to some friend's house, and they were trying to break the lease. Their furniture was on the sidewalk before Alan got a laugh. What a program. And the way he's wasting that Kenny Baker.
I wish you'd waste me like that.
Dennis! Now, let me tell you another thing, fellas. I don't like to say this, but Alan's humor is nothing short of puerile and banal.
There he goes again with puerile and banal.
Say, Jackson, I meant to straighten you out on that. You've been pronouncing them words all wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, I found out in night school that the correct pronunciation is puerile and banal.
Oh, it is?
That's what the hostess says. The hostess? You know, the dame at the head of the class.
That's the teacher. The hostess. Phil, if you're paying tuition at that night school, you ought to get your diploma and your money back at the same time.
I'm doing all right. You know, fellas, I took up hygiene last week.
Hygiene?
Yeah, you know, don't wait till Saturday night. If you want a bath, take it any time.
I see. Well, I don't want to run you down, Phil, but I bet you can't even spell hygiene.
Ah, yes, I can.
Well, go ahead.
I can spell it.
Well, what's stopping you?
He left his blocks home.
That's a good one, Mary.
All right, you wise guys, I'll show you I can spell hygiene. Give me a chord, Frankie.
A chord?
Hygiene, hygiene. How about that? A hand for that, folks, huh?
Well, I got to give you credit, Phil. That's a tough word, and you spelled it. No kidding. That was some feat.
F-E-E-T, feet.
Oh, fine. I knew it was too good to last. Phil, when I said that was some feat, I meant F-E-A-T.
Oh.
F-E-E-T is feet like I've got.
Nobody's got feet like you've got.
Well, Miss Livingston, that did it. There goes your Christmas present. There goes your Christmas present right out the window.
You're doing your Christmas fighting early this year, ain't you, kid?
Yes. Keep it up. Keep it up, Mary. Now you won't get anything next year either.
I'm off the list till 1960.
61. I'm not forgetting that cute little trick you pulled with your baton this afternoon. Say, Dennis.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, don't you think it's about time... Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay.
Dennis, don't you think it's about time...
Hello? Yes? Put him on, please. It's for you, Jack. Mr. LeBaron at Paramount.
Holy smoke, Mark Sanders must have got in touch with him.
You want to talk to him?
Certainly, but make off you're my secretary. A little front won't hurt any.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Yes?
Yeah.
This is Mr. Benny's secretary. Well, he's frightfully busy right now. He's broadcasting.
Mary, don't overdo it.
You want me to spell hygiene for him?
Get away from there.
Very well, Mr. LeBaron. I'll ask him.
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. LeBaron. Yes? Yes, I did tell Mark Sanders that I want the premiere held in Waukegan. I know, Mr. LeBaron. I know you're the production head, but I'm entitled to first consideration. If there's any B.O. in that picture, it's me. I mean box office. Yes. Yes, I understand that. Sure, but...
What flavor, please?
Quiet. Now, look, Mr. LeBaron, let me review this situation.
You better sing, Dennis. It looks like a long winter.
Okay.
Now, Mr. LeBaron, Alan wants a premiere in his hometown, and I want it in mine. Now, the way I look at it, I've been under contract to Paramount for over 5 years. And
I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill, when I found you. The moon stood still on Blueberry Hill and lingered until my dreams came true. Do you recall a year ago tonight? We stood
stood and watched the golden sun descending. When love had just begun, why did there have to be an ending? Do you recall a year ago tonight? The wind in the willow played love's sweet melody. But all of the vows we made were never to be. Though we're apart, you're part of me still. For you were my thrill. On
But, Mr. LeBaron, we've got to have the premiere in my hometown. I've already told Bidey Talcott. Who is he? Only the mayor of Waukegan. Where have you been?
Take it easy, Jack.
Well, now, look, Mr. LeBaron, we're not getting anywhere, so I'll take the matter up with Mr. Freeman. Goodbye. More trouble over nothing at all.
Say, Jack, who's Mr. Freeman?
Frank Freeman, he's the big shot at Paramount, and he's a very fine Southern gentleman.
Oh, he comes from the South, huh?
Yes, his home is in Georgia.
Why don't you let me talk to him, Jackson? We speak the same language.
Phil, Mr. Freeman is a Southerner, not a hillbilly. So I'll do the talking.
Oh, I suppose I'm a hillbilly.
Well, Phil, all I know is when you came to work for me 5 years ago, I brought you in a shoe store to buy you a pair of shoes, and it took 3 men to hold you down. Remember?
I go in alone now.
That's good. And while we're on the subject of your attire, Phil, that sport coat you're wearing is a little snug around the knees. You see, folks, I'm not kidding about that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our program, for our feature attraction of the evening. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is it true that you were just elected dog catcher of Beverly Hills?
Yes.
Well, you'll never catch me.
Arf, arf. There's a Mexican hairless if I ever saw one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, the Benny, anything from Shakespeare to gin rummy players, will present an original mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Soda Fountain or Hold That Malted. Now, I will play the part of a young soda jerk, Tutti Frutti Benny. And Mary, you're the cashier who is madly in love with me.
Hooray.
Now, Dennis, you're a college student who is always hanging around the drugstore wisecracking.
Oh, boy, at last some dialogue.
No, Dennis, no. You see, as our play opens, you enter the drugstore, a shot is heard, and you fall to the floor. Dead.
Well, can I wisecrack on the way down?
No. Now, Don, you're going to be a box of Jell-O, so you'll have to crawl up on the shelf.
What flavor am I?
What's the difference? You're delicious. Now, Phil...
But, Jack, I ought to be some flavor.
All right, Don, pinch your cheeks and make off like strawberries. Now, Phil, in view of your knowledge of hygiene, you're going to be the dishwasher. So put on your apron.
Why can't I be a soda jerk?
Read that right. There was no comma there. Burns me up. Now, Phil, you're going to be a dishwasher and like it. Anyway, folks, this play will go on immediately after... Oh, darn it. Answer it, Mary.
Okay.
This will go on immediately.
Hello? Yes? Put him on. It's Mr. Frank Freeman, Jack.
Oh, well, tell him you're my secretary. You know, like before.
Okay. Hello. Hello, Mr. Freeman. Hi, y'all.
Mary.
Well, Mr. Benny's powerful busy right now. Can I take the message, honey lamb?
Mary, give me that phone. Fine way to talk to the head of the Paramount. Hello, Mr. Freeman. This is Jack Benny. Yes? Yes? Sure enough? Sure enough? Well, now, Mr. Freeman, I'll leave it to you. Where do you think the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor should be held? Greenville, Georgia? Who ever heard of that bird? Oh, that's your hometown. Oh, sure. Sure, Greenville. Yes, I remember. I used to play there in vaudeville. Yes, sir, Greenville.
Boy, are you an apple polisher.
Well, look, Mr. Polisher. Mr. Freeman. Darn you, Mary. Look, this whole thing is getting so complicated. Suppose I come to the studio and we'll talk it over. Yes, I can be there in a few minutes.
Jack, we got a play to do.
Who cares? I'll be right over, Mr. Freeman. Goodbye. Come on, Mary. I want you to go along with me to Paramount. Rochester got the car outside.
But, Jack, what about the murder mystery?
We can do that next week.
But you announced it already.
All right. Dennis walks into the drugstore. Bang, bang. He falls to the floor. Mary screams. Ah! Who did it? Was it me? No. Was it Mary? No. Was it Don? No. Phil gets hysterical. I did it. Police come. Yeah! There's your play. Come on, Mary. Let's go. Hurry, Rochester. Get the car started.
Just as soon as I make my point, boys.
Put those dice down. Hurry, Mary.
Doggone, it was just beginning to thaw out.
Hurry up, Rochester. I told you I had a very important engagement with Mr. Freeman. Now step on it.
I'm giving it so much gas now, the corporator's thinking of buying a home in the valley.
Just keep that throttle wide open, that's all.
Say, Jack, we're going the wrong way to Paramount, aren't we?
Let's see. Oh, yes. Rochester, what's the matter with you? You were supposed to turn to your right here on Gower Street.
I turned the steering wheel. Something ought to happen any minute now.
What?
Well, we made it.
On two wheels yet. Rochester, you took that corner much too sharp.
Boss, we got to take them any way we can get them.
Well, you threw me all over the back seat. Are you all right, Mary?
Yeah. Say, Jack,
what?
You sure were neutral in the election, weren't you?
What do you mean?
Look at those 3 stickers on your windshield.
Never mind.
Root for Roosevelt, win with Wilkie, and bark with Benny.
What was that first one you said?
I don't know.
Root for vaudeville? Rochester, the election is over, so you can scrape those stickers off the glass. And by the way, I'm making you a deputy dog catcher.
Why don't you make me a dog? I work like one.
Too bad about you. Gee, Mary, I hope Mr. Freeman waits for me. I want to get to that premiere matter settled.
I brought your samples along, Jack.
What samples?
The Christmas cards. You might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh, I won't have time for that. Say, Mary, I ought to stop at a drive-in stand and get Mr. Freeman an order of fried chicken.
Fried chicken? What for?
Well, he's from the South, isn't he? I can tell him I cooked it myself. Yeah, I got to do something to get in good with Paramount.
Why don't you tear up your contract?
Mary, you just don't realize how important it is. Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boy.
You went through a red light.
Let's keep it a secret.
Watch your driving. Want me to get a ticket?
You won't get a ticket, boss. You're a dog catcher. You can go through a red light.
Not unless I'm after a dog. And that reminds me, now that I'm a public official, I better get a siren in my car.
Oh, what?
A siren.
There's one waiting on the corner.
I don't mean that kind. Talking about a horn. Someone wants to pass us. Pull over, Rochester.
Okay.
It's a sightseeing bus, Jack.
Oh, yes.
On your left, ladies and gentlemen, is the RKO studio. And oh, look, on your right is Jack Benny's Maxwell.
Well,
Would you mind sticking your head out, Jack?
no. Get out of the way, Mary. Howdy, folks. Thank you. Say, you know, Mary, that was kind of a thrill. People from all over the country on that bus.
Too bad you didn't pass out some autographed pictures.
Yeah, darn it, I should have had them with me. See, I feel awful about that.
Here's a gun. Blow your brains out.
Now, Mary, remember what I told you a few minutes ago. You keep making those cracks, and that Christmas present will really be off. And if you remember, Miss Livingston, I hand out some pretty nice gifts.
Uh-huh.
Well, I do.
Uh-huh.
What are you a-hahing about, Rochester? Last Christmas, I gave you a beautiful leather wallet to keep your money in.
Yeah, I wish you'd give me another one just like it.
What do you want 2 wallets for?
I can put heels on them and use them for shoes.
Oh, you're always complaining about being broke. Why don't you save your money? Why don't you put it in real estate like I do?
I haven't got a shovel.
Now, cut that out! Rochester, if you're insinuating that I buried... Rochester, pull over at the curb. There's a dog without a license. Quick, Mary, hand me that net and my cat.
Oh, Jack, don't bother about this dog. It's out of your territory.
That's right. Well, they can't say I wasn't on the job, though. Hey, Rochester, here's Paramount Studio. Pull up in front of the main entrance and wait for me.
Okay.
Wait here, Rochester. Come on, Mary, bring the fried chicken for Mr. Freeman.
You didn't buy it.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell him I gave it to a poor old lady.
Do you think Mr. Freeman will be waiting, Jack?
Sure, I told him I was coming over as soon as I could possibly find... Whose car's that?
I don't know.
Well, come on.
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that Mr. Freeman in the back seat?
Where? Yeah, that's him. Hey, Mr. Freeman! Start the car, Rochester. Catch that Cadillac. Catch that Cadillac.
Oh, come now.
Come on, try. Step on it. Oh, Mr. Freeman! Mr. Freeman, honk the horn, Rochester. Oh, Mr. Freeman!
He must have heard you, Jack. His car's stopping.
Oh, yes.
Now, if we can stop, we're all set.
Rochester, the brakes! Oh, my goodness, we hit Mr. Freeman's car.
Yep, there goes the premier.
Darn you, Rochester.
Here he comes, Jack. He looks mad.
Yeah. Well, I'll straighten it out. Now, look, Mr. Freeman, here's exactly what happened. You see, we were parked right in front of the studio, and your bumper caught into the front of my car. Well, I saw you dragging us along, so I yelled at you, you know, and the first thing I knew, we were way.
When it comes to cheering for football teams these days, you'll find some folks rooting for the colors of orange and black, while others will be cheering for red and white, blue and yellow, or maybe red and green. But when it comes to desserts, everybody will cheer for crimson and gold, the gay, glowing colors of Jell-O's delicious new treat, cherry cubes with pineapple. It's a mighty tasty dessert and a mighty easy one to make, too. Simply prepare 1 package of cherry Jell-O, as usual, and turn it into a loaf pan and chill until firm. Then cut into cubes and pile in sherbet glasses with 3 slices of canned pineapple diced. You just couldn't ask for a more tempting or more satisfying dessert. So how about treating the family to something extra special? Tomorrow night for dinner, give them this grand combination of diced golden pineapple mingled with shimmering cubes of ruby red cherry Jell-O.
Good night, folks.
News for thrifty housewives. Log cabin syrup for less money. All 3 sizes now selling at lowest prices in history. Ask your grocer about his new low prices.
K-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with You Walk By. You Walk By, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to explain why Jack Benny is not here for his customary introduction. As you may remember, Jack has been having a lot of trouble lately with Paramount regarding the premiere of his picture that he recently made with Fred Allen.
Yeah, that's right, all right.
Last week, Jack spoke on the telephone to Mark Sandrich, his director, about this matter, but got absolutely no satisfaction.
Yeah, he spoke on the phone.
Then he got in touch with Mr. LeBaron, who is in charge of production at Paramount, and also Mr. Freeman, the head of the studio. But in neither instance was Jack successful in achieving his purpose.
Oh, it was awful.
Dennis, please. I'm trying to explain something.
Say, Don, I thought Jackson had that premiere all set for Waukegan. What's he beefing about?
Well, it's not settled yet, Phil. In fact, Jack is over at Paramount right now trying to sell Mr. Sandrich the idea. Mary is with him, and I doubt very much they'll be back.
Hello, Mr. Sandwich's office. Sorry, he's busy right now. Very well, I'll have him call you.
Now, look here, Miss Wellman. I've been waiting an hour and a half to see Mr. Sandrich. Will you please do something about it?
I've already told you, Mr. Benny, he'll see you just as soon as he's through with his conference.
Conference. Who's he in conference with?
You're at the keyhole. You tell me.
I'm not at the keyhole. I'm bending over to tie my shoe.
How can you tie a shoe with buttons on it?
All right, I'm buttoning my shoe. My goodness.
Oh, Jack, come over here and sit down, will you?
Listen, Mary, I don't like being kicked around like this. The premiere of my picture is going to be held in Waukegan, and I'm going to settle it right now.
But they already promised Fred Allen that they were going to have it in his hometown, Old Orchard, Maine.
Old Orchard, Maine? What a hick burg that is.
Oh, it's not such a small town.
It isn't. Why, in Old Orchard, you can buy a sack of potatoes, a plug of tobacco, a brassiere, and a dish of chow mein in the post office. Talk about a small town. I played there in vaudeville once, and there were only 8 people in the theater.
That happened to you in Pittsburgh, too.
It did not. And another thing, who'd go to Old Orchard, a summer resort, in the wintertime?
Well, you should have heard Allen Wednesday night. He said there's more life in Old Orchard closed up than there is in Waukegan wide open.
Oh, yeah? Well, he ought to be in Waukegan on a Saturday night. Talk about excitement. Well, you can hardly cross the street without getting run over.
Well, naturally, what does a stoplight mean to a horse?
I'm talking about automobiles. Let me tell you something, Mary. That town is pretty busy.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Sandrich. Yes, any bay is ill say ear hay.
And tell him I'm going to say ear hay, too. You don't have to pull that pig Latin on me, Miss Wellman. I've been around.
Oh, Jack, will you please sit down? You make me nervous.
All right. Pardon me, sir. Is this seat taken?
No, I'll move my derby.
Thank you. I noticed you sitting here. Are you waiting for Mr. Sandrich, too?
Yeah, I've been trying to see him for 3 days. I'm a writer.
A writer, eh?
Yeah, my name is Ernest Hemingway.
Ernest Hemingway? Gee, Mary, this gentleman here is Ernest Hemingway.
Not Ernest. Ernest.
Oh.
Ernest Hemingway.
Oh, Ernest Hemingway.
Yeah, the Hemming's in the middle.
Oh, I see. Then you're not the famous author of For Whom the Bell Tolls.
No, I ain't even got an alarm clock.
Oh, very funny. Say, Mary, this guy looks like an ex-prize fighter or something, huh?
Yeah, I'd hate to lose a dime in his ear.
He said it.
Good afternoon, Miss Wellman. Is Mr. Sandrich in his office, please?
Go right in, Mr. Lopez. He's expecting you.
Gracias.
Hey, wait a minute, Miss Wellman. I was here before him. Who's this Lopez guy?
Mr. Sandrich is taking rumba lessons.
Rumba lessons? That's fine. He takes rumba lessons while I sit out here and wait. Who was Sandrich before he directed my pictures, anyway?
Who was he?
Yes.
Why, Mark Sanders directed some of the best pictures Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers ever made.
Is that so?
Flying down to Rio, Top Hat, Follow the Fleet, The Gay Divorce.
You call those pictures? Did he direct Mr. Deeds Goes to Town? Or Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
No, but he's going to direct Mr. Benny Goes to Old Orchard.
No, he's not. Anyway, Mayor, I should think you'd be on my side in getting this premiere settled.
Well, I don't want to go to Waukegan and get caught in all that traffic.
Oh, keep still, will you?
Hey, buddy, who's the dame?
Oh, pardon me. Mr. Hemingway, this is Miss Livingston.
Pleased to meet you.
The feeling is mutual.
Mary, please, he's an author. Incidentally, what have you written lately, Mr. Hemingway?
Did you see Gone with the Wind?
Yes.
Well, I wrote a sequel to it, Back with a Breeze.
Well, is it any good?
It didn't intrigue me.
Oh, well, you're just modest.
Hello, Miss W. Is MS tied up?
No, go right in, BG.
Okay.
Hey, who's BG?
He's with RKO.
Okay, MNX. What is this, anyway? For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, here's a movie magazine. Read it and relax.
Okay, give it to me. Fine move to look at a movie magazine.
Hey, buddy, your face is familiar. Are you Jack Benny, the new dog catcher of Beverly Hills?
That's what this badge says. I just took office last week.
Oh, Jack, look at the magazine. Here's a picture of you dancing with Barbara Stanwyck at the Coconut Grove.
Oh, yeah. See what a blank expression on my face. You'd think I'd be smiling or something.
That's a coconut. You're on the left.
Oh, yeah, yes, I am smiling. Well, I must put this in my scrapbook. Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Rochester.
Say, boss, I think I ought to move the car over to the parking lot across the street.
Leave it where it is. I'll be out in a little while.
Yeah, but I've been parked in a 10-minute zone for over 3 hours.
What's the difference? The policeman won't bother you.
He won't, eh?
No.
This ticket he gave me ain't for the ballet rouge.
He gave you a ticket. Why didn't you talk him out of it? Why'd you tell him you just pulled in?
He'd never believe that, boss.
Why not?
I was asleep in the back seat.
You imagine that, Mary?
Well, it's not his fault.
It is true. Rochester can sleep on his time off.
Time off?
Yes.
Boss, you got me so used to working that last night when I was asleep, I picked all the cotton out of my quilt.
Never mind. Now go out and move that car across the street.
Okay. You want me to put it in the 25-cent lot or the 15-cent lot?
Well...
What am I talking about? Come on, boy.
Always thinks he's so smart. Wait till he pays for that quilt he pulled apart. Hey, Miss Wellman, what about Sandridge? Am I going to see him or not? I've been waiting here
Hello, Miss Wellman. Is your boss tied up?
Go right in, Mr. Welch. He's expecting you.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. How does that guy get in so quick?
That's Mr. Welch. He's a salesman.
Well, it's a fine thing when a salesman can get in ahead of me. What's going on here, anyway?
Oh, keep your shirt on.
What did you say?
Do you want me to slug it for you, buddy?
No, but thanks just the same. Come on, Mayor. We're going to Mr. LeBaron's office. I'll get this thing settled once and for all.
All right, all right.
I'll go with you, buddy.
So long, Miss Wellman. Thanks for everything. Leave me. I'll tell Mr. LeBaron plenty about how Sandridge gave me the runaround. Now, let's see. Where's his office?
Programs. You can't tell LeBaron from Sandwich without a program.
Oh, get away from me! Come on, Mary.
Yes, Mr. LeBaron. Yes, he's still here.
Gonna stay here, too.
I've told him that, Mr. LeBaron, but he says he wants to settle it right now. Very well.
Now, what did he say? Can I go in to see him?
Not yet, Mr. Benny. He's in the midst of a very important meeting.
Meeting, conference. That's a lot of baloney. Now, see here, Mr. Nelson, I know what's going on. You can't pull the wool over my eyes.
I wouldn't pull anything over them. They're beautiful.
Now, wait a minute. Just because my eyes happen to be one of my best features, you don't have to give me that soft soap. I know what time it is.
Oh, Jack, sit down, will you?
All right, all right.
Hey, look out for my derby.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Hemingway. Do you have to see Mr. LeBaron, too?
Yeah, I want to show him a new story I wrote. It'll make a superb picture.
Oh, what's it about?
Well, it's about two people that are thrown together by fate. Then, through the intervention of circumstances, they're split up. But they still yearn for each other.
Yoin?
Yeah. And although there are moments of stark tragedy, there is a strong undercurrent of love and passion.
Well, what's the title of your story?
Desire like anything.
Well, it sounds like a great plot, huh?
You know, Jack, that would make a swell picture for you.
It would?
Yeah, I can see either you or Ronald Coleman in it.
Yeah, I guess Coleman could handle it, too. Although...
But he'd never be as convincing as you. Huh, Jack?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but he...
He hasn't got near the class you have.
Well, now that you mention it...
I ought to punch you right in those big blue eyes.
Mary.
Oh, that'd be a shame.
You stay out of this. Now, Mr. Hemingway.
Yeah?
The premise of your story is very good, but I'd like to suggest a few changes. For instance, at the beginning, when the couple are together, they... Hey, what's that marching going on out there?
That's Cecil B. DeMille and his staff.
Oh. Well, they keep step perfectly. What was I going to say, Mr. Hemingway? A story like yours should have more...
Hello, Nelson. Is Mr. LeBaron tied up? Oh, go right in, Mr. Welch. He's waiting for you. Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. How does that guy always get in ahead of me?
Well, that's Mr. Welch.
I know, but who's Welch?
He sells Christmas cards.
Well, that tops everything. So mad I can't see straight.
Oh, Jack, don't be so jealous. He probably buys cards from him every year.
I don't care about losing a sale. I want to get this premiere settled.
Well, settle it later.
I'll settle it right now. Now, look, Mr. Nelson. This is a very important matter to me. And if you think I'm going to sit around in the one office and then another...
Salute, Jack. Here comes Camille again.
Oh, nuts! Always marching. Suppose a guy with flat feet couldn't work for him. Well, as long as I have to sit here, we might as well eat lunch. Open the box, Mary.
Okay.
Had a hunch that I'd be tied up here all day.
What do you have, Jack?
Let's see. Mary, don't squeeze those sandwiches. The peanut butter's coming out.
Oh, you and your darn peanut butter. Don't you ever have meat in the house?
There's some pressed ham there. Look under the bagels. Now, give me one of those hard-boiled eggs.
Say, those sandwiches there look good.
Oh, pardon me. Would you care for something, Mr. Hemingway?
Call me Ernest. We're going to be together for a long time.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. Mary, see if there's any salt in there, will you?
Hey, Blue Eyes, will you please throw those eggshells in the basket?
All right. Wish he'd stop calling me Blue Eyes. Makes me so self-conscious, I'm sorry I've got him. Yeah, I wish we had some coffee.
Hey, Ernest, you want a hard-boiled egg?
Yeah, have one.
Thanks. Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
I'm still waiting for you.
Won't be long now. Did you put the car in the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
You'd have done it in the first place. You'd never have gotten a ticket.
By the way, boss, getting to that parking lot involves a left-hand turn in the middle of the block.
Well?
And you know that great big sign there that says no U-turn?
Uh-huh.
Well, I made a figure 8 and got 2 more tickets.
That's the last straw. Rochester, you go right back and tell that policeman who you are. Tell him you're working for Jack Benny, the movie star.
I told him that, and he threw his book at me.
Now, go sit in the car and wait for me.
Okay.
Guy gets into more trouble. Let's see, what else is there to eat here?
Hey, buddy, what you got for dessert?
Here it is right here. Jell-O.
Oh, yeah, that has them 6 delicious flavors. The strawberry with a raspberry, with a cherry, with a orange.
With the lemon, with the lime. That's it. It's very tempting.
You don't have to tell me. My mother makes it all the time.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Hey, Mary, this is sort of a picnic here, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Miss Martin.
Hello, Frank. Is Mr. LeBaron busy?
Yes, but I'll tell him you're here. Pardon.
Say, Jack, get a load of that cute kid that just came in.
Huh? Hey, that's Mary Martin, the leading lady in my picture. Darn this three-decker sandwich, I can't see a thing over it. Gosh, isn't she pretty?
Oh, every girl is pretty to you.
Now, Mary, don't be catty. Hello, Miss Martin.
Oh, hello, Jack, dear. How are you?
Gee, it's good to see you again, darling.
Dear darling, you actors make me sick.
Now, stop. Mary, this is Mary Martin.
Hello, honey.
How long have you been a blonde?
Mary!
Well, Mary Livingston and Mary Martin. We both have the same first name, haven't we?
What do you want me to do, change mine to Butch?
Mary, behave yourself.
My heart belongs to Daddy. I'm sick of that, too.
Now, cut that out. You know, Miss Martin, Mary is always jealous of my leading ladies. You know?
I can't understand why. Our relationship has been strictly business.
Well, it might have been with you, but some of those love scenes we did in the picture were a bit on the torrid side. I'll bet you won't forget my kisses for a long time. Eh, Miss Martin?
Loud, weren't they?
Oh, now, Miss Martin.
All of a sudden, I like her.
Mary, please.
Hey, buddy, who's the dame?
Oh, pardon me, Oinus. Miss Martin, this is Mr. Hemingway.
I'm very glad to know you.
Oh, boy, if you only meant that.
Oinus! Say, Miss Martin, you know, I'm the new dog catcher in Beverly Hills. I was elected last week.
Well, congratulations. I can't wait till I get home and tell Rover.
Rover better have a license. I don't play favorites, you know.
Mr. LeBaron, I'll see you now, Miss Martin.
Oh, thank you. Well, I've got to go in now, Jack, and sing one of the numbers from our picture for Mr. LeBaron. He hasn't heard it yet.
Oh. Well, say, I'll go in with you. I've got to see Mr. LeBaron anyway.
Just a moment, Mr. Benny. He wants you to wait until Miss Martin is through.
Well, now, wait a minute. She sings that song to me in the picture. There's no reason why I can't go in with her.
Oh, Jack, sit down.
I won't sit down.
This way, Miss Martin.
So long, Jack. See you later.
Goodbye. Goodbye, dear. Now, listen, Nelson. This whole thing is your fault. I bet you didn't even tell Mr. LeBaron I was waiting.
Oh, go chase a dog.
That's only in Beverly Hills. Well, that does it. I wait around all day and I can't see Sandra. And now it's LeBaron. Well, I'm going over to see Mr. Freeman, the head of the studio. That's why I'm going to see Mr. Freeman. Come on, Mary.
All right, all right.
Wait a minute, buddy. I'll go with you.
It's the most embarrassing thing I ever heard of. I'll tell Mr. Freeman about it.
Calm is the night, the wind is asleep, a drowsy old moon motes above. Suddenly comes a jolt, crash goes a thunderbolt, isn't that just like love? Straight is your path, and firm is your step, and then at the drop of a glove, where is south, which is north, bang, it's July the 4th. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear is your mind and strong is your will. A mountain is tempered to show. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear is your mind and strong is your will. A mountain is simpler to show. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like
premiere. All right, I'll tell him.
Well, Miss Brecker, how long will I have to wait?
Just a few minutes. Sit down, kid.
Thanks. You know, Mary, I won't have any trouble getting in to see Mr. Freeman. He's a Southern gentleman.
Why don't you stick some mint in your ear and go in as a julep?
Oh, don't be funny.
Say, buddy, you want a little snort while we're waiting?
Oinus, put that bottle away. Here, give it to me. I'll throw it out the window.
Don't do that. You'll blow the joint up.
Oh, my goodness. What is that stuff, anyway?
Hello, Miss Brecker. Here's that film Mr. Freeman wanted.
Thank you.
Oh, Mary, there's the cameraman that photographs me in most of my pictures. Hello, Teddy. What's the matter with that guy? He always does that when he sees me. Say, Miss Brecker, I don't want to seem impatient, but I really got to get out of here. Would you please check with Mr. Freeman again?
Very well. Oh, Mr. Freeman, that northerner is still here.
Northerner? Waukegan is just over the line. What's the matter with her?
Yes, Mr. Freeman, I'll tell him.
Well?
Mr. Freeman said he'd be with you in a few minutes.
A few minutes. Don't you start pulling that stuff.
Well, don't you get tough with me. I'm big enough to throw you right out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I wish you'd turn around. I'd like to run a home movie on your back. Well, that's all I can do now is sit here and wait.
Hey, Ines,
What?
what do you have to see Mr. Freeman about?
It's that love story I wrote. I want to try and sell it.
Oh.
Did you like it, Toots?
Yeah, it was swell. Jack, what are you doing with that electric razor?
I'm shaving. What do you think I'm doing?
Mr. Benny, there'll be no shaving in this building.
Oh, no? Well, my whiskers grew in this building, and I'm going to whack them off here. Now, let me alone.
Put that razor away or I'll throw you out.
Oh, all right. You think I was using up $1,000 worth of electricity?
Oh, hello, Colonel Beaumont.
Hello, honey child. I wonder if I could see Mr. Freeman.
You sure can. Go right in, Colonel.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's the way.
Say, honey, child, I'm Papa asked to see Miss Freeman myself.
Shut up!
Well, the colonel got in that way. I wish there was something Southern about me. I got to see Freeman.
Why don't you show your Confederate money?
I gave it all to Dennis the first year he worked for me. Now, look, Miss Brecker, I'm going to wait just 5 more...
Hello, Miss Brecker.
Go right in, Mr. Wells.
Mr. Wells, he sells Christmas cards.
Well, it's almost Christmas, isn't it?
You're darn right it is, and I don't want to hang up my stocking here. Now, this has gone just far enough.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I don't mind waiting in Mr. Sandwich's office for 3 hours, and I don't mind getting the runaround from Mr. LeBaron. But when a salesman can walk in here and see the head of the studio without any appointment...
Can I speak to you a minute, boss?
I'll see you later, Rochester. While I've been sitting here...
You know those 3 tickets I got?
While I've been sitting here...
Well, one more ain't gonna kill us, is it?
What?
See you later, boss.
Now, listen here, Miss Brecker. I'm a pretty big star, whether you know it or not. And I won't stand being kicked around. I had to eat my lunch here. I even had a shave here.
Your bath is ready, Jack.
Now, cut that out. Miss Brecker, I'll give you just 2 seconds to press that buzzer and call Mr. Freeman.
Here comes the bill again.
Who cares? Now, that's final, Miss Brecker. Do I get in there or not? Oh, my goodness, what's that for?
They play Dixie every time they pass Mr. Freeman's window.
Oh, nuts, I'm going home. Come on, Mary.
Okay.
I'll go with you, buddy.
Come on, Oinus, I'm going over to see Barney Dean.
Barney Dean, who's he?
Only the janitor, but he'll speak to me. Come on.
Around the football stadiums these crisp autumn afternoons...
Hey, Mary, you know what?
What?
I should have asked Mary Martin to take my side about the premiere being held in Waukegan.
Well, what good would that do?
What good would it do? Can't you see there'd be 2 of us for Waukegan, and Alan wouldn't stand a chance. Gee, I wonder where I can find her.
Well, she's on the Maxwell House program Thursday night. Why don't you go over there and speak to her?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that.
I'll go with you, buddy.
Thanks, Hoyness. Good night, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, today more than ever, America needs the Red Cross.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Here's My Heart. We hear a lot these days about IQ, you know, your intelligence quotient. It's a test the psychologists have developed for measuring your mental powers. Well, I'm going to stick my neck out and start a new one. I'll call it your HIQ. Let's say housekeeping IQ. And my first question is, in how many ways do you use Johnson's Wax to reduce housework, especially to make spring house cleaning a much easier job? Do you Johnson's Wax your floors regularly? Then, they not only gleam with rich beauty that makes your entire home more attractive, but they save you work all year. And they're not an extra chore at spring cleaning time. But floors are only part of the Johnson's Wax labor-saving story. You should wax your furniture and woodwork, your windowsills and radiator covers, your pantry shelves and refrigerator, your picture frames and lampshades, your leather articles and luggage. When all these things are regularly wax beautified and wax protected, then you really haven't a spring cleaning problem at all. And old Professor Wilcox will give you a very high HIQ rating. You can thank me by buying some genuine Johnson's Wax from your dealer this week. Ladies and gentlemen, there comes a time in a husband's life when he screws up his courage to tell his wife that in spite of all domestic joys, tonight's his night out with the boys. And that is just about what's going to happen this evening at the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, for goodness sakes, McGee, you're as restless as a bird dog tonight. What's the matter with you?
Well, shucks, I thought I don't know.
Well, sit down and read the paper or something.
I did read the paper. Nothing in it but news.
You want to play a game of rummy?
No, I guess not. That's kind of tame. Tonight I'm in the mood for I feel kind of... No, I don't want to play cards.
McGee, you're bored.
Well...
And I must say it isn't very flattering to a wife when she knows her husband is bored.
Well, shucks, Molly,
What you ought to do is get out of this house for a while.
Huh? You mean that? Say, I think you got something there. That's exactly what I've been thinking. So if you don't mind,
I don't mind a bit.
Okay.
Get your hat and we'll go to a movie.
A movie? What's that, the movie?
Adam had 4 sons and Bob Hope.
I've seen all 5 of them.
Well, I'm sure I don't know what to do with you. For goodness sake, stop fidgeting around here.
Well, I guess I'll go work on... Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good evening, Mrs. McGee. Hello, little chum.
Hi, Throcky.
I'm sure glad you came in, Mr. Gildersleeve. McGee's been restless all evening.
How's your wife, Gildy?
My wife's out of town, and you know it, because that's why we framed her.
She is, eh? Out of town, huh?
Where'd she go, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, she went down to her sister's. Her sister's having a baby.
Oh. Did you get a telegram or something?
Oh, no. But every year about this time... by the way, McGee, what are you doing tonight?
Who, me? Why, I don't know, Gildy. I hadn't given it a thought. Thought maybe I'd work a while on my ship model.
Yes. He's making a ship model in a glass bottle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Say, didn't you have some trouble with the keel, dearie?
Yeah, I got to get the hull out of there. And why did you ask, Gildersleeve?
Well, I just thought, well, I'm at sort of loose ends tonight, and I thought maybe I'd drop down to the Elks for a while. How about going with me?
Oh, he can't. They don't allow women down there.
I ain't a woman.
I am.
But look, Mrs. McGee, don't you think it'd do McGee good to get out and mix with the boys for a while?
Oh, will there be a lot of the boys there?
I'll say there will. We've arranged...
Oh, there won't be many there on a Tuesday night, Gildersleeve. Tuesday's kind of dull at the Elks.
Oh, yes. yes, I guess it is, come to think of it. But we could have a rousing game of checkers, McGee. Just you and I.
Heavenly days, you don't have to go clear down to the Elks to play checkers. We have a checkerboard right here.
Why, Molly, I didn't know that. Where is it?
Why, it's right out. No, you wait right here. I think I can find it in just a couple of minutes.
Think fast, Gildersleeve. How do I get out of here?
I don't know, chum, but you got to do it. By George, we've had this little poker game lined up for 3 weeks, and you know it. Everybody's going to be there. High stakes and a lot of laughs. Oh, Mrs. McGee, find the checkers.
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I did even better. Here's the Parcheesi board.
Parcheesi?
I'm afraid I don't know how to play Parcheesi.
Oh, say, McGee can teach you in 2 minutes.
No, I can't. He's too dumb.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Why, you little... Yeah, I guess I am at that. Look, Mrs. McGee, I think it would do McGee a lot of good to go down to the Elks tonight. It's, it's sort of special.
How special?
Well, it's sort of a patriotic affair, yeah. In fact, they've arranged a sort of a patriotic game.
Oh, really?
Yes, we call it 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue. You see, every player gets a certain number of little counters which are colored red, white, and blue.
Yeah,
and the object of the game is to see who can get the most of them.
I've played it before, Molly. It's a very fascinating pastime.
Yeah.
Well, that's entirely different. Now you boys run right along and play your game.
Oh, thanks, Molly. Hot diggity.
Come on, McGee. We don't want to be late for that red, white, and blue game, you know.
I'll say we don't. Well, so long, Molly. And don't worry if I come home kind of late.
I won't, dearie. You stay out as long as you want to.
Yeah, if he's later than that, he'll call you up.
Goodbye, Molly.
Goodbye, dearie. Give me a kiss.
Okay. Goodbye. Come on, Floppy.
Okay.
Poor McGee. Well, now, let's see. I'd better get busy on that chili con carne, so. 79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Oh, hello, Mrs. Uppington. What? Oh, we'd love to play bridge, but McGee isn't here. He went down to the Elks with Mr. Gildersleeve. What? Yes, they have a big poker game going on, but they don't think I know it. Yes, 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue. Goodbye, Abigail.
is this going to be a night? I'm going to paint the town red with purple polka dots.
You know, we ought to do this oftener, McGee. My goodness, are we men or are we mice?
You'll think I'm a rat before I get through playing poker with you, Gildersleeve. I'm going to send you home in a barrel.
Is that so?
I'll say so. I'm a woolly wolf from wild Wyoming, and this is my night to howl. Wahoo! It's roundup time. Hey, wait a minute. This is where the old-timer lives. Let's pick him up and take him along to the Elks with us. Come on. He promised he'd be there.
Okay, good idea, McGee.
You should hope the old boy can get out.
You bet. I'll play a fine game of poker.
Well, hello there, boys. What you want?
Come on down to the Elks, old-timer, and let us brand our initials on you with a little red-hot poker.
Can't do it, fellas. Mama doesn't want me to go out.
Oh, now, come on, assert yourself.
You can't back out on this poker game now, old-timer. It would be unethical, unfair.
And unprofitable to McGee and me.
That's pretty good, Throckmorton. But that ain't the way I heard it.
No.
The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, I see where the government is going to raise the income tax something terrific. Is that so, says t'other feller.
Well, what's the joke?
It's no joke, Johnny. You'll find out.
Never mind that, old-timer. You coming with us or aren't you?
Well, I don't think Mama wants me.
Oh, go tell her you're coming. Be independent.
You mean speak right up?
That's it.
Don't take any back talk, eh?
Certainly not. Don't be a mama's boy all your life.
Just get up on my hind legs and tell her what's what, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute here, kids.
Okay.
Hey, Mama, you know what I'm going to do?
We're probably doing him a big favor, McGee.
Why, sure we are.
Sure.
He's old enough to go out by himself at night.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry, boys. Mama persuaded me to stay home tonight.
Well, how about it, Wilcox? You're going to back out on the biggest poker game we ever had?
Yeah, come on, Wilcox. You promised, you know.
I'm sorry, fellas, I can't do it. There's a new floor show at the Biltmore, and I've got to go.
A fine thing. Here you got a chance to go out with a swell bunch of guys, and you pass it up for a gander at a bunch of chorus girls. Grow up, Wilcox. Don't be a playboy all your life.
Now, what'll a nightclub do for you that a good poker game can't do?
Yeah.
The stakes won't be any tougher.
I'm sorry. Some other time. Besides, I'm putting on this floor show myself.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. You got your foot in the door, Wilcox. You might as well wiggle your toes.
Well, I can always play poker, but I can't pass up a chance to show somebody how Johnson's self-polishing glow coat will protect and preserve and beautify their linoleum floors, can I?
Well, I don't...
No, I can't. Why, when they see how glow coat will cut down their wear and tear and save them hours of mopping and scrubbing by simply pouring on a few drops of Johnson's glow coat and letting it shine as it dries with no rubbing or buffing, it'll mean a lot more to me than sitting around with a bunch of you mugs in your shirt sleeves squinting at each other over your busted flushes. But here, take this.
What is this?
$10. I always lose anyway, and I don't want you guys to be out any dough because I didn't show up.
Oh, but look, Nick, this is the night of the big poker. You promised you'd be there, remember?
Yes, you're not going to welch on us, are you?
I'm not a Welsh. I'm a Greek.
Yep.
And I'm not going to go to the club tonight. That's all I have to say, and if I don't like it, I know what I can do.
But look, Dipopoulos, my wife's out of town and McGee's got the night off, and you know you like to play poker.
Certainly I like to play poker. But tonight, I'm afraid you'll have to strangle along with that Dipopoulos, because certain circumstances have come up which make it impossible.
Is it your wife?
Yes.
Won't she let you go?
Sure she let me go.
Well, if she'll let you go, why don't you go? What is this, anyway?
Well, I'm saying to my wife, look, Mrs. Dipopoulos, I'm saying, putting my best foot in my mouth. Look, Mrs. Dipopoulos, I'm going out to play poker tonight, I'm saying. And she is saying, okay, sweet Spitooty, go ahead.
Oh, I don't get it. You got her permission, so come on, let's go.
No, sir, I won't do it.
Huh?
If my wife is saying I can't do it, then I would be with you in 2 jerks of a fairy tale. You grab me? But when she's saying, okay, go ahead, no, sir, she can't throw the Dipopoulos out of his own house. I'm going to stay home tonight if it takes all evening.
Well, we seem to be the only guys in town with any spirit of independence, don't we, Gildersleeve?
Yes, but by George, that isn't going to spoil it for me. No, sir. I'm on the loose, and I've thrown away the wrench.
By the way, before we get to the Elks Club, Gildersleeve, there's one thing I want to say.
Yeah? What's that, little chump?
From the time we sat down to play poker, we ain't friends anymore. From there on in, it's dog eat dog, see? I'm going to raise you so high you can look down the chimney of a full house.
Is that so? Why, you little palooka, I'll beat your alleged brains out with deuces back to back.
Yeah. Gildersleeve, I hope you got hair on your chest, because you're going home without a shirt.
Now, look here, McGee. If you think for 1 minute... That's ridiculous. You couldn't think for 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Well, you wait till we get...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis.
Hello there, little girl.
Ain't you out kind of late, sis?
So are you, I betcha.
Oh, that's different. We're grown up. Grown-ups don't need as much sleep as little girls.
Why?
Well, because they don't, that's all. Children are so constituted that a maximum of relaxation is necessary for their proper physical development.
Yeah, but
I says kids are so You try it, Gildersleeve.
Okay. Now, look, little girl.
All righty.
You know what metabolism is?
No, do you?
Of course I do. Metabolism is the rate at which body energy is built up and torn down.
Well, gee, what do you build it up for if you're just going to tear it down again? Why do you?
Well, because that's nature. That's why it's a physiological process. It's necessary to the Take it, McGee.
Now, look, sis. Why do you take a nap in the afternoon?
Because Mama has a bridge party.
No. That ain't the reason at all. You take an afternoon nap to restore the energy expended in your play. You got to give nature a chance to recharge your dynamo, as it were.
As it were what?
Just as it were.
How were it?
It were... you try again, Throcky.
Okay. Now, look here, little girl. You just consider your energy as fuel. Let's say you're an automobile and your energy is gasoline.
How much is ethyl?
Well, ethyl is 20. It doesn't matter.
It does, too, I betcha. If I'm going to be an automobile, I want to know how much is...
This is just a hypothetical case.
Gee, is it?
Certainly. Now then, let's say when you play outdoors for 3 hours, you burn up 10 gallons of energy, or gasoline. You have to replace that before you can keep on running. You see?
I could get somebody to pull me, I bet.
Oh! Okay, McGee.
What we're trying to get at, sis, is this.
Is what?
Is this.
What?
Well, let me tell you, Dad Rabbit.
All righty.
Now, suppose you never got enough rest or sleep. You know what would happen? You'd get worn out. You'd get pale and anemic. The amount of body sugar that gives you energy...
What does?
Sugar.
I'm hungry.
Go on home, sis. Come on, Throcky.
Okay.
The King's Men sing the Hut Sut song.
In a town in Sweden, by a stream so clear and cool, there sat a boy just a fishing and a dreaming when he should have been in school. Now he couldn't read or write a single Swedish word, but happiness he found in a little Swedish song he heard. Here's the way he made it sound. Hut Sut Rawlson on the river rock, and a little brawler to it. Hut Sut Rawlson on the river rock, and a little brawler suet. Now the Rawlson is a Swedish town, the Rillera is a stream, the Brawler is a boy and girl, the Hut Sut is their dream. Hut Sut Rawlson on the Rillera, and a little brawler to it. Hut Sut Rawlson on the Rillera, and a little brawler suet. Now the girl played hooky from school that day and came down to the stream. She sat down beside the little Swedish boy and they began to dream. Hut Sut Rawlson on the river and a brawler suet. Hut Sut Rawlson on the river and a brawler suet. Hut Sut Rawlson on the river and a brawler suet. Hut Sut Rawlson on the river and a brawler suet. Now the brawler is a boy and girl, Hut Sut is their dream. The suet is their teacher who caught them by the stream. Hut Sut Rawlson on the river and a brawler suet. Hut Sut Rawlson on the river and a brawler suet. Now the boy and girl are back in school, shattered is their dream. The teacher planted poison oak all along the stream. It's a funny kind of a song to belong to a boy and girl in love with a beautiful dream. But they love to sing, swing, all the livelong day. Shoot to sin, shoot to sugar, shoomin' on the Rillera.
again, McGee, and I hope all the card tables aren't taken.
Well, if you'd organized this poker game with a little more brains, you'd have reserved a table, Gildersleeve.
Now, look here, McGee. You said 3 weeks ago that you were going to organize this poker game.
That's why I thought you'd do it. You're always such a Budinsky.
Well, this is one time I should have butted in. You feeble, frustrated little fumbler. You couldn't organize a bull weevil party at the Cotton Club.
The trouble with you, Gildersleeve, is your voice drowns out your brains. You'd be better off if you'd think louder and talk softer.
You're a hard man, McGee. And by George, when I think of all the trouble I went to...
Hey, Throcky.
What is it, chum?
Who's that guy across the street? Ain't he a member of the club?
No, I never saw him before.
Okay, I just thought he might be a good victim for us. What was we saying?
Search me, Oh, yes. By George, when I think of all the trouble I went to make plans for a poker game tonight, I could use your head for a handball.
Go on, you can't even use your own head for a head. And if you make one more pass at me, Gildersleeve, I'll pop you so hard...
Why, you gabby little grub, you couldn't pop a stick of bubble gum. And furthermore, I've heard enough of your twaddle. I wouldn't play poker with you tonight if you were the last man on earth.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You probably will be because you'll bore everybody else to death.
That's okay with me, you big bag of balloon juice. There's plenty of other guys in the club to play with. I don't need you. I can have a better time without you anyway.
And that goes for me, too, in spades, doubled and redoubled. I'm going to the telegraph office and send a night letter to my wife.
That's swell. Give her my love. That'll give her the illusion there's a man in the family.
Oh! I'll kill that
guy. Good old Gildersleeve. He's got the makings of a great guy. Got the makings, but he can't roll them. Oh, well. Now to show a few of these guys how to play poker. Hi, everybody. Get out the tables and the cards. I'll be back in a flash with the putts. Hey, is anybody here? Well, that's funny. There ought to be a few guys around here. Well, this is a fine state of how do you do. Here I am, spring in my heart, full of sulfur and molasses, and what happens? Everybody walks out on me. Hey, Porter. Hey, Peabody.
Yes, sir?
Ain't there anybody around this joint but me?
Yes, sir. Only Mr. Wallace Wimple, sir. He's sitting in the library.
Oh, well, he's better than nobody, but not much. Oh, thanks, Peabody.
Rien de tout, sir.
Huh?
That's French, for think nothing of it.
Oh. Well, I'll go in and talk to Wimple. Maybe I can whoop him up to go to a show or something. Hi, Wimple, old man. Remember me? Shiver McGee?
Oh, yes, indeed. Good evening, Mr. McGee.
How about a little game of 500 rummy? Penny a point.
No, thank you. I never gamble.
Oh, you don't? Well, have a cigar?
Thank you, Mr. McGee. I don't smoke.
You don't? Well, if we had a piece of string, we could play cat's cradle. What say we have Peabody bring us in some root beer? You want to wet your whistle?
I can't whistle. I had braces on my teeth till I was 27.
Look, Wimple, if you don't want to play cards or billiards or smoke or be a he-man, why the Sam Hill did you ever join the Elks?
I like to sit in the window. It's the peachiest place in town to watch parades from.
Hey, Wimple, I'm desperate. I started out tonight to kick the gong around and somebody's hid the gong. I want to have some fun. I want to laugh and play.
I could take you home and show you my stamp collection. But my wife is mad at me.
Oh, she is, huh? What'd you do?
I talked back to her. That's why I'm here. I'm a wife-ugee.
That's tough, Wimpy.
She's awfully mean to me, Mr. McGee. Sometimes I think I can't stand it another year. You know how it is.
No, I'm afraid I don't, Wimple. I got the best little wife in the world myself. Sweet, sympathetic, and beautiful. I wonder what she's doing now.
I know what mine is doing.
What?
Rolling out some dough for pies in the kitchen.
Well, at least she's a good cook.
She's a terrible cook. But that way, when she comes to the door with a rolling pin, it doesn't seem so obvious.
Well, I guess I didn't realize how well off I am. I'm probably the happiest married guy in the world, Wimple. Why, when I think of the fun me and Molly have together, I don't know why I ever want to go out alone. In fact, I don't know why I'm out alone tonight, even. Why am I out alone? I'm going home. Good night, Wimple.
Good night.
Oh, hello, McGee. Did you forget something? It's only 9:15.
Yeah, I forgot how nice it was. Well, I just thought, oh, shucks. There wasn't much doing down at the clubs. Hey, what's that I smell? Makes my mouth water.
Well, I was just fixing up some chili con carne, McGee. You want some?
Oh, I don't want to chisel in on any snack you fixed up for yourself.
Oh, that's all right. I fixed enough for 2 people.
2 people? You expecting somebody?
Yes.
Who?
You.
Oh.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Before they return, let me remind you about the special bargain offer that many Johnson dealers are now making. How would you like to have a long-handled Glow Coat applier free? Right now and for a limited time, many dealers are offering one of these appliers free with 1 quart of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat at the regular price of 98 cents. The applier is washable and it may be used over and over. You'll find it very convenient, a companion work saver with Glow Coat. Of course, if you don't know what a labor-saver Glow Coat is, then you do have a treat coming. Glow Coat is America's champion easy-to-use floor polish. Without any rubbing or buffing from you, Glow Coat makes your linoleum and other floors sparkle with beauty, protects them against wear, makes cleaning easy. You simply apply Glow Coat, let it dry for 20 minutes, and presto, your floors are gleaming. See your dealer right away. Ask for this long-handled applier free with 1 quart of Johnson's Glow Coat at the regular price of 98 cents.
Give me another stack of chips, fellas.
Oh, McGee. McGee, wake up. You're dreaming.
Huh? Oh, thank goodness. I had an awful nightmare.
Sounded like it.
I don't feel good either. I'm sick.
Oh, are you sick?
Get me another blanket, will you?
Chili?
Must have been. I had 2 bowls of it. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, reminding you that if the community in which you live does not observe daylight saving time, Fibber, McGee, and Molly will come to you beginning next Tuesday night, 1 hour earlier. Good night.
Mom, can I have a quarter for the movies?
You've had your allowance, son. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you earn a quarter if you'll wax polish the car. I just bought a can of Car New, that new Johnson auto polish that cleans and wax polishes in 1 application.
It's a deal, Mom. With Car New, Jimmy Smith did their car in a little over an hour. And his pop was so pleased, he gave him an extra 2 bits. Hand me that Johnson's Car New. You'll be riding in a new car tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I Struck a Match on the Moon. Ladies,
what's the most popular room in your house? Most people say the living room with the easy chair pulled up alongside the radio. But personally, I want to put my vote down for the kitchen. I spend more time in people's kitchens and in my own than anywhere else. I suppose the icebox has something to do with it. But whatever it is, the kitchen is a cozy room and deserves to be a cheerful one. And you can make it cheerful, too, without spending much money. Gay curtains at the window, fresh oilcloth, and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on the floor. Glow Coat not only gives linoleum floors sparkling beauty and keeps the colors as bright as new, but it protects them against wear, makes them last longer. And it does all this in addition to saving you hours of work, because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. Just apply and let dry. Glow Coat does the rest. May I suggest that you add Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat to your next shopping list? Well, a man can fool some of the people all the time, and all the people some of the time, and his wife almost none of the time. So when our hero seems unusually gay and lighthearted, laughing at anything, his better half suspects the worst. In other words, when a guy doesn't grouse, his spouse smells a mouth. And that's the way it is tonight with Fibber McGee and Molly.
So when I seen Egghead Vanderveen there in front of Joe's Tavern, I walked up to him. Hi, Egghead, I said. What's cooking? And he says, I am. He says, they just give me the hot foot. After that just about tore me asunder because Egghead is the kind of...
McGee!
Huh?
What's the matter with you? You're as merry as a grig over nothing. What's on your mind?
On my mind? Why, nothing. But let me tell you about Egghead. So I said to Egghead...
I don't want to hear about Egghead. I want to know about you. You always act like this when you're covering up something. Look, did you mail that special delivery letter for me yesterday morning?
Special? Oh, that. Oh, don't give it a thought, Molly. But to get back to what I said to Egghead...
Did you mail that letter?
Why, Molly, am I the kind of a guy who, when you tell him to do something you want done, don't mail it?
Now, never mind that. I just asked you a simple question.
Did you ever ask me to do anything that I wasn't only too glad to cooperate into doing it? No, sir.
McGee, did you mail that letter?
No.
Well, the reason I wanted to know
Oh,
is...
but I'll do it right away. Wait till I get my coat. As soon as I can run across the street, I'll...
But, McGee, now let me tell you...
No, I'll do it. I should have done it yesterday. Sorry I forgot, but you can consider the errand rectified.
Wait a minute, McGee. That letter now is...
I just dashed across the street to the mailbox, Molly. I'll be right back.
McGee, wait a minute. I didn't... Oh, dear.
Sometimes I wonder why the government always puts the mailboxes on the corner where somebody else would. If I'd have had my way... Oh, hi, Gildersleeve.
Hello, McGee. Hey, don't cross that pavement. Can't you see they've got...
Go bounce a meatball, you big ape. I know what I'm doing. Hey, what is this? French car?
Get out of there, McGee. They've just resurfaced that pavement. You'll get stuck.
What do you mean, get stuck? I am stuck. Well, why didn't you warn me, you big dumbbell?
Don't I tried to, you little squirt. If you hadn't... there, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. McGee, come out of that mess this minute.
I can't pick up my feet. What is this, anyway, tar?
No, it's a new patent paving material they're trying out. You like it?
I love it. In fact, I'm stuck on it. Well, Dad, rather do something. Get me out of here.
Can't you pull your feet up, dearie?
Oh, wait. Let me try again. Up. Oh, no, it's no use. The harder I try, the deeper I get in.
You see, Mrs. McGee? Confidentially, he sinks.
That's right at Gildersleeve if you don't...
Now, let's all keep calm and think this thing out. McGee, can you slip out of your shoes?
Yeah, but I ain't gonna. I just had them half soled.
Come on, dearie, don't stand there arguing. You're attracting a crowd. Take your shoes off and start running.
Okay.
Okay, here I come.
Well, come on.
Can't. I'm stuck again.
Oh, dear. Take off your socks and start over.
Okay, I'll try anything. Now. Well, what do I do now? Take off my feet?
Dear. Who shall I call, dearie? The street commissioner, the fire department, the police, or the gallop pole?
What do you mean, the gallop pole?
Well, you're the man on the street, all right. What'll we do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I don't know what you're going to do, Mrs. McGee, but I'm going home and get my movie camera. By George, I've never seen anything so funny in my life.
Dad, rather you stay where you darn are, Gildersleeve. You big heel.
McGee, now, you mustn't call Mr. Gildersleeve a heel.
Well, maybe not. But I'll bet he could have a lot of fun sliding down a shoehorn. Hey, ain't anybody going to get me out of here?
Oh, now, don't get excited, McGee. We'll do everything we can.
Hello there, daughter. Hello, Gildersleeve. Hi, Johnny. What you doing?
What do you think I'm doing, you old dodo? Tap dancing?
Tap dancing, eh? You never told me he could tap dance, daughter. Let's see you doing off to Buffalo, Johnny.
Oh, for goodness sake, stop teasing him. He's in a terrible predicament.
Hey, what's this all about, kid? What's he doing out there in the street, daughter?
He's stuck in that fresh pavement, Mr. Oldtimer. You know any way we can get him out?
Sure.
How?
Look, get a couple of shovels, see? Then go down to the basement of your house, dig a tunnel till you get right under him, then dig up till you reach him and pull him down through.
Oh, my goodness.
That's silly.
It ain't only silly, it's callous and cruel. Everybody making wisecracks while I stand here and suffer. Don't you realize this paving material is getting harder every minute? Call somebody. Do something.
But what'll we do?
How should I know? If you can't think of anything else, throw me a red and green lantern. I'll spend the rest of my life here as a traffic signal.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. I heard it. One feller says to t'other feller, say, he says. But hey, this isn't any time for jokes, is it? Poor little Johnny out there is stuck in the tar.
No, it certainly isn't.
Of course not.
Though, on the other hand, it might cheer him up. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, he says, I see where Groucho Marx is going to be a professor of humor at Harvard. That's so, says t'other feller. Where's Harpo going? To Wellesley?
I guess you got something there, old timer. That Harpo is a great guy for blondes. Hey, what am I laughing at? Dad, get me out of here. Do something, somebody. Don't just stand there. Help!
that guy doing out there in the street? Advertising something?
Oh, they say he got stuck in that fresh pavement.
Well, if he saw they were going to pave the street, why didn't he get out of the way? Yeah, they ought to put a rail around him and use him as a statue of a leading citizen.
Hey, Molly. Molly!
Yes, dearie, here I am. And here's a little footstool for you to sit on. Catch it.
Much obliged. Is somebody coming to get me out of this? Who'd you call?
Well, first, Mr. Gildersleeve and I called the Commissioner of Streets. And he referred us to the Department of Health.
Department of Health?
Yeah, he said it wasn't healthy to stand there in the street night and day.
Well, what did the health department say?
Well, they referred us to the license commissioner because they said you were making an exhibition of yourself.
Yeah, and the license commissioner sent it to the Board of Education.
Dad, Braddock, what's the Board of Education got to do with it?
Well, they said they'd teach you to stay off freshly paved streets.
But I tell you, we finally got to the right people, dearie. This is a new type of paving, and they're sending the inventor of it out.
Oh, well, thank goodness, at last. Well,
Hey, push in the mud. Can I have your autograph?
why, certainly, Bud. Throw me your death certificate.
Oh, dear. Mr. Gildersleeve, if that man doesn't get here pretty soon, I don't know how... Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. Gildersleeve?
Good day, Abigail.
Well, what on earth is the cause of this boisterous crowd, my dear?
It's McGee, Abigail. He's stuck out there in the middle of the street. You see him?
Well, really? How do... What did I mean, did he step on some chewing gum?
He just started to trot across a freshly paved street, the silly asphalt runner.
Now, look here, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, but Mrs. McGee, we simply can't have your husband making a spectacle of himself. He's lowering the tune of the whole neighborhood.
Ah, don't give me that Vaseline, dearie. Next thing you'll get so exclusive you'll want our fire department to have an unlisted phone number.
Well, really, Mr. McGee,
Now, wait a minute, girl. Hey, McGee. Here's Mrs. Uppington. He wants you to get out of there. Yeah, he says you're lowering real estate values.
Oh, I am, eh? Abigail, you mean to stand there wobbling on your wedgies and accuse me of doing this on purpose?
I really wouldn't know, Miss McGee, but if you're posing as a personal investigator of paving material, I have a suggestion to make.
Yeah, what's that?
Did you ever hear of a certain place which is said to be paved with good intentions?
You mean?
Yes, and when you get through here, go there. Good day.
Hey, Molly, where's the guy who invented this stuff? When's he ever coming?
Just as soon as they can get a hold of him, dearie.
Just wait till I get hold of him.
Hey, what is all this? Hey, come here a minute, Fibber.
Nah, you come here, Wilcox.
All right, I'll come right...
No, Mr. Wilcox. You'll get stuck, too.
Yeah, McGee is held tight in that new paving material, Harlow. Don't you set foot on it.
Ah, why didn't you let him come? He's always claimed he was the guy that would stick by his friends.
Say, you're in a tough spot, pal. Can't you pull yourself loose?
Who, me? Why, sure, Wilcox. I'm just standing here till the steamroller comes by. Then I'll lay down and get my pants pressed.
Well, I can really sympathize with you, Fibber. Standing in that tar, you're typical of the stories I hear every day.
What do you mean, typical?
You're tired, aren't you?
Sure I'm tired.
Well, so is every housewife in the world. Tired of the everlasting scrubbing and cleaning and dusting. Tired of the dust and dirt and dampness. Tired of trying to keep house with old-fashioned, inefficient methods. That's why they all love Johnson's wax. Because it cuts housework to a minimum and keeps floors and furniture shining and beautiful and protects them against wear and dirt. Get some today. Johnson's wax for that hard feeling.
Wilcox!
What?
You're fired.
I am not. You didn't hire me and you can't fire me. And I can prove it.
Ah, Mr. Wilcox.
I'm going to send the sponsor a war.
He'd spend more time listening to Fibber McGee and Molly and less to Lum and Abner. Hey, when am I ever going to get out of here?
No, take it easy, little chum. Take it easy. We'll just have to wait till the paving expert gets here.
Don't you little chum me, you big chump. All you've done since I've been stuck here standing around and crack wise.
Is that so? Why, you ungrateful little grunion?
You lippy little lizard. You wait till you get out of there, and I'll teach you a few manners.
Go on, you couldn't teach a worm to squirm. You big oaf.
Oop.
By the time I get loose from here, I'll be in just the mood to kick you right in the teeth. And I don't care if they ain't paid for you.
Now. For goodness sake, boy, stop it.
Well, I just dare him to come out here, that's all. I'll show him.
You can't fight here. And McGee,
Huh?
you owe Mr. Gildersleeve an apology. He's done everything he could to get the city officials to come out here and get you loose.
Yeah, and it's like most of his arrangements. Nothing happened.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Why, you abbreviated anthropological aberration?
Who's an abbreviated anthropological abbreviation?
You are.
He is not.
I am too.
You are not.
Well, make up your mind. Now, stop this bickering, the both of you. Come on, Mr. Gildersleeve. Let's go call up the street commissioner again.
Well, all right. Now, don't worry, little chum. Hold tight. We'll be right back.
Okay, Rocky, and hurry back, Molly.
All right, dearie.
Come on, Joe. Let's beat it.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do nothing. No, he just stands there like a dope. Come on, Charlie. Hey, don't everybody leave. Somebody's staying and talk to me. Hey.
That's rat of luck. Why does everything have to happen to me? If I'd only mailed that letter of Molly's when I ought to have, this wouldn't have...
Hi, mister.
Oh, I'm sorry, sis. I ain't got time to talk to you now. I'm in a hurry.
Where are you going?
I'm going down to the... Say, what do you want, sis?
What you doing out there in the street, mister? What you doing? Who's watching?
I'm a scare sparrow. I says I'm a scare sparrow. That's the same as a scarecrow, only I don't scare crows. I scare sparrows.
Why?
Well, they make too much noise. They disturb the furnace stand.
What's a furnace stand?
Well, that's the kind of a thing that gets disturbed, the sparrow.
Oh. I bet you can't scare the Whittecombs, I bet you.
What's a Whitticum?
It's a little girl who doesn't believe that furnace stand stuff.
Well, I'm glad you come along, sis. You cheer me up.
No, you cheer me up.
You cheer me up first.
All righty. Shall I tell you a story,
Sure. Tell me a story.
How about Cinderella?
Well, it ain't risque, is it?
What?
Never mind. Tell me about Cinderella. And take your time, sis. I ain't going anywhere for a while.
All righty. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Cinderella, and she had a nasty old stepmother, and she went to a ball and lost her slipper, and the prince found it, and he married her, and they lived happily ever after. You want to hear another one?
No, thanks. I was going to ask for the one about Peter Rabbit, but the way you boil them down, it'll turn out to be Hopkins.
I can recite poems, too, I bet you.
You can? I says you can.
Can what?
Cherries, and be sure you get all the pits out of it.
You're silly, mister.
I guess I am at that, sis. I'll go ahead and recite something.
All righty. This is going to be a dandy one, I bet you. The boy stood on a burning desk, mending a pair of socks. It roused his ire when the thread caught fire. Hot darn.
If you don't mind, sis, I think that ought to conclude your benefits performance. You want to earn a nickel by running an errand for me?
No.
You don't?
No, I want to earn a dime.
You're taking advantage of my desperation, sis. I'm going to report you to the labor board. Okay, it's a dime. Now, look.
All righty.
Run down to Kramer's drugstore and have them throw me an evening paper. Then run over to my house and tell Mrs. McGee I want a little table and a deck of cards so I can play solitaire. Oh, yes, and a portable radio.
All righty. Shall I tell her anything else?
Yes.
What?
I'm hungry.
Oh, sure.
The King's Men sing The Little Brown Jug.
My wife and I live all alone in a little log hut we call our own. We're so happy, warm and snug as long as we have our little brown jug. Ha ha ha, you and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? Ha ha ha, you and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? When I am a toilet You and me, little brown duck, don't I love thee? Little brown duck goes to my head and makes my nose a rosy red. In the dark it shines so bright and never gets lost from the blackest night. You and me, little brown duck, don't I love thee? Just sweet to me and you, having a great big spree. Little brown duck, little brown duck, little brown duck, little brown duck. My wife and me are happy as a bug. We get along fine with a little brown duck. I beat her, she beats me. We love each other tenderly. Oh, you and me, little brown duck, don't I love thee? In the winter time you warm my soul. Every time I tip you up, down it goes. You and me, little brown duck, don't I love thee? You and me, little brown duck, don't I love thee? Can't you see? I love the little brown duck for me.
Have you had enough to eat now, McGee?
Not quite. Toss me one more cookie. Thanks.
How about coffee, McGee? You want some more?
No, thanks, Gildersleeve. You can pull in the hose now.
Okay.
Hey, when is this guy going to come to get me out of here?
You mean the man who invented this paving material? He's due any minute now, dearie. Just be patient. Are you terribly tired?
I ain't as tired as I am disgusted. I'm disgusted and humiliated. My feet are getting numb. This stuff is hitting hard. Hey, did you call the city hall again?
Yes, I did, dearie.
Who'd you get?
Mert.
What'd she have to say?
She said her cousin overturned his canoe yesterday.
Yeah? Did he get drowned?
No, he just got tired of paddling and overturned it to his brother.
Overturned it to his brother. If that ain't the farthest fetched gag I ever heard. And me standing here helpless.
By George, here he comes, McGee. It won't be long now.
What? Who?
It's the inventor of this paving material, McGee. He'll know how to get you loose, dearie. Make way there, please, folks. Let the man through. McGee, here's the expert.
Oh, hi, Bud. I'm glad to see you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, my goodness, it's Wallace Wimple.
Are you really the inventor of this pavement, Mr. Wimple?
Yes, I am. And I'm dreadfully sorry that your husband got stuck, Mrs. McGee. Just makes me miserable to think of it.
What do you mean it makes you miserable? What do you think of me?
I'd rather not say in front of all these people.
Well, how do we get him out of there, Mr. Wimple?
Well, Mrs. McGee, as I see it, the whole thing depends on a chemical analysis of the material. Maybe we can dissolve some of it around his feet.
Well, that's the first sensible remark that's been made today. What is the chemical formula, Wimple?
Oh, that's a secret, Mr. McGee.
What do you mean it's a secret?
That's what I mean. It's a secret.
Well, you know what the secret is, don't you?
No, but my wife does.
Your wife? What's she got to do with your invention?
Well, she's really the inventor. I'm only the one who saw the possibilities in it for paving material.
Well, what was it in the first place?
Her recipe for chocolate pudding. The minute I tasted it, I said to her, I said, Cornelia, I said, this would make wonderful paving material.
And what did she say?
I don't know. Everything went black. But here's what we better do, Mr. McGee.
I don't care what we better do, but let's do it.
All righty. I'll go home and analyze this material and see how we can dissolve it around your feet.
Will your wife give you the formula?
If she won't, Mrs. McGee, you'll have to use air hammers improperly.
Hey, go easy, fellas. You're getting awful close to my feet.
Be patient now. You're nearly free, dearie.
Yeah, buddy. Sorry you got to go home with a hunk of pavement on each foot, but that's the best we could do.
I imagine you can soak that off with turpentine, McGee.
Come on, dearie. Come on. I'll take one arm and Mr. Gildersleeve the other one.
Okay, much obliged, fellas. All right, one side there, everybody.
Stand back now. Can you walk, little chum?
I think so. Let me try.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can manage. Boy, is this a relief. I thought I'd never get out of there. You know what the first thing is I'm going to do is, Molly, after I get these hunk of pavement off of my feet is?
What, dearie?
I'm going to run right out and mail that letter for you.
Give me the letter, dearie.
No, sir. I started out to mail it, and by the Seven Sisters of Maud Kelly, I'm going to mail it.
It's no use, dearie. That letter's no good now.
What do you mean? Who is it to?
The street commissioner.
My goodness, Mrs. McGee, what did you want him to do?
Pave the street in front of our house.
Oh, sir.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Here's a question several people have asked me lately. Is Johnson's Glow Coat good for other kinds of floors besides linoleum? Yes, it most certainly is. It's good for painted or varnished wood floors and for floors covered with rubber or asphalt tile. Glow Coat gives all these floors a real coat of protection, enhances their beauty, makes cleaning easy. And it's just as easy to apply Glow Coat to these floors as it is to linoleum. When the floor is clean, apply Glow Coat with a cloth or long-handled Glow Coat applier and let it dry for 20 minutes. Glow Coat polishes itself without any rubbing or buffing. That's why it's called self-polishing. Most women find Glow Coat especially helpful in protecting their kitchen linoleum floors because these floors get more than average wear. Linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend this easy, no-rubbing method for keeping linoleum clean, making it last longer. Try Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your floor.
At the ball of Dad Dratted. If that wasn't the darn.
Who are you talking about, McGee? Egghead Vanderveen?
No, Egghead McGee. I'm disgusted. Making a receptacle of myself. Everybody jeering and pointing at me. And me squawking and hollering there like...
Oh, now stop fussing about it. Wasn't that bad? And anyway, I'll give you credit for one thing.
What's that?
It's the first time you ever put your foot in it and then opened your mouth.
Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Mr. Jones, do you have that new kind of enamel that contains wax?
Yes, indeed, I have. And lots of my customers are buying it. Here it is, Johnson's Wax Enamel. And a wonderful enamel it is. See those 19 stunning colors, all selected by prominent decorators. Wax enamel gives a smoother finish and a more beautiful luster than any enamel I've ever handled. Not a harsh glare at all. And the wax in wax enamel gives it added protection against wear and makes it easier to clean. Here's a free color chart for you. Just try wax enamel on old furniture or on your bathroom or kitchen walls.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Hello, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie!
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million songs and trying to can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie! Keep voting all day long.
Presenting our presidential candidate who just flew back from Washington, where she was the honored guest at the Women's National Press Club's annual dinner, Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you very much.
And now presenting her partner, who just got back from the opening of a meat market, George Burns.
Thank you, my friend, and you are my friend.
Oh, he is not. It's your brother Willie.
Oh, I noticed that suit looked familiar.
Say, Gracie, we're all dying to know what happened in Washington.
Well, it's a long story, so I'll tell it.
Good.
Now, I met Mrs. Dewey, Mrs. Vandenberg, Mrs. Burton Wheeler, Mrs. Bennett Champ Clark, and I met, what's her name now? Oh, I know it so well.
Does she live in Washington?
Yeah, in a big White House.
Mrs. Roosevelt?
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah.
Oh, George, you should have been at that dinner.
What would I be doing there?
Well, all the wives of the other candidates were there.
Well, I didn't have what to wear.
You mean you had to stay home and watch the children?
Quiet. Gracie, you spoke at this banquet in Washington. What happened?
Yeah, tell us the details, Gracie.
Well, I got on the plane at Burbank.
Yes.
Oh, and what a plane. The cutest pilot you ever saw in your life.
Gracie, the banquet.
Oh, I'm coming to that.
Oh.
He had blue eyes and brown shoes.
Nice combination.
Yeah, wasn't he?
Yes.
Say, Gracie, it was pretty cloudy that day. How was the visibility?
Oh, pretty fair. I was sitting on his lap, but he could see over my shoulder.
Gracie, the banquet.
I'm coming to that.
Say, George, if Gracie is elected, what are you going to do?
You think you're kidding, huh? I'm beginning to worry, too.
Well, don't worry. You can always write a column, and I can correct the spelling.
Well, thanks, kid.
Oh, and George, what a thrill I got. There we were flying 10,000 feet over the Grand Canyon, and the pilot let go of the controls and put both arms around me.
Did he start falling?
Oh, you said it, and I fell for him, too.
Gracie, did you ever get to Washington?
Well, where do you think I made that speech?
Speech?
Yes.
What speech?
At the banquet.
Well, what did you say?
Oh, coming to that.
Well, come to it.
And we flew over Texas. Freddie the pilot, you know, he's the pilot.
Yes, so I know.
Well, he had a little trouble. He stuck his left hand out to make a left-hand turn and got it caught in the propeller.
Did he ever stick his right hand out?
Yeah, and Mr. Garner shook it for 20 minutes.
Well, that's fine.
I said, George, why is it that I always get dizzy when I'm up in a plane?
Well, Ray, it's the altitude that affects you.
Well, then why is it I'm dizzy when I'm not in a plane?
Maybe you were born that way.
Maybe you're right, old man. I know I was born.
Well, that's something.
Of course, I remember the stork made 7 trips with me.
7 trips?
Yes, my parents kept rejecting me.
Well, they shouldn't have given up so easily, and cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Cheerio.
Oh, George, isn't that Ray silly? You talk about one thing and he talks about something else.
But you're all right, huh?
Yes.
How about the speech?
Well, I didn't make that until I got to Washington.
Well, please get to Washington.
Coming to that. So the plane was going about 150 miles an hour, and we were flying upside down, and I said to Freddie...
Wait a minute. You were flying upside down?
Well, it was raining, and I didn't want to get my hat wet.
Well, that's fine. A $10 hat and a $90,000 plane.
So I said to Freddie, that's the pilot.
I know that's the pilot.
I said to him, I said, stop at the World's Fair for a second, and we landed in front of the Hall of Mirrors.
You stopped in front of the Hall of Mirrors?
Yes, my nose was shining.
Oh, nuts.
So then we took off again and finally landed in Washington.
And you said goodbye to Freddie?
Yeah, but by that time we were engaged.
Well, did he give you a ring?
No, he couldn't afford a ring, so he gave me the plane.
Well, wear it in good health.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And when I got off the plane, there were a lot of photographers there.
What happened?
Well, I took their pictures.
What about the newspaper men?
I interviewed them, too.
Did they ask you anything?
Did they? They kept firing questions a mile a minute.
Well, what do they want to know?
Whether Myrna Law has really got red hair.
And did you tell them that Hetty Lamar has a 20-foot fence around her house?
Yeah, and they couldn't get over it.
Lots of things I can't get over, too.
Say, George, when Gracie goes to Washington and you're off the radio, don't worry.
Who's worrying?
Well, stop biting your nails and I'll tell you.
They're not my nails.
No.
No.
And they're not even his teeth.
No, quiet. I had to open my mouth.
I say, George, when Grace is elected, you'll be the first gentleman of the land.
Well, you don't know what that means to me.
And, George, as Postmaster General, I'll be glad to give you a job.
Thanks.
Why, you're practically one of the family. I'll make you a letter carrier.
A letter carrier?
Yes, brother, when she's president, you'll be left holding the bag.
Oh, yeah, I can always get a job. I could try and... Hey, Frank, what does a letter carrier pay?
Oh, $1,800 a year and all the stamps you can eat.
Oh, goody, a thing like that, Frank, will stick to a man's ribs.
Say, Gracie, you went to Washington and met Mrs. Roosevelt and other important people. We're all dying to hear about it.
Well, I'm coming to that. So after we left the airport, I got into an official car and rode down Pennsylvania Avenue. And I was greeted by a man in a beautiful white uniform.
So?
So I bought a good humor from him, and
You bought a good humor?
Oh, yes, and I kept bowing and smiling to all the people, and the Republicans kept throwing confetti out of the window.
Well, that's nice.
And the Democrats kept throwing it back.
Well. They wanted to keep the streets clean.
Yes.
George, a street cleaner job pays $1,300 a year.
Will you go away? Will you go?
You know, Gracie, I wish I were with you in Washington last week.
Oh, so do I.
Must have been thrilling. I'd have given anything to be there.
Really?
Oh, rather. I love good humor.
Gracie, did you ever arrive in Washington?
Oh, I certainly did. I finally got to the Willard Hotel where the banquet was being held. And who do you think I met at the door?
Who?
The Secretary of the Interior.
The Secretary of the Interior?
Yes, and we had a couple of X-ray pictures taken together.
Well, I hope you remembered to smile. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And here's Truman Bradley, who will show you how to beat a certain skin game. Take it, True.
Wash day is certainly hard on your hands. Harsh cleansers and hard water and raw wind when you're hanging things on the line certainly do make your skin look red and chapped. So for real comfort, keep a bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream near the laundry tubs.
Oh, Truman, you don't have to sell me on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Remember, I'm Heinz Honey.
Thank you, Gracie.
Oh, I use it all the time on my strawberries.
Come on, Gracie.
Smooth Heinz all over your hands, arms, and wrists before you start and the minute you finish washing. Right away, good creamy Heinz soothes your tender skin. Heinz is really the quick comfort lotion. Extra creamy, extra softening, and it contains 2 vitamins, A and D. Every creamy drop of Heinz helps ease away that rough, sandpapery look, coaxes back a smoother, more comfortable feeling to your hands. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. The big dollar size is economical for family use, while the 10, 25, or 50-cent size is handy for your laundry shelf. Remember Heinz, H-I-N-D-S, and use it faithfully for softer, prettier hands. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Prue. Tonight I'm singing a song written by Harry Warren, a young chap who's made it a habit to write hits. Beautiful ballad entitled Summer Night. Summer night, starry skies, you can see my sweetheart with 1,000 eyes. Why have I only two to behold 1,000 charms I idolize? Summer night, you arrive. Who come in her window when the day is through? She tells you all her thoughts in the fading candlelight. Summer night, oh, how I envy you. Why am I so jealous of the moon? Jealous of a summer night in June. Why can they remain beside my darling while I must leave so soon? Summer night, you've arrived. Who come in her window when the day is through? She tells you all her thoughts in the fading candlelight. Summer night, oh, how I envy
Oh, Frank, that was grand.
You're just saying that because you think I'm wonderful.
Well, Frank, you are wonderful.
Let's go steady.
Oh, go away.
Isn't Frank Parker cute?
Yes, it's a little dreamboat.
You know, he'll be the first Postmaster General with mail pouches under his eyes.
Well, never mind this talk. When you got to Washington, did you make a speech, and what did you say?
Yes, Gracie, get to the point, will you?
Oh, the speech.
Yes.
Well, I was sitting on the dais in this big banquet hall, and when Mrs. Rosoff got through speaking...
Gracie, did you meet a lot of people?
Oh, everybody. And when she got...
Did you shake hands with them?
Well, certainly. And when she
Could you tell which ones used Heinz honey and almond cream?
Oh, sure. All of them had lovely hands.
Truman, I finally got Gracie where she's telling about her speech and you're interrupting her.
Well, what are you getting excited about, George? How long can it take? I'm not talking about the dollar size. I'm only talking about the 10-cent bottle.
Oh, well, that's different. Gracie, what happened after Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt's speech?
Well, they kept applauding and applauding and applauding, and there was nothing I could do but get up and talk.
What? They were applauding for her, so you got up and spoke?
Oh, sure. It was one of the biggest moments of my life. Well, if I hadn't been there myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Imagine me in Washington when the most important women in the country were gathered. There they were, hanging on to every word I said, and me trying to hang on to my salad. Oh, what a night. I'll never forget it. Why, it was wonderful. Just picture it. This is exactly what took place.
Wasn't Eleanor Roosevelt charming when she made her speech? Just simply wonderful and so down to earth. Look, Gracie Allen's getting up to make a speech.
Madam Chairman, members of the Women's National Press Club, Mrs. Roosevelt, and other honored guests. I hope you will pardon me for reading my speech, but you see, I have to. Otherwise, how will I know when I'm through? Anyway, well, I'll just call you girls because I hardly know you well enough to call you ladies. So, girls, please don't expect me to tell you why I'll be the best president we ever had. There are too many obvious reasons why, and anyway, I'm too modest. It wouldn't be good to talk about politics either. I'm afraid you women couldn't agree with my opinions any more than you can with your own. And I certainly can't talk about the other candidates with so many of their wives here. And there's no sense about talking about clothes because none of us can buy any till the campaign expenses are paid for. And as far as I'm concerned, I can't even charge them till I find out whether I'm going to be elected or working for a living. So I guess I'll just have to wind up talking about men and why they should be repealed. Now, don't think I'm panning the men, but it's time we had a woman president. Millions of people tell me that. Well, maybe not millions, but thousands, or anyway, hundreds. At least my sister Bessie told me that. So what's my opinion against millions of people? So, of course, I won't be the first woman president. I'll be the first woman who's president officially. That's all. Now, we've been having unofficial women presidents ever since Martha Washington let George take all the credit. And in those days, there wasn't any Seattle to fly to, so she just ran a candy shop on the side. But where was I? Oh, yes. It's time we girls get together and go places. And why shouldn't we do our backseat driving from the front seat? Why are men the only ones who can get suits with 2 pairs of slacks? Because it's a man's world, that's why.
She's absolutely right.
Why, just the other day in Hollywood, a Scotchman he was in kilts and he got on a streetcar and an old lady in riding pants got up and gave him her seat. That's what this man's world is doing to us. But on the other hand, women will admit men aren't a total loss. Why shouldn't we? We're just as broad-minded as men, no matter how stubborn and narrow they are. Why, I'll be the first to give a man credit when he's done something really big, no matter how small it is. Even a man who gets to be president is surprised. His mother knows he'll be president before he's born, but he's never sure of it till he hears from Mr. Farley. And to show you this is a man's world, just before dinner, Mrs. Burton Wheeler was telling me about her husband. On top of all his campaign worries, his chickens are a big problem. She says Mr. Wheeler's rooster has been lying awake nights trying to figure a way to produce better eggs and more of them. Then in the daytime, the rooster is so tired, the hens have to wake him up to crow about the eggs that they have laid. But our day is coming, we hope. Women in all walks of life know what time it is, even if they're a little late in getting there. And you wives know what's going on, even if you can't prove it. And, oh, it would be wonderful if men and women could play 50-50. But how can they? Half the time, the men think they're right. Now, why can't men and women be as friendly to each other as women are? Take 2 women. There you've got the most beautiful friendship in the world as soon as they find out they both hate the same girlfriend. And that friendship can't be broken till they find out they both like the same boyfriend. But I guess it's our own fault. We spoil men. Well, we shouldn't say men are just grown-up boys. It's bad for the men and very discouraging for the boys. On the other hand, how can you resist a man who does sweet, considerate little things for you? Like Mrs. Dewey told me about her husband. Only last month, while she was carrying his armchair over to the window, she dropped her handkerchief and he picked it up for her. Now, you know, it's things like that that make men worth living. So, in conclusion, girls, I can't actually promise that electing me will make men any better, but don't forget this. The most annoying thing about men is that they're so hard to catch. So, girls, with me in the White House, you'll at least know where to look for them. Thank you. So, you see, George, that's what happened.
Say, that was a good speech. How did they like it?
How did they like it? Well, I've never seen waitresses more excited.
Waitresses? What about those important women?
Oh, they'd gone home.
You mean you made the speech after they left?
Well, you know me, George. I'm strictly an after-dinner speaker.
Well, that's all I want.
Gracie, you're wanted out here on the telephone. Omaha's calling.
You better hurry. It's a long distance.
Oh, no, it isn't. The phone is right out here in the hall. I'll be right back.
Did I hear correctly? Was that a call from Omaha?
Well, it might have been, George, but we thought we were playing Woods Could I But Kiss Thy Hand, Oh Babe.
And I thought it was Dipsy Doodle without the dips.
Oh, by the way, George, I may not be at rehearsal next Tuesday. You see, I'm taking swimming lessons.
Swimming lessons?
Yes. Well, you see, old boy, it'd be quite embarrassing for the Secretary of the Navy to be drowning all the time.
Well, don't worry about that, Ray. The fish will always throw you back.
Yes, and Ray, while you're down there, don't forget to call up Blue Point, 9908.
Who's that?
Minnie the Mermaid.
And if a man answers, it's Johnny Weissmuller.
You know, when Gracie's president and goes out fishing, I'm going to supply her with a submarine.
What's that, to keep the sun out of her eyes?
No, that's so she can see whether the bait is still on the hook.
I wonder who could be calling Gracie in Omaha.
Me too, George. I'd give the 25-cent bottle to know.
Well, I say, George, can a person get vaccinated against seasickness?
Yeah, but only on his father's side.
Why, Ray, don't you know that seasickness is nothing to worry about? Well, you know what hiccups are.
Yes, Frank.
Well, it's the same thing with bumps.
Look, let's drop the whole thing and not even talk about the Navy.
You mean goodbye, Mr. Ships?
Yeah, goodbye. Secretary of the Navy taking swimming.
I'm back.
Oh, Gracie, who phoned you from Omaha?
Oh, I was talking to Dan, and I said to him...
Dan?
Yes, and I said to him...
Who's Dan?
Dan Butler, mayor of Omaha. And I said to him...
The mayor of Omaha?
Well, sure, every city has a mayor, you know.
Oh, thanks.
And they want me to hold my surprise party convention there in May.
You mean to say the people from Omaha actually want you to hold a convention there?
That's what Dan Butler said.
Have the people gone out of their minds?
Yes, but they'll be back in time for my convention.
St. Clair Lewis says it can't happen here.
Oh, it's going to be more fun. Union Pacific is going to have a special train for me. The mayor is having a special key to the city made for me. The businessmen are going to have torchlight parades for me. And the people will have street dances for me. Oh, there'll be about 300,000 visitors there to cheer for me. And my sister Bessie's going to be there.
Bessie?
Well, she's going to vote for me.
Well, then you can't lose.
Hello, Pres. Oh, hello, Bubbles. What's new since I've been gone? Oh, nothing much. But when I was crossing Vine Street the other day, I was hit by a truck. Hurt? Yes, but they'll be able to get it fixed.
Well, that's a load off my mind. Come in.
Pardon me, is Miss Allen in?
I'm Miss Allen.
Oh, Miss Allen, I met you in Washington last week.
Oh, I remember you. Congressman Bloom.
No.
Oh, Senator Hatch?
No.
Oh, well, I give up. Who are you?
The good humor man. You forgot your change.
Oh, isn't he honest?
And she's running for president.
Say, Gracie, he's got pretty eyes. Say, if you think his eyes are pretty, you should taste his orange sherbet. Well, tell me about the banquet, Gracie. What were the candidates' wives wearing? Well, I couldn't tell. They all had big signs in front of their dresses. Signs? Yes, saying, vote for my husband. And, Gracie, what did you wear? Well, it was very formal, so I wore that evening gown with the champagne stains.
With the champagne stain?
Yes.
What was it, Mum's 1928?
No, Bessie's 1395.
That's the beer barrel polka dot dress.
Yes.
Oh, it must have been a thrill meeting and talking to those famous women at the banquet.
Oh, it was. I had the nicest conversation with a congressman's wife, and she was telling me about her children, and I kept asking her to pass the salt.
Well, that was a smart piece of conversation.
Yeah, well, I had to ask her 6 times. Even those congressmen's wives won't pass anything.
Bubbles, I've got a little news for you. Gracie is holding her surprise party convention in Omaha.
I love Omaha. I lost 3 pounds there.
Is that so?
Is it definitely settled, Gracie, that we're going to Omaha?
Oh, sure, Ray.
Oh, then I'd better go home and start shaving.
Shaving? The convention isn't for 2 months. Is it going to take you that long to shave?
Or maybe longer, George. There's no blade in my razor, you see.
Oh. Well, you know that old saying, Ray. You can't get blade out of a turnip. Oh, how do you like that, Frank?
Anchor.
Anchor?
It sinks.
It does.
Say, Gracie, on that trip to Omaha, do you mind taking my mother-in-law?
Well, not at all, Truman.
But thanks. My wife and I'd like to be alone for a while.
We're not going to Omaha for 2 months, and everybody's getting ready.
So is Laura.
Who is Laura?
My kangaroo.
Oh, your kangaroo. The one you're using, the
Party
emblem.
Yes,
I thought
that's
so.
right.
Don't tell me a kangaroo is going to Omaha with you.
Well, she's home right now packing her bag.
She is,
George wants me to do my campaign song again on account of he sings the chorus in it. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? That's me. Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
Keep voting all day long. Keep voting all day long. Fill up the ballot box. Keep voting all day long. Hey, Gracie, Gracie, run, run, run.
My friends, are you for Gracie? Well, thanks. Would you like to hear Frank Parker sing my song?
Ho, 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 Gracie. Oh, Figaro, Figaro. Oh, Gracie. It's awfully high, don't you know? I'm for Gracie. To lead the boys of Mary Chasey.
100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. All right, George, here's what you've been waiting for.
or vote for Gracie so I can be by myself. Please vote for Gracie so I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected. Then I can stay home and play solitaire and keep that silly dame out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. 'Cause her hands are the softest in the land. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie.
Now let's have Truman Bradley take the stand.
Why don't you be like Gracie? Be fair to yourself. Keep Heinz Honey and Almond right there on your shelf.
Goodbye to chap hands.
Let's get together now and clap hands.
And for a thrill, let's do. We'll tell you what to do. Vote for Gracie, and she'll shake hands with you. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes.
If the country's going Gracie, so can you.
Hey! Vote, 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 vote.
Uncle Sam, let me paddle your canoe. I'm just like Joan of Arc, I hear destiny call. It's a call to the ballpark to throw out the ball.
Well, vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie.
Isn't it thrilling?
Keep voting all day long.
Would you like a copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie? Yes, I mean the actual sheet music, complete with lyrics and verses. Well, here's how you can get a copy of this song. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. That 25, 50-cent, or dollar-size carton, or 2 10-cent size cartons, and mail it to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. That's all. Then in a few days, you'll receive your copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Oh, I almost forgot. This sheet music has a swell picture of Gracie on the cover, too, which shows how sweet and lovable Gracie really is in person. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. You'll find every creamy drop of this quick comfort lotion helps ease away that rough, sandpapery look, coaxes back a smoother, more comfortable feeling to your hands. So get a bottle of Heinz tonight and use it faithfully for softer, prettier hands. And remember, write your name and address on the back of the carton and send it to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, and you'll get your own copy of Gracie's great campaign song, Vote for Gracie.
Thanks, Truman.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie.
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
And now I bring you George Burns and our little candidate who has a song in her heart and a kangaroo in a dressing room, Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Well, Gracie, how's your campaign coming along?
Oh, it's been keeping me so busy, I haven't had time to think about it.
The campaign's been keeping you so busy, huh?
Well, no, the trouble at home. The maid walked in last night and caught my aunt kissing my uncle.
The maid caught your uncle kissing your aunt?
Yeah, it was her day off. They didn't expect her home so soon.
Well, what happened?
What happened? The maid sent to my aunt. One of us will have to go.
So?
So the maid left.
Well, good.
And my uncle left with her.
Your uncle left with her?
Yeah, well, what did he have to lose? It was downhill anyway.
What did your aunt do?
Oh, what could she do? She went to see a picture with the butler.
With the butler?
Well, you see, the gardener had already seen the picture.
Look, while this was going on, what was the chauffeur doing?
Oh, he was in Reno getting a divorce from the maid.
Nice little family you got there.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Hello, Pinky. Oh, I'll never forget how my uncle met my aunt. She went in Bullock's to buy a girdle, and he sold her a lawnmower.
Must have been a beautiful romance.
Oh, it was love at first sight. She had never seen a lawnmower before.
Well, those things are pretty rare.
Yes.
But did she ever buy the girdle?
Oh, of course. And when she wears it, she's got a lot of class.
She has, huh?
Yeah, it sticks out all over her.
Yeah, she's probably got her good point.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, Judge.
Like it, huh?
Say, Gracie, when you're elected and I'm Postmaster General,
I've got a great idea to simplify the postal service.
You have?
Sure, I'm going to put my picture on all the stamps.
That'll make telegrams very popular.
You see? Then by the expression on my face, you'll be able to tell what's in the letter before you open it.
Oh, well, give me a for instance.
Yeah, give her a for instance.
Well, now, look, if the stamp shows a picture of me smiling,
Yeah.
it's a love letter. And if I'm crying, it's a bill. If it shows me winking, I met a new girl. And if it shows me with both eyes closed, I met a husband.
You know, Frank, my Pardon me. Hello?
Gesundheit.
Well, thanks.
Say, that stamp idea is great, Frank. Suppose I want to write a letter and tell people how to make rough red hands soft, smooth, and white. What would I use?
A 2-cent stamp.
I'd use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Yeah. You know, I'd give my right arm to have somebody say something sensible on this program.
George, old man, would you give your left arm?
Why my left arm?
I've got a right arm.
You had a head. You could scratch it.
Maybe we're better off talking about my aunt and uncle, huh?
Gracie, will you stop with your aunt and uncle?
Well, I can't. They're stopping with us.
Well, we're back, folks.
Oh, but I'll never forget their honeymoon. They went to Niagara Falls and stopped at this lovely hotel.
That's it.
And after a wonderful champagne dinner or two,
Yes.
at about 11 o'clock, after everybody was asleep,
Uh-huh.
my uncle went over the falls in a barrel.
Gracie, that uncle that went over the falls in a barrel, is that on your father's side?
No, it was on the Canadian side.
And you're a little on the nutty side.
Oh, George.
Oh, yes.
I say, Gracie, I've been reading a lot about these pocket battleships, and as Secretary of the Navy, I think they're absolutely absurd.
Why, Ray?
Well, I think it's jolly difficult for a sailor to swim with a battleship in his pocket.
Well, Ray, you can always put a zipper on it, and it won't fall out.
That's right.
There's an idea.
Yeah. Oh, and when the fleet is out at sea, I'm going to put Venetian blinds on the portholes.
Venetian blinds, huh?
Yes, those peeping toms are quite annoying, old boy.
Say, Ray, why don't you have my party emblem, the kangaroo, tattooed on all the sailors' chests?
I say, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, then they can keep their tobacco in the pouch.
Say, a thing like that can grew up to be a fad.
Good, that's good.
How do you like that, Frank?
Curly hair.
Curly hair?
It kinks.
It does,
And Ray, when you're Secretary of the Navy, I'm going to make my uncle your first assistant sailor.
First assistant sailor.
Well, why not? His middle name is Yacht.
Yacht, that's a pretty
Yeah,
name.
well, we only call him Yacht for short. His whole name is Idiot.
Oh, Idiot. That's the one that eloped with the maid.
Yes.
Gracie, we can't allow your uncle on my ship if he has that maid with him. It's against naval regulations.
Well, what do you want me to do, Ray?
Just send the maid down alone.
Oh.
Gracie, stop giving out jobs. You know nothing about politics.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. What would you do if a senator tried to filibuster?
Well, I'd give him bicarbonate or soda.
Well, I'm sorry I brought it up. President. You don't even know what the amendments are.
Yeah? Which one?
Anyone. The 14th.
You mean the one about not abridging citizenship rights?
Well, is that the...
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, well, the gist of that amendment is no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States.
Well.
Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
That's amazing.
Nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the laws. Proposed June 13th, 1868, adopted July 21st, 1868, ratified by July 28th, 1868.
Oh, Gracie, how did you happen to know all of that?
Oh, I just took a wild guess.
A wild guess,
If your hands are chapped and sandpapery from all this raw, stinging March wind, then here's a smart tip. Keep a bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream in your coat closet. Smooth Heinz on your hands and face always before you go outdoors and again when you come inside. Heinz is a grand help against chapping. It's extra creamy, extra softening, and contains 2 vitamins, A and D. Every creamy drop of Heinz feels good and soothing to tender skin. And that reminds me, you know how hard children work at their play. They get outdoors these days to roller skate or play games. And their tender little hands and knees get so rough and chapped. See that they smooth Heinz on face, hands, and knees to help keep their skin smooth and comfortable. Men enjoy Heinz as an after-shaving lotion, too. It works swell with electric shavers. Not sticky, just feels soothing and refreshing to sensitive skin. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at the nearest toilet goods counter. It comes in 10, 25, 50 cent, and dollar sizes. Start using Heinz Honey and Almond Cream tonight for softer, smoother skin. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. From the musical play Walk a Little Faster, we find a typical topical song entitled April in Paris by Vernon Duke. April in Paris, chestnuts in blossom, holiday tables under the trees. April in Paris, this is a feeling no one can ever reprise. I never knew the charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never missed a warm embrace till April in Paris. Whom can I run to? What have you done to my heart? Love is in the air. Life's a love affair, and every pair of arms a rendezvous. I never knew the charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never missed a warm embrace till April in Paris. Whom can I run to? What have you done to my Well, Frank, that was grand. I never heard you in better voice. Well, nice of you to say that. Well, you know, you seem to be getting better each week. Really? Do you mean it? Well, if I didn't mean it, I wouldn't say it.
Frank,
I was
Frank, you're talking to yourself.
Well, it's the only way I can get an intelligent answer on this program.
You know, you're certainly stuck on you, and I do mean glue.
Mm-hmm. The feeling is mucilage.
Oh, get out of there.
Oh, I'll take it.
Take it, Gracie.
Hello. This is Heinz Honey, also known as Gracie Allen, presidential candidate on surprise party ticket holder in our convention in Omaha, May 15, 16, 17, 18. Who's calling, please? Oh, just a minute. I'll see if she's in. Gracie, it's for you.
You're Gracie.
Oh, I am.
See what you started, Frank?
Hello? Who? Oh, hello, Andy. I didn't recognize my voice. What? What? Talk louder. Where are you talking from? Well, you better go in the other room where the phone is. George, my aunt is so very silly.
You'd never know it.
Hello? Oh, hello, Andy. That's much better. Our uncle and the maid back? Oh, you are. Oh, that's good. That's bad. That's good. No, that's bad. That's bad. That's good. That's bad. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's bad.
Gracie! What's going on there?
Oh, my aunt is sorting a box of strawberries. That's good.
Give
That's
me
bad.
Give me that phone. Goodbye. I wish your relatives would stop calling.
Oh, hello, Bubbles.
Hello, Bubbles.
Oh, hello. How do you feel, Mr. Burns?
Well, how do I look?
Maybe it's something you ate.
Oh, yeah? Well, I feel just as young as Georgie just lacked.
Say, that's right. I read that. Say, is it true that Jessel's going to marry a 15-year-old girl?
Said so in the papers.
Oh, maybe he's marrying her for her money.
Yes. Either that or she's a swell cook.
Yes. Say, Frank, did you know they're each bringing a school chum to act as best man in maid of honor?
Really?
Yeah, she's bringing Shirley Temple, and he's bringing George Alice.
Yes. And if, I'll tell you something. If she marries Jessel, she couldn't marry a nicer fella.
Well, you're perfectly right. You know, he proposed to me about 32 years ago.
Really? What did you say?
Da-da.
I saw a picture in the paper, and she's certainly a beautiful young girl.
Oh, she certainly is. And you know, she comes from a very young family. Her grandmother's only 19.
19?
And her father isn't born yet.
Isn't born yet?
That's what it said in the New York papers. They're expecting him to arrive any day now.
Yeah, that's what Dr. Kildare keeps telling them down at the office.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the papers are so upset about. When she's 92, he'll only be 147.
Well, that's nice. Then they can grow old together.
Now, you take my drummer. When he was 55, he married a girl of 14.
How did that happen?
Jessel was out of town.
Probably playing Lowe's Afghanistan.
George, we'll have to send the bride and groom a nice present.
Yeah, something they can both use.
Yeah. How about a lollipop with a cigar on the other end?
Well, I don't know. The difference between 50 and 40 is only 25. That's not so much.
No.
If it is, George, you can always get the 10-cent size.
Well, who said that?
Or if that's too little, get the 50-cent size. And then, of course, there's always the dollar size.
Of what?
You know, that soothing stuff that you can get at all toilet goods counters.
Yeah, but what is it?
You know, it comes in bottles.
Yeah, but what is it?
Oh, George, you made me say it. Heinz, honey, and almond.
Yeah, I forced you.
Say, Gracie, do you know that 25,000 members of the Whiskerina Club in Omaha have passed a rule that all men have got to have whiskers to come to your convention?
25,000 sets of whiskers?
Oh, that ought to sweep me into office.
Well, I don't like the idea of a beard, but it might grow on me.
Oh, George, that's a scream.
Yes, I'm another Boris Karloff.
You know, George, a beard would be very becoming to you.
Well, thanks.
You look like a Airedale peeping through a hedge.
What's the matter with my face?
George, do you shave yourself?
Certainly.
Do you ever cut yourself?
No.
Isn't it a temptation?
Gracie, I still can't see why we have to all have beards to go to your convention.
Oh, that's my slogan. Vote for Gracie and see America Fuzz.
America Fuzz.
And Gracie, you know, your campaign mail is pouring in. Now, here's a letter from the engineers of the Colorado State College at Fort Collins. And at their annual banquet on March 23rd, they endorsed you for president.
Oh, am I honored.
And Indiana University has also endorsed you.
Oh, am I thrilled.
And the Miami University in Florida has endorsed you.
Am I pale?
Pale?
Yeah, from being endorsed too much.
Well, how do you like that, Frank?
Garbo's feet.
Garbo's feet?
Plenty of sock.
Well, I certainly put my foot in that.
Oh, George.
Yes, I'm the devil.
And I think this is wonderful. 4,000 students at San Jose State College are holding a Gracie Allen Ball on March 29th.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'll be able to dance 4,000 times.
You mean you're going to dance with 4,000 college boys?
Sure.
Isn't that pretty strenuous?
Well, not as strenuous as sitting them out, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
Gracie, in raising this beard for your convention now, how often do I have to water it?
Well, a convention should be watered once a month.
Well, that's a nice piece of dialogue.
Well, Gracie, I'll raise half a beard, and if the people in Omaha like it, well, I'll raise the other half.
Yes.
Well, that's fair
Do that
enough.
and go and talk to Orson Welles.
And Gracie, did you know that the Delta chapter of the Phi Kappa Sigma at Washington and Jefferson College is nominating you for president April 27th at their quadrennial convention?
At their quadrennial convention? Isn't that wonderful? I didn't even know quadrennials were in season.
Gracie, do you know what quadrennial means?
Quadrennials, let's see. It's,
How do you spell quadrennial?
very poorly.
That's
It's a sort of, bluish white, more like a green.
Sort of like a circle.
Yeah, and the more you shave it, the longer it grows, and the longer it grows, the shorter it gets, and the shorter it gets, the longer
Come on,
quadrennial.
Gracie, that was simply
Say,
grand,
Gracie,
you know.
the newspapers all over the country are waiting for your party platform.
Oh, yes, I was working on it last night, and I'll read what I've written. A text of the surprise party platform is outlined by candidate Gracie Allen. Plank number 1, unemployment and where to get it.
Unemployment and where to get it?
No, please, Judge, I thought of it first.
Yes, that's yours.
Under my administration, the government will give free correspondence courses so that people who can't find jobs in their own line will soon be without jobs in 3 or 4 different types of work.
Well, that's nice work if you can't get it.
For instance,
Yes.
I'll teach people to milk cows by mail.
By mail?
How to raise mushrooms under twin beds.
Oh, that's amazing.
How to get good bridge hands when it's your deal.
Well, you must be elected.
200 things to do with an old toupee, and so forth.
Well, that's not a platform, that's a laundry chute.
Now, George, I'm reading.
Oh, yes.
I'll even give a home course in barbering if I can get Montana to cooperate.
Well, I'll talk to him.
My plan is to send each student barber a live sheep and a razor.
That's a lovely plan.
Then when he's learned to shave the sheep, he can write his own diploma on the sheep's back.
Where does he learn to write?
No, please.
Oh, you're coming to that.
This is better than having a sheepskin in a picture frame, because with a live sheep hanging on his wall, a barber will have something to wipe his hands on.
Well, that's not bad.
Now, plank number 2.
Yes.
It's based on a moral.
A moral.
Moral. To prevent wrinkles, hang your face up at night. You don't wear your pants to bed, do you?
That's just what this country needs.
Of course. And it's covered under this heading. My plan for sociable security.
Sociable security?
Yes. To be secure sociably, stay away from society. Say, that's good.
It's terrific.
Dinner parties are getting so ritzy that even if you find the right soup spoon, you're still puzzled. You don't know which fork to pick it up with.
That's why they put pencils on the end of erasers.
George, do you want to hear this or don't you?
I don't.
Well, then listen. There are more rules of etiquette than traffic laws. For instance, if a gentleman is lying under a table in a nightclub, should he rise if a lady comes in?
No, just tip his ice bag.
And
say, how do?
Yes.
Yes.
And,
How do?
yes. George, and what should a girl do after a gentleman brings her home from a cafe? Should she ask him in to meet her husband?
Well, should she?
Well, let the Republicans answer that.
Gracie, I'd like to ask you one thing. What does your surprise party stand for?
Well, because it would look silly lying down.
Well, it
Plank
would not.
number 3.
You know, I don't think Social Security is any problem at all. All you have to do is have trousers come with 2 pairs of suspenders.
Yeah, and that could hold up the budget at the same time.
Now, Gracie, in your platform, aren't you going to say anything about finances?
Finances, I certainly am. I think every girl should have one.
One, Frank Parker has 3.
I have 4.
4 sweethearts? Who are they?
Don Wilson.
Yeah, that male quartet with 6 delicious flavors.
And now for plank number 3, which is also based on a moral.
What's the idea of all these morals?
Well, they're mostly to fill the cracks between the planks.
So that it matches your head. Thought so, yes. Just a minute to take it. Hello.
Hello, you remember me, Charlie Henderson, the fellow who wrote the campaign song?
Oh, yes. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Mr. Henderson.
You're Mr. Henderson, and what is it you want?
I want to talk to Charlie.
Look, I'm George Burns.
Oh, wait, I'll see if he's in.
Here, Gracie, you talk to him. I'm going nuts.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
Hello, Gracie. Well, look, I'll be a trifle late. On my way to meet you, I got on a one-way street, and it took me a little out of my way.
Well, where are you?
In Salt Lake City.
Well, don't worry. Instead of an 8:30 dinner, we'll make it 8:45. Goodbye.
Bye.
He came down to meet you here, and he's in Salt Lake City?
Well, you see, he washed his car this morning. He can't do a thing with it.
Well, he ought to trade it in for a rattle.
Plank number 3. Bigger figures for small businessmen.
Bigger figures for small businessmen. That's to keep their bustles out of the red, I guess.
Yes.
Yes.
Chicken in every pot is fine if you're not the chicken.
I say.
But what this country needs is a pretty girl on every lap.
Say, you've got something there.
Sure, idle knees are the root of all evil.
Idle knees.
Plank number 4.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
Do you mean to say you came all the way from Salt Lake City in 2 minutes?
I would have been here sooner, only I had an accident.
An accident?
I went through the windshield.
Attaboy.
Please,
Don't pat me on the back. My head keeps falling off.
Well, I've had enough of this.
Plank number 4, immortality.
And I've
not
had enough
stopping.
of that, too. I've enough of these planks.
Vote for Gracie.
Oh, Gracie, what you mean to
Vote for Gracie.
On the island of Capri.
She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie.
Old Rocky has got me.
Won't you please give this little girl a hand? Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. Now, when I'm down in Washington, if there's anything that you want done, just tell me all about it now, and you'll get it done. And how? Clap hands, here comes Parker. Clap hands, here comes Parker.
When I watch mail go down the chute, I will need a vocal substitute. So tell whomever it concerns to hereby delegate to George E. Burns.
Clap hands, here comes Noble. Clap hands, here comes Noble.
I've been thinking for some time that Congress ought to talk in rhyme. It seems quite silly, I suppose, but I get awfully bored with prose.
Clap hands, here comes Bubble. Clap hands, here comes Bubble. Listen, and I'll state my case. The thing that I need most is space. Instead of good 5-cent cigars, I want wider Pullman cars. Clap hands, here comes Bradley. Clap hands, here comes Bradley.
Tell those folks down in Washington that washing dishes isn't fun. But still your hands can be a dream. Just use Heinz honey and almond cream.
Clap hands, here comes Georgie. Clap hands, here comes Georgie.
Now, I don't like to be a pest, but I have just one small request. If you should entertain a king, I want the king to hear me sing, oh, 8 minutes to haven all by myself. 8 minutes to
Vote for Gracie, yes, yes. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes.
She's the best little bet you've ever had.
Hey! Vote, 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 vote.
If you grow gray with Gracie, you'll be glad. Oh, and speaking of gray, have you heard that it's true? Gracie favors the red and the white and the blue.
So vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. See you at the White House. Keep voting all day long.
Send for your copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie, a song the whole country is humming. You get the sheet music, including the words, of Vote for Gracie. The tune and the verses are grand for those evenings of fun around the piano. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz honey and almond cream carton, the 25, 50-cent, or dollar size, or send 2 10-cent Heinz cartons to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. In a few days, you receive your copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. There's a picture of Gracie on the cover, too, and let me tell you, she's a honey. Now act quickly. This offer is for a short time only. Send your name and address tonight on a Heinz carton.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Meet the People. In the news... That was Meet the People, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is customary every Sunday night at
Wait
this
a minute,
time-
Don. Wait a minute. Hold everything. This introduction is on me. All right, boys, let's have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the bridegroom of the Jell-O program, Don Wilson. sir. Yes, sir. Well, there you are, Don. There's our little send-off for you. And we all wish you and the bride a lot of success and happiness.
Well, thank you, Jack. Thanks very much.
Why, Don, you're blushing.
I am Don.
You are, too. Look at them, folks. 300 pounds of love. Tell me, Don, where did you spend your honeymoon?
We went down to Coronado Beach for 3 days.
Oh, Coronado's an ideal place for a honeymoon. A beautiful hotel, gorgeous scenery, and a lovely swimming pool.
Yes, a terrible thing happened, Jack.
What?
We forgot to take our bathing suits.
Oh, that was a shame. A fine honeymoon with no swimming. But I'll tell you one thing, Don.
Hello, Don. Congratulations to the bridegroom.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Isn't that wonderful, Mary? Just think. Little Cupid shot his arrow and hit our own Donzie.
Well, if Cupid couldn't hit Wilson, he ought to go out of business.
Mary, be sentimental, will you? Say, by the way, Don, did you get the wedding present I sent you? I hope you liked it.
Oh, it's beautiful, Jack. Thanks. I haven't seen any of those in a long time.
Well, it was no easy job getting it. I had to shop all over.
What did he give you, Don?
A lovely bowl of wax fruit.
Yes, sir. You know, Don, I was going to send you some silverware, but you know how it is. Everybody sends silverware.
Everybody but Benny. He sends wax fruit.
I knew what I was doing, Mary. You know, newlyweds always get more silver than they can use.
Well, not in our case, Jack. As a matter of fact, we didn't get any silver at all.
Oh, Don, I wish I had known that.
Yeah, you could have sent him a lock of your hair.
All right, Mary, how was I to know?
I never saw anybody like you, Jack. You always give the oldest, corniest presents.
Is that so?
Last year on my birthday, you sent me a bustle.
But it was full of chocolates. Don't forget that. Supposed to be a novelty. Spent $1.50 a pound for that bustle, and she's complaining. Anyway, Don.
Well, what good is candy after you sit on it?
You weren't supposed to sit on it. Anyway, Don.
Hard centers yet.
Now, Mary, forget it. Anyway, Don liked the wedding gift I sent him. He said it was lovely.
Sure was, Jack. But I meant to tell you something about that bowl of fruit.
Oh, is there something wrong with it?
Yes, one of the bananas doesn't light up.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, take it back, brother. Take it back. I bought it at Magnan's, and it's guaranteed.
Magnan's?
Yes, Sam Magnan's. He's got an antique shop in Pismo Beach. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, hello, Don. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
So you went and done it, eh, Don, you lucky son of a gun?
Yes, sir, and I'm very happy.
Oh, I envy you, kid. That's the life, believe me.
What?
You know, Jackson, a guy gets pretty tired of running around night after night. No sleep, no home life. What does it get you?
Is he kidding?
No, on the level, fellas. I'd like to move away from the city and buy a little ranch out in the valley.
Well, why don't you?
That fresh air would kill me.
I believe you. Phil, you're a fine guy to talk about settling down. The hours you keep.
Well, I can't help it, Jackson. I work at the Wilshire Bowl every night until 1 o'clock, don't I?
Well?
By the time I get a cup of coffee, it's 4 a.m.
4 a.m.? Phil, why don't you try having a cup of coffee just once without taking the waitress home? Just one.
Well, you know me. I gotta have sugar with my coffee. Do you get it, Jackson?
No, Phil. I'm not as sharp as I used to be.
Well, don't you get it? The waitress is sweet, so
Go on, you corny Joe. All right, can you imagine a guy pulling one like that and then trying to explain it?
You think that's bad? You should have heard the gag he pulled at the bowl the other night.
What was it?
Well, Phil was announcing a song, so he said, "And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next number is all about the manicurist who married the millionaire.
What was the title of it?
I'll never file again."
Holy mackerel! You know, Phil, if you'd keep your mouth shut at the Wilshire Bowl, they could put a cover charge on. Believe me. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, what I know about Don Wilson.
What?
I saw him at the Coronado Hotel last week, and he wasn't alone.
That was his wife.
Oh.
For your information, Dennis, he got married.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you, Dennis.
You know, that marriage business might be all right for a guy like you, but none of that stuff for me.
Listen, young man, it wouldn't hurt you to meet some nice little home girl and settle down.
Nothing doing. I wouldn't give up Hedy Lamarr for anything in the world.
Hedy Lamarr? Why, she doesn't even know you're alive.
I can wait.
Well, Dennis, while you're waiting, how about singing your song right now?
Okay, I'm going to sing Two Dreams Met, and I dedicate it to Mr. and Mrs. Don Wilson and Hedy Lamarr.
All right. Go ahead. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I shot an arrow into the air and hit Don Wilson. You know where.
Well, who are you?
I am Cupid with no clothes on. And now I'll run. I'm nearly frozen.
Well, that's the most stupid Cupid I've seen in years. Sing, Dennis. Very good. That was Two Dreams Met, sung by Dennis Day, and very good. You know, Dennis, there have been a lot of dream songs lately.
Yeah, lately.
Two dreams met, Dream Valley. Now I lay me down to dream of you. That seems to be the vogue right now.
Yeah, the Vogue.
Dennis. And they're all good, too. That's the funny part of it.
Talking about dream songs, Jackson, I just wrote a Lulu. It's going to be published in a couple of weeks.
What's the name of your song, Phil?
Eskimo Dream Girl, Don't Blubber Over Me.
Oh, well, that's a beautiful thought. Don't blubber over me. What's it about? Is it a ballad?
Well, it's a sort of a torch song. It's about an American guy that goes up to Alaska and he meets this Eskimo girl.
Uh-huh.
But she can't speak Eskimo, so the
Eskimo? First place, it's but he can't speak Eskimo. What's that?
Well,
that's
her
a
language.
You don't speak it.
That's
Oh,
right.
Not even you can't read your own line, but you don't know what page it's on. Well, Phil, what's the outcome of this fascinating saga of the North?
Well, the guy drives away with his dog team, and the girl stands there waving her igloo at him.
Phil, an igloo is a house made of ice.
Oh, well, I better rewrite that part.
Yeah. Learn how to read, too.
Reading's not going to help this any. Say, Mary, how about you and me singing it some night? You can be my Eskimo girl.
I'd rather be the dog team.
You got something there.
Speaking of Alaska, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about Jell-O.
What?
Whether you live in Sitka, Juneau, or Ketchikan, why don't you run down to your neighborhood grocer and catch a box of tempting, delicious Jell-O?
Catch a box? Why, Don?
For Juneau and I know that it's twice as good as ever before.
I wonder how he's going to work Sitka in there.
So look for the big red letters on the box. I will now sit you down.
Well, I'll be darned he didn't. Don, only the fact that you got married last week excuses that surrealist plug. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to announce... Dennis, what do you got your hand up in the air for?
I want to ask a question.
Oh. Well, in the first place, this isn't a schoolroom. And in the second place, when you want to ask a question, you raise all fingers, not just one. Now, what's the question?
Well, my mother wants to know if we're going to be in Waukegan for the Christmas holidays.
No, Dennis, we're not going to Waukegan. As a matter of fact, fellas, the premiere of my picture is going to be held in New York City.
New York City?
Yes. Alan wanted it in Old Orchard, Maine, and I wanted it in Waukegan, so I figured New York would be a fair compromise.
What do you mean, a fair compromise?
I mean, just what I say.
What are you talking about? Old Orchard, Maine is much closer to New York than Waukegan is.
It is not.
It is, too.
Would you like to make a little bet on that? About $50?
You're darn right I would.
Well, go find a sucker. Don't bother me. I guess that'll hold you, brother.
Oh, boy, are you a welcher?
I'm not a welcher. But I don't believe in gambling when there are minors present.
Dennis is over 21.
I mean coal miners. There are 3 boys in Phil's band from Scranton. The trombone section with the candle in their derby. Now, let's forget it. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, pardon me, Jack.
Yes, Don.
Would you mind terribly if I ran along? I promised the little woman that I'd get home early tonight.
No, go right ahead, Don, but I was going to buy you a bottle of champagne across the street at the Tropics right after the show. You know, I think a celebration is in order.
Oh, say, I've got a great idea. Why don't you and the gang come over to the house? I want you all to meet my wife.
Tonight? Oh, Don, that would be an imposition. 5 of us barging in without any notice or anything.
Oh, it's no imposition at all. Peggy'd love to have you.
But, Don, don't you think you ought to call your wife up and let her know we're coming? You know, barging in like this with a whole gang of people.
No, Jack, the little woman won't mind. Really, she's a peach.
Well, all right. Come on, fellas, let's go. Wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I haven't got time to talk to you now. We're on our way to the valley.
Well, I heard you say you were going to New York for the premiere. Does that include your loyal, devoted, and I got my clothes packed already, butler?
Yes, but I don't know why I'm taking you. The last time we were in New York, I didn't see you for 2 weeks.
You didn't look in the right places.
I'm not supposed to look for you. You're working for me, remember?
Yes, sir.
Imagine passing already. I never saw anybody so anxious to leave.
Boss, I can't wait till I get to New York. You know, the last time we were there, I only got halfway through the Metropolitan Museum. And the view from the Statue of Liberty. Why, boss, I could just stand there for hours, lost in meditation. And you know that library on Fifth Avenue?
Yes.
Well, that offers endless cultural opportunities of which one must imbibe freely.
I see. Then, from what I understand, Rochester, you're only interested in the cultural side of New York.
Up to dust, then strap me down.
I thought so. I know you look like a book. Now, listen, Rochester. I have to prepare for the trip east, so I want you to send my heavy overcoat to the cleaners.
Oh, yes, the one with the green velvet collar.
That's black velvet.
Have you seen it lately?
Never mind. Just send it to the cleaners.
Okay. Oh, say, boss.
What?
I think you ought to give up that job as dog catcher at Beverly Hills.
Why?
You know those 2 Great Danes you captured yesterday?
Yes?
Well, Mr. Darrell Zanuck was just here and says one of them is his polo pony.
Which one?
The one that whinnies.
Well, all right, give it to him. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Say, boss, I don't think the other one's a Great Dane either.
It is true.
Okay, I'll take the saddle off. So long.
That's the last time I'll go out chasing dogs without my glasses. Well, come on, fellas, let's go.
I got the cab waiting, Jack.
That's swell, but I still think you ought to call up your wife.
Oh, Don knows what he's doing.
All right, let's go then. Don, I'm still worried. Are you sure your wife won't mind?
No, she'll be delighted to have you.
Am I heavy on your lap, Miss Livingston?
Yeah. Phil, why don't you hold Dennis for a while?
I just had my pants pressed. Put them on the floor.
Phil.
Well, here we are. Driver, pull up at that little white cottage there.
Okay.
Well, this is it, fellas. How much is that, driver?
$2.35.
Here you are.
Wait a minute, Don. Wait a minute. This is on me.
Oh, no, I want to pay it.
Gee, you got a cute house there, Don. Yes, sir.
Nothing doing, Dennis. I want to pay the fare.
Oh, Mr. Harris, let me pay it.
Next time, Dennis. This is my tree.
No, I insist on paying.
Got rose bushes around the door and everything. Oh, it's beautiful, you know.
Oh, Jack, pay for the cab and let's go in.
Pay for it? I'm not even in the argument. Oh, all right. How much did you say that was, driver?
$2.35.
Here's $2.50. Keep the change.
Oh, goody. Now my wife can have another baby.
Wise guy. Well, let's go in, Don.
You know, Jack, I was just thinking that maybe I should have called up my wife first.
What?
Well, with 5 people barging in unexpectedly, it might kind of upset her.
That's what I told you at the studio. I told you to call up your wife.
Come on, Don. Don't be afraid. Let's go in.
Oh, it's not that I'm afraid, Phil.
I can understand Don's side of it, all of us barging in like this.
Barging, smarging. I said that at the studio.
I said, let's call the little woman up. Call her up, I said.
Quiet, will you? I'll tell you what, fellas. You all hide in the rose bushes, and I'll go in and tell Peggy that some of the gang might drop in unexpectedly. That'll kind of soften the blow.
What blow? I told you at the studio. Oh, come on, Jackson. Let's do it his way. All right. Come on, we'll hide in the rose bushes. Ouch, these thorns. Make it snappy, Don. Silliest thing I've ever heard of.
Oh, be quiet and get off my foot.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Oh, darling, you're home early.
I told you I would be. Gee, I'm hungry, dear. You got something good for supper?
Well, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't have a chance to do any shopping, so I'll just open a can of tuna fish.
Oh, that's swell, dearest.
Then 2.5 already. I'm going to get tuna fish.
What are you worrying about? You're not even in yet.
Thing that burns me up, I'm the guy that told him to call her up. Hey, Jackson, have you got a cigarette? What? I say, have you got a cigarette? No, here's a cigar. Thanks. Oh, boy, Corona.
Don't let the label fool you.
Very funny. I wonder if Don's going to be... Hey, Dennis, stop eating those roses.
Well, I'm hungry.
So am I, but I'm going to wait. How are they?
They need salt.
Oh, stop. Hey, quiet, fellas. The porch light just went on.
Hey, fellas, are you still there?
Yeah.
Well, I just told Peggy that I saw Phil and Mary pulling up in a car, so you two better come on in first.
What about me?
You weren't in the car.
Well, for Pete's sake, I could be. You made the whole thing up. Let's all go in.
No, you can't do that. Mary and Phil come first.
Okay.
See you later, Jack.
The darndest mess I ever got into.
Yeah.
I told him at the studio, 5 Call her up, Don. Call up your wife. That's all. Call up the little woman. But no. He has to be a wise guy. And on top of that, it looks like it's going to rain.
It'll be wonderful for the roses.
Not for the roses. If I get pneumonia once more, I'm a goner.
Yeah.
Roses. Wouldn't mind waiting out here, but the worst of it is I got to talk to you.
What do we talk about?
Nothing. Just be quiet and eat your roses. Getting chilly, too. Here comes Don again.
Hey, Dennis, come on in.
Dennis?
Yeah, I told my wife I just saw him riding up on his bicycle.
Well, as long as you're dreaming things up, why didn't you see me on the handlebar? Use your beans.
Don't worry, Jack. You're next. Well, look who's here, darling. Dennis Day.
Look who's here, darling. Dennis Day. I ought to have my headache. I can't get over it. If I told him once, I told him 5 times. Call your wife. Let's not barge in on the little woman. Oh, fine. It's going to rain, all right. Can't get over that. I begged. I pleaded. Don, I said, call her. Don't barge in on the little woman. Call her up. Let her know we're coming. Never saw anything. I knew it. Well, here it comes. I'm going to get soaked. Oh, the heck with Wilson. I'm going to walk right in that house, ready or not. If he thinks I'm going to say...
Pick him up, buddy.
Huh?
You heard me. Pick him up.
Pick him up? Are you a burglar?
I ain't Santa Claus.
Now, look, mister.
Come on. Where do you carry it to?
In my right shoe. But look, mister, I was invited to a party in this house. I'm not even supposed to be out here.
Get that shoe off.
It's raining. I'll get my foot wet. Now, please.
Hey, Jack! Oh, Jack!
I'll take your mouth shut or I'll kill you.
But he's calling me. Can't you hear?
Jack! Jack, where are you?
Not a peep out of you, buddy.
There's nobody out there, darling. You must have been mistaken.
Oh, I guess I was.
house, dear.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, buddy, off with that shoe.
Now, listen, mister. If I take the shoe off, I'll never get it back on again. I haven't got my button hook with me. Now, please, go away.
Come on, give me your dough.
But listen, buddy, this isn't fair. I wouldn't have been here at all if Don Wilson had taken my advice.
What are you talking about?
I'm not kidding you, buddy. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. Call up your wife, Don. 5 people barging in on the little woman. It's an imposition. Buddy, would he listen to me? No. He had to be a wise guy. A smart ass. He wouldn't listen.
Friends, one of the easiest ways to do away with mealtime monotony is to serve a wide variety of desserts. But finding new and different treats for the family is no small task. And so that's why every Sunday we try to bring you some new dessert suggestions. This week's specialty is a swell, eye-filling, taste-teasing dessert that looks like $1 million, and yet is as simple to make as can be. Just make up 1 package of strawberry Jell-O and make Jell-O its new, distinctive goodness. Enjoy it tomorrow by serving this gay, creamy combination.
Darn it. I got all my dough. I can't get my shoe back on. Oh, well.
Pardon me, does Don Wilson live in this house?
He's married, Cupid. You got him one.
Why don't I write things down?
Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Are You Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, have you a treat in store for you? What a grand surprise the moment you discover Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Never until now has any gelatin dessert been able to bring you so much delightful goodness. Because up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used and brought you only a shadow of their original richness. But that's all been changed. Today, Jell-O's tempting, tantalizing flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, where time can't get at it to steal it away. No matter how long Jell-O remains in the package, it retains its luscious flavor to the very last. Now, you be the judge. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice the absence of any heavy, fruity aroma, the usual sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve Jell-O, and presto, there's your flavor, all of it, the full-strength flavor of Jell-O, as rich and vivid as the day it was locked into Jell-O's delicate crystal-like particles. So try Jell-O, now made better than ever by Jell-O's new locked-in process. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Are You Ready, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Friday, October 31st, is Halloween, and will be celebrated by gay parties throughout the land.
Yes, sir. We'll play games and everything.
So tonight, we bring you a man who always loses his bridge bobbing for apples, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don. That was a very funny introduction. Losing my bridge, bobbing for apples. Did you think of that all by yourself?
Yes, I did, Jack. It was my own little brainchild.
Well, it certainly is clever. I mean, the way you expose all my faults and my defects.
People enjoy it, too.
Yes, they do. You know, Don, they have a program out here where a man sits by himself in a small room and plays phonograph records all night long. He's called Hank, the Night Watchman.
Uh-huh.
Well, one more introduction like that, and you're going to be known as Don, the Decca Dayman. In other words, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame with your contract. By the way, Don, getting back to Halloween... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Getting back to Halloween... Oh, fine, thanks. Getting back to Halloween...
You didn't have to answer me, you know.
What's that for? Coming in so mad. What's the matter with you today?
Well, you know that new usher they got at the reception desk, that tall, good-looking fellow?
Yeah?
When I came in just now, he winked at me.
Oh, a fresh guy, huh?
He's not going to take me out tonight.
Well, I don't blame you.
I asked him, but he's busy.
All right, so much for romance. Now, Don, what were we,
Oh, you mentioned something about Halloween.
Oh, yes. Are you going out with us next Friday night and have some fun? You know, ring doorbells and everything?
Oh, I don't know. You don't have the excitement nowadays that you used to have on Halloween.
I guess you're right.
Why, I remember back in Denver when I was a kid, we used to have the time of our lives.
Denver? You should have seen the way we celebrated Halloween in a little country town like Waukegan. The old-fashioned pranks we used to play. But kids don't have fun like that anymore.
What do you want, plumbing or fun?
Guys. Guys, Don, the things I used to do in those days. I'll never forget one Halloween. You know, I was a little boy then, and I took the chop suey sign off a Chinese restaurant and nailed it over the front door of our house. Oh, boy.
The chop suey sign, huh? Was your father mad when he saw it?
No, he just hung a tail on his derby and went into business. That's how my sister Florence came to be known as Lotus Blossom. We had some restaurant, chopped liver and suey. And then the following year... Oh, hello, Phil. Are you coming out with us Halloween?
Yeah, Jackson, but I can't meet you until after 9 o'clock. I got to go to night school.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, Phil. We'll meet you in front of the school about 9:15. How's that?
Okay, I'll bring my long pants with me and slip them on.
What? Now, wait a minute, Phil. Don't tell me you wear short pants to night school.
Look, Jackson, I'm in 3rd grade and I'm going to dress like it.
Oh, by all means. 3rd grade, eh? The rate you're going, you'll get your Social Security and diploma on the same night. No kidding, Phil. Why don't you give up night school?
Nothing doing. I don't want to be a maroon.
That's moron. Look, Phil, just wear your short pants all the time. Say, I wonder if Dennis wants to come along Friday. Where is the kid, anyway?
I called him yesterday, and his mother told me that he's been asleep ever since we got back from New York.
Well, I'll be darned. See, I didn't know the kid was so lazy.
What do you mean, lazy? You made Dennis share your berth on the train, then you snored so loud he couldn't rest for 4 nights.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mary. It's impossible for me to snore because I recently had my adenoids removed. I had an operation.
Some operation. Rochester hasn't even got a license.
Oh, stop. You thought he couldn't build me a barbecue pit either. You should see it. Say, Don, speaking of our trip, I meant to ask you, is your wife still mad at me for putting you both in one berth?
Well, I thought she was, Jack, but strangely enough, as I was leaving the house this morning, she handed me a cake.
A cake?
Yes, she baked it especially for you.
Especially for me, eh?
I'll give it to you right after the broadcast.
Well, especially for me, eh? Well, thanks very much, Don, but you see, I'm on a diet right now, and I have to cut out fattening poison. I mean, cake. Thanks a lot, though. Huh?
Oh, Jack, don't be silly. Mrs. Wilson wouldn't poison you. She's one of the nicest girls I ever met.
Listen, Mary, I saw a show in New York called Arsenic and Old Lace, and 2 of the sweetest old ladies you ever laid your eyes on bumped off a dozen men. 12 of them.
Yes, but they gave him elderberry wine.
What you can do with wine, you can do with cake. I ain't eating it, sister.
Oh, Jackson, don't act like a baby.
All right, Phil, let's drop the cake and have a band number. Tell Peggy thanks, Don. Well, how about a number, Phil? What are you going to play?
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. You won't laugh if I tell you, will you?
No. What's it going to be?
Poet and Peasant Overture.
Are you kidding? Well, let's have it. I may be sorry I didn't eat that cake before this is over. That was a special arrangement of Poet and Peasant Overture played by Phil Harris and his peasants. There can't be a poet in that bunch. That number was okay, Phil.
You liked it, huh, Jackson?
Yes, but I have one suggestion to make. If you're going to play a number like that every week, I think I'll have to augment your orchestra.
Augment?
Yes.
Tell him what it means before he puts on his short pants again.
Phil, augment means to increase or enlarge. For instance, you ought to add a bassoon to your orchestra, and a French horn, and a harp.
Sorry, Jackson, the harp's out.
What do you mean?
I had one once, and all the boys hung their socks on it.
Oh, well, if you had a bassoon, you could hit them over the head for doing it. Huh? And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our first play of the new season, we are going to... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Well, you certainly look rested now, Dennis.
Boy, oh boy, do I feel good. You want to raffle, Miss Livingston?
Dennis, behave yourself.
Let him alone. I'll give him a toe hold so fast he won't know what hit him.
Mary, put your coat back on. Be a lady, will you?
On this clam bake?
How can you call this program a clam bake when Phil just played Poet and Peasant? Now, let's settle down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, tomorrow, October 27th, is Navy Day. So tonight, in honor of this occasion, we will present our version of that stirring drama of the Naval Air Force, that epic of heroism, that sensational Warner Brothers production, Dive Bomber. Thank you, Dive.
You're a bomber.
Now, in this sketch, I will play the part of the young flight surgeon as portrayed on the screen by dashing, daring Errol Flynn, which happens to be the most important role in the picture. Now, let's see.
But, Jack, I saw the picture, and I thought that Fred McMurray, as the test pilot, had the most important part.
Who? McMurray?
Yes, he did some very heroic things. In fact, the audience applauded him the night I saw it.
They did? Oh. Well, Phil, then you'll be Errol Flynn, and I'm going to be Fred McMurray.
I'd never drop Flynn that fast.
Never mind. Now, it's all set. Phil is Errol Flynn, I'm Fred McMurray, and Dennis, you're going to be Ralph Bellamy.
Oh, boy, he had the best part of the whole darn picture.
Who? Bellamy?
Yeah, he was a great doctor, and the whole story was built around him.
And what? Well, now, let's see. Phil, you're going to be Errol Flynn. That's settled. Dennis, you'll be Fred McMurray, and I'll be Ralph Bellamy. Yes, that'll work out fine. Now, let's see.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
If you ask me, Wayne Morris stole the whole picture.
What? Who? Wayne Morris?
Yeah, he was terrific.
No kidding? Well, fellas, it's all settled. I'm going to be Wayne Morris. Yeah.
Good. He wasn't even in the picture.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? I'm going to play Ralph Bellamy, and that's the end of it. Mary, you're going to be a nurse. And Don, you're going to be the B-19, so stick your arms out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Go ahead, Dennis. Hold it a minute. Come in. Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Can I see you about that now?
Yes, wait out in the hall. I'll be right with you. Excuse me, fellas.
Say, that little boy looks familiar.
Well, don't you recognize him, Don? That's the kid who was on the train with us last week.
The one that said he was going to be a gag man for Bob Hope?
Yeah, now Jack is trying to sign him up first. I'm going to open up the door and listen.
Sure, kid. I know Bob Hope's a nice guy. But why do you want to work for him? In the first place, he's very tough to write for.
What are you talking about? I can write 1,000 gags about his nose alone.
You think that's something? Listen, kid, I've got rheumatism and flat feet. And you see this bridge?
Yeah?
Look, it comes out. Why, I'm a cinch to write for. Now, what do you say?
Well, what's your offer?
Now, listen, kid. You're young and you've got your health. Now, look, money we won't talk about.
The heck we won't.
This kid's going to be tough, but he's clever. Now, look, son, by the way, what's your name?
Barton. Belly laugh Barton.
Well, now, look, Belly. Forget hope, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you $37.50 a week and a case of Jell-O every Saturday night. How does that strike you?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to talk it over with my manager.
What do you have to talk it over for? Look, kid, Jell-O is good for you. It's delicious. And not only that, this year it's got that new locked-in flavor.
Locked in, huh?
Yeah. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Now sign here. Right here on the dotted line. Come on, kid.
Okay, let me out of the corner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's a deal, kid. See you at my house tomorrow morning. Come for breakfast and bring some coffee cake. So long.
Goodbye.
Here he comes, boys. Act nonchalant.
Well, sorry to kept you waiting, fellas. Okay, Dennis, let's have your song. Belly Laugh Barton. Gee, I hope he lives up to his name.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
That was I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, our version of that sensational motion picture drama, Dive Bomber. And I'd like to announce that this production will be done entirely in Technicolor.
How can you do Technicolor on the radio?
We're on the red and blue networks with a green cast. And Belly Laugh better do better than that one. Now, the opening scene is the laboratory of the famous flight surgeon, Dr. Bellamy, who at the moment is testing the reflexes of that ace aviator, Dennis McMurray. Curtain. Music. The Schneider test shows pilot fatigue, not far from the chronic line. A oscillograph, negative. What does the Ralph from Saint-Saëns test show? What does it show, nurse?
Pretty bad, Doctor. Look at this chart.
I don't like it. This man's flying days are over. He's through. Washed up.
You mean I'm not going to be an ace anymore?
To us, you'll always be an ace. Now,
Now, let's see. What else is there to check on this man?
Why don't you test his knee, jerk?
That's why don't you test his knee jerk? I did that already. Well, Lieutenant McMurray, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. You're grounded.
No, you can't do this to me. I belong in the air. I've given the best years of my life to aviation. When I black out, I want to be up there flying. Understand? Flying.
I knew I should have taken that part.
But I'm not beefing. This had to come sooner or later. It's just tough to step out of the ring when the main event may be ready to start. It's tough, I tell you. It's tough.
No, I had to be Ralph Bellamy, stand around like a dodo. Oh, well, I motivate the story, anyway.
You gotta give me another chance, Doc. Do you hear? Because of your...
All right, I'll give you another chance. Stop acting. Get out of here. Next time I'll see a picture before I cast it.
Snap out of it, Doctor. Let's get on with these experiments.
Oh, that's right. What am I working on today?
You're trying to perfect a transparent parachute so you can get suntan on the way down.
No, that'll never be a success. Come in. Oh, hello, Commander Wilson.
Good morning, Dr. Bellamy. I want to congratulate you on your experiments in counteracting aeroembolism.
Thanks. What? Oh, yes. I expect to have the arrows all emboled out before long. By the way, Commander, have you located an assistant for me?
Oh, yes, Dr. Bellamy. I've discovered a brilliant young graduate of Harvard Medical School. He's waiting in the room right now in the waiting room.
Good.
Come in, Dr. Flynn.
How do you do?
Dr. Flynn, Dr. Bellamy. Dr. Bellamy, Dr. Flynn.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde, well, I tried.
Please, Miss Croxmere. Please.
Hey, she's not bad.
I'm pleased to meet you, Dr. Flynn. So you're a Harvard man, eh?
Yes, who's the tomato?
Dr. Flynn, Commander Wilson tells me...
Yes, I believe I have solved the problem of counteracting aeroembolism. Mm-hmm. For instance, why don't we make a bell?
Well,
rubber,
don't you...
Pneumatic, inflated before the dive. But that would compress the upper part of the body and stop the blood from leaving the brain. It can't miss, I tell you, it can't miss.
I had to be Bellamy. It's the most important part. Play it. Oh, well.
That's a brilliant thought, Dr. Flynn. You'll get a medal for this.
Oh, I don't want a medal. I'm not doing this for any paltry reward from human beings. Consider it my contribution to the progress of aviation.
Contribution. I knew he'd louse it up. Now, look, Commander Wilson. Flynn's idea seems to be practical, but I've got a better one.
What is it, Dr. Bellamy?
I'll demonstrate. Hand me a pencil, Miss Crossmere.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Don't thank me. I'm not doing this for any paltry reward from human beings. I gave you that pencil because it'll stop the blood from leaving the brain.
A pencil?
What do I care about a pencil? I've got dozens of them. Dozens of them, do you hear? And consider it my contribution to the progress of aviation.
Even Croxmere has a better part. Well, come on, Dr. Flynn. That bell of yours is a good idea. Let's get busy on it.
Okay, Dr. Bellamy.
Calling Dr. Kildare. Dr. Kildare reports to surgery.
That's the other feature. This is dive bomber.
Oh, pardon me.
Come on, Flynn. We'll make that bell, or my name ain't... How high are we, McMurray?
26,000 feet and going up.
Good. How does the belt feel?
It's a little tight around the ankles.
Well, pull it up. I tell you, Mac, this experiment is going to make me famous.
Well, Dr. Flynn invented it. Why didn't you bring him along? Ouch!
I'll twist your other wrist if you keep that up. How high are we now?
30,000 feet. You better put your oxygen mask on.
I took it home. I'm going to wear it Halloween. But I feel pretty... Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Doc?
I don't know. I felt a little dizzy there for a second. But I'm all right. How high are we now?
31,000.
31,000, eh? I gotta snap out of it. I feel kind of drowsy all of a sudden.
Doc, what's the matter?
I don't know. I guess it's the altitude.
Guess this altitude kind of got me. Belt, pneumatic. It'll stop the blood from leaving the contribution. Yeah.
Doc, wake up.
Dr. Flynn, Dr. Bellamy. Dr. Bellamy, Dr. Flynn.
Well, here we go again. Now come the whistles. Gee, he looks so peaceful, I think I'll count sheep and join him. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's an eagle. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, next week brings Halloween, and Halloween brings fun and festivities, gay parties that call for good things to eat, like the grand dessert I'm going to tell you about right now. It's a real party treat, and yet an easy dessert to make. All it takes is a can of peach halves and a package of orange Jell-O. And when you have those two items, you're all ready to go. Just dissolve the orange Jell-O in hot water as you usually do. Then fill 6 wide sherbet glasses about 1/3 full and chill. When the Jell-O is firm, place a marshmallow in the center of each glass and cover with a peach half, rounded side up. Pour the remaining Jell-O over the peaches and chill until firm. And there you have an ideal treat for Halloween, a swell dessert that will make your Halloween guests say, "You surely know how to give a party." Get a can of peach halves and a package of orange Jell-O tomorrow and make up this delicious combination. Juicy golden peaches covered with shimmering orange Jell-O. But remember, when you buy Jell-O, be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. Because only Jell-O's new locked-in process gives you all the flavor, always.
Tomorrow, when you make out your grocery list, put down Jell-O and write under it, write Jell-O puddings. Jell-O vanilla, Jell-O chocolate, Jell-O butterscotch puddings. Try them and you'll say, yes, Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Sweet Dreaming.
Mr. Wilcox, you said something several weeks ago about protective housekeeping. That sounds like an interesting idea to me. I'd like to hear more about it.
Well, that is an interesting idea, and a work-saving idea, too. It comes from the fact that wax not only beautifies floors, furniture, and woodwork, but protects them as well. In fact, I don't know which is the more important benefit, the extra beauty that wax gives or this extra protection. Take floors, for example. When they are regularly polished with Johnson's paste or liquid wax, they are protected against scratches, against the wear and tear of traffic. They may never need refinishing. And, of course, the wax polish that gives them such rich beauty also makes cleaning a much simpler task. The same thing holds true when you Johnson wax your tabletops, your woodwork, windowsills, radiator covers, and Venetian blinds. The film of wax that makes all these things more beautiful also protects them against wear, dirt, and smudgy fingerprints. Many good housekeepers have told me they just couldn't keep house without genuine Johnson's wax. Buy some tomorrow. squire of 79 Wistful Vista and his neighbor Gildersleeve are typical red-blooded Americans. They love all kinds of sports and exercise. For instance, here we meet these two sportsmen in an atmosphere of tense excitement, with masculine violence boiling just beneath the surface as they match their skill and wits in a battle for supremacy.
It's your move, Gildersleeve.
Yes, I know.
There.
Oh, my, it's nice to see you two boys playing checkers peacefully together instead of fighting and bickering.
Yes. Well, I'm a peace-loving man, Mrs. McGee. And if my little chum and I can't get along together like any good friends, I'd... Here, what are you doing, McGee?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm jumping 3 of your men. Thereby winning the game.
Now, wait a minute, McGee. You missed 2 squares.
Why, I never know such a thing.
You did, too. I saw you. You moved from here to here to here.
I did not. I moved from here to here to here to here. Didn't I, Molly?
I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. But I know McGee wouldn't cheat, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I wish I was as sure of that as you are, Miss.
Now, you wait a minute, Throckmorton. You cad.
Who's a cad?
You're a cad. No, on second thought, you ain't a cad. You're only a flivver. A broken-down Model T flivver.
Is that so?
Yes, that's
Why, you indeterminate little sand flea? Anybody that would cheat at checkers.
Don't you accuse me of cheating, you tub-tummy ton of toggin flurm.
Why, you little... What's toggin flurm?
That's the bait they use to catch renifers.
What are renifers?
What's the matter with you? Don't you know anything?
By George, I'm going home.
Well...
I refuse to play checkers with any bull-headed little beetle brain like you, McGee.
Okay, you big baby. Take your coaster wagon and go crying home to Mama. You can't take it. That's what's the matter with you.
Well, maybe I can't take it, but I can ladle it out, McGee. One more insulting remark from you, and I'll beat your brains out. If I can borrow a feather duster.
You'll beat my brains out. Why, you hollow-headed hippo, you couldn't poke your way out of a hairnet.
All right, that's enough. Give me that checkerboard.
Oh, but Molly, we can't quit now. We're tied 7-7.
Oh, let us play just one more game, Mrs. McGee. We'll be quiet, won't we, little chum?
We were just kidding.
Well, all right then. Just one more game.
Oh, that's fine. And after this, I'll keep my eye on you, chum.
Well, that's a... What do you mean? What for?
So you won't cheat.
Oh, so you still claim I cheated, do you? Now you listen to me, you overstuffed apple.
Be quiet, the both of you. And give me that checkerboard again. McGee, go upstairs and put on a clean shirt for dinner. And you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Go home.
Oh, Mrs. McGee.
Go home.
Gee whiz, I didn't...
You heard what the lady says, Gildersleeve. Scram.
I'll not have my home turned into a... Oh, well, I won't have it turned into. I might have known this peace and quiet wouldn't last. Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, good night. Good night, little chum.
Hey, look, Molly, we wasn't... Hey, what you doing?
I'm wrapping this checkerboard up. Give me a piece of string.
What you wrapping it up for?
I'm going to give it away.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Just because Gildersleeve and me get into a little argument now and then, shucks, that does us good.
I know that.
Well, then what's the idea?
If it does 2 fighting men that much good, think what it will do for the Army.
The Army? What's the Army?
Sure, I read in the paper where the boys in camp are short on games and books and magazines. So I'm going to send them this checkerboard, thus helping the War Department out there and Peace Department out here. You still object, dearie?
Well, no, I guess not. But don't send the checkerboard. Just send them the Parcheesi outfit. Well, I doubt if them dice would be used for Parcheesi.
Why don't you send that cribbage board of yours? You can't use it anymore.
Why not?
It's full of holes.
Termites.
Look, dearie, while we're at it, let's send a lot of things. They need books and magazines, too.
That's a great idea, Molly. This house is getting all cluttered up with books anyway. Must be a half a dozen around here.
Look, McGee, I've got a great idea.
Huh?
Let's go see all our friends and collect a lot of games and books and magazines and send them to camp.
Yeah, that's a swell idea, Molly, but look, please don't send my checkerboard. I and Gildersleeve are tied 7-7. We got to play it off to see who's champion.
Oh, go on. Draw pennies or pitch straws for it. Now, come on. We'll call on everybody we know and get them to donate games and books.
You still going to send my checkerboard?
Definitely.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give up my ping-pong set instead. I'll throw in my wood-burning outfit, my model airplane kit, and the ship I'm building in the bottle.
No, we'll just send the checkerboard and the ping-pong.
Now, incidentally, you know how ping-pong got its name?
No.
It was invented by two Chinese fellas, Fooey Ping and Charlie Pong.
Why, how interesting.
You still going to send my checkerboard?
Yes, and go get the ping-pong set. You know where it is.
Sure.
Where?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
Stuffing. Isn't it wonderful how everybody is cooperating on this thing, dearie?
Yep.
Heavenly days, we must have a half a ton of books and games and magazines promised already.
Yep, they'll never miss my checkerboard now. So let's keep it, and I can play off the championship with Gildersleeve.
Now. I thought we had that all settled. The checkerboard is going.
Well, shucks, I don't know why you got to send my favorite stuff. You'd have sent my easy chair to the Army, too, if it hadn't had flat feet.
Oh, for goodness sakes, anybody think your life depended on one measly little checker game?
Mine don't, but Gildersleeve's does. It'll kill him if I win. Hey, here's Nick Topopoulos' house. Let's see what he can give us. Well, let me see. If he offers...
Well, for scream's sakes, Fizzer and Cupid, this is an unexpected pleasure. What's roasting?
Huh? He means what's cooking, dearie.
Oh.
Look, Mr. DePopoulos, we're collecting games and books and magazines for the boys in camp. Now, what have you got that we can have?
Well, I don't think we have any games, Cupid, unless you can use some jigsaw poodles.
Oh, jigsaw puzzles are swell, Nick. How about books and magazines, though?
Now you are beginning to talk sense with something to it.
Oh.
I am having a superfluity of books, and I'm happy to get rid of them.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. DePopoulos. Send them over to our house, and we'll have a truck ready to take them out to camp.
Yeah, why are you so glad to get rid of them, though, Nicholas?
Oh, they're too hard on my eyes, Fizzer.
Oh, you read a lot, Mr. DePopoulos?
I don't read at all, Cupid, but my kids are always playing catch with them and hitting me in the face. Yesterday, I'm getting smacked with Gone with the Wind, and for 10 minutes, I'm hearing for who the bells are ringing. Well, I'll send them over.
Thank you.
Now, Well, get a load of the brass knocker, Molly. You'd think anybody as well off as Uppington could afford a doorbell.
She probably thinks a quaint old knocker expresses her personality, McGee.
You mean she has a need for a knocker because she's knock-kneed? Don't you get it? I says she had...
Tain't funny, McGee.
She would be in a bathing suit.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Good afternoon, Uppy. Where's your butler?
You mean Snathers? Oh, I lost him last Saturday.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, he always interested me in a strange way.
How was that, Molly?
Well, he had an expression on his face that reminded me of, well, I don't know exactly, but there was a look in his eye that, well, did you ever clean fish?
Where'd you happen to lose the old frozen puss, Uppy?
It was all very strange.
What, eh?
Yes, he was serving dinner, and the radio was broadcasting the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, the
and
Derby.
after Whirlaway had run the race, Snathers picked up the strawberry shortcake, danced around a bit, and then said, "Here, old girl, wear this for a mask." And you know, the first thing I knew, I was.
He smacked you with it, huh?
Yes.
Oh, dear. Well, I don't blame you for firing him, Abigail.
Oh, but I didn't, my dear. He just quit. Oh, man, I wish there was some way to get him back.
You mean to stand there with your velvet neckband full of Adam's apple and tell me you want that guy back?
Why, of course I do, Mr. McGee.
Well, I don't understand it either, Mrs. Uppington. Why?
Why, because through him I found how wonderful crushed strawberries and whipped cream are for the complexion.
I give up. Come on, Molly, let's
Oh,
go.
just a second, dear. You forgot what we came for.
Oh, yes.
The magazines for the boys in camp, remember?
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course. I have them right here, all ready for you.
Oh, well, how did you know about it, Abigail?
Oh, you told Mr. Gildersleeve, and he told his wife, and she mentioned it to the grocer. And he is strictly a guy who tells everybody everything.
Oh, boy, take a squint at these magazines, Molly. Nasty Confessions, Fantastic Mechanics, Bloodthirsty Heartthrobs, True House Detective Stories, Curvy Cutie Cartoons.
Why, Abigail, I never knew you read this type of literature.
Me? Well, really, Mrs. McGee, these belong to the servants.
Oh.
I consider myself insulted.
Well.
And you'd realize that if you ever read these magazines from cover to cover, as I always do. What am I saying? Goodbye.
You see, Wilcox, what we want is games and books and magazines for the boys in camp.
Yes, they're a little short of recreational supplies, Mr. Wilcox.
I see. Well, I've got a croquet set that's hardly been used.
No, you don't get the idea, Harlow. Nothing elaborate like that. Just small stuff.
Haven't you anything you can hold on your lap?
Well, my secretary, Miss Clegg...
Hey. Now, wait a minute,
Well,
Wilcox.
now, wait a minute. I was going to say, my secretary, Miss Clegg, will go through my house and see what she can find.
Oh.
And you say you want a lot of books and magazines, too?
That's the idea, Mr. Wilcox. Just send them over to our house, and thank you very much.
Oh, not at all. I was in the Army myself, and I know how it is.
Oh, what was you in the Army, Wilcox?
Well, most of the time I was on kitchen police. As a matter of fact, I still am.
Really?
Folks, I'm sorry. I didn't see it coming. Science has never discovered any way to keep flies out of the cream pitcher, moths out of bathing suits, and Wilcox out of sales talk. But we can dream, can't we? Okay, Wilcox, I'll go along with you. How come you're still on kitchen police?
Why, that's simple. I'm responsible for arresting the wear and tear and the cracking and warping of linoleum.
Oh.
But I don't use a nightstick and a revolver. I arrest them with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, the marvelous polish that shines as it dries.
Personally, I think that's very interesting. Go on, Mr. Wilcox.
My pal.
Try and stop it.
Why, look, with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, linoleum will last much, much longer. It'll retain the original beauty of pattern and color and save hours of tedious scrubbing. Glow coat requires no rubbing and no buffing. It shines itself in 20 minutes or less after applying. And you'll love the new feeling of cleanliness it gives your home. And as an old kitchen policeman, I can assure you that grime doesn't pay.
Oh.
Wilcox, if I had your enthusiasm and you had my brains, we wouldn't be working for the Johnson Wax people.
We wouldn't?
No, we'd be the Johnson Wax people. Come on.
Yes, we're rounding up books and magazines and games to send out to the Army camp. Now, have you got anything for us?
Well, now, I would just love to help you out, Mrs. McGee. But I wouldn't dare give anything away without consulting my wife.
Well, go ahead and consult her, Wimple.
Oh, I couldn't disturb her now, Mr. McGee. She's taking her music lesson.
Oh. Does she sing, Mr. Wimple?
No, she plays the... Well, wait. I'll open the door to the music room just a fraction, and we'll see her in action. She's very talented, don't you think?
Wimple, she's certainly got what it takes.
Yes, indeed. Now, if somebody would only take what she's got and throw it away, maybe I'd get a little peace and quiet around here.
Have you protested, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, many times, Mrs. McGee. I often say to her, Cornelia, I say, why don't you give up those drums and go back to your other hobby?
What was her other hobby?
Lion taming.
Heavenly days, lion taming.
Yes, she uses our kitchen chairs, too. They're all scarred up with teeth marks.
Oh.
Believe me, that varnish tastes terrible. My goodness, I don't know why I'm getting so personal. I'll send over whatever I can, Mrs. McGee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, not at all.
The boys in camp will sure appreciate it, Wimple. And I speak as one who knows. Old Army man myself, you know.
I belonged to the Home Guard once.
Oh.
But my wife doesn't like me to have a gun around the house.
Oh.
She says I might accidentally shoot her sometime. That woman is positively uncanny. But, Mr. McGee, what were you in the Army?
I was cook of Company C, Wallace, just like my father was before me. Son of a sea cook McGee, I was known as.
Oh, my.
Son of a sea cook McGee, celebrated in story and song as the supervisor of the soup stove, the skillful scientific Samson of the sizzling steak skillet, and the snappy sergeant of the spud skinning squad. Smooth as silk at supplying a seafood spree by subdividing a sardine into sufficient servings to satisfy 6 or 7 small soldiers. Smart as the city slicker at switching skinny shrimps into sleek and strong supermen by stuffing same with sausages, sandwiches, and similar succulent snacks. A sturdy citizen at stocking stomachs, Wimple, but let's hear the king's men singing something simple.
The King's Men sing, Polly, Put the Kettle On.
Oh, Polly, what do you want?
Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on, and we can have some tea. Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on, and we can have some tea. Get out the cookies, we're gonna have a treat. I'll sweep the crumbs away, you'll sweep me off my feet. Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on and settle down with me. Polly,
put the kettle on.
Polly,
put the kettle on.
Polly, put the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on. Let's have tea.
Hot cross buns, hot cross buns. 1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot cross buns.
Polly, put the kettle on. I'll go buy a bun. When the tea is boiling, we'll have fun. Polly, put the little kettle on, the little kettle on, the little kettle on. Polly, put the little kettle on, have a little tea for 2. Put a little sugar in to make it sweet. Stir it up, make it sweet. Add a little lemon, then turn on the heat. You and me for tea. Better get the butter and the jelly and the cream, gingerbread cookies by the score. Hand me down down that glow coat. We'll eat right off the floor. Oh, Polly.
Put the kettle on.
Polly.
Put the kettle on.
Oh, golly, Polly, won't you put on the kettle and settle down? Settle down. Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Then settle right down with me.
I'm hungry.
Here, load these books in the truck, McGee.
Load them in yourself, Gildersleeve. I'm busy.
Why, you're not either, McGee. Mr. Gildersleeve and I have done almost all the work.
Okay. Hey, give me a hand with this ping-pong outfit, Gildersleeve.
Certainly, chum.
You take the table, and I'll take the balls and rackets.
Come on now, boys. Let's hurry and get...
Hello, kids. What's cooking?
Oh, hi, old-timer. We're loading all these books and magazines and games and stuff into the truck. We're taking them to the soldiers.
By the way, McGee, do you know the way out there to the camp?
No, not exactly. Hey, old-timer.
Hey!
Which is the best way to camp?
Well, I always say the best way to camp is to pick out a piece of high ground near some running water, then pitch a tent...
No.
What?
No. Which is the best way to the army camp?
Hey? Oh, that. Well, daughter, best way is to drive out of town any direction till you see a soldier standing beside the road. Then you go whichever way his thumb is pointing. See?
Now, that's very intelligent, but I knew you could tell us, old-timer. You got such a wise face.
That's what everybody says, Johnny. They says I got a lot of intelligence in my face for my age.
Yes, you got a lot of age in it, too. It's your face that convinces me that a puss has 9 lives.
That's pretty good, Throckmorton. But that ain't the way I heard it. No, sir. The way I heard it, one fella says, t'other fella, says, you been reading about that lady bullfighter down in Mexico? Yep, says t'other fella. Wonderful, ain't she? How'd she ever learn to dodge them wild animals? Dunno, says the first feller, but they say she used to be a cigarette girl in a nightclub.
Get out of the way. Now, get out of the way while we finish loading this stuff, old-timer.
It's all loaded, McGee.
Oh.
It is. And a wonderful lot of stuff, too. Now, who's going to drive?
I am. Now, wait a minute, McGee. Who was it that borrowed this truck?
Whose idea was it to collect this stuff?
Mine.
You want to drive, Molly?
No.
Okay, I'll drive.
I'll settle it, kids. I'll drive.
Well, fine. Let's get going. Get in, boys. Come on.
Hey, not so fast, old-timer. Slow down.
How do you do it?
Yep.
Why, take your foot off the accelerator.
Where is it?
Oh. Heavenly days. Didn't you ever drive a car before?
No, but it's fun, ain't it?
Yes, I'm the Morale and Recreation Officer, Captain Gordon. You're Mr. McGee?
No, thank goodness this is Mr. McGee.
Oh.
And this is my wife, Molly Cap.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, Mrs. McGee. And I wish to express the appreciation of our whole camp for the trouble you've gone to get these recreational facilities together for us.
Where shall we unload them, Cap?
The men are already starting to unload the truck, Mr. McGee. The recreation house is right next door. By the way, I didn't meet this gentleman.
What gentleman? There ain't any.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. This is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Cap Gordon, Throcky.
How do you do, sir?
And thank you also, Mr. Gildermorton. You don't know how much you people have contributed to the morale and well-being of our boys. A fine group of young men, and we have to see that they have fun, you know.
Now, come on, Gildy. We better go help unload the stuff.
Oh, yes. Okay, McGee. See you later, Captain.
Certainly.
Well, so you really think this was a good idea, do you, General?
Splendid, Mrs. McGee. Splendid. A great thought, but... don't call me General. I'm only a captain.
Oh, it doesn't matter. When McGee was in the Army, he was only a sergeant. You know, 2 stripes on his sleeve.
2 stripes is a corporal.
It is? Why, he always said he was... Why, that little rascal, in all these years, I believe...
Well, come, Mrs. McGee. Let's go and see if the men have that truck unloaded, eh?
All right. Well, that was fast work. The truck is empty. But where are McGee and Gildersleeve?
I don't know. I say, my good fellow, did you see the 2 men who came with this truck?
Sure did, Admiral. They went right in there. Said they had to finish up.
Finish up? Oh, finish up unpacking those things. Well, come on, Captain. Well, heavenly day.
Okay, Gildersleeve, it's your move.
Yeah, I know.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. You know, during these nice spring days, most of us like to be out of doors as much as we can. Personally, I like to be able to play a little more golf, work a little longer in my garden. I find that most women who keep house are especially grateful during this season for any product that really saves them work. That's one reason so many of them sing the praises of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Actually, thousands of letters come into the Johnson offices saying thank you for Glow Coat. Yes, self-polishing Glow Coat saves hours of work, not only because it needs no rubbing or buffing, but also because it makes it so easy to keep floors clean, sparkling, and spotless. Linoleum that is polished regularly with Glow Coat lasts indefinitely. Its color's as fresh and bright as new. So Glow Coat is money-saving as well as work-saving. And remember, you save money, too, by buying Johnson's Glow Coat in the larger sizes.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we had some fun with the idea of getting games and books and magazines together for the boys in camp, it is a good idea. They really need them, and they'll be glad to get them.
They certainly do. So look around your house tonight and get a bundle of games and reading matter together for the boys.
Just mail or send it to the Recreation and Morale Officer at the Army camp, post, or station nearest you. It'll be greatly appreciated.
Give them that address again, McGee.
The Recreation and Morale Officer of your nearest Army camp, post, or station. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Polish your car, mister, while you park?
No, I don't think you'll have time, son.
Oh, sure I will, with this new Johnson's Auto Polish car new. It's 2-in-1, you know. Cleans and wax polishes at the same time. And say, I'll bet you won't know your own bus when you see it. I polished 4 cars already today, all with car new. Gee, you ought to seen them. They're swell. Make you a special deal, boss. If you're not satisfied, you don't owe me no dough.
Okay, Bud. Give her the works. I've been wanting to try Johnson's car new myself for 2 months.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with It's High Time.
Jimmy, and don't you dare track dirt and mud across my kitchen floor either. I just scrubbed it.
Oh, that's too bad, Jimmy. Too bad the game has to end, and too bad your mom is still doing that old-fashioned floor scrubbing. Now, if that floor were protected with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, she wouldn't have to worry about your tracking in a little dirt because it would wipe up so easily with a damp cloth. Besides, she wouldn't be so tired and cross and worn out with that tiresome scrubbing. And, of course, someone should tell her that continuous scrubbing finally ruins linoleum, whereas Glow Coat protects it, keeps it new-looking and beautiful, makes it last longer, besides saving her hours of work. Glow Coat is self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing. Jimmy, why don't you ask your mother to buy a can of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat? She'll always thank you for it. This is the time of year when every born angler gets out the box of tackle and the old bamboo for a little living room fishing. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, where the master of the house is reviewing his past glories as a trout trapper, we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Boy, look at the whip on that trout rod, will you? It's as springy and supple as the day I won it.
Say, how did you win it? I don't remember.
Sure you do. I won it in that contest.
What contest?
Oh, you know, Molly. Finishing that sentence. I like Barker's dog biscuits because...
Well, why did you like them?
You never give me a chance to find out. You made me quit eating them.
Why, of course I did. It got so every time we had lamb chops, you'd run outdoors and bury the bones.
I thought you said it was because I started chasing cats.
Well, it was both. And what's more, dearie?
Huh? Boy, is this a trout rod. Let's say we go fishing over the weekend.
You go, dearie.
Don't you want to go?
I don't believe so. Standing girdle deep in an icy creek and getting sinkers caught in my hairnet has sort of lost its fascination for me. I'm not as young as we were.
You always used to tell me how you loved to go fishing. You says you and that old boyfriend of yours, Otis Cadwallader, used to go fishing every spring.
Well, that was a long time ago, dearie. But it was fun, though. Otis used to let me row the boat while he fished.
Oh, he let you row the boat.
Sure.
Well, there's a gentleman for you. He didn't want his little snooky-wookie spraining her back hauling in them 2-ounce sunfish.
McGee, I do believe you're still jealous of Otis Cadwallader.
I never know such a thing. And as for him being a fisherman, why, that dough-face couldn't catch an anchovy in a plate of hors d'oeuvres.
Well, everybody but you admires him. You know he started on a shoestring and made a fortune.
Yeah, there's a heel behind every shoestring.
Well, now, just because Otis used to be my boyfriend doesn't mean he wasn't a nice boy.
Ever wish you'd married him instead of me?
Not for a minute, dearie.
Honest?
Cross my heart. I'd rather worry about the grocery bill with you than about paying me out with him. You know that.
Yeah, I guess old Otis ain't a bad guy. As millionaires go. And the farther he goes, the better I'll like it. You sure you don't want to go fishing with me?
No, thank you. I got so many things to do around the house that I...
Come in.
Telegram for Mrs. Fibber McGee.
Heavenly days, for me?
Yes, ma'am. Sign here, please.
All right. There you are. Give the lad a quarter, McGee.
Okay, here you are, Bud.
Gee, couldn't you make it a nickel instead?
A nickel?
Yeah, I got some swell wisecracks for guys who only give me a nickel.
Look, Bud, the reason vaudeville never came back is because guys would rather have a nickel and a wisecrack than 2 bits and a smart exit. Now, scram, will you? Who's it from, Molly?
Oh, for goodness sakes, if this isn't a coincidence.
What do you mean, coincidence? Does it say vaudeville is back?
No, sir. It's from Otis Cadwallader.
What's that smug mug sending you telegrams about? Some fortune die and leave him an uncle?
Look, it's from Portland, Oregon.
Well, that shows how ignorant he is. Portland ain't in Oregon. It's in Maine.
Well, now there's another one in Oregon.
Well, it could be the same one. I read in the sports section today that Cleveland is in St. Louis this week. Well, what seems to be flickering your old flame now?
Listen, it says, caught record-breaking salmon and thought you would like to have it in memory of old days.
What?
Am sending it Air Express arriving Tuesday afternoon.
Oh.
Regards to you and Stinky. And it's signed Otis Cadwallader.
Well,
Wasn't that sweet, McGee? Otis always was so sentimental. Why, he even remembered your boyhood nickname.
Yeah, well, I remember his, too, but I'd get pinched if I ever sent it in a telegram.
Say, how big would a record-breaking salmon be, dearie?
Well, depends on what records it broke. If it was high jumping, and it'd be light and thin. If it was a shot putting or wrestling...
Oh, now stop clowning. Would it be 20 pounds, 50 pounds, or 100 pounds?
I don't know, 40, 45 pounds, I guess. What are we going to do with all that fish?
Well, we can eat what we want and give the rest to our friends. He's sending it Air Express, so it'll be nice and fresh.
Air Express, eh? That was the way the stork brought Otis, too, and look how fresh he stayed.
Go call the airport and see what time the afternoon plane gets in here.
Oh, okay. Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the whistle biscuit. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? You're married, sister. Honest? 3 of them, eh?
Oh.
Boy, that's terrific.
Oh, my.
Well, what hospital you say?
Heavenly days, McGee. You don't
Imagine
need
that, Molly. Smirk's sister was driving past the hospital this morning and had 3 blowouts in one block. Hey, Mert, what time's the afternoon plane come in? Oh, thanks, Mert. 5:52, Molly.
Fine. Now, look, here's what we'll do. We'll give a salmon dinner for all our friends.
Oh, I don't want
Now,
that.
start calling people up and invite them. First, Mrs. Uppington.
Yeah, but look, how are we
And then
gonna-
Mr. Wilcox and Mr. Mills and the Wimples
Who
and
wants
the old
these?
So I thought I should drop over and get some more details about this affair, Mrs. McGee. I didn't realize you were so interested in needlework.
Needlework? This has nothing to do with needlework, Abigail.
But Mr. McGee said over the telephone that we were going to sew and sew and sew until...
I did not, Uppy. I said some old so-and-so was sending us a fish. And we couldn't eat it all ourselves.
Well, really, I'm afraid, Mr. McGee, you don't enunciate very clearly.
It's a good thing I don't, or they'd be taking our phone out.
McGee's a little jealous, Mrs. Uppington. The man who's sending us this big salmon is an old flame of mine.
Oh, my. Well, there must be a little spark of love still burning.
If that big clinker keeps smoldering, he's going to make an awful ash of himself.
Now, McGee, just because you never caught a record-breaking fish...
I'm not so sure he did either. I'll bet he bought a dozen cans of salmon and reconstructed it.
Oh, tell me, Mrs. McGee, who is this fascinating chap?
Fascinating my eye. He's got all the charm and personality of leftover spaghetti with meatballs.
Well, his name is Otis Cadwallader, Abigail, and he used to...
My dear, not the Otis Cadwallader, the millionaire sportsman.
What do you mean, sportsman? That guy won't even play bridge unless him and his partner can wear headphones.
Now, McGee, you're really exaggerating there. He and his brother wanted to hear Bob Hope that night.
So we, the people, lost $22.
Say, how did you know about Mr. Cadwallader, Abigail?
Oh, my dear, I'm constantly reading about him in the fashionable magazines. Oh, is he really as handsome as his photograph?
Well, he's pretty good looking. Wouldn't you say so, dearie?
Not even if I thought so. Not even if I thought so. And I don't think so.
Oh, Mrs. McGee, you unfortunate girl, you.
What? Why, Abigail?
Oh, to think that you once had Otis Cadwallader in your grasp, and you passed him up for such a little...
Such a little what?
My, such a little time before dinner. I must be going. Goodbye.
Cadwallader and his salmon. Got me talking like a salmon. Believe me, if I was still interested in a gal that had married somebody else, I'd send her something more romantic than a fish.
Say, I never thought of it that way, McGee. It is kind of silly, isn't it?
I'll say it is. What'd he woo you with? Bouquets of herring and a 10-pound box of Whitman sardines?
Well, you and he were about even, dearie.
Huh?
Your idea of a beautiful courtship was a ride on the roller coaster and 5 boxes of Cracker Jacks.
That was quite a sacrifice for me. The roller coaster always made me sick.
Why, of course it did. You ate all the Cracker Jacks.
Well, shut, how can I?
Come in.
Hello, kid. What's all this about a fish dinner tonight?
That's right, old-timer. We're getting the big fish from Oregon this evening. Coming by air.
Oh, flying fish, eh?
No, it's a salmon.
Oh. Well, what time we march up to the trough tonight, daughter?
Well, now, that's not a very elegant way to express it, Mr. Oldtimer, but the fish will be here about 6, so we'll eat about 6:30. You'll be here?
Oh, sure will, daughter. Unless some unforeseen circumstance comes up, and I don't know what it'd be unless my cousin Clarence comes in from Cincinnati. And he might, because he wired me to get him a date for tonight, and only one I could get with is my gal's sister, and only she won't go out unless my gal goes too, and I wouldn't trust Cousin Clarence with my gal, so I guess I better go along and keep an eye on her. Sorry, kid. An unforeseen circumstance has just come up. Thanks.
Why, that old twerp, him and his date. He either ought to grow up or give up.
Look, McGee, did you ask Mr. Wilcox and Billy Mills to this dinner?
Yep. Wilcox will be here for sure, I think, and Billy will...
Hey, Molly.
Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
Let me see that trout we're having for dinner.
It's not a trout, Harlow. It's a salmon.
Oh, I thought it was a trout.
Well, why'd you want to see it, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I was going to tell you the best way to cook trout.
Oh, yeah? You were going to tell her how to cook. You tell him how to sell wax, then, Molly.
Well, now, don't think I couldn't.
Could you really?
Why, certainly I could. Look, Mr. Wilcox, every woman wants to be beautiful.
Yes?
So point out how much more time and money she'll have for facials and manicures when Johnson's Wax cuts down her housework and gives her more leisure and a bigger budget. You see?
If they got more exercise, they wouldn't have such a big butt. Oh. Oh, you mean budget.
Oh. Go on, Molly.
Shall I go on? Well, then, tell them how much more fun it is to entertain when their house or apartment is shining and beautiful and easy to clean. Mm-hmm. And how windowsills and lampshades and everything are protected against wear and dirt and dampness. That's how I'd sell Johnson's Wax.
Yeah. Now, you tell us how to cook a fish.
Well, look. You take your trout.
It isn't a trout, it's a salmon.
But if it was a trout, you'd simply roll it in cornmeal.
It ain't a trout.
I know, but if it was...
Look, Mr. Wilcox, when we have salmon, it's no use telling us how to cook trout.
Yeah.
Like when we want Johnson's Wax, it's no use trying to sell us something else.
That's what I wanted to hear you say. Never accept a substitute when you want the real thing. Well, that ends today's lesson, folks. See you tonight.
That guy should ought to have been a jockey, Molly. He rides a plug harder than Eddie Arcaro.
I don't even believe he knows how to cook. That was just an excuse to talk about wax.
I know, but let us remember.
Oh, lettuce. That's what I've been trying to think of.
Huh?
McGee, run down to the grocery store and get me a head of lettuce.
Oh, call him up and ask him to deliver it.
No, you go get it. It'll give you an excuse to wear your new hat. Huh?
Oh, that's right. Here, let me put it on. How's it look?
Oh, wonderful. It looks just like Anthony Eden.
Well, better. I got more. Hey.
Oh, heavenly days. What was that?
Kids must be playing baseball next door again. Look, here's the ball. I'll fix them.
Now, take it easy, dear.
You wait. I'll teach them kids they can't do...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Did you see anything of a baseball, mister? Did you,
What do you mean, did I see anything of a baseball? You just busted our window with it.
I know it. Willie Took said girls didn't know how to play baseball, so I took his bat and gee, Davy, did I hung that old apple right out of the pipe.
That's neither here nor there, sis. Who's going to pay for that window?
You are, Betcha.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, why should I pay for it?
Well, we paid for the baseball. You ought to pay for the window.
I see. Why don't I buy you kids a new ball, too, and some uniforms and new caps and masks and catcher's mitts and all stuff like that there?
Gee, that'd be wonderful, mister. When you going to do it? When you going to do it? When
Dad, rather, I'm not going to do it. I just told you.
Oh, hey, Mr. McGee, you got a new hat.
Oh, yeah. You like it?
Peachy. You look dandy in a hat like that.
Oh, thanks, sis. I'm glad you like it. Here, take your baseball. Be a little more careful after this.
All righty. Thank you, mister. I knew you wouldn't be mean about it. I bet you on account of you look so nice in that hat.
You really think so, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Here's 50 cents for a new ball, too.
You're just wonderful, mister. And I didn't know you were so good looking until I saw you in that expensive new hat.
Oh, it ain't so expensive, sis. It's the way I wear it.
Oh.
Here's a couple of bucks for your team. Get a couple of gloves.
Thank you, mister. Wait till I tell the kids. We'll make you mascot. We need a new one anyway.
You do?
Mm-hmm. The dog catcher got the last one.
Oh.
Well, thanks ever so much, mister. And I'm sorry it isn't wintertime so we could throw snowballs at your new hat because we wouldn't do it, I bet you.
Well, that's mighty decent of you, sis.
Well, it's a mighty decent hat, mister. Is it a fedora?
No, it's a Homburg.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Homburg.
I'm hungry.
The King's Men sing Much Much.
'Twas there I learned reading and writing, at brackets where I went to school. 'Twas there I learned howling and fighting, from me schoolmaster, Mr. O'Toole. Him and me, we had many a scrimmage, and divil a copy I wrote. There's never a cartoon in the village, God's bread on the tail of me, mush, 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 toodle-lie-dee. Mush, 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 toodle-lie. And there's never a cartoon in the village, God's bread on the tail of me coat. 'Twas there that I learned all me courting, oh, the lessons I took in the art, till Cupid the devil found sporting, and arrow drove straight through me heart. Miss O'Connor, she lived earnestly, and tender lines to her I wrote. If you dare say a hard word again her, I'll tread on the tail of your mush, 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 toodle-lie-dee. Mush, 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 toodle-lie. If you dare say a hard word again her, I'll tread on the tail of your coat.
Then a blackguard named Mickey Maloney came and stole her affection away. He had money and I hadn't any, so I sent him a challenge next day. In the AM we met in Killarney, the Shannon we crossed in a boat, and I lathered him with me shillelagh, for he trod on the tail of me, mush, 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 toodle-lie-dee. Sing mush, 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 toodle-lie, and I lathered him with me shillelagh, for he trod on the tail of me coat.
Me fame went abroad through the nation, the people came flocking to see, and they exclaimed without hesitation, "You're a fighting man, Mr. McGee." I wiped out the Finnegan faction, I sunk all the Murphys afloat. If you're in for a row or a ruction, just tread on the tail of me, mush, 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 toodle-lie-dee. Sing mush, 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 toodle-lie. If you're in for a row or a ruction, just tread on the tail of me, coat.
Hey, Fibber, Molly, when do we eat?
Yes, what about this fish?
Now, take it easy, everybody. We just phoned the airport, and they says the plane was slightly delayed on account of rain.
Oh, good heavens. What's a little rain to a salmon?
Yes, excuse me, McGee. May I have a word with you?
Why, sure, Gildersleeve. Just step over here for a minute. Hey, Molly, you better put out some more olives and potato chips. This mob's getting unruly.
All right, dear.
What you want, Gildersleeve? Want to give me a cigar or something?
No. I want to give you a little advice.
Huh?
Next time you invite people to a 6:30 fish dinner, have it at 6:30, will you? By George, here it is 7:15, and I'm so hungry that I...
Now. Take it easy, Bucky.
Well...
We can't help it if the fish don't get here on time.
I won't take it easy. I'm hungry, and when I'm hungry, I don't feel good. I've got a half a mind to walk out of here and go to a restaurant.
You had half a mind, you'd sit down and relax, you big glutton.
Now, look here, McGee. Isn't it enough that you invite me out here and starve me without insulting... Oh, there, Mrs. McGee.
Say, what goes on here?
This, quote, guest, unquote, of ours is Ellie Bay aching about the delay.
Well...
Oh, for goodness sakes, Mr. Gildersleeve, it won't be much longer. Have some more olives.
I don't want any more olives. I've eaten so many now, I feel like a pinball game.
Don't worry, you ain't any pinball game. You can win with one of those.
Oh! That settles it. I'm going home.
Okay, go on home then, you big whiner.
Why, you inhospitable little henhouse Hibernian.
What do you mean, henhouse Hibernian?
Shanty Irish, but he cleaned it up. Here, boys, I don't want to.
I'll bet that's the fish.
Goody, I'll run up, turn on the oven, little chum.
No, the oven is already hot, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come on, McGee, let's go to the door.
Don't cry.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi, Wimple.
Well, heavenly days. We thought you were the fish. Won't you come in and sit down, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I'm sorry, folks, but I just can't.
Oh. Oh, you can't, Mr. Wimple.
No, I'm terribly sorry. Mrs. Wimple and I had intended to come, but at the last minute she changed our mind.
Well, as long as you're here, you might as well stay, Wimple. She wouldn't care, would she?
Oh, yes, she would, Mr. McGee. She just fly into one of her tantrums, I'm afraid.
Oh. Well, what does she do in her tantrums, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, she just stands there and stamps her foot at me.
Well, that ain't so fearful, is it?
It wouldn't be if I could only roll out of the way quicker. Well, I'm sorry if I've discommoded you, Mrs. McGee. But Mrs. Wimple and I have decided to spend a quiet evening at home.
A quiet evening, Wimple?
Yes. My wife is going to read to me.
Well, now, isn't that sweet? What does she read to you, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, the usual thing. The Riot Act. Good night.
My goodness, dearie, what's delaying that salmon?
I don't know. They says as soon as the plane landed, they were going to rush it right over here by motorcycle. Maybe I better call up the airport again.
Oh, look, McGee, there it is. It's a messenger with a big package.
Hot dog. Hey, everybody. It's here.
Here it is.
Give me that package, Bud. Thanks.
Unwrap it quick, McGee. We're all starved.
Hey, look.
What is it, McGee?
Let me see it, McGee. Well, heavenly day.
Hey, look, folks. It's stuff.
Oh, my goodness. Stuffed and mounted on a board.
Hey, quiet, everybody. Wait a minute. Here's a brass plate on it.
What does it say, dearie?
It says, to my schoolgirl sweetheart, Molly McGee. Every time you look at this, please think of me. Signed Otis Cadwallader.
Do you ever have have spring fever? Ever say to yourself, my, but I feel so lazy today? Don't let it worry you if you do. You've got lots of company, including yours truly. Work is a great thing for everybody. Sometimes it's a lifesaver. But unnecessary work is, well, it's just unnecessary. Take your floors, for example. You could go on scrubbing your linoleum floors all your life, and what would it get you? Well, an aching back and red hand for yourself and ruined linoleum in the bargain. So, you wisely protect your floors with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, saving yourself unnecessary work, keeping your linoleum always bright and shining, and making it last longer. And with the hours of time you save with glow coat, you can do important things that perhaps you've had to neglect. Reading, playing with your children, seeing your friends. Johnson's glow coat saves you work because it is self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing. Look for the familiar red and yellow glow coat package at your dealer.
Ladies and gentlemen, United States savings bonds are now on sale in post offices and banks everywhere. Buy as many as you can and be assured that your money is as safe as the nation itself. The country's banking on us, so let's bank on the country.
And if you're one of our neighbors in Canada, buy war savings certificates.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and for industry. Inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Ladies, before you do any painting or enameling, I want you to investigate a wonderful new Johnson product. A new kind of enamel that actually contains wax. It's called Johnson's Wax Enamel, and it comes in 19 stunning modern colors, all selected by prominent decorators. Even the names of some of these new colors are exciting. Daffodil yellow, Dresden blue, Cherokee red, jade green. Wax enamel has 3 very important advantages. The wax gives it a smooth finish, a beautiful satiny wax luster, gives it extra protection against wear, and makes it easier to clean. Just try Johnson's Wax Enamel on old furniture, your bathroom or kitchen walls. It's easy to brush on, and one coat nearly always covers. Ask your dealer for a Wax Enamel color chart free. See him tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Hello, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie!
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong.
Vote for Gracie! Keep voting all day long!
Thank you very much.
Hello.
How's your campaign coming along?
Oh, fine. Only I've been getting a little impatient with Congress.
Impatient with Congress?
Yeah, where did they come off passing a law that you can only spend $3 million for your campaign fund?
Oh, yes. I saw that on the front page this morning.
Did you see the second page?
Uh-huh.
How did Dick Tracy make out?
He escaped again.
Oh, good.
Yes.
$3 million for a campaign fund. Well, where can you go on that? Why, they spend more than that to run the government.
Gracie, stop worrying. The Republicans and the Democrats are limited to $3 million, too.
Yeah, but does Jim Farley have to spend $17 for a permanent?
Well, I wouldn't know.
And does Mr. Garner have to pay $10 for a snoot?
Well, you've got me. You've got me.
And does Darnell Lewis have to spend $3 to have his eyebrows plucked?
Well, you've got me. I really would.
Do you know what's wrong with this program?
You've got me.
You guessed it.
You were tricked in. I was tricked into that.
$3 million, Gracie, is enough to run any campaign.
Oh, yeah? Why, the last convention I went to, I wasn't even running, and it cost me $10,000 for tips.
$10,000 for tips?
Well, it was a Shriners convention, and I thought they were red caps.
Well, I'll bet were their fezzes red.
I'll bet.
And a badge or two.
Say, Gracie, exactly how much money have you got in this campaign fund of yours?
Oh, I I've been getting checks from all over the country.
Really? How much have you got?
Oh, let me see now. 8 from Boston, 15 from Chicago.
Well, how much have you got altogether?
And 10 from Omaha, 18 from Philadelphia, 1 from East Philadelphia.
How much have you got, Gracie?
30 from New York, none from Brooklyn, and 3 from Akron.
How much have you got?
Well, altogether, I've got about 190 checks.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Oh, well, it would even be more if they were signed.
What good are unsigned checks?
Oh, they'll be signed.
They will, huh?
Well, my brother's home working on them right now.
You haven't got a dime and you're upset about millions.
Oh, well, sure I'm upset. The government says that they'll allow you $3 million for a campaign fund, and so far they haven't sent me a nickel.
Gracie, I'll explain it.
So you'll understand it.
Yes. When they say that they allow you $3 million, they don't mean that they allow you $3 million. They mean you're allowed to have it if you have $3 million.
You feel all right, Daddy?
Quiet, Parker.
Hello, Pinky.
Hello. Say, Prez, I saw you at the Hollywood ballpark the other day, throwing out the first ball.
Oh, did you?
Yes, Gracie. I heard you opened the Pacific Coast season.
Oh, yeah, and was I excited.
Really?
There I was with a hamburger in one hand and a baseball in the other, and I didn't know which one to throw.
Well, what'd you do?
Oh, what did I do? What could I do? After I'd eaten the baseball, I had to throw out the hamburger.
Tell me, was the catcher mad?
Oh, was he? He held the game up for 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Well, yes, it's hard to eat a hamburger through a mask.
Oh, yes. Those things get in your eyes.
Yes. Did you enjoy the game, Frank?
Oh, yes, I had a swell seat. Johnny Weissmuller couldn't go, so he gave me his seat.
Oh, where was it?
Up in the tree.
Must have been very uncomfortable.
No, I was sitting on a bird's nest.
Sitting on a bird's nest?
Yeah, one of them bit me in the second inning.
Oh, George.
Ago, the bird died.
George, there certainly were a lot of celebrities at the ball game. Robert Taylor was in a box, and George Raft was in another box, and I had the box of honor.
Box of honor?
Yeah, it was full of Cracker Jacks.
Full of Cracker Jacks? It's the kind that have those little prizes in them.
Yes, one had a little tin whistle, and oh, it was delicious.
Delicious?
You said it.
Oh, You can also whistle for your campaign fund, too.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll get the $3 million, even if I have to accept it from strangers.
Strangers, huh?
Gracie, it's very simple. Just go to one of those loan companies that advertise on the radio. They'll loan you $3 million and no questions asked.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. I wonder how much interest they'll pay me.
Well, my trumpet player is thinking of going down there to get some money.
Well, maybe he's got collateral.
No, he's got asthma, but you can't hear it when he's playing trumpet.
Well, on him it looks good.
Maybe I can get my campaign money from your fans, George.
$3 million from my fans?
Well, that's not very much. It's only $1 million apiece.
And I thought I had 4 fans.
You lost one. Singing ain't misbehaving,
yeah,
remember?
I'll sing it again.
Say, Gracie, I'll tell you how to raise the money for your campaign fund. You know, when you use the $1 bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, you save a lot of money.
Uh-huh.
So you get 10 million people in your party using it, and at the end of the week, you know what you've got?
What?
Soft
white
hands.
I thought so, yeah. I don't know about your party, but it'll certainly keep your hands out of the red.
Thank you.
Thank you.
George, did you know that Sally Rand is campaigning for me?
Sally Rand?
Well, you should have heard her the other night making a speech. She got up and she said, "My fans, and you are my fans."
Oh, your fans, yes.
Yes.
Well, that covers everything.
Well, doesn't it?
I say, Gracie, if you went around barefooted, you wouldn't have all these financial troubles.
Barefooted?
Oh, rather. I read where John D. Rockefeller started out as a barefoot boy, and he wound up with hundreds of millions.
Yes. But he had a few oil projects on the side.
Well, with all that money, he could have gone to a doctor and had them removed.
Probably wouldn't hurt a bit.
Well, anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. If I can't get $3 million for my campaign fund, I'll just have to get along on $2.5 million.
Yeah, just rough it a little bit.
Yes.
Yes.
Say, Gracie, when you get to the White House, what are you going to do with your family?
Well, my little nephew can stay in the Library of Congress, and my uncle will live at the Smithsonian Institute.
Nice place.
And, I know my brother will just love the Mint. And my sister...
Your uncle in the Smithsonian Institute?
Yes, and my sister...
That's a museum.
Well, that'll be a nice change for my uncle. You see, for the past 7 years, he's been living in a broom closet.
In a broom closet?
Yeah, but 3 years ago, he came out to make a personal appearance on We the People.
I see. And went right back into the broom closet.
Yes.
You know, a very funny thing happened to me in Washington. I went to a very swanky affair, and I had one of those red, green, and yellow diplomatic sashes across my chest, and they kept calling on me to make a speech.
So why didn't you make a speech?
Because I'm not a diplomat.
Well, then why didn't you take off the sash?
I couldn't. It was holding up my pants.
And it wouldn't look very nice for a diplomat to be without his portfolio.
No, my uncle it would.
Oh, yes, the one that lives in the broom closet.
Yeah, with the vacuum cleaner.
With a vacuum cleaner?
Yeah, he's a Hoover man.
Oh, he is.
Well, can you beat that? They say some of the new Paris dresses have skirts padded with cushions of horsehair. Well, I hope they're not as scratchy as those old-fashioned horsehair sofas. Horsehair furniture feels like chapped sandpapery hands, so rasping and unpleasant to touch. Now, if your hands are rough and chapped this minute, be sure to use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream before you go to bed tonight. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening, and contains 2 vitamins, A and D. Every drop of this grand, creamy emulsion helps coax a beautiful smoothness back to your poor chapped hands. Thousands of women who use Heinz regularly boast about having soft, smooth hands in spite of doing their own housework. Heinz is good for children's hands and faces and legs, too. Their tender skin gets chapped so easily, in raw wind. So give their hands the creamy comfort of Heinz the moment they come indoors. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at the nearest toilet goods counter in 10, 25, 50-cent, and dollar sizes. Remember, it's Heinz, spelled Hinds, for softer, smoother hands. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. Tonight I'm going to sing a song that's an oldie, but a goodie. Back in 1931, Gus Arnheim wrote a beautiful song entitled Sweet and Lovely. Remember it? There's sweetness in the call of the woodland dog as his love song echoes through the trees. There's sweetness in the rose with its symbol of love floating on a summer breeze. But nothing can compare to the sweetness of the one and only one I love. Sweet and lovely, sweeter than the roses in May. Sweet and lovely, heaven must have sent her my way. Skies above me never were as blue as her eyes, and she loved me. Who would want a sweeter surprise? When she nestles in my arms so tenderly, there's a thrill that words cannot express. In my heart a song of love is haunting me. Melody haunting me. Sweet and lovely, sweeter than the roses in May. And she loved me. There is nothing more I can That number was for Sam and Edna, for Harriet, Elsie, and Joe, for Mabel, Becky, and Agnes, for little Mickey O'Toole, who'll be 2 years old next February, and for the girls in the pool room.
You, too, can have a new spring outfit like Smiling Frankie Parker is wearing. Complete with hat, suit, overcoat, shoes, 3 pairs of socks, double-breasted undershirt and watch, all for $3.85. Yes, sir.
George.
Say, yeah?
George, who's the man Gracie's talking to over there?
I don't know. She's probably trying to get $3 million for a campaign fund.
Hey, it sounds like that, doesn't it?
Well, Miss Allen, I don't think I'll have any trouble raising it. I've raised it before, and I don't see why I can't do it again.
Well, how long do you think it'll take?
Well, it all depends on a lot of things. I'll go out and start working on it right now.
Good. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll raise it.
That's right.
Gracie, who's that?
The elevator boy. His elevator's stuck in the basement.
So was your campaign.
Say, Gracie, I typed that speech for you. Thanks, Bubbles. But you know, I had a little trouble with the typewriter. Some of the O's are upside down.
What speech?
And you'll notice, Gracie, I've got farmers in caps. Farmers in caps? Well, I always thought they wore straw hats.
Look, don't tell me that you're going to make a speech.
Just to the farmers.
Dewey and Garner made a speech to the farmers last week.
Oh, copycats.
Yeah, they stole the stuff
Well-
you haven't done yet.
Now for my speech. Farmers, farmers' wives, and Sammy Cohn.
Sammy Cohen?
Oh, pardon me, it's semicolon.
Semicolon. That little dark fella.
Yeah, well, I'll start again. Farmers, farmers' wives, farmers' sons, farmers' daughters, hired hands, and tractor salesmen.
What about the boys in the back room?
See what they'll have.
Truman, see what they'll have.
My subject tonight is the care and feeding of farmers and how to cook it.
How to cook it?
My opponents have said that they're going to fight me until the cows come home. Oh, so they admit the cows aren't home. Oh, why aren't the cows home? Because they don't like conditions on the farm. The cows are smart. They're not coming home until there's a woman in the White House.
I see. Well, how do you, Gracie? What I'd like to know is how do you know what the cows think about?
Bubbles tells me everything.
Oh, go ahead. Go right ahead.
So, if you farmers want contented cows, have your wives knit each cow a glove. And in that way, my friend...
one glove for each cow.
Well, sure, so that when the cow isn't being milked, it can keep its fingers warm.
I guess you fingered that out by yourself.
Oh.
How do you like that, Frank?
Cocktails for two.
Cocktails for two?
Yeah, it's drinks.
It does,
So, my friend...
Gracie, when you're through, can my drummer have a copy of your speech? He's a farmer, you know.
Why didn't he listen to it?
Oh, he can't right now. He's reading Rebecca.
Well, have him read it out loud. It'll help the farmers more than the speech.
Oh, right.
So, my friends, what the American farm needs is the touch of a woman's hand. Therefore, I say the hand that rocks the cradle should pull the plow.
That's what you say.
Yes. Friends, it's women who have made history. You said it.
Yes.
When Romeo drank the poison, who got the nickel back on the bottle?
Jack Bennet?
No.
No, I'm wrong.
No. After Julius Caesar was stabbed, who darned up the holes in his sweater?
Mary Livingston.
No.
I'm wrong again.
When Paris gave Helen of Troy a wooden horse, who put $2 out its nose?
Bing Crosby.
No.
Wrong again.
When Napoleon was losing at Waterloo, who was Josephine playing rummy with?
Well, who?
Oh, don't ask me. Write to your congressman.
I say. Well, what are you trying to prove? That women should run the farm?
Well, the least they could do is have scarecrows wear dresses instead of pants.
Well, that's a nice compromise.
Oh, thanks. I got it at Bullock's.
Oh, and it's pretty, too, yeah.
Say, Gracie, I think you're overlooking a big point. What the farmers need most is water.
Bubbles, make a note of that. All right.
Have you forgotten what Secretary of Agriculture Wallace said when he addressed the farmers during the drought?
Oh, what did he say?
Greetings, Gates. Let's irrigate.
That's what Yehudi keeps telling him down at the office when he ain't neat.
So, my friends, I could point out several things that are wrong with farm conditions, but it isn't polite to point.
Yes, so you won't.
The trouble with farms today is they're overcrowded. Asparagus only has standing room.
And mushrooms are living in cellars.
Yes.
I thought so, yeah.
Gracie, my drummer won't be able to let his wife run his farm.
Why not?
Well, she ran away with a hired man about a week ago.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, it's even worse than that, Grace. The hired man is the only one that can run the threshing machine.
Well, what's your drummer going to do about it?
Oh, not a thing until he finishes reading Rebecca.
Oh, now, please, boys. The farmers are waiting for the finish of my speech.
So are we.
Friends, the following are a number of things that women will do for the farms. Number one, we'll put a chalk mark in every chicken coop. Number
chalk
two,
mark in every chicken coop?
so the hens can lay it on the line.
Really? Darn wide of them.
Say, Gracie, why don't you have milking stools with rumble seats so that the cows can sit down, too?
Cows can sit down. Bubbles, pull up a chair. Like that one, Frank?
Dodo bird.
Dodo bird?
Extinct.
It did. Gracie, your speech.
Oh, number three, bustles for farmers' wives.
Wait a minute. What's that? Who's that?
Oh, that's my drummer who's been reading Rebecca.
Oh, and he just found out about his wife running away, huh?
Oh, no.
What's he crying about?
Oh, the book has a sad ending.
Gracie, your speech, please.
Well, number three, bustles for farmers' wives, so that they can be well-dressed and have something to carry the coal in at the same time.
What's for?
2 and 2.
Oh, I always thought it was 3 and 1.
Oh, well, you say.
I'm wrong.
And in conclusion, my farmer friends, it has always been my custom to leave my audience in a good mood. So,
Gracie, what's that?
I'm leaving in a good mood.
I say what.
Well, George has been trying to convince Gracie that the public thinks her presidential campaign is silly. So we've got a microphone out in front of the studio, and we're about to interview the man in the street. Now, step back, ladies and gentlemen. Will you step back? Give us some room. Thank you very much.
Everybody. What's your name, mister?
Who, me?
No, you.
My name is Benny V. Rubin.
Oh, what does the V stand for?
Volter.
Hot Volta or cold Volta?
Oh, please, George. Mister, who do you think will be the next president?
Why change? Isn't McKinley doing a good job?
Volta probably hasn't seen today's paper, Volta.
Oh, George, give the gentleman 2 tickets to Gorman's Chinese and a box of Mars bars.
Gracie, let me ask these questions.
Next gentleman, what's your name, mister? Harriet Brown.
I'll take care of her, Gracie.
Step away, Frank. Miss, I've been trying to prove a point. Have you heard anything about Gracie Allen's campaign for president?
Oh, yes, I'm going to vote for her.
Oh, George, give the girl 2 pounds of coffee.
Quiet. Miss Brown, do you really think that Gracie Allen has a chance of being elected?
Do I? And I bet this girl does, too, don't you, miss?
Do I? Oh, I certainly do.
Well, this is fine.
George, give Gracie 2 pounds of coffee.
Quiet, Bubbles.
Say, here's a nice-looking young man here.
Oh, he's pretty hot, too.
How do you do?
Oh, well, I didn't catch your name, but my name is Gracie Allen.
Say, aren't you the girl?
Oh, I certainly am. You're not bad yourself.
Look, Gracie.
So where do you live?
In Pasadena, but
Oh, I'll be glad to, but I have to be home by 12 o'clock.
Gracie, let me do the talking.
Oh, it's awfully nice of you to say that, mister. George, give the gentleman 2 pounds of coffee.
Mister, are you a Republican or a Democrat?
He is. George, take back the coffee.
Gracie, we haven't got any coffee.
Say, are you nuts?
Yes, and I'm his partner, Gracie Allen.
Stop rubbing it in.
Say, Gracie, here's a little boy 6 years old who knows all about your surprise party.
You betcha, and I'm going to vote for you, Gracie.
Well, thanks, Sonny.
Hey, who's that guy
Oh,
over
that's
there?
George.
Oh, I know. That's your party mascot.
The party mascot is a kangaroo.
Gee whiz, he talks, too.
Oh, that's cute. George, give him 2 pounds of Ovaltine.
I'll give him a hot foot in a minute. Imagine mistaking me for a kangaroo.
Well, that's because you've got that cigar stuck in your pouch.
There must be one intelligent person in this crowd.
Coming. I say, Gracie. I couldn't get anybody to be interviewed, but I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Oh, good. What's your name?
Raymond O. Noble.
Well, what does the O stand for?
Volta.
Volta. Can you imagine what I stand for?
Yeah. Mr. Noble, where are you from?
Oh, the crowd over there.
That's the spot, yes.
Well, now, why do you think I'll be the best president?
Well, now, that's a coincidence. You know, I asked myself the same thing the other night.
And what did you answer yourself?
Well, I really don't know. Now that I'm an American, it's very difficult for me to understand an English accent, you know.
Oh, George. Give the gentleman 2 pounds.
2 pounds of what?
2 pounds of flesh. He can use it.
You said it.
Step aside, one side there. Just step aside there. This way, sweetheart. Oh, Gracie, here's a young lady from Erie, Pennsylvania. Her name is Florence Gould. Her phone number is Federal 8388, and she's going to vote for you, aren't you, honey?
And how?
Come on, baby. I told you I was going to put you on the radio.
Frank, where are you going?
I don't have to tell you anymore, do I, brother?
Oh, go away.
Pardon me, Miss Allen. I've noticed you're interviewing a lot of people about your campaign, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, well, all right, but only 2 at a time.
Is your administration going to do away with the New Deal?
No, I'm going to continue the New Deal. But to make it more exciting, I'm going to have Deuces Wild.
Except repairs and flushes.
Yes.
How do you feel about the youth movement?
Oh, I just love it. Jitterbugging is my favorite stuff.
Oh, yes.
Are you going to do anything with the SEC, NLRB, WPA, CCC, CIO, or AFL?
Oh, no, my good man. I haven't played with blocks since I was a baby.
Oh, Miss Allen, what do you think of the Wagner Act?
Oh, well, it's all right, but my favorite act is Olson and Johnson.
Have you anything to say about Secretary Hull's reciprocal trade agreement?
Well, no, but I'd have plenty to say about it if I knew what it was.
Look, let me handle this. Mister, would you step up to the microphone, please?
Yes, sir.
Are you in favor of the surprise party?
Well, my wife says I'm a Republican.
Would you elect a woman to the presidency?
I'll have to ask my wife.
Well, do you think a woman president would be better than a man president?
I've never heard my wife say.
Your wife. Haven't you got a mind of your own?
Yes, sir.
Well, where is it?
Standing over there in the blue dress.
Oh.
Oh, George, I'll interview his wife.
That's a swell idea, Gracie. And say, ask her about Einpay, Unihay, and Omde Imcre, will you?
Oh, yes. Madam, I've been admiring your beautiful hands. What makes them so soft and smooth? My husband does all the housework.
Oh.
George, give the man 2 pounds of soap chips in a dish bag.
Well. Here's a nice-looking gentleman. One at a time.
No. You. Where were you from?
Well, I travel a lot, Missy. As a matter of fact, I just come from Omaha.
Oh, that's where we're holding our surprise party convention.
Oh, yes, my niece wrote me all about it.
Oh, did she?
It's going to be held May 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th.
That's right.
They're running a special Union Pacific train to take the party from Los Angeles to Omaha.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have torchlight parades, and 25,000 men are raising whiskers.
Well, your niece certainly must be a smart girl.
She is. And so are her sisters, Bessie, Hazel, and Pearl.
Yeah, Bessie, Hazel, and why, Uncle Charlie!
And now, Truman Bradley, the Heinz handyman.
Gracie wants to send you a copy of her campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Yes, you get the sheet music, complete with the verses and a big picture of Gracie right on the cover, wearing her campaign hat. Now, here's all you have to do to get the song. Just write your name and address clearly on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton and mail it to Gracie Ellen, Hollywood, California. It's okay to send just one Heinz carton in the 25-cent size, the 50-cent size, or the dollar size. But if you use the 10-cent size, be sure to send 2 cartons. Every time you use Heinz on your hands, notice how much softer and smoother your skin looks. Isn't it amazing the way Heinz lotion makes chapped, rough housework hands look smoother and prettier right away? Of course, it's not amazing in another way, because Heinz is really extra creamy, extra softening, and contains 2 vitamins, A and D. You expect Heinz to be good? Take good care of your hands with Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, and make good use of your Heinz carton. Mail it with your name and address to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California, and you get in return an actual copy of her campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Remember, 1 carton in any larger size will do, but if you use the 10-cent size, then send 2 cartons. Here's the address again. Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
Thank you, True. And now Gracie will sing Pizzicato Polka. Sing it, Gracie.
The Pizzicato Polka is the thrill. It stirred me once, I know it all will. They played the polka for us long ago. And since that time, as you must surely know, I do adore you so. Indeed, the dear old polka that we knew affects me still in all the things I do. And so the pizzicato is a sort of obligata to the feeling that I've got to be with you. I'm absolutely certain you'll agree with me completely when I say that life is gay and more romantic day by day, because you see, the polka drew us closer at the start and helped to make it so we'd never part. My love may be staccato, but it's never moderato with the pizzicato polka in my heart. Is it legato to steal my heart-o and make me blush like a tomato? If I look blotto, what does it motto when you are so appassionato? My love is a crescendo, it will never end-o. Please pretend-o that you care. The pizzicato polka is a thrill. It stirred me once, I know it always will. They played the polka for us long ago. And though it was in winter, I looked out and there was no more snow. The polka drew us closer at the start and helped to make it so we'd never part. My love may be staccato, but it's never moderato with the pizzicato polka in my heart.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
So vote for Gracie. To win the presidential rating.
Oh, 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. So for Gracie, she's going to
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello. Oh, George, what'll it be tonight? Shall we talk about you, or shall we talk about something interesting, or shall we talk about...
Gracie, let's talk about me.
All right. Tell me about you. What do you think of the way I upset them at the Wisconsin primaries last week?
You upset the Wisconsin primary?
Yes.
What about Dewey?
Dewey? Who's Dewey?
He's a Republican.
Oh, he's the one.
Yes, he's the one. He's the one who's running against you for president.
Oh, the poor fellow. What's he going to do for a living?
Oh, he'll do all right. It happens that he carried Wisconsin.
Well, he won't carry it far. If you saw the front page of the Milwaukee Sentinel, you know it was a landslide for me.
A landslide for you?
I got 63 votes.
63 votes out of millions of voters in Wisconsin?
Oh, well, that was only in one copy of the paper. And that paper has a circulation of 187,000. 187,000 times 63 is
All right, Gracie. That's bingo and never mind.
Just imagine me getting 63 votes in Wisconsin last Tuesday, and I wasn't even there.
I say.
The whole thing's silly.
Yeah.
I was at the Pantages Theater seeing Too Many Husbands.
All right, so it was silly.
Oh, it certainly is silly. There's no such a thing as too many husbands. You know what I mean?
I think I know what you mean, yes.
Now, if the Republicans and Democrats are going to keep nominating me at their primaries, there'll be nothing left for my party to do. And you know I'm a one-party girl.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, there's my party now.
I say, Gracie, I brought you a little remembrance.
Oh, Ray Noble. Why, they're Easter lilies.
Yes, I want you to remember Easter.
Oh, thanks. Spring, spring, I love spring. You know what Tennyson said?
No, what did he say?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't listening, but I just love spring.
Look, what's going on here?
Spring.
Spring.
George, old boy, would you mind taking Truman and Frank out into the hall? I'd like to talk to Gracie, and it's very confidential.
It is, huh? There are millions of people listening in.
Well, would you mind taking them out with you?
Yeah, well, come on, folks. Let's go out.
Hello, Prez.
Hello, Pinky.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Well, what does the man on the street think about tonight?
I'm not the man in the street.
Well, you will be, brother, when Gracie's elected.
First of all, Gracie is not going to be elected, and when she is, I'll be able to take care of myself.
That's right. George can always follow in his father's footsteps.
Yeah. What was his father?
A ski jumper.
He was not. He was a baseball player.
And you were his first error.
Oh, quiet, quiet. Don't worry about me. I don't need a job. I've saved my money.
Oh, you said it.
All right. Never mind. I'm not so cheap.
You said it first.
Oh, stop. Well, didn't you all just have lunch at my house this afternoon?
Well, we haven't eaten out of paper plates since we ate over at Jack Penny's.
What's wrong with serving lunch on paper plates?
Well, at least you could have served it on today's paper.
Today's paper?
Yeah.
It wasn't a formal lunch, you know.
Oh.
Don't you worry about George getting a job. He had to sponsor the dinner last week.
You said it. I had him eating right out of my hand.
Oh, no plates at all, huh?
Gracie, I happen to have a set of plates, and they're beautiful.
Oh, especially when you smile. Smile for the ladies. Good.
Quiet. I may have my faults, but on me they look good.
Oh, yeah. Especially the eye teeth.
Yeah, the buck tooth there, yeah.
George, you know that saying that a wise man changes his mind, but a fool never?
Yeah, I know that saying, Ray.
Well, would you change your mind and take Truman and Frank out into the hall so I can be alone with Gracie?
Oh, yeah, will you, George?
Look, what's going on in here tonight?
Well, you see, it's spring, and I want to ask Gracie to help me with my income tax.
Ray, anything you want to ask Gracie, you ask me.
Well, will you kiss me, George?
Will you go away? Go away. Silliest fellow I ever met in my life.
Hello? I'm Sunny, Gracie Allen speaking. What? You called up to say you're going to vote for me? Oh, thank you. Well, I certainly appreciate it. What? Well, sure, I'll be glad to send you a picture. Where shall I send it? Oh, just bring it home with me? Oh, hello, Mother.
Oh, it's your mother, huh? Fine.
What? The census taker was there? Well, did you tell him I wanted to ask him some questions? Oh, he's on his way down, huh? You called him what? A loafer, a tramp, a hobo, a bum, a good-for-nothing, and a heel, and he liked it? Oh, he gets 4 cents a name.
If your daddy was there, he could probably retire.
What, Mother? Laura? She's sick? Oh, isn't that too bad, George? My kangaroo is sick.
Oh, yes, Laura, the party emblem.
Oh, you don't say, Mother. She has a fever of 115? Well, what are you going to do about it? Oh, I see. You're putting some potatoes in a leg of lamb in bed with her. Oh, yeah. Well, let me know when they're done.
Yes. Ought to be delicious.
Well, I'll be home right after the broadcast. But don't let that lamb burn. Keep turning Laura over. Yeah, goodbye.
Gracie, your family was nutty enough before you got that kangaroo.
Well, it's really serious, George. Mother said they had 8 doctors there today, and they all said the same thing.
What do they say?
$2 in advance.
Yes, that stuff is contagious.
Oh, what fever is nothing, Gracie. Why, once I had a fever of 120.
Fever of 120? How did you live?
I got an annuity.
Gracie, how did Laura, your kangaroo, get sick?
Well, she caught a cold. She slept all night with her pouch open.
She did, oh, well, that's all I want.
Here's a grand way to keep your hands feeling comfortable when you're spring cleaning. Smooth Heinz Honey and Almond Cream all over your hands often during the day. It takes just a moment, and it's certainly worth it. For Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening to dry, chapped hands. And it contains 2 vitamins, too, A and D. Use Heinz before each cleaning job. It helps guard your skin against the drying effects of dust, harsh cleansers, and hot water. Then after each job, get out your bottle of Heinz again. Smooth this creamy emulsion over your fingers, especially around the cuticle, over the backs of your hands, on your dry, hard palms, up the wrists and arms. Heinz quickly coaxes back that softer look and feel. You'll find that even one application of Heinz helps your tender, work-abused hands look much nicer. So get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream tonight. The 10 or 25-cent size is handy to carry in your apron pocket as you work. The 50-cent or the big dollar-size Heinz is economical for the whole family to use. Ask at the nearest toilet goods counter for Heinz, spelled Hinds. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Prue. The scene is from the musical play The Girl from Utah. The time is the year 1914. The song is They Didn't Believe Me, composer Jerome Kern, the boy me, and the girl you.
And when I told them how beautiful you are, they didn't believe me. They didn't believe me. Your lips, your eyes, your cheeks, your hair are in a class beyond compare. You're the loveliest girl that one could see. And when I tell them, and I'm certainly going to tell them, that I'm the man whose wife one day you'll be, they'll never believe me. They'll never believe me. That from this great wide world you've chosen me. Last night I was dreaming of you. Love was dreaming. I dreamed that we promised we never would part. And when I tell them, and I'm certainly going to tell them, that I'm the man whose wife one day will be, they'll never believe me. They'll never believe me. That from this great wide world you've chosen me.
Frank, I never get tired listening to your singing. You know, every week you seem to get better.
George, you make me feel like a dog. You're always saying nice things about me, and here you are without a voice, without a future, very little personality, or hardly anything else.
Kid.
But really, I'm serious, George, and I'd like to say something nice about you.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I will as soon as I can think of something.
I'll remember that when your option is due.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Frank, George. He only repeats what everybody else says.
Well, now I feel better.
Oh, dear, where's Bubbles? There's so much campaign mail to answer. I've been getting letters from colleges, mayors, governors, politicians, executives, farmers, doctors.
How about pajamas?
Search law, please. Lawyers.
Quiet.
And not only do I get letters, today I got an oil painting. It was a picture of Sally Rand.
Must be valuable.
Valuable? It was a whistler.
A whistler?
Yeah, every time my daddy looks at it, he goes...
You whistle with your mouth closed like that. Well, we've covered everything except Sally Rand.
Come in. I say, come along in.
Come in. Ray. There's nobody knocking.
Oh, yes, there is. I'll answer it. Hello? Who? Oh, just a minute. I'll tell him. George, somebody wants you, Frank, and Truman out in the hall.
Who wants us out in the hall?
I do. I'd like to talk to Gracie.
Ray, after the broadcast, you'll have all the time in the world.
My, Bubbles, you've got on a new dress. Yes, it came from Saks. Fifth Avenue Saks? No, Potato Saks.
Certainly looks sexy, Bubbles.
Yeah, I know. Say, Gracie, what are we going to do with all these letters from important people? We'll just write and invite them to my surprise party convention in Omaha in May and tell them they can all be my guests.
Well, that's nice.
At popular prices.
Well, and they'll surely come.
And sign it, what's that name again? Oh, yes, Gracie Allen.
Oh, yes, that's the name.
Hey, you, stop thief. Leave those cars alone. Those cars belong to George, Frank, and Truman.
What's going on there, Ray?
Oh, nothing. Somebody's trying to steal your cars.
We haven't got any cars.
Really? Well, you three fellows can borrow mine if you want to go someplace.
So you can be alone with Gracie.
George, you're psychic.
Cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Cheerio. Come back here, Gracie.
Oh, well, I'll see you later, Ray, and give me back my chewing gum.
Huh?
And, Gracie, here's some more letters. The Silver Lake Young Democrats, the New York State Young Republican Club. Did we get a letter from Clark Abel?
Clark Abel? What's he got to do with your running?
Well, who do you think I'm running after?
He happens to have a wife.
Oh, she can be appealed.
You know, Gracie, I do wish you'd get elected. Then I'd have nothing to do.
Nothing to do? Well, then you'd really have your hands full.
Full of what?
Shoelaces, newspapers, pencils, whatever you're selling, brother.
Yeah.
Say, George, I just made a bet for us. I bet Ray Noble $6 against $6 bottles of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream that he can't get Frank, you, and me out in the hall.
Well, that's one bet he'll lose.
Ray, you lost.
All right. Well, I'm not a welcher. I'll pay off. My secretary will give you the money. She's in my office.
Where's your office?
Out in the hall.
Will you get out of here? Come in.
Good evening. I'm the census taker.
Oh, yes, my mother phoned me about you. Come in and pull up a chair.
I can only sit down a second.
Oh, well, then pull up a splinter.
My name is George Burns.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Burns? This is indeed a pleasure. Tell me, do you smoke?
Why, yes.
Soothing, isn't it?
Huh?
Mister, you say you're a census enumerator? Have you got a card to identify yourself?
Oh, he doesn't need one. He knows who he is.
Gracie, why did your mother send him over here?
Well, I'm being elected president, and it's very important that I find out how many people over 21 are old enough to vote.
Well, I wouldn't be without a piece of information like that.
You know, Miss Allen, all the information I get is confidential. In fact, it's so confidential that half of it goes in one ear and comes out the other.
Oh, isn't that kind of drafty?
Yes, he'll probably catch cold sleeping with an open mind.
Now, you know, what I'm asking for isn't very confidential. All I want to know is what goes on with our neighbors after they pull down the shade.
That's all you want to know?
That's all.
Gracie, these census takers are pledged to secrecy. They can't tell anybody anything.
That's right. So whatever I tell you is in strictest confidence.
Why, sir, what?
Of course, I'm not the one to talk, but the last 3 days I gathered enough dirt to raise my own vegetables.
Oh! Isn't that exciting? Now, look, Mrs. Jones across the street, is she a Republican, or is that her natural hair?
Oh, you don't need to worry about her. She was 38 last October, and she looks it.
38? That's her waistline. Her hips are 10 years older.
Well, her husband certainly ought to know how old she is.
Oh, her husband told you.
No, I found out from the maid.
Oh, the husband told her.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Yeah. Mister, I thought all your information was confidential.
It is, so don't breathe it to a soul.
Look, you're here to take Gracie's senses and not to gossip about her neighbors.
Oh, yes, I'd better get to work. Now, Miss Allen, what is your name?
Gracie.
What's your surname?
Sir Gracie.
I mean your full name.
Oh, Gracie M. Allen.
Well, what does the MMM stand for?
Emily. I was named after my aunt and she stutters.
Oh, yeah, that's the one who looks like last year's calendar.
Yes,
the pretty one. The one without the face. Yes.
Do you live in Hollywood?
She goes out with George Burns, if you call that living.
Oh, quiet. Toto.
I live next door to Nelson Eddy.
Oh, yes, I just took his census.
Oh, tell me, are they really happy? Or is that the vacuum cleaner I hear humming all day?
Well, did you know that Nelson Eddy sings in the bathtub?
How did that leak out?
No plug in the tub.
Say, tell me something. Does Nelson Eddy have a shower besides a tub?
Yes.
Does he have a rubber curtain?
Yes.
Does he have hot and cold water?
Mm-hmm.
See, George, what's he got that I haven't got?
Shortening bread.
Miss Allen, are your parents natural-born American?
Well, my mother was natural born. The stork brought her, but my father had a hitchhike.
Regarding income, what do you get a week?
Well, it all depends. Now, 1 week I get a cold, 1 week a headache.
No, I mean, what do you earn?
Oh, Georgia salary.
What are you laughing at?
I don't get it.
You said it. And here's Ray Noble's arrangement of Gracie's campaign song. That was grand, Ray. How is it that you're always able to make such swell arrangements?
Well, George, if you'll step out into the hall, my section...
Never mind the hall. Just tell me right here.
Well, it's very simple, old boy. You see, whenever I see spots in front of my eyes, I just write them down and the boys play them.
These spots that you see, are they dots?
No, they're mine.
Dot.
You know, my brother used to see spots in front of his eyes, but he cured himself by drinking.
By drinking?
Yeah, now pink elephants hide the spots.
Now, if we can just get something for the elephant to hide behind.
If you're looking at me, Mr. Burns, I'm not available.
I never mentioned you. for you, probably. You might as well answer it.
Hello? I'm Penny speaking. Yes? Yes. Oh, how old is the little girl? Oh, really? Well, around that age, they can eat solid food. Oh, she does. Oh, well, she'll get over that. You have to expect things like that from little girls at that age. Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Who's that?
Judge Jessel.
I thought your kangaroo's cold was getting worse, I hope.
Say, Gracie. Gracie, I read a great remedy for colds that might help Laura.
Oh, good.
Yes, sir. You take an old stocking, rub it with mercurochrome, and tie it around your throat.
Oh, of course, you take your foot out of the stocking first.
Naturally.
And then you rub your forehead with a gold wedding ring.
Where did you read that, Truman?
At lunch today on one of your dinner plates.
Look, let's settle this once and for all. If you fellows didn't like my food, why did you come to my house for lunch?
Well, where else can you get a 35-cent lunch for 40 cents?
All I know is that half of my personal silverware is missing.
You mean that stuff marked Beverly Wilshire Hotel?
Yeah, my personal stuff.
Well, it's the first time I ever saw a sandwich made out of a slice of ham between two pieces of confetti.
It's daintier that way and quiet.
Well, I really enjoyed your luncheon, George. It wasn't just the food, it was also the hospitality.
Thanks, Drew.
Although the hospitality could have had a little bit more meat on it.
Huh?
Well, you know, at most luncheons, there's a very little conversation. All you hear is pass this, pass that, pass this. But at your luncheon, it was really marvelous because there was nothing to pass.
I don't know what you're complaining about. The dinner didn't cost you anything. The food was on the cup.
Well, it wouldn't have been if you'd served napkins.
Oh, quiet. I've had enough of this, and it's going to be a cold, cold day before
George, instead of serving meals for a living, you can always be a singing announcer, you know. Why, with your voice, you can open up a new field.
And plant corn.
Oh. Singing commercials. Well, you think you're kidding. It's not a bad idea.
No. What song would you use, George, to sell Heinz Honey and Almond Cream? Huh?
Oh, there are thousands of songs that I can sing.
Yeah, there's only one that you know, ain't Mr. Haven.
Yeah? Well, what about this one? If your hands are rough and right and you're all by yourself, get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. You'll find it on the shelf. A dollar good counters. What does it amount to? $10, $25, $15 size, and it'll be popular with all the guys who ain't Mr. Haven or by himself. Or ain't Mr. Haven. I'm happy. Hello.
Quiet.
How do you like that? It was the wrong number.
Yeah, any number you sing is a wrong number.
Oh, yeah?
Say, Frank, I think you've got a little too far. Kidding is kidding, and George, I wouldn't stand for any more. Of course, there's no harm in what he says to the elevator boy, but when he stands right here in front of me...
Elevator boy?
Yes. When he stands...
What'd he say?
Well, yeah, I couldn't repeat it.
I'm going out to find out. I'll take that.
Gracie, I didn't say anything to the elevator boy.
Oh, well, then you better go out and tell George. It was Truman.
I will.
Gracie, I didn't say anything to the elevator boy.
Oh, well, then you better go out and apologize to Frank.
I certainly will.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Well, would you rather be alone with me or alone with Maine and Vermont?
Well, I'd feel a little strange with them. I don't know them as well as I know you.
People are funnier than anybody else.
Mm-hmm. I say, Gracie, I just love your campaign.
Oh, thanks. I got it at Magnan. It's a copy of a 3750 model.
Mm-hmm. I notice it's made of odds and ends.
Yes, isn't it odd where it ends?
Rather.
Say, Ray, when I have my convention in Omaha next month, you'll make a wonderful delegate.
Oh, I won't always be delegate. I'm going to drink a lot of malted milk, and I'll be big and strong.
Well, would you like a malted milk now?
With an egg?
No, I'd rather have it with you.
Oh, I say, Gracie, when you're in the White House, will you forget all about me?
Well, I will if you forget about me.
Well, let's just forget about each other, then.
Oh, well, let's write it down, and then we'll remember it.
Yes, we might forget it.
My daddy always ties a string on his finger.
Why?
To keep it from falling off.
Hey, Gracie, would you like to sit on my lap?
No, I'd rather sit on your lap.
All right, then you sit on my lap.
Oh, now you see? Isn't it better my way?
Gracie, put your arms around me.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Do you mind if I whisper something in your ear?
Now, what is it?
You're stepping on my foot.
Do you mind if I whisper something in your ear?
No, what is it?
Pardon me.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Oh, Mr. Haven, all by myself.
Come on, everybody. Get your copy of Gracie's campaign song and start singing. We've got to get Gracie in the White House, you know, even if we have to paint the one she's in. Gracie is so proud of her song, Vote for Gracie, she wants you to have a copy. Now, all you have to do to get it is send your name and address to her on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. Any size carton will do. But if you use the 10-cent size, be sure to send 2 cartons. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. And in a few days, you get a copy of this crazy campaign song complete with words and music and a big picture of Gracie on the cover. Now, act quickly, because this offer is good for a limited time only. In the meantime, don't forget to treat your hands to Heinz. The minute you take your hands out of dishwater, comfort the chapped, red, puffy skin with Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Every fine drop of this creamy, fragrant lotion helps make your hands smoother and nicer. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening, and contains 2 vitamins. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter, and be sure to take the carton. Write your name and address on it, and mail it to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California, for your copy of Gracie's song, Vote for Gracie.
Thanks, Truman. Now Gracie will sing Frank Lesser and Jimmy McHugh's new song from Buck Benny Rides Again, My, My.
My talk is tricky and clever. My line was sharp as a tack. But ever since I met you, everything's gone black. I want to shout a poem about how I dream of that gleam in your eye. I want to shout, but all that comes out is my. I want to sing the flowers in spring, but oh dear, when you're near, I just die. I want to sing and can't sing a thing, but my. Now I should say, oh how lovely, and I should say, ah how sweet. I should have Shakespeare at the tip of my tongue, but every time we meet, I look at you, and what do? I get weak, I can't speak, I just sigh. And though I try, the best I can sigh is my. Tell me why my voice won't obey, and help me to say how I go when you throw me in high. I want to cheer, but all you can hear is my. I have a tongue that never has some pretty words about birds in the sky. When you're around, the best I have found is my. Now, I should say how intriguing, and I should say how elite. I should have Webster in the palm of my hand, but every time we meet, dead pigeon. I look at you, and what do? I get weak, I can't speak, I just sigh. And though I try, the best I can try is
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from Marchfield, California, and brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Wings of America, written by Lieutenant Jesse Hicks of the Marchfield Post. Wings of America, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as our program today is coming to you from Marchfield, California, it is with great pleasure that I bring you that eminent authority on aviation, Flying Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Flap, flap. I'm flying, boys. And, Don, that was really a lovely introduction. I mean, calling me an eminent authority on aviation. How'd you ever find out about that, Don?
Why, don't you remember, Jack? Just before the broadcast, you told me to introduce you that way.
Oh, yes. But that's the truth, Don. It isn't commonly known, but years ago, I was the first person to ever think of the airplane. Only it so happens that a couple of other fellows perfected it before I did. The Smith brothers, Orville and Wilbur. They beat me to it.
Pardon me, Jack, but you must mean the Wright brothers.
The who? Oh, yes, the Wright brothers. The Smith brothers perfected the cough drop before I did. Everybody has the jump on me, you know.
Well, that's very interesting. But tell me, Jack, whatever gave you the idea for a flying machine?
For the airplane? Well, I was sitting on a fence one day when a flock of pigeons flew over my head, and a thought struck me. Anyway, I said, if those things can fly, so can Benny. So I made a pair of big canvas wings, tied them onto my bicycle, and rode right off the roof of my father's barn.
And what happened?
I lit on my head, and I've been a comedian ever since. For a few years, I was quite silly, and then I became sophisticated. But that's what an inventor has to go through. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, that's some hand you got there, Mary. The boys here seem to know you.
Why not? I met most of them at the plantation last night.
Oh, at the plantation. Oh, yes, that's that nightclub over at Riverside. How'd you happen to be there?
Well, I had a date with the cutest soldier. And you know, Jack, he was the most bashful fellow I ever met.
What do you mean, bashful?
He said as soon as there was a blackout, he was going to kiss me.
Well, Mary, as I look out over this sea of faces, I would say that you got the only non-wolf in the outfit. No kidding.
You mean I can do better tonight?
Definitely. And speaking of the plantation, Mary, I think I'll go down there some night and play my violin for the boys.
That'll empty the place faster than an all-out alert.
I don't know about that.
Hey, Mary, you should have been here earlier. Jack was telling me how he almost invented the airplane years ago.
Oh, he's full of baloney.
I am, eh? Well, then let me ask you something, sister. Why is it that when I was a kid in Waukegan, everybody called me Flying Jack?
Flying Jack?
Yes.
That's because you used to shoe flies for a blacksmith.
I did nothing of the kind.
I wish I had a nickel for every horse that kicked you in the face.
Oh, yeah? Well, you'd have about 35 cents, Smarty. That's all. And incidentally, those kicks didn't hurt my career as a comedian either. You know, it's amazing how close I... Well, look who's here, if it isn't Piano Teeth.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, here I am, fellas. Make Harris happy.
Say, Phil, why is it every time we broadcast from a new place, you always make your entrance by asking for applause? Why don't you let the audience decide whether they want to give you a hand or not?
I tried that once, Jackson, and there was a lull that was a Lulu.
Oh.
Anyway, look, Jackson, I didn't ask for applause. I just said make Harris happy. They could have thrown money at me or anything. I don't care. And another thing, what's the idea of calling me Piano Teeth? Are you jealous because my ivories are real?
Let me tell you something, Phil. Your teeth may be the McCoy, but that smile of yours must work from a button somewhere. I mean, that can't be on the level.
A button? You mean what I lead the band with?
That's a baton. You're a fine musician.
Say, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Well, sure. What poem?
The one I wrote about Marchfield.
Mary, we can do without those Livingston epics tonight. Give these boys a break.
Oh, let her read it, Jack. Mary's poems are always so clever.
She can't do it now, Don. Phil's orchestra has to play a number. Although I wish we had a better choice. I really do.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Are you trying to be facetious?
What? I beg your pardon?
I said, are you trying to be facetious? What's the matter? Didn't I pronounce it right?
I don't know what to say now. Phil, I can't understand. Where did you ever get a hold of a word like facetious?
Well, I got one of them Webster's under the bridge dictionary.
Under the bridge? Phil, nobody could make that mistake but you and my writer. That word is unabridged.
Anyway, Phil, let's have your band number. This is war, and we can take it. So go ahead. Oh, all right, Jackson. But look, I meant to tell you, the boys got here so late that we didn't have a chance to rehearse. Oh. Do you think it'll make any difference? Are you kidding? Go ahead, Phil. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the officers and men of Marchfield, I'd like to present you with this lovely 100-pound bomb.
A bomb? Well, thanks, but gee whiz, isn't it liable to go off?
Yes, I'll see you around.
Get a load of his head, fellas. What a runway it would make. Play, Phil. Played by Phil Harris and his... Hey, Phil, you can tell your bass fiddle player to stop. The number's over. Oh, yeah. Stop beating it out, Fletcher. I knew we should have rehearsed. Thanks, Phil. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris. I got a good mind to fire that guy. What for? He made a little mistake, that's all. He probably started late, so he finished late. Say. Well, he ain't going to get paid overtime. All right, forget it. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris. That burns me up, and it's a blot on my record as a great conductor. Phil, forget it, will you? Forget it? Would Leopold forget it? Would Stokowski forget it? That's Leopold Stokowski. He's one man. My goodness. Well, holy smoke, how can one man lead such a big orchestra? He works on a bicycle and shut up. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris. Oh, the heck with it.
Say, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Mary, never mind the poem. Doris and Edie are listening in. Tear it up, will you?
You let me read it, or I'll tell all these boys that you still owe $8 on your toupee.
Now, just a minute, young lady. In the first place, I don't wear a toupee. In the second place, it's paid for.
Then take the tag off.
That's not a price tag. That little ticket says this side up. I can go along with a gag. Sister.
And I can go along with a gag, too. My dear lady, why don't you tell your husband to put on his toupee and go down to your neighborhood grocer for a package of Jell-O? It is not only easy to make, but economical as well. So you will find that it is not hard to pay for.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And remember, folks, Jell-O has that new locked-in flavor. The flavor doesn't go away.
I know. You put it in and it's there to pay. I know. Don, you're a whiz. I give you an inch, you make a commercial out of it.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Take a bow, okay? Well, where have you been, kid? What delayed you?
Oh, I've been having lots of fun. You know, Mr. Benny, I walked all around the field.
You did?
Yeah, I was in the hangars and up in the buildings and inside the planes and all over the place.
Well.
You think I'll ever get my camera back?
I doubt it. Don't you know, Dennis, you're not supposed to take pictures at any military encampment.
Who was taking pictures? The camera wasn't loaded.
Well, then what's the idea of carrying an empty camera around?
My lunch was in it.
Oh.
The United States government owes me 1 hard-boiled egg and 2 ham sandwiches.
All right. I'll take it up with the colonel. I'm having lunch with him tomorrow.
A lot of good that'll do me. I'm going to be shot at sunrise.
You're not going to be shot at all. I never saw anyone with such an imagination.
Don't pay any attention to him, kid. He's just being facetious.
Will you forget about that word? Say, Dennis, when you go to get, Dennis, when you go to get shot in the morning, take Phil with you. Please.
I'd love to, but I don't know if I can bring a friend.
Well, try. That's all I ask. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I salute you, old Marchfield, and I really think you're swell.
Mary, I warned you.
Well, I want to read my poem.
Then start it right. What's the title of it?
The title?
Yes.
Not January Field, not February Field, but March Field.
The trouble with that title, Mary, is it tips off the fact that the poem is going to be putrid. But go ahead with it. I'm going out for a glass of water.
Come back here, you coward.
Okay, let's get it over with. Go ahead, Mary.
I salute you, old Marchfield, and I really think you're swell. If the Japs, they get too close, you will blast them all to pieces.
Nice rhyming.
You want me to rhyme it?
No. Continue.
I think the boys here are so cute. Private Major Colonel Luce. I love to dance with all the soldiers. They don't keep time, but how they hold you.
Well, of course, I wouldn't know. Proceed.
Here you are near the town of Censored, in the state of I ain't talking. And your hangar's full of, don't ask me, because I'm not squawking.
Well, what's that for? Why all the mystery?
Military secrets, Daddy. Wake up.
Oh, yes. Continue.
Your boys get leave to go to town to have some fun and clown around. They jump in their cars and fill up with gas. But what can you do on a 6-hour pass?
Very good. You ought to stop, Mary, after that big laugh. How about doing your song now, Dennis?
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not through yet.
Oh.
Last verse coming up.
Go ahead.
Before I close this lovely poem, I have a word for those at home. Now get this, folks, and keep on trying, because the bonds you buying will keep them flying. The end.
Oh, that's very good. Say, that was all right, Mary. You had a nice finish. That poem turned out better than I thought it would. Well, okay, Dennis, what's your song going to be?
I'm going to sing We Did It Before and We Can Do It Again, assisted by the Marchfield Sextet.
The Marchfield Sextet? Dennis, there are 8 soldiers in back of you.
2 of them are guarding me till I get shot.
Oh. Well, I guess a guy that carries a hard-boiled egg and a camera has it coming to him. Go ahead, sing, Ken. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of St. Peter, I want to welcome you to the Pearly Gate.
Pearly Gate?
Didn't that bomb go off yet?
Get out of here! I wish that character would stop following me all over the country.
On brave old Army Gate, on brave old Army Gate, keep them
December 7th, 1941, our land of freedom was defied. December 8th, 1941, Uncle Sam replied. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We've got a heck of a job to do, but you can bet that we'll see it through. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We're one for all and we're all for one. They'll get a licking before we're done. Millions of voices are ringing, singing, ringing. we march along. We did it before, and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We'll knock them over, and then we'll get the dying back of them. We did it before, we'll do it again. We did it before, and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We know we're right, and we also know that gangsterism has got to go. We did it before, and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We're one for all, and we'll all for one. They'll get a licking before we're done. We did it before, and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We're going to show them in Tokyo we Yanks are out to win. We did it before, we'll do it again.
That was We Did It Before from Eddie Cantor's Broadway show Banjo Eye, sung by Dennis Day and the Marchfield Octet. And very good, fellas. Say, Dennis, where did you meet these 8 soldiers?
Well, I've got a girl in Riverside, and last night I took her to the plantation.
So?
What happened to my girl, fellas?
Well, that's rich. So these boys took your girl away. Hey, Dennis, is she pretty?
No, she's a mess.
Every girl you go out with is a mess. Why don't you go out with a pretty girl once in a while?
Well, if I can't hang on to a cluck, what chance have I got with a good-looking gal?
Well, that makes sense, I guess. But personally, I can't keep company with a girl unless she's really gorgeous.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I have yet to see you out with a dame that didn't sag somewhere.
Is that so? I've been out with some pretty hot-looking babies, haven't I, Phil?
Lay off, Jackson. I'm a married man.
Well, for Pete's sake, you can talk about pretty girls, can't you?
Nope, no talking and no looking.
No looking? Not even on a windy day?
On windy days, I'm not allowed out of the house.
Well, that may be okay with you, but I'd like to see the woman that could dominate me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mary, stop looking at me that way. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise for you. As our guest tonight, we have one of the boys stationed here at Marchfield, the biggest soldier in the United States Army, a fellow who makes Don Wilson look like a midget, Staff Sergeant August Stackwell. Step right up, Sarge. Wow, what a physique. You ought to see him, folks. He looks like Boulder Dam in a khaki uniform. Really. Tell me, Sergeant, how much do you weigh?
407 pounds, not counting lunch.
Oh, 407 pounds. Well, Sarge, I want you to meet a fellow we used to think was pretty hefty until you came along. Don Wilson, our announcer.
How do you do, Sergeant?
Hi, Skinny.
You didn't know you were going to get those kind of laughs, did you? Now, look, if you don't mind, Sarge, I'd like to ask you a few questions. To begin with...
If a little woman hadn't put me on a diet, I'd make this guy look like a toothpick.
Don, please, don't be so jealous. Now, Sergeant, I'm sure our listeners would like to know something about your history. To begin with...
If I hadn't cut out potatoes, I could look like Boulder Dam, too.
Don, stop mumbling. Now, Sergeant Stackwell, you say you weigh 407, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I see. And how much did you weigh when you were born?
150 pounds.
That's 15 pounds, Sergeant. 15, Now, he looks like Wilson and he reads like Phil Harris. Now, of course, Sergeant, being so large, must present certain problems. For instance, you don't sleep on a regular Army cot, do you?
No, I use the king size.
Good. That's all right. Now, Sergeant...
I'll bump stomachs with him any day.
Wilson, calm down. My goodness. Well, Sergeant, I want to thank you for coming up here and saying hello.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. No hard feelings, Don.
No, not at all.
That's how I feel about it. So long, Flack.
That Stackwell is an awfully nice fella. And, Don, I don't know what's the matter with you today. Andy Devine is much fatter than you are, and you've never been jealous of him.
Oh, he wears pads under his clothes. Get wise, will you?
Andy Devine wears pads? I can't believe it.
Say, Jackson, did you hear Andy on Fred Allen's program last Wednesday? The guy was terrific.
No, I missed Allen's program last week, and I'm just sick about it. Of course, not as sick as if I'd listened in. How was the show?
It was darn good, and Andy sure spilled the beans about you.
What do you mean?
Well, Andy said you never let the actors get together on your program because you're afraid they'll organize and strike for back salary.
That's the silliest remark I ever heard. What did Allen say?
He seemed to think it was quite facetious.
Facetious. I know, facetious. Shut up. And before we go any further, I'd like to clear this thing right now. If there's anybody in this cast that I owe back salary to, I wish he'd raise his hand. Come on. There, you see? Nobody raised their hand.
I got mine up, Mr. Benny.
Okay, Dennis, but come right back. I'm tired of these rumors that Allen started about me.
But, Mr. Benny...
Never mind. Put your arm down or I'll yank it down. Now, let me tell you something about Allen. I remember once in Toledo... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I got bad news for you, boss. You'll have to take the Greyhound back to town.
Why?
Well, here's what happened. I filled up the gas tank this morning and started out from Beverly Hills like you told me to.
Am I Maxwell? Huh?
It was a beautiful day. The sun peeping over the snow-capped mountains gave one the feeling that all was serene.
Rochester, forget the mountains. What happened to my car?
Well, I was driving through Ontario when a big truck ahead of me full of oranges suddenly stopped.
And what happened?
Marmalade.
Rochester, I see no excuse for you smashing into a truck. What do you think the emergency brake is for?
It ain't for stopping. We found that out.
Well, tell me about the car. Is it damaged much?
No, it worked out fine. The fenders are straight now.
Well, good.
But the right front tire's gone boom for the last time.
Oh, well, I guess there's nothing else to do but go out and buy a new tire.
I beg your pardon?
I said go out and buy a new tire.
A new tire?
Yes.
Just a second, I'll put Superman on the phone.
Oh, that's right. It is pretty hard to get tires now. I'll tell you what. Use the spare.
We ain't got no spare.
What do you mean?
I cut it up last week when you needed rubber heels for your brown shoes.
Oh, yes, darn it. Well, look, Rochester, I'll ride back to town with Mr. Harris and the boys in their bus. Meanwhile, you stay with the Maxwell.
You mean for the duration?
You can have that tire fixed. Now, hang up. This is long distance.
Okay. Oh, say, boss, looks like you owe me $10 on that bet we made.
Yes, I know Buddy Bear lost. But I can't understand how Lewis knocked him out in the very first round.
Well, you see, Joe's in the Army now, and he had to get back to camp before tap.
Oh, well, that explains it. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Gee, I've got to get a tire. I wonder how that rubber tree in my greenhouse is coming along. Play, Phil.
Tomorrow night for dessert, surprise the family with a grand dessert, Jack Benny's jellied fruit medley and one of Jack's own special favorites. It's a delightful dessert, a real treat to the taste, and yet so quick and easy to make. Simply dissolve one package of Jell-O imitation strawberry flavor in 1 pint of hot fruit juice and water. Next, chill until slightly thickened and fold in 1 can of fruit salad cut into small pieces. Chill until firm, and then serve with a garnishing of spicy mint leaves and bright red cherries. What a beautiful-looking dessert it is. A rich, colorful combination of delicious canned fruit salad and rosy pink strawberry Jell-O. Many grocers are featuring these items, both of them, all next week. So get them both tomorrow. And remember, desserts made with Jell-O taste really swell, because Jell-O's locked-in process protects the flavor for your enjoyment.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This broadcast was presented for the entertainment of the personnel of March Field and does not constitute a commercial product endorsement by the War Department. J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. This opens the program with Captains of the Clouds.
Better than ever. Yes, today, friends, Jell-O is better than ever. Richer and more delicious than it's ever tasted before. Because now Jell-O's grand flavor is locked in. It's locked right into Jell-O's tiny particles to give you extra delight and a new high in dessert enjoyment. That same Jell-O goodness is there that you've always loved. That same intriguing taste that always reminds you so delightfully of the juicy ripe fruit itself. But richer, more vivid than you've ever known it. For this new Jell-O process locks in the magic of Jell-O's marvelous flavor. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O and notice how its tangy, tantalizing flavor comes gushing out. Deliciously rich, thrillingly good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O. Now that Jell-O's swell flavor is actually locked in, it's better than ever.
Captains of the Clouds, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as is my custom every Sunday night at this time, I bring you a man who...
Hold it a second, Don. Jack isn't here yet.
He isn't?
No, he's been wandering around in a daze ever since last Thursday.
Why? What happened Thursday?
That's when they had the Academy Award banquet, and boy, was Jack disappointed.
You mean to say that Jack actually expected to win the award for Best Actor?
Yeah. He even sold that stuffed owl on his mantle so he'd have room for the statue. Imagine.
So he's still pretty upset about losing, huh?
I'll say he is. I was in the drugstore just now, and Mr. Benny was dunking donuts in his coffee.
Well, what's dunking got to do with being upset?
He was splashing people all around him. See this brown suit I got on?
Yeah?
Well, it was gray tweed when I went in.
Well, personally, I can see no excuse for Jack being so mad. You'd think that... Uh-oh. Quiet, fellas. Here he comes.
Well. Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late, Don.
Well, for heaven's sake, why so cheerful all of a sudden?
Why shouldn't I be cheerful? It's a lovely day, the sun is shining, birds are singing.
Are you sure that was coffee you were drinking?
I get it. So you had to tell him about the coffee I splashed on you, eh, Dennis?
Well, gee whiz, my suit is all wet.
Your suit will dry out.
It may dry out, but it will never be gray again.
All right, brown suits are coming back. Well, let's get started with the program, shall we, Donzie?
Okay, Jack. But first, I'd like to say right now that you're a darn good loser.
You mean about the Academy Award? Well, I will admit I was a little perturbed at first, but I've got it all figured out, Don. I didn't lose. I was merely an unfortunate victim of circumstance.
I don't get it.
Me neither.
Well, look, kid. The picture I should have gotten the award on is Charlie's aunt. Is that right?
Yes, but...
Let me finish, Mary. Now, if you remember, in Charlie's aunt, I played the part of a man, and I also played a part of a woman. And I was exceptionally good in both roles.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's that got to do with your not winning the Academy Award?
Simply this, the voters were baffled. They didn't know whether to elect me Best Actor or Best Actress. That's very logical.
Then you're not jealous because Gary Cooper won.
No, and I'm not jealous of Joan Fontaine either. But I must say that I had them both worried there for a while. They're very good friends of mine, too.
So you're not jealous of Cooper, eh?
Not a bit.
Tell him what happened at the banquet Thursday night.
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Well, all evening, Jack kept smiling at everybody and bowing and pointing to the speech in his pocket.
Is that so?
Anyhow, when they announced that Gary Cooper was the winner, Jack jumped up and yelled, "Nobody leave the room. We're going to do this over."
Well, you know how excitable I am. Anyway, I was the first one to congratulate Gary Cooper. I went right over and put my arm around his shoulder.
You're telling me I had to boost you up.
I could have made it alone, sister. Anyhow, I'm glad he won. Gary and I are pals.
Pals? After that silly rumor you started about him?
What silly rumor?
He's much too tall to be a Jap, and you know it.
I never called him a Jap. I said he was a chap. A full-blooded chap. If I don't talk plain, that's his worry. Now, let me tell you another thing.
Holy smoke, get this.
What's the matter, Dennis?
I think my suit is shrinking.
You could be growing. Keep still. Forget it.
No, sir, my suit is shrinking.
So what? It's shrinking. Your sleeves were too long anyway.
I know, but my elbows are getting cold.
Dennis, what goes up has got to come down. Don't worry. Now, where was I?
We were discussing the Academy Award, Jack.
Oh, yes. Now, let's get this straight, fellas. I don't begrudge Gary Cooper getting recognition for Best Actor, but I still think I'm the most versatile. Jeepers, I can do anything. A man, a woman, do comedy, drama. I can play hokum. I can play Shakespeare.
You can sell Christmas cards.
That's seasonal. Now, take me as Hamlet. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Boy, this suit is cheap material.
Well, I can see I'm wasting my talent around here. Dennis, as long as you had to open your mouth, how about leaving it open and doing your song?
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Here's a tip for you, Bud. A brand new defense stamp. Here you are.
Thanks. Just paste it on my head.
Okay. There's an album if I ever saw one. Now, scram. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from your father. He says, my dear son, congratulations on the Academy Award. You didn't do it before, and you didn't do it again.
Good old Dad. He'd have voted for me. Sing, Dennis, before your suit strangles you, will you? That was Everything I Love, sung by Dennis Day. Everything I Love. There's a beautiful idea for a song.
Yeah, sure is.
Yes, sir. So sentimental. Everything I Love. What do you love, Dennis?
Apple pie and Hedy Lamarr. Ice cream on the pie.
All right, ice cream on it. That's a marvelous title, though. Everything I Love. You know, a song like that...
Tutti Frutti.
Forget the ice cream. I'm talking about sentiment. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack.
Don, let me ask you something. What do you love?
Well, I love my little ranch out in the valley. Just a simple, unpretentious.
I know. What else do you love, Don?
Well, I love the little woman. Every morning when I come downstairs, she greets me with a cheery smile and a breakfast of piping hot wheat cakes.
Wheat cakes, eh? Don, what else do you love?
Well, let's see. Oh, yes.
It's about time.
I love my St. Bernard dog. Jumbo, we call
I don't
him.
care what you call him. Don, are you going to tell us the thing you love that made me start this whole business? Or do I have to lock you in?
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I love Jell-O with its new locked-in flavor.
Bingo.
Jell-O is not only economical and easy to make, but it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. So look for the big red letters on the box. I thank you.
Well, certainly glad you finally thought of it, Don. And wait till the sponsor finds out that you love your wife and home before Jell-O. You better watch out, Bub.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'll never go home again.
Oh, you don't have to go that far, Don, but watch it, that's all. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old gent with the gray hair?
Oh, fine. I saw Frank Morgan at the fights the other night. And he looks swell.
Phil means you.
I know who he means. I'll tell Frank you asked about him, Phil.
Okay, I can go along with the gag.
You better, brother. You know, Phil, when you...
Hey, get a load of the kid. Where'd you get them knee pants, Dennis?
I splashed coffee on him. It's a long story. Forget it.
Oh, say, Jackson, I hate to mention it, but that's a pretty tough break you got the other night.
What tough break?
You know, not winning the Academy Reward.
Reward? If you're talking about the award, Phil, in my opinion... Hey, what's that?
Well, there goes my coat button.
Dennis, don't worry about your suit. When you get home tonight, throw it away and I'll buy you another one. Phil, getting back to the Academy Reward, as you so quaintly put it, I am a little bit disappointed, but those things happen. I thought I had friends, but apparently they didn't vote for me.
You're right, Jackson. And there's an old French proverb that fits that to a T. It goes, "En histoire qui mal y pense."
Well, that proverb sounds familiar. What does it mean, Phil?
Evil to him who says you stink.
That's evil to him who evil thinks. No one said I Molly Ponce. They just didn't vote for me. That's all. Anyway, it didn't bother me. I can take it.
It didn't bother you, eh?
Not a bit.
Well, then why did you try to kill yourself Friday morning?
I tried to kill myself.
What happened, Mary?
Now, listen.
Jack went out in the garage, closed the doors, got in the Maxwell,
Oh.
put a rubber hose on the exhaust pipe, the other end in his mouth,
Mary.
turned on the ignition, stepped on the starter, the car was out of gas, and here he is.
Mary, that wasn't me in the garage, so don't make up things.
Well, Jack, I don't blame you for being broken-hearted. After all these years of hard work, you should have won that award.
Darn right I should. I'd have won it, too, if it hadn't been for a... Dennis.
Should I get a barrel, Mr. Benny?
No, pull him up. And I'll tell you something, Phil. I'd have won that award if it hadn't been for politics. I'm as good an actor as Gary Cooper any day.
What?
You're as good an actor as Gary Cooper.
Yes, only he's taller than I am. That's why Jimmy Stewart won it the year before. They're both taller than I am.
What about the time Spencer Tracy won it?
He's shorter than I am. Well, I'm 5'9".
So is Paul Muni.
Yes, and they gave him the award, brother.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. Oh, yeah? Oh, nuts, I'm going home.
Wow, that Jackson is really burned up, isn't he?
Yeah, he takes everything so seriously.
What does he want? Every year at this time, he puts that hose in his mouth. What a guy.
Well, Phil, I guess you might as well play something.
Okay.
I forgot my streetcar transfer. Oh, here it is. So long. Can't understand it. How they could overlook me for the award after that magnificent... Oh, well. I don't mind Gary Cooper winning, but... Now, where's that Rochester?
Oh, hello, boss. Ain't you home kind of early?
Yes, I am. I'm a little upset, and I... Rochester, what have you got in that cocktail glass?
Some water. I was thirsty, boss.
Water? With an olive in it?
I was hungry, too.
Don't kid me. That's a dry martini. Rochester, is your girl here by any chance?
My girl? No, sir.
Well, was she here?
That ain't Ivy climbing over the back fence.
I thought so. Well, I'm not going to boil you out tonight. I'm too exhausted. I'm going upstairs to bed. I'm all in.
Oh, say, boss, the man from the exterminator company was here.
Oh. Did he find that mouse?
Yes, sir, and it sure was a big one. Put in an awful fight.
Oh. Well, where's the man now?
He went out to get another man.
Holy smoke, it must be a big one. I wonder if Frank Buck is in town. He could catch that mouse.
I'd catch it myself if you only let me put a piece of cheese in the trap.
No, there must be some other way. Sure be glad to get to bed. Here, hang this up, Rochester.
You need a new one, boss.
Just comb it out. It's okay. And don't part it in the middle like you did last night. Hammy, my... Hey, what's that?
What?
There's someone under my bed. Who's that under my bed? Come on, you, speak up.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Home a little early, I see.
Oh, it's Mr. Billingsley. Now, come out from under my bed, Mr. Billingsley. Come out.
All right, you asked for it.
Asked for what?
If I come out and see my shadow, there'll be 40 more days of winter.
Oh, my goodness, today's a groundhog. Now, Mr. Billingsley, you must go to your own room.
Very well. Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
And what's wrong with that, may I ask?
Nothing. Good night, that's all. Gosh, he's so sensitive. I think I'll lie down and relax for a while, Rochester. The Academy Award has got me all worked up. Gary Cooper, a better actor than I am. That's justice for you.
Oh, say, boss.
Yeah?
I put gas in the Maxwell and the hose is still there. Do you want to have a go at it again tomorrow?
No. Next year, maybe. Rochester, take Mr. Coleman's hose back to him and thank him very much.
He don't know we got it.
Good. See, I hope I'll be able to sleep. Rochester, sing something, will you? That always lulls me.
Okay, boy.
Gee, I'm just a bundle of nerves tonight.
My mama done told me when I was in these pants, my mama done told me, son.
Gary Cooper.
A woman sweet talk and give you the big eye, but when the sweet talking's done...
Those tall guys get all the breaks.
A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
I think I'll get out of pictures. I didn't even get one vote. I know I sent it in. Oh, well.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe. How they used to love me there. And the food at the old Busy Bee lunchroom.
Wherever the four winds blow. A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12th Annual Academy Award Banquet, and all of Hollywood's glamorous stars are gathered here in the Busy Bee Lunchroom in St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe. Gee, they love me here. I can't miss that award. I'm sure to win. Gosh, look at all those celebrities here. There's Wendell Willkie and Joan Fontaine and Ernst Lubitsch and the Exterminator Man. And look, there's Walter Wanger and Barbara Stanwyck and Mervyn LeRoy. Hey! Hello, Mervyn! Hello, Leroy! Gee, he knows me. Here's the old Busy Bee.
What do you have, sir?
A hot roast beef sandwich with tutti frutti ice cream on it. Hurry, Miss Lamar.
I can't hurry. I'm caught in a mousetrap.
Gee, you're a big one. God.
Ladies and gentlemen, the votes are all in for the Best Actor of the Year, and I'll have the results in just a second.
Gee, I'm nervous. Hey, there's Gary Cooper. He's got a pretty good chance of winning, too. Hello, Gary.
Hello, Jack. How do you like it here in Memphis?
Memphis? We're in St. Joe, aren't we?
You're in Memphis. I'm in St. Joe. You see, I'm taller than you are.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. Look, the master of ceremonies is getting up. It must be Bob Hope.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not Hope, it's Allen. Fred Allen.
I'm very happy to be here in good old St. Joe. They love me here.
Listen to him. That Allen's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who leaves me to sing the blues in the night. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the votes have been counted, and I have the honor to announce that the Best Actor of the Year is that old gent with the gray hair, Frank Morgan.
No, Benny, me. Jack Benny.
Yes, Jack Benny. And here's that gold statue for you, Jackie.
Ouch. Thanks. How can I speak with this rubber hose in my mouth? But I'll try. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Here's your hot beef sandwich, mister.
Make it a steak. I just won the award. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to sever the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of... Who's that coming? Who are you guys? Who are you?
We're the Warner Brothers, shouting like the others. Benny, our mama does no love.
The Warner Brothers? And who are you?
I am Darryl Zanuck. Jack, you are a panic. Benny, my horsey done told me.
Gee, Mr. Zanuck, all the studios want me. All of them.
From Metro to Goldwyn, from Goldwyn to Mayor, from Mayor to Paramount.
Paramount? They love me there. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you how happy I am to receive this award. It is the most thrilling night I've ever had, and the most exciting... What's the matter? The banquet's over. Everybody's gone but Gary Cooper and me. What are you crying for, Gary?
I had my heart set on winning that award.
It's not your fault, Gary. I won it because I'm taller than you are. Look, I'm 8 feet tall.
Not only that, you're still growing.
Still growing? That's right, I am. Look at me. I'm 9 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet. Whoop, whoop, hold it.
I'm tall enough. Hold it. I'm going right through the roof.
Ooh, my head.
Boss, wake up.
Gary, where are you?
Boss, wake up. You've been dreaming.
Dreaming?
Yeah, you got your head right through the foot of the bed.
Oh, yes. Well, pull me out. Thanks. It was a tough dream, Rochester, but I won it.
Do you need me anymore, boss?
No. Good night, Rochester.
Good night. What a man.
Well, here's a treat that just can't be beat for real downright goodness, and one that's sure to become a family favorite the first time you try it.
The name of this grand dessert is Cherry Cubes with Pineapple, a brilliant combination of golden canned pineapple and bright crimson cherry jello. It's a dessert that fairly coaxes you to pick up a spoon and begin because it's so good-looking. And it's nothing less than a masterpiece of delicious flavor. You'll like the simple, easy way you make it, too. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and hot pineapple juice. Turn into a loaf pan and chill until firm. Then cut into cubes and pile in sherbet glasses, along with 3 slices of canned pineapple diced. And there's a dessert that's really extra special. Juicy golden nuggets of canned pineapple, temptingly blended with tiny glistening cubes of rich red cherry Jell-O. So get a package of cherry Jell-O tomorrow, and when you buy, be sure to get genuine Jell-O. It's extra rich because its flavor is locked in.
The last number of the 22nd program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time. And by then, I'm sure Jack will find something else to worry about. Good night, folks.
The parts of Fred Allen and Gary Cooper were interpreted by Peter Lind Hayes, appearing through courtesy of RKO Studios. The tune Captain of the Clouds is from the picture of the same name.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Love Is. I wonder how many of you ladies were in the midst of your spring house cleaning today. I'd like to say a few words, especially for your benefit, on the subject of protective housekeeping. That's a very important subject because it offers you a chance to save work and to save money. Let me explain just what I mean by protective housekeeping. Instead of keeping your floors, furniture, and woodwork clean during the year by scrubbing and dusting, you protect them against dirt and against wear with a tough coat of Johnson's paste or liquid wax. Then that coat of wax wards off scratches and dirt, makes cleaning and dusting much easier throughout the year, and makes annual spring house cleaning a much simpler affair. Dust and dirt cannot cling to a smooth, wax-polished surface. Fingerprints are quickly wiped away. Traffic areas on floors can be touched up without re-waxing the entire floor. When you consider that Johnson's Wax adds a rich glow of beauty to floors, furniture, and woodwork, that it has 100 extra labor-saving uses, then you should certainly try protective housekeeping with Johnson's Wax in your home. Insist on the genuine Johnson's Wax. Ever throw a kiss to a beautiful girl? Unsatisfactory, wasn't it? So is a birthday without a birthday cake. And our hero is not the man to see his life partner neglected in this way. So, here at 79 Wistful Vista, cookbook in hand and a determined gleam in his eye, while his spouse stands by full of love and skepticism, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, now, McGee, please, don't go to all that trouble. Put that cookbook down.
What?
If you must have a birthday cake for me, go out and buy one.
No, sirree. I'm going to bake this with my own ever-loving hands. This is going to be a cake like you never flung a fang into.
I'll bet it is at that. What kind of a cake's it going to be, dearie?
Oh, shucks, I can't tell you that. It's going to be a surprise. Now, you go on in the other room and read a book or something.
Oh, let me watch it.
Ah, you'll keep trying to tell me how to do things.
No, I won't, really.
Okay, then. Sit down and be quiet. Don't smoke till you're speaking to her. Just keep quiet. Now, let's see. Budget cakes, sponge cakes, angel food cakes, upside-down cakes, party cake. Ah, party cakes.
Party cake, baker's man.
Now, remember your promise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Page 24. Oh, here we are. 6 eggs, separated. Hey, Molly, where's the eggs?
In the refrigerator.
Why, that's no place to keep eggs. Takes twice as long to fry them when they're cold.
I never thought of that. I'll keep them in the oven after this, dearie.
Let's see now. Eggs, milk, butter, horseradish. That'll do, I guess. Oh, let's see. I gotta get this stuff.
Heavenly days, you won't need all those pots and pans, will you?
Look, now, you cook your way and I'll cook my way. Here, you hold 3 eggs and I'll put 3 of them back here on the shelf.
Well, what's the idea?
What's the idea? The recipe says to separate 6 eggs. Okay, there's a cup and a half of sugar, 4 cups of shifted cake flour, 1/4 of a teaspoon of salt. No pepper. 2 squares of chocolate. Okay. Give me them eggs again. I guess they've been separated long enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, 5. Boy, that's a lot of eggs. I should have bought you a fur coat. It would have been cheaper. Me. Where's the egg beater?
Right there in the drawer, right in front of you. Though I always use a fork myself.
Yeah, that's the trouble with you women. Some unsung genius spends his lifetime inventing the egg beater to save you trouble, and what do? Ignore it and use a fork.
Well, now, listen, you men are no better.
What you mean?
You spend your young manhood looking for a good cook to marry and then mess around the kitchen yourself. Here, what are you doing?
Well, I'm squirting a little sewing machine oil on this egg beater.
Dear.
It's kind of stiff.
But listen, your cake will taste like oil.
Oh, no, it won't. I took care of that. I mixed a little vanilla in with that oil. Yeah, that's better. Oh, boys.
Come in.
Oh, dear.
Hello there, kids. How you fixed for postage stamps?
I don't know, old-timer. How many you want?
Don't want any. I'm selling them. 2-cent stamps for 1 cent. Today only.
Heavenly days. How on earth can you do that?
Forgot to mail my Christmas cards this year, daughter. Just found them and soaked the stamps off. How many you want? For every 50 you buy, I throw in a little bottle of glue. Hey, what you doing there, Johnny?
Well, it's my birthday, Mr. Oldtimer. He's baking me a cake.
He is, eh? You know how to cook, Johnny?
Well, we'll soon know.
What do you mean, do I know how to cook? Sure, I know how to cook. I'm not only a cook, I was the greatest vegetable and fruit man in Peoria at one time.
I never knew that, McGee.
Well, I've been covering it up. That's why. I wrecked my career. I was a failure.
How's that, Johnny? It's any of my business, which it ain't, but I'm interested, and when a feller's interested, you can forgive a certain inquisitiveness because...
Okay, I'll tell you. I was trying to raise a seedless watermelon. And I done it, too. And that's what finished me.
Oh, well, if you succeeded, why did it finish you?
Caused a terrific demand for seedless watermelons, and I couldn't fill it.
Why not?
I couldn't grow them.
Why not?
No seeds.
saying, one feller says to t'other feller, say, he says.
Yes, sir, old-timer. I had such a knack with flowers and vegetables, I could even bring them back to life long after they'd wilted. Why, I'd take an old wrinkled beet and give it the McGee treatment, and presto, back from the dead. Dead Beat McGee, I was known as.
Say, how about my cake?
Dead Beat McGee, the ding-dong daddy of the dirt doctors, drudging in the ditches from dawn to dusk over discolored, decrepit, and darn near defunct daisies, dogwood, and deodars, dazzling doubters with my debonair displays of dilly-dallies, daffy daffodils, and dandy dandelions discovered and developed by Dead Beat McGee, the diggity-digger and daddy dude from down on the Delta and deep in Dixie, but shucks, I sound like a dad-ratted pixie. Shift flour and salt together and fold into the oat mixture. You know where my tin snips are?
What on earth do you want tin snips for?
I got to cut down a teaspoon. It says here to put in a fourth of a teaspoon of salt. To make a fourth of a teaspoon.
Don't be silly. Just fill it a fourth full.
Huh? Oh, say, I could do that, couldn't I?
You know it was silly all the time.
Yeah, those bowlers from Peoria left it. Baby, is this going to be a cake?
I'll bet it'll be a cake. I'll bet this'll make Prudence Penny feel like a nickel.
I would have made you upside-down cake, but I don't have much luck with those. The blood keeps rushing to my head. Go see who that is at the front door, will you, Molly? I got to finish mixing this batter.
All right, dearie, and I hope it gets to first base.
Huh? Oh.
I'm coming.
Oh, can he bake a birthday cake? Fibber boy. Can he bake a birthday cake? Charming Fibber. He can bake a birthday cake that'll make your molars ache, but he's a young thing and cannot leave his mother.
Oh, McGee, it's Mrs. Uppington, and she wants to...
Oh, what is that old fuck?
McGee, I said it's Mrs. Uppington, and she...
Tell the old moose I don't... Oh! Hi, Uppy.
Good day, Mr. McGee.
Good day.
May I ask what you imagine you're concocting there?
Well, it's a cake for me, Abigail. This is my birthday.
Oh, really? Well, congratulations, my dear. I won't ask which one it is because I know.
Oh, yeah? Well, which one?
Her last one, if she eats any of that cake.
Oh, I don't know, Uppy. I swing a pretty nasty casserole when I put my mind to it.
Really?
Yeah, betcha. Let me know when your next birthday limps around, and I'll whip you up a cake, too. Only give me plenty of notice.
Why, Mr. McGee?
Well, you don't think we could get enough candles right here in town on short notice?
Well, I must say, Mr. McGee,
Yes, that's right. That was a very bad insinuation, dearie. I'm sure Abigail isn't many years older than I am. Though I was a little flower maiden at your wedding, remember, Abigail?
Oh, indeed I do, my dear. Indeed I do. Even though I was still a slip of a girl at the time, I remember asking an usher to get you a chair. You looked so tired.
Well, I was just tired from laughing so hard.
What was the joke?
Otis Cadwallader, you know.
Oh, that mug.
Otis was one of the little boys who was carrying the train of Abigail's wedding dress, and he had it a little too high, and he whispered that the bride was bow-legged. Not that I ever believed it, Abigail.
Well, I should hope
Until I saw you in your job purse.
Please, Mrs. McGee, I think the discussion of my nuptials has gone far enough.
Yes, me too, girls. We sure squeezed that subject dry. Let's get back to birthdays. You want me to bake a cake for your birthday, too?
Thank you, no, Miss McGee. I have all my special pastry made by an expensive caterer.
Oh.
My last birthday cake cost me $75.
Oh, not really. Did you demand an itemized bill, Abigail?
Itemized?
Yeah, it was probably $5 for the cake and $70 hush money.
Really, Mr. McGee? Well, I have never been snubbed like this in all my life.
Honest, Abigail? You ought to walk down the street in San Diego some night when the fleet's in. Poor Abigail.
Yeah.
Well, how are you doing with your cake?
Well, it's coming along swell, though it's kind of tricky folding these egg whites. They won't hold a crease. Hey, I haven't got enough sugar.
No, I don't.
Dad, rat it, can't a guy bake a cake in peace around here? Come in. Why don't people...
Oh, good day, Mr. Wimple.
How do you do? May I step in a moment out of the wet?
Oh, is it raining?
No, I've been crying.
You poor man. Come right in. What's the matter?
It's my wife.
Oh.
We had a terrible argument this morning, and I'm afraid I lost my temper.
Oh.
I actually shook my fist at her.
You did, eh? Was she scared?
Fortunately, she didn't see me.
You know, I think you're just too meek, Mr. Wimple. You should stand up for your rights. A woman has no respect for a man she can dominate.
Oh, I know that, Mrs. McGee. And I really went round and round with her once.
Did it do any good, Wimple?
Yes, for a while. But as soon as I got out of the hospital, it started all over again. It's really discouraging.
Oh. Well, what can we do for you, Mr. Wimple?
I just wondered if you had a small piece of raw beefsteak I could borrow. My wife has a black eye.
What? A black eye? Why, Wimple, you mean you actually...
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. She tried to chase a dog out of our yard and stepped on the rake. Flew up and hit her in the eye.
Oh, well, that's too bad, but I'm sorry we haven't got a bit of raw beefsteak in the house.
Personally, I never thought much of that beefsteak treatment for black eyes anyway, Wimple.
Oh, I didn't want it for her eye, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
I was going to give it to that dog, bless his heart.
Well, poor Mrs. Wimple, that must have been a very painful experience.
No, I don't know. It's probably the only time in her life an old rake ever made a pass at her. Must have been quite a...
Hello, folks. What's it? Oh, say, what goes on?
Molly's birthday, Harlow. Harlow. I'm running up a cake.
Really? Well, many happy returns,
Well,
Molly.
thank you, Mr. Wilcox, and the balance of the day to yourself.
Here, let me give you a hand with that cake, Fibber.
No, let go, Harlow. I know what... Hey, look out!
Oh, now, Mr. Wilcox, see what you boys did? Spilled a big gob of batter on my linoleum.
Yeah. Oh, that's all right, Molly. It's a simple matter to wipe it up with a damp cloth. That is, if your linoleum is protected with...
We know. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. And you spilled that stuff on purpose so you could drag in a sales talk.
The idea is if you had to prove to me, of all people, how Johnson's glow coat protects the linoleum.
Yes. I'm sorry. I should have known I wouldn't have to tell you how it's so easy to apply and shines itself as it dries and how it brings out the original luster and beauty of the pattern. Why, what was I thinking of anyway?
Aren't you ashamed?
Yes, I feel pretty bad.
Well, just for that, I won't give you a piece of this birthday cake when it's done.
Really?
No.
Oh, now I do feel bad. Oh, that's awful. No cake. I guess that'll teach me a lesson. Well, happy birthday, Molly. No cake.
Killing himself. Trouble with that guy is he's got a single-track mind. And it's full of freight cars loaded with Johnson's wax. Well, how about that sugar?
Well, I'll go right away, dearie.
No. Now, wait a minute. It's your birthday, and you're not supposed to do anything. I'll get it. Here, untie this apron. Thanks. I'll be back in just a minute. Now, run across the... Hey, can I borrow a cup of sugar until tomorrow?
Hi, mister. What's cooking? What?
Oh, hi, sis. Is your mother home?
Sure she is, I betcha.
May I see her a minute?
No.
Huh?
I said no.
What do you mean, no? You tell your mother I want to see her, will you?
You can see her, mister.
Now, don't be obstinate, sis.
I'm not being obstinate, I betcha. I'm being nice.
Well, what's so nice about not letting me see your mother?
She's taking a bath.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Well, you didn't ask me.
Well, look, maybe you can handle this deal yourself. How's about the loan of a cup of sugar, sis?
Well, I'm for graduated.
You mean granulated? I says you mean granulated. Graduated means when you get out of school.
I know it. I bought this sugar this afternoon on the way home.
Well, how about it, sis?
Mister, I told you once you can't see her. She's taking the bath, don't you remember?
I'm talking about a cup of sugar. Forget your mother.
I will not. She never forgets me.
I didn't mean that you should. Look, let's start over.
All righty.
Hi, sis. Can I borrow a cup of sugar?
That isn't the way you did it before. You asked if you could see my mother.
Well, I'm doing it different this time. All I want is a cup of sugar.
What you gonna do with it?
Oh, I'm baking a cake.
Oh. No fooling, mister. What do you want with it?
I told you I'm baking a cake. It's my wife's birthday.
Can you really cook, mister? Can you really?
Certainly I can cook. Come over and see the cake in a couple of hours. I'll cut you a slice.
Gee, I wish I had a slice of it now, I betcha.
Why?
Oh, you know. Wait here and I'll go get you some sugar, mister.
The King's Men sing Three Blind Mice.
Three blind mice, three little innocent mice. Number one is thin, number two is fat. Number three so fierce he scares the cat. I'm number one, number two. Number three. Three brave mice, three hungry mice, three hungry mice. They lived in a farmhouse out in the sticks with a farmer and his little old wife. The thin little mouse had a very long nose to sniff the slightest breeze. One day he sniffed with his very long nose and shouted, I smell cheese.
The fat little mouse took hold of his tail.
The thin one led the way. The fierce little mouse brought up the rear to chase the cat away. Three hungry mice, scampering off to find the cheese and cut themselves a slice. Pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter. Whoa! Three happy mice. They nibbled and nibbled and nibbled some more till one by one they lay down on the floor and all fell asleep and began to snore. Three sleepy mice. Oh, the farmer's wife, sneaking down the hall with a carving knife. 3 little mice too full to run away, lost their little tails before you can say. 3 blind mice, 3 sorry mice.
The thin little mouse is thinner now.
The fat one became a rat. And the fierce little mouse is just a smile on the face of the old tomcat. 3 blind mice, 3 blind mice. That is the end of the 3 little tales of the 3 blind mice.
Say, McGee, that cake looks very nice.
Oh, wait till you taste it. It'll be ready to eat as soon as I finish squirting happy birthday to Molly onto it. D-A-Y-M-O-L... You don't mind if I just call you Moll, do you? I started too big and I ain't got room on here for Molly.
Oh, that's all right, dearie. I think it looks beautiful. Shall I get the candles?
No, I'll get them. Where are they?
In the hall closet.
Okay, you get them.
All right, I won't get many either.
Huh?
I don't...
Ma'am?
I'm sorry. I don't want to be like the girl who said she was 21, and when they brought home the cake, it looked like a prairie fire.
That gag will never be 21 again either. Oh, can he bake a birthday cake, Fibber boy, Fibber boy? Can he bake a birthday cake, charming Fibber? He can mix a batter up into a nifty hunk of stuff, but
Here's the candles, dearie.
What?
Here they are. Here's the candles.
What? You mean you opened that hall closet without a... I don't believe it. Let me go take a look. You start putting the candles on the cake.
All right, dearie. I'll do that. Oh, dear. Who's that now? Come in.
Ah, there, Mrs. McGee. Good day.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I see you've been baking yourself a cake. Looks delicious.
Oh, I didn't bake it, Mr. Gildersleeve. McGee did it.
What? Why, that... He did? Why, that little cake cooker. Well, I must congratulate the little rascal. Where is he?
Well, he just went in the other room to check up on the...
Checking up, eh? I hope he survived it. So he baked this cake, did he? Well, I see it's a birthday cake for you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, congratulations, my dear.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
My goodness, this is an occasion. I'll just have to have a piece of this cake in honor of your birthday, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, now you better wait for McGee, Mr. Gildersleeve. He might be annoyed if...
Oh, my little chum wouldn't begrudge me a little piece of cake. Come now, my dear. Hand me a knife. Thank you. Well, it cuts nicely, doesn't it? Care for some yourself?
No, thank you. Not now. I'll wait till
Oh,
McGee.
hi, Gildersleeve.
Hello, McGee.
Why?
He thought you wouldn't mind his taking a piece of your cake, dearie.
Well, of all the dad-ratted nerve. I baked that cake for my little wife, Gildersleeve. You got a lot of brass barging in here and hogging the first piece. Why?
Now, look here, McGee. Whose birthday is this, yours or your wife?
Well, it was my cake, and you didn't have any right to...
Oh, now forget it, McGee. After all, it is my birthday, and I don't want any bickering.
Well, shucks, if this big lard bucket had the manners of a well-bred hyena, he'd have known better than to come barging. Hey, look at Throckmorton. He's turning purple.
Oh! Heavenly days. What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Ah, don't fuss about him, Molly. He'll do anything to attract attention. Quit clowning, you big ape.
No, McGee, he's not clowning. There's something the matter with him. He's pointing to his throat,
Huh?
see?
Oh, do you suppose... Hey, Gildersleeve, what's the matter?
Oh, what did you put in that cake, you little criminal? I swallowed something. Get me a doctor, quick.
Oh, my gosh, he did it. Quick, Molly, call an ambulance. We got to get him to a hospital. Hurry up.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Take it easy now. He just swallowed a nutshell or a cork out of the vanilla bottle or something.
Do something quick, McGee. Maybe it was ground glass.
Hurry up, Molly. Call an ambulance. This is serious. Go on. Here, Gildersleeve. Lie down here on the kitchen table.
Yeah.
Loosen your collar and tie.
Yeah.
Now, take it easy.
Oh, what was it, McGee? What did I eat?
Now, don't worry, Gildersleeve. You'll be all right.
Go faster, driver. We'll have you in the hospital in 3 minutes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh.
Maybe this will teach you not to make a pig of yourself, Frocky.
I know. I'm sorry, McGee, and I certainly appreciate all the trouble you're going to save me, little chum.
What do you mean, save you? I baked a diamond ring in that cake for Molly. That's what I'm trying to save.
Oh.
Pick it up, driver. Save you.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. You know, every now and then it's a good idea to get back to fundamentals. The other day, a lady asked me, why does Johnson's self-polishing glow coat make linoleum last longer? That's certainly a fundamental question and deserves an informative answer. Here it is. In the old days, women used to scrub their linoleum floors at least once a week in an effort to keep them clean. Now, every linoleum manufacturer will tell you that continual scrubbing actually ruins linoleum. It softens the finish and finally makes it warp and split. In the meantime, the colors fade. Johnson's Glow Coat eliminates this continual scrubbing. It actually covers the linoleum surface with a hard coat that protects it against scratches and scuffing feet and preserves the colors bright and fresh. Many women tell us that Glow Coat makes their linoleum last 6 times longer than when it was unprotected. And besides this protection and beauty, Johnson's Glow Coat saves hours of work because it is self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing whatsoever. If you don't have a supply of Johnson's Glow Coat on hand, be sure and add it to your next shopping list.
Well, McGee, this should teach you a lesson to stay out of the kitchen. You know, it's no place for a man.
Is that so? Well, don't forget to remember the highest paid cooks in the world are men.
Why, of course they are.
Betcha.
Women are too smart to spend 12 hours a day over a hot stove.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for the home and for industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
George, I'm getting ashamed of the looks of our car. I just won't ride in it till you get it polished.
Now, that might be serious if it weren't so easy to clean and wax polish a car these days, now that we have Johnson's Car New, the sensational auto polish that both cleans and wax polishes in one application. If you're getting a little ashamed of the looks of your car, just stop at your dealers, buy a can of Car New, and have the fun of riding in a new-looking car again. Ask for Johnson's Car New, C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Band and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with New Sun in the Sky. There's one thing car owners are learning now, many of them for the first time. You can't just put your car away and forget about it. Like any piece of good machinery, you've got to keep it up to keep its value up. That goes for the battery, for the tires, and it goes for the finish, too. Smashed bugs and road scum will damage the finish of your car if they're not removed. Even the dirt accumulation and temperature changes in a garage or parking space will cause damage. So even if you're not driving your car very much these days, you'll still lengthen the life of the finish and keep it new-looking. You clean and polish it with Johnson's Car New. I can tell you that's an easy job, because Car New both cleans and polishes in one application, 2 jobs at once in quick time. Car New is a liquid. You apply it, let it dry, wipe it off. It does an amazing job of bringing back your car's original showroom shine. Then if you want to give the finish added protection, every man has his favorite dish. With the master, he thinks, of 79 Wistful Vista, it's pot roast. And here in the living room, inhaling the luscious aroma wafting in from the kitchen, we find a man with an appetite and a woman with a genius for doing something about it, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Baby, does that smell good? How long before we eat, Molly?
Now, don't get impatient, dearie. It won't be long now.
Yeah, but I'm starved. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse and chase the jockey.
For goodness sakes, McGee, you had ham and eggs and 2 pieces of pie for lunch.
Well, I've been working.
At what?
Oh, different stuff. Took me 3 hours to fix that automatic pencil of mine.
Well, no wonder you're famished, dearie. My goodness, fixing a pencil all afternoon.
My poor little fingers to the bone.
Now, look, do you think at your age you should exert yourself like that?
Oh, quit kidding.
But just relax, dear. The pot roast is almost done. 17 minutes more.
17?
I cook by the clock, McGee. I believe in perfection in my cooking.
I'll see you do. You cook the best pot roast I ever looped a lip over. If you ever hear any vicious gossip to the effect that I married you for your pot roast, it ain't vicious gossip. It's the ugly truth.
Well, thank you, dearie. Say, did you get that new crystal for your watch today?
Oh, I forgot. I might walk down to Gilly's jewelry store right after dinner and get it.
Are they open?
I'll find out. Give me the phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Gilly's jewelry store on 14th, just opposite the Mert. Is that you? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, huh? Hey, we're having pot roast for dinner tonight, Mert. Yeah, what are you having? Huh? Oh. Well, watch out for the bones.
What are they having for dinner, McGee?
Her little sister's algebra teacher. What say, Mert? Yeah, it took a while. Okay. I'll let it go. Well, let's eat, Molly.
All right, McGee. I'll take up the pot roast while you wash your hands.
Oh, my hands are clean.
Go wash your hands.
But, Molly, my hands are as clean.
McGee.
Okay. How's my shirt?
Good enough. Besides, you haven't got time to change now.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Pot roast. If there's anything I like better than pot roast, it's a second helping of pot roast. I remember one time I was president of the PTA.
The what?
Oh, maybe I never told you. I worked in a pet shop once, and we had a lot of parrots that wouldn't talk. So me and 3 or 4 other fellas started a business to teach parrots how to talk.
What'd you call it?
The Parrot Teachers Association. Oh, my gosh. Who's that?
I don't know, but I hope they don't stay long.
Well, if they do, they're going to have to talk to me over a bowl of hot gravy.
Well, now, listen, don't ask them to eat with us. I only made enough pot roast for 2.
Okay.
Come in.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Won't you come in and sit down?
Oh, maybe he hasn't got time to sit down, Molly. Must be about his dinner time.
Oh, I'm in no hurry, McGee. Am I interrupting your dinner by any chance?
If you are, I hope it is by chance. Because we only got barely enough for...
McGee.
Enough for McGee. What's on your mind, Latricia? I can spare you a minute.
Oh, nothing in particular, McGee. I just wanted your opinion on the new big bulletin board on the City Hall steps.
What's that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it's a huge poster affair, Mrs. McGee. On which we post air raid information, rationing information, directions about enlistments, and that sort of thing.
Well, I think it's great. Well, it's nice you dropped in, Latrivia. I'll be seeing you.
Now, listen, McGee. Don't be rude. Maybe the mayor wasn't through talking.
Oh, sure he was.
No, I wasn't.
Oh.
I value the personal opinions of the citizens of Wistful Vista.
You wouldn't value mine right now.
Must be a great help to a mayor to take sort of an informal poll of people's ideas, Mr. Mayor.
It is indeed. I like to proceed cautiously with these things. I go by the old aphorism, a stitch in time saves 9.
9 what?
9 anything.
Now, listen, if you tore something, Mr. Mayor, I'll get needle and thread and fix it for you.
No, it's just an old expression, a stitch in time saves 9.
Well, that's pretty silly. How can you take a stitch in time? They making clocks out of cotton now, so you can...
I was merely quoting an old saw, McGee, to the effect.
Oh, if you tore something on a saw, Mr. Mayor, it must be pretty bad. Turn around and let me see.
I didn't tear anything, Mrs. McGee.
Then what you come busting in here for, yelling for a needle and thread? If you ain't the first false alarm, Latrivia...
I didn't start yelling for a needle and thread, Mrs. McGee.
I never yell. It isn't ladylike, and besides...
I didn't say you did yell, Mrs. McGee. I merely said...
Stop arguing with my wife.
Look here, McGee. My, something smells good. What is it?
Any days, my pot roast. Excuse me a minute, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, certainly.
Funny thing about the missus. The minute she gets dinner ready, she wants to sit right down and eat. And she loves pot roast.
Oh, I don't blame her. So do I.
Yeah. Well, I can take it or leave it myself. Well, it's nice you dropped in, Latrivia. You got my okay on that bulletin board. What'd you do with your hat?
I didn't wear a hat, McGee. Oh. I like to walk in the open air bareheaded. It gives me an appetite.
Does, eh?
Certainly does.
Yeah, bet it does at that.
Yes, indeed. Really does.
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Yes, sir. Gives me a great appetite. You know how it is. A bachelor like me eating out all the time. Have to work up an appetite.
Well, that's the best way to do it. All right. Brisk walk in the open air. Particularly at about this time of day. Well, I'm sorry you're in such a hurry, Latrivia, because...
McGee, why don't you ask the mayor to sit down? My goodness, anybody think you were rushing him out?
Anybody but him would.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. I will sit down for just a moment.
Oh.
What's the matter, dearie?
Oh, nothing. Well, what do you know, Latrivia?
Oh, nothing new, McGee. Say, I hope you're not having guests for dinner. I wouldn't want to intrude, you know.
No, Mr. Mayor. There's just McGee and me. And we usually eat in the kitchen when we're alone.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mrs. McGee. That's the way I like it. When I drop in on people unexpectedly and they suggest we have a pick-up meal in the kitchen, I'm just delighted.
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty uncomfortable. Water's always dripping in the sink or percolator bubbles so you can't hear yourself think something. I like to put on a little dog when I eat.
Oh, now, McGee. McGee, what are you doing?
Just tightening my belt a little is all.
Oh, losing weight, McGee?
I think I have recently. Last few hours or so. Well, don't rush away, Latrivia. Just because we were going to grab a bite to eat don't mean...
Not a bit, McGee, not a bit. No, you go right ahead with what you're doing. Forget I'm here.
Now, we wouldn't think of it. Have you seen tonight's paper, Mr. Mayor?
No, and I always do the crossword puzzle, too. Yeah, here it is. Have you got a pencil, McGee?
Yeah, here. And be careful with it. I spent all afternoon. Take it with you, Latrivia. Take the paper, too.
Excuse me a minute, Mr. Mayor. McGee, may I speak to you a minute?
Huh? Sure. Excuse me, Latrivia.
Go on. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
What's an 8-letter word meaning a popular dinner dish?
Let me see. 8 letters. What does it begin with?
P-O space R.
I know, pot roast.
That's it.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Mayor, nearly finished with the puzzle?
No, I've got quite a long way to go yet.
But ain't you getting kind of hungry, Latrivia?
Oh, I don't know. Are you?
Not a bit. How about you, McGee?
Me? Shucks, I had ham and eggs and 2 pieces of pie for lunch. Why should I be hungry? I can go for hours yet.
Yes, so can I.
Well, here we are, aren't we?
Sure are.
What's a 9-letter word meaning appetizing?
Vertical or horizontal?
Well, what difference does it make?
Well, it might make a lot. Asparagus is horizontal, and artichokes are vertical, and they're both delicious.
Thank you very much. Now, let me see. 32, 34.
Oh, now, come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Old-Timer.
Hi there, Garner. Hello, Johnny.
You know Mayor Latrivia, Old-Timer.
Don't care if I do. Pleased to meet you, Sonny. Stranger in town?
Not exactly.
He's the mayor, Mr. Oldtimer.
Is that so? About time we had a new mayor. Got an awful stuffed vest in the city hall now. Name's Latrivia.
I am Latrivia.
Any relation?
Look, old timer, this is that Latrivia. He's our mayor.
Congratulations, Sonny. Get in there and pitch. Can't do any worse than that Latrivia.
Please, Mr. Oldtimer, this gentleman is Mr. Latrivia.
Can't be, daughter. Latrivia ain't a gentleman. Hey, Sonny, you look like a fella I went to school with.
You don't say. I was Princeton 27, and you?
Lockheed 42. Welding school. Where are you working?
We just told you he's the mayor.
Glad to hear it. Whatever become of Latrivia?
Nothing. I'm still here.
Don't change the subject, young fella. I was talking about Latrivia.
But he is Mr. Latrivia.
Same name as the mayor.
Doggone it, he is the mayor.
Is that so? Small world, ain't it? Hey, kid, sign this petition for me, will you?
Certainly. Let me take that pencil, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Right at the bottom there, daughter. That's it. You too, Johnny.
Okay.
Right below. Oh, and you, Sonny, what was the name?
Latrivia.
Name's familiar. We met before someplace?
You just met him here 2 minutes ago.
I did? Time sure drags, don't it? Hey, kid, sign this petition for me, will you?
Certainly. Let me take that pencil, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Right at the bottom there, daughter. That's it. You too, Johnny.
Okay.
Right below. Oh, and you, Sonny, what was the name?
Latrivia.
Name's familiar. We met before someplace?
Just met him here 2 minutes ago.
I did? Time sure drags, don't it?
You don't know the half of it. It's been so long since I ate, I think all my swallows have gone back to Capistrano.
That's pretty good, Johnny. That ain't the way I heard it. Way I heard it. Hey, you signed this petition, son?
Yes, I did.
Much obliged. Way I heard it. One feller says to t'other feller, see? They say it's going to be kind of hard to get gas after July 15th. That's great, says t'other feller. My radishes ought to be up by then. Much obliged, kid. I'll see you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Oldtimer.
Just a minute, sir. That petition we just signed, I didn't read it very carefully.
Oh, we're going to impeach the mayor, Johnny. A fellow named Latrivia.
But I am Mayor Latrivia.
Well, now, don't worry about it. Common name. Met 3 fellas named Latrivia in the last 5 minutes. Fellas, so long, kids. Glad I've met you, Mr.
Latrivia.
Criminy, another one?
Some silly conversations in my day, but that one wins the petty point in or two.
Don't you think you better trot down to City Hall and do something about that petition, Latrivia?
Certainly not. I'm a great deal more worried about you two good people. I'm afraid I'm keeping you from your dinner.
What on earth gave you that idea?
Yeah, just because we got the table all set and you smell a pot roast cooking on the stove and I'm beginning to feel faint and Molly keeps looking at the clock. You needn't jump to conclusions.
No. The longer a pot roast cooks, the better it is, I always say.
It certainly smells delicious. Very fond of pot roast myself, particularly when it's cooked at home. I think the sight of a well-browned pot roast with that delicately flavored gravy oozing out of it is one of the finest. McGee, don't you feel well?
Here, dearie. Sit down a minute.
I'll be all right. Don't mind me.
Do you think it's something you ate?
Whatever it is, it must be very painful. The poor lad's got tears in his eyes. Use your handkerchief, darling.
I haven't got one on me.
What's that up your sleeve there?
That's my napkin, Snoopy.
Hello, folks. What's cooking?
Pot roast, and hasn't it been a lovely day?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry if I'm breaking in on a dinner party.
Or is it a dinner party? Oh, on second thought, it's so late you must have all had dinner.
That's two thoughts you've had today, mastermind. So don't push your luck.
Hey, what are you so bad-tempered about, Fibber?
Well, he doesn't feel well, Mr. Wilcox. He feels kind of irritated.
What about, Fibber? What's your beef?
Pot roast. Or have I mentioned that?
I think McGee will be all right if we can get him to eat something, Wilcox.
Maybe some crackers and milk, eh?
Or some tea and toast.
McGee, stop trembling.
Oh, I ain't trembling. I'm just quivering with happiness with everybody taking so much interest in me. What do you want, anyway, Wilcox?
Now, McGee, that's no way to talk to Mr. Wilcox. After all, he represents the sponsor. And if it wasn't for the sponsor, you wouldn't be agent. What am I saying? You'll have to make allowances for him today, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure. Everybody feels like that on occasion. I met a fellow today who was snapping everybody's head off.
He must have been even hungrier than I am.
What did you say, McGee?
He's just talking to himself. What was the matter with your irritable friend, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, it's a funny thing. He was subconsciously annoyed by the dull and dingy looks of his car. I showed him how easy it was to bring back that showroom shine with some Johnson Car New. How it cleans and polishes in one easy operation in practically no time at all. And when he got through car-newing that automobile, he was the cheerfulest, happiest fellow you could ever hope to meet. Gay as a grig, so delighted with that gleaming finish and the simplicity of the whole car-new operation that he insisted on taking me out to lunch.
Lunch. Why doesn't everybody go away and leave me to my memories?
Say, it was some lunch, too. Ice-cold jellied consomme, crisp lettuce salad, a golden brown, light and fluffy mushroom omelet. Oh, hey, grab him, Trivia. He's fainting.
I've got it.
Somebody run and get a glass of pot roast. I mean water.
I'll dash down to the corner. There's a doctor down there.
I don't want a doctor.
I know it, but I promised him a car new demonstration today. See you later.
What's the matter with you, McGee? Every time anybody mentions food, you turn pale.
I think he's a little faint from loss of hunger, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm all right. I think maybe I better run up and go to bed.
Can you sleep on an empty stomach?
He sleeps on his side.
I can go to sleep, all right. All I got to do is just start counting politicians jumping over a pot roast. That always gets...
Come in. Mrs. Huffington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
Well, Trivia, what a delightful surprise. I didn't know the McGees were having a guest for dinner. A lovely evening, isn't it?
Oh, a nice day, too. Won't you sit down, Abigail?
Oh, thank you. No, my dear. I just stopped in to see if you and Miss G had any plans for dinner this evening.
Yeah, we had plans, all right. Anyway, I did. But as the poet says, there's many a slip twixt the skillet and the gullet.
I don't think McGee feels much like eating this evening, Mrs. Uppington. The very mention of food seems to upset him.
Yes, the poor lad. I think he has a touch of oral humidity.
Good heavens. Oral humidity? What is that?
My mouth waters. Why'd you ask me?
Oh, well, I was eating alone tonight, and my cook has prepared simply delicious bœuf brassé, and I had rather hoped you would be able to join me. Oh, informally, of course.
Well, thanks, Abigail, but I don't believe we'll be able to. It was nice of you to think of us.
Yeah. I ain't much for those French dishes anyway, Uppy. I'm strictly a eat in the kitchen and holler for more ketchup guy myself.
If I didn't think that I was deserting McGee when he doesn't feel well, Mrs. Uppington, I'd accept your invitation myself.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Miss McGee. Perhaps some other time.
Okay, if I live. I think I got a bad case of malnutrition. My tummy is so wrinkled you could grab me by the head and feet and play me like an accordion.
Well, I wouldn't think of doing such a thing. But, you know, I was so sure that you particularly, Mr. McGee, would enjoy a bit of brassé.
Oh, I don't think so, Abigail. He usually shies away from those foreign specialties. As he says, he's just a Yankee Doodle for a bean and a noodle.
Oh. Well, some other time, perhaps. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. I'd really like to have gone over there, Dirty, but everything's always so fancy.
Yeah, I always feel that I ought to be eating my olives with gloves on over there. Hey, Latrivia.
Yes?
You're an educated guy. What was this bœuf brassé her cook dreamed up?
You don't know?
No, what is it?
roast.
Look, Latrivia, if you'd left when Wilcox did, he might have given you a lift in his car.
I wouldn't think of leaving till I'm sure you'll be all right, McGee.
Oh, he'll be all right, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll put him right to bed.
With no dinner?
Oh, food on dinner. Man, good night's sleep is just as valuable.
Not me. I've got to have my dinner. But if you're going to bed, I guess I'd better be going to a restaurant someplace.
Well, it's nice you dropped in, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we're sorry we're not going to Trivia. I get awful hungry for a good rest-cooked meal now and then.
Don't be silly, McGee. I smelled that pot roast.
What pot roast? Oh, that pot roast. Well, that's for lunch tomorrow. Oh, good night, Mr. Mayor.
Good night. Good night, McGee.
Good night, Latrivia. Oh, boy. Now for that pot roast. I thought that guy would never go
Looks
home.
like we'd have to start taking our meals behind locked doors, dearie.
Well, come on. I got just enough strength left to lift the first mouthful of pot roast. And then when I...
McGee, look at my pot roast is ruined.
Huh?
It's all cooked away.
Let's see.
Oh,
my God. Oh, my. Oh, looks like a retread on a retread. Doggone that Latrivia anyway. He's responsible for this. Next time
never mind that, McGee. Get your hat. We got to go out and eat.
Huh?
Come on.
Okay. Well, let's go someplace where they got pot roast.
All right.
Now, I've been all puckered up for pot roast for 3 days. Come on, Molly, let's hurry.
Oh, my. I hope we can get a table right away, McGee. I'm starved.
You're starved. Gee whiz, I can even eat spinach. Hey, sis, can we get a table?
I think so, dear. I have one right over here. This way, please.
Thank you, dearie. No, I almost felt sorry for Mayor Latrivia, McGee. I wish we'd asked him to eat with us.
Not me. The way that wolf moved in on us, I wouldn't split a pea with him.
Here you are, sir. Here's the menu.
Oh, boy. Let me study this a minute.
McGee, would you look? The specialty for today.
Where?
At the top of the page there. Pot roast.
Ah, baby. This is my lucky day.
Sure.
Hey, sis, bring me a double order of that pot roast. How about you, Molly?
No, just a bowl of soup and some green salad.
Okay.
Yes, madam. But I'm afraid I have bad news for you, sir.
Huh?
The pot roast is all gone. I just served the last portion of it to that gentleman over there.
Where?
The gentleman with his back toward you at the next table.
Oh, well, we can't have everything. Hey, Bud, how's the pot roast?
Excellent. In fact... Oh, hello, McGee.
Latrivia!
Maybe you've already noticed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Navy wants and needs 30,000 pilots a year to be trained on a 12-month program of flight training. The requirements are simple. They want young men between 18 and 27, high school graduates, who have been American citizens for at least 10 years. All those successfully completing the course will be commissioned as ensign with pay and allowances of over $200 a month.
Yes, it's a wonderful and thrilling opportunity for young men to find a new glory under old glory.
Join the Navy and see the world made into a decent place for free people to live in. Good night.
Good night, all.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
Vote for Gracie to win the presidential race.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well.
What are you laughing at?
This is a comedy program, isn't it?
That's right.
Well?
But Gracie, the audience is supposed to laugh.
Oh, well, then do me a favor and laugh, folks. Come on, a little louder. Oh, come on, let's scream, everybody.
Wait a minute.
No, we can only find a joke that fits that laugh. We'll have something.
You said it. Come in.
Burns and Allen program?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
I was a little late getting here.
Well, that takes care of the first joke.
Yeah. Why, George, you look like a breath of spring. That's a beautiful serge suit you have on.
Oh, thanks.
You look like a picture.
Really?
Yes, the shining hour.
Well, I get compliments on this suit wherever I go. And I've worn it out in a lot of places.
Yeah, I can see the places.
You can even ask Frank Parker. I'm considered a very smart dresser. Isn't that right, Frankie?
That's right.
There you are.
To dress on $10 a year, you've got to be smart.
How did I get into this mess?
They're walking up 2 flights.
Let me tell you something.
Say, George, what do you do with your old clothes?
He wears them.
This happens to be an English import.
Say, it does look a little like an Eton jacket.
Eaton? What Eton?
Moth-eaten.
Oh, go away.
Say, George, do you know what your suit really looks like?
What?
It looks like it's going steady with Bing Crosby's shirt.
Yeah. Well, I really resent that because Crosby's shirt is really from Dixie.
Ah, George, stop worrying. A suit like that is nothing to sneeze in, and furthermore...
Quiet. Let's talk about something else.
All right, but don't ask me about my campaign.
Believe me, I won't.
I've been so busy with my campaign, I haven't even had time to be elected.
But we're not going to talk about it.
No, I'm not even going to think about it.
Good.
If I think about it, I'll talk about it. And I hate to talk about anything I've got to think about.
You're telling me...
The more I think about it, the madder I get. Imagine asking the next president of the United States to pay cash for a thing like that.
Pay cash?
Yes. They wouldn't even take the Supreme Court as a credit reference.
Well, who wanted this cash?
The conductor on the bus.
It was probably a Hoover man.
I was on government business, too.
Government business?
Yes, I was on my way down to get my daddy's relief check.
Why doesn't your daddy get his own relief check?
He can't. He's picketing the Swiss embassy.
He's picketing the Swiss embassy?
Yes. That Swiss cheese gives him hiccups.
Well, that wouldn't happen if we ran the hole through a meat grinder. And that Swiss...
Hey, Gracie, look what I've got for you.
Why, Ray Noble.
Yes, I saw it in the window, and it just seemed to be the real you.
Oh, thanks. I'll unwrap it. Oh, Ray.
Oh, what is it?
Why, Ray, you shouldn't have done it. But it's just the thing I wanted. I was born in June, so it's simply perfect.
Well, what is it?
Bubble gum.
Ray, how did you happen to pick that out?
Well, George, oh boy, I've been around. I know women.
What did it cost you?
It cost me $46, and I got it at Magnum's.
Well, I just don't know how to thank you, Ray, but I'll certainly chew it next to my heart.
This isn't a romance. This is a contortionist act.
Oh, Gracie, I'm going over there to write a poem about you.
Under the spreading chestnut tree?
No, under the piano.
Well, so long, fellow. Come in.
Remember me, Mr. Boynes? I'm the tailor.
Oh, yes, I remember. Of course.
I was listening on your broadcast, and I heard them making comical remarks about your suit, and it hurts me. Because the suit cost $125.
See, wise guys, and you thought I was cheap. Go ahead, Adrian. Tell them about the other suit that cost $125.
Thank you, yes. And an overcoat he bought for $150.
There you are.
He bought 2 suits and an overcoat for $410. This was 2 years ago. And I've yet to see a nickel.
Get out of here before I kick you out.
You and who else?
The door is closed.
What am I, a genius?
Will you get out of here?
See, George, if you didn't want to pay him, you could have given him one of your checks.
Oh, yeah? I paid for those clothes 2 years ago. Hello?
You should live so.
That's the last time I'll ever get a suit from him.
You said it.
Gracie, cheap. I'm not cheap. Didn't I take you to Cyril's restaurant the other night?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you think that cost?
Oh, $30,000 without the awning in front.
That pheasant, wild rice, endive salad, crepe Suzettes, all that food went into a pretty little figure.
Oh, well, thanks, and I've got a neat little face, too.
Oh, don't worry, George. You can get credit any place. Why, everybody says you've got an honest face.
Oh, thanks, Pinky.
Everybody that looks at you says, honest, is that a face?
I'd just as soon not hear about my face or my suit.
No. And I'm not going to mention my presidential campaign either.
Well, good.
And on the top of all my campaign worries, in the middle of the night, my mother gave out the biggest scream you ever heard.
What happened?
What happened? Her feet turned black.
Turned black? What did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor.
What did the doctor do?
He just took off her stockings and we all went back to sleep again.
Well, I'm glad to
Maybe you've got spring fever these days. You'd probably like to play hooky from washing the dishes. No one knows better than you how dishwater makes your hands feel, so puffy and dry. But listen, the moment you finish the dishes, give your hands the creamy comfort of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Heinz is so nice and fragrant, it feels good and soothing to tender hands. It's the extra creamy, extra softening emulsion that contains 2 extra vitamins, A and D. You know what? Every creamy drop of Heinz goes right to work, helping to ease away that harsh, chapped look, coaxing back a lovable, smooth feeling. Treat your hands to Heinz Honey and Almond Cream every day to help keep them soft and thrilling in spite of rough household jobs. You can smooth Heinz on your hands as you work, you know. It isn't a bit sticky. In fact, thousands of women say they love Heinz as a powder base, too. It goes on so smoothly and helps your powder cling lightly with a soft, youthful-looking bloom. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at your favorite toilet goods counter in several convenient sizes. Start using Heinz, Hinds, tonight for soft, romantic, kissable hands. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. From the musical production The King Steps Out, I'm going to sing Stars in My Eyes, written by Fritz Kreisler and Dorothy Field. My song has wings, eternal springs, no longer but a dream. My cheeks aglow, emotions flow like sunlight on a stream. My step is gay along my way, the roses bloom at my feet. My love's arranged, my being's changed, my life is now complete. Stars in my eyes tell how I feel, for this tender passion is real. I am loved, I am blessed, all that eager longing is laid to rest. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart beats with mine, till your love for me dies. There'll be stars in my eyes. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart is. Stars in my eyes till your love for me dies. There'll be stars in my
Frank, that was grand.
Listen, everybody, I forgot to tell you that at my convention in Omaha, the women are wearing old-fashioned calico dresses, and the men are wearing suits like they wore back in 1870.
But, Gracie, where can I get a suit like that?
Oh, George, lend him the suit you're wearing.
This is not an 1870 suit.
Oh, don't answer it, it's the tailor.
Don't I know?
And another thing, don't forget, you boys have to grow beards for the Omaha convention.
Is it compulsory?
No, it's apple.
Apple?
Yeah.
What's apple?
The pie I had last night.
Gracie, the whole thing doesn't fit.
Well, that's what you get for walking up 2 flights.
Stop with that suit.
Say, Gracie, if I raise a beard, it'll cover my personality.
Is that bad?
No, it's apple.
Really get out of here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If it wasn't for a beard, my aunt wouldn't be able to keep my uncle home nights.
What does that got to do with it?
Well, she winds his beard up in a clothes wringer and hides the handle.
Just a thing like that is infallible.
No, it's apple.
Well, folks, we finally got a piece of plot in the show.
Say, Ray, how is the poem coming?
Oh, pretty well, Gracie. I'll read what I've got written so far. The title is Spring is to Sing, But I Sigh, Oh My.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ray.
Isn't it?
Yes, nice title for a seed catalog.
Well, here's the poem. A day in spring is like a rose, and a rose is like a honeybee. And a bee can sing you with his nose, but only God can make a tree.
Is that all?
Oh, no.
Oh, there's more.
Yes. A tree is like the stars on high, except it's in the ground. And stars are like your bluish eyes, except your eyes are brown.
Look, Ray, where are you trying to go with this?
Well, old boy, I'm trying to get I Love You, Gracie into the poem, but I can't seem to make it rhyme.
That must be difficult.
No, it's apple.
Go away. Go away.
Say, George, the next time I see Shakespeare, I'll tell him about Ray Noble's talent.
This may surprise you, but he's dead.
So is Shakespeare.
Well, that's a nice TL for Ray.
Hello, Gracie. Oh, hello, Bubbles. Did you get the plane tickets to Dallas? Yes, and did you hear the good news? No. I just got an offer from the Group Theater in New York. The Group Theater? What do they want you to play? The Group.
The group. Plane tickets? What are they for? Where are you going?
Oh, this Friday I'm flying to Dallas to make a speech at the Variety Club get-together. Well, Gracie, I'm sorry, but they won't let you take your kangaroo Laura on the plane. Oh, isn't that too bad? And she had her bag all packed.
Dallas will certainly be disappointed.
Oh, no, they won't, George. I'm taking you.
Well, thank you. Why don't you take Bubbles with you to Dallas?
I can't go. I've got to make a guest appearance on a radio program.
What program?
Me the People.
Me the People?
Yes.
Either that or Hippie Lobby. I finally have the one line and they tried to kill it.
I've got to finish that typing.
Oh, did she go? Well, you're gone. You're gone. Go already.
Oh, you should have been over the house the other night. Bubbles had a date with Don Wilson, and you should have seen the three of them when they went out together. There was more excitement.
The three of them went out?
Bubbles, Don, in the front of the house.
Those kids really go places and through things.
Say, George, I must tell you this. It's very amusing.
Well, Truman, we can use something like that on the program.
Yeah, well, the other night at the party,
yes,
I got up and told a very funny story.
Uh-huh.
Were the guests surprised when I didn't mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream?
You didn't mention?
No. And when I got to the punchline of the story, it really knocked them for a loop. Because I didn't say a word about how Heinz Honey and Almond Cream will make rough red hams smooth, white, and soft, and thrilling to touch.
I see. And where was this party?
At the sponsor's house.
Well, the next time you tell a story, don't mention the hand cream either.
Oh, I won't, George. That would kill the joke.
And you're just the guy who can do it, too.
Now, George, is that nice?
No, Apple. I finally got it. Dr. Cyclops in the house.
Oh, Gracie, I've rewritten my poem, and it's much better now.
Good.
Yes, listen. A robin has a breast of fiery red, and so has a bowl of chili. But chili has no feathers on its head, so it must feel rather silly.
Oh, Ray, that's good.
Isn't it? Yeah, but it still doesn't rhyme with I love you, Gracie.
No, George, but it's getting closer.
Oh, I think so.
Oh,
It certainly is. Getting closer.
Hello, Heinz Honey Gracie Allen speaking. Yes, I'm still running for president. What? Do I think farmers should be subsidized? Well, sure, if you can do it where it won't show.
Gracie, will you guarantee that?
No, I'll just have to take my word for it.
Yes, take your own word for
Well,
it.
say that again, please. Oh, how would I take care of emergency relief? Well, I just build more gas stations. What? Oh, thank you. And I think you're great presidential timber, too. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie McCarthy. wonder you're such a big hit at the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. It's a pleasure.
Gracie, I think I've got it.
Well, I always knew you had it, but I didn't know where.
Ray, I just gave you a compliment.
Oh, thanks, old boy. I'll smoke it later. But first, I want Gracie to hear my poem.
Yeah, but don't drop the ashes on the rug.
Well, here it goes. If I could sing like a meadowlark and lay 2 eggs of blue, I'd rather be just a silkworm and knit 2 socks for you. I'm inspired.
Here, take my handkerchief. It is rather warm in here.
Ray, did that come out of your own head?
Oh, rather.
Sort of a wood carving.
Well, I put it over.
I thought so, yes.
Say, Gracie, I just finished typing that speech you're going to make at Dallas. Already? Why, Bubbles, it only took you 3 days. Well, you see, every time I got to the end of the line and heard the typewriter bell, I went out to lunch.
Don't I know?
Let me have it. Oh, and boys.
Yeah.
Now, I want you boys to tell me what you really think of the speech.
We'll be glad to do it.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be back in Dallas. And before I go any further, I want to announce that all promises in this speech are fictitious, and any similarities to persons living like George Burns is purely coincidental.
I'm not dead.
You want to bet?
Give me odds.
Wake up, America. Your country needs me. So pop out of bed. Mom out of bed,
Yeah,
too.
everybody out of bed.
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of a certain little party, if you know who I mean.
We have an idea, yes.
I think I know what you mean.
It's our catching on week this week.
Yes.
We know it.
This country is purely utilitarian. Are there any questions?
Gracie, what does utilitarian mean?
Are there any answers? Then I'll continue.
Yeah, continue. That'll be fine. Yeah.
It's true that this is a baby's country, and every baby needs a change.
Is that so?
My political rivals say that what this country needs is more milk for the babies without delay. They say, let's take the bull by the horns. Well, that's foolish. They could never get milk that way.
I don't think so. Although I'll try it. I'll try it.
fellow voters, what this country needs is plenty. And even though it's impossible, I'll be glad to do it. Hello?
Hooray!
Thanks.
What was that?
My friends, today millions of people are living who will never do it again.
Hooray, hooray, hooray.
Millions are being born for the first time.
You've got something there, sister.
And millions are doing nothing because it's the best offer they've had this week. And when you listen to the radio every 10 minutes, what do you hear?
My way is the spry way.
Quiet, Angela.
If you want an honest president, don't forget Gracie Allen on Election Day. I've never stolen a nickel, and all I want is a chance. Thank you.
Hey, you know, a speech like that is even bigger than Don Wilson.
Oh, you mean Fatty?
Yes, Tiny, Fatty, yes. That's what I mean.
Say, Gracie, I loved your speech, especially where you mentioned Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
But, Truman, she didn't mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
But I did, yeah.
Well,
and a big boy, too.
How'd you like it, Pippi?
Well, Gracie, I don't think it fits.
You don't?
Well, what can you expect? He walked up 2 flights.
Frank, just exactly. What's the matter with my suit?
Well, I don't know, George. It's not the color because pale fudge looks good on you.
Oh, thanks.
It's not the fit because, George, that's the way you're built.
Well, that's nice.
It's not the style because those suits may come back again.
Yeah. Then what is it, Frank? Jealousy?
No, it's Apple, and I'll see you later.
I think I'll go get myself run over.
Oh, don't mind him, George. Frank, I think you've got a lot of nerve to say things like that. Someday you may be old and worn out like George's suit, too.
Well, now I feel better. Whoa.
Hello? Oh, how are you? It's Georgie Jessel.
Georgie Jessel?
Yes, I read it in the papers, Georgie, and congratulations. But I thought you were going to get married Friday. Oh, your wife made you wait till Saturday? Oh, there's no school Saturday. Goodbye.
Well, how do you like that? And I didn't think Jessel went to school.
I say, Gracie, I made a new start with my poem, and I think it's much better now.
Oh, good.
Here it is. If I had the wings of a butterfly, I could flutter here and there. A butterfly never has to shave, for it has no whiskers anywhere.
Ray, if you're trying to rhyme, come in.
Good evening, Miss Allen. Remember me? I was here last week. I'm the census enumerator.
Oh, well, I'm glad to see you again.
I just heard a choice bit of gossip, and I can't keep it to myself any longer.
Well, I'm sorry, but we're not interested in other people's affairs. What they do is their own business.
Atta girl.
Their secrets belong to them, and it's no concern of ours. What did you hear?
Well, I don't know whether I should say anything or not, but that woman who lives around the corner from you.
Oh, you mean Mrs. Hemingway,
Yes, Mrs. Hemingway.
Oh, it's so funny. I always forget the second name.
Well, my dear, it seems... How far does this program go?
To New York City.
Good. I wouldn't want this to go any further.
Well, I wish this didn't go any further.
Mrs. Hemingway's husband.
Which one?
Which one? How many husbands has she got?
George, don't be nosy. Go ahead, mister.
Well, it seems that every time he goes to San Francisco...
Yes?
He doesn't go to San Francisco.
No?
No.
Isn't that just like a man?
Yes.
Well, tell me all about it. When he goes to San Francisco where he doesn't go, where does he go?
Oakland.
Really?
Yes. Fortunately for Mrs. Hemingway, Sally Rand is a very good friend of the family.
Well, that's a fellow in his cap.
What's going on here? I thought all census information was strictly confidential.
Oh, poor Mrs. Hemingway. All the time that her husband is away, she does nothing but pace the floor.
No.
Yes, every night at the Coconut Grove.
You know his secretary, that beautiful little blonde?
Oh, you mean that pretty one who always leaves lipstick on his collar?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's a wonderful typist.
Yes. Probably takes 120 kisses a minute.
But it's too bad about her shorthand.
What's the matter with her shorthand?
Well, his wife's gloves won't fit her.
Well, I've got to run along.
Wait a minute. Before you go, the house that the Hemingways live in, is that a one-story house or a two-story house?
Please, Mr. Burns, how dare you? We census takers a pledge to secrecy. Good day.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, isn't he cute? When I'm elected, I'm going to give him a much better job.
Is that so?
Yes, in the Secret Service.
As an undercover man, and he can stay there.
At last I've got the poem, Gracie. Here it is. When springtime knocks upon my soul, my heart sings like a joyous rabbit. But rabbits don't appreciate love. To them, it's just another habit.
Oh, Ray, there's no use going on. There's no way to make that rhyme. It's absolutely impossible to get a rhyme with birds and bees and skies of blue above you. You can write and write and write and write, but you'll never rhyme, Gracie, I love you. Yeah, but I did it.
You do it, huh?
Once more, an opportunity for you to get a copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Everybody's humming it and wants it. Now, all you have to do is this. Listen. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. Send one carton of the 25-cent size or one of the 50-cent size or $1 size carton. Or, if you use the 10-cent size, send 2 cartons. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. And say, when you buy your Heinz, you'll find out what an extra creamy lotion can do for your hands. Why, even one application of this fine, fragrant lotion helps make chapped hands feel softer, look smoother right away. Heinz contains 2 vitamins, too, vitamins A and D. Use Heinz regularly for soft, thrilling honeymoon hands, the kind of hands he wants to hold. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. Get Heinz tonight. And send the Heinz carton tomorrow, sure, to Gracie Allen for your copy of her dizzy campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
And now Gracie will sing Sweet Potato Piper.
Oh, well, I'm dedicating my song to the members of the Axar Ben who are holding their banquet in Omaha tonight.
Oh, good.
Do you remember Yuba, who played the tuba and made the rumba a popular beat? The peanut vendor was a solid sender, not to mention Piccolo Pete. Of course you've heard of Sammy from Alabama, the old accordion man. Well, while we're on the subject, do you know how the beginning began, do you? Music soothes the savage, that's a well-known phrase. But your heart becomes full of kettle drums when the sweet potato piper plays. Go on, throw your hat up, shout a few hoorays, 'cause you can't hold back, you're a jumpin' jack when the sweet potato piper plays. Though it's not a magic flute, there's a fascinating toot. It's not exactly beautiful. It's sort of like an, I don't know, I guess you call it cute. Sunbeams try new dances, songbirds sound their A's, and the world joins in with a great big grin when the sweet potato piper plays. Now when you vote for Gracie, that's me, here's what she okays. Cast personal vote for the plaintive note that the sweet potato piper plays. Comes the inauguration, it will start a craze. Watch the diplomats kicking up their spats when the sweet potato piper plays. At the presidential ball, we won't have the band at all. Now we'll simply have this silly type, a tootin' on the scooter and a pipe.
Listen, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
So vote for Gracie, who is the presidential race.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend. Keep going all day long.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Well, folks, we're having the same unusual weather here in Southern California. It was raining so hard this morning that even the footprints in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater were wearing galoshes. Then it started raining.
Wait a minute. Unusual weather. Well, it's a beautiful day. As a matter of fact, it's been beautiful all week.
Oh, isn't that too bad? Now Bob Hope won't have anything to talk about.
Of course, he can always talk about Crosby's horses.
Yeah, doesn't he?
He does at that.
Oh, and by the way, I saw one of Crosby's horses at the racetrack today.
Did you say hello?
No, I said goodbye. I was walking too fast.
Probably one dark horse talking to another.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Ray.
Hi, Gracie. I brought you a little present.
Oh, Ray Noble again?
I hope you like it.
Well, I can't wait to unwrap it.
It's a long time growing it. This morning I cut it just for you.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What is it?
It's a lock of Ray's hair.
That's some present.
Oh, Ray, I adore it.
Well, I'm glad that's off my chest.
Well, there's a pretty little thing.
Oh, to give a present like that certainly takes a lot of pluck.
Oh, by the way, Gracie, I reserved that table for two after the broadcast.
Oh, in the same old place?
Yes, on the same old table.
Oh, good. I'm just dying to shoot a game of pool.
You can meet him at 9 o'clock behind the 8 ball.
Hello, Prez.
Hello, Pinky.
Well, George, how's the Secretary of State this evening?
I'm not the Secretary of State.
Well, I don't know. You look like Hull to me.
I
do,
How
huh?
the variety clubs like your political speech in Dallas.
Oh, grand, Drew. But George's speech was a riot.
Really? Well, I'm dying to hear it, George.
Well, all I said, Truman, was members of the variety club.
Yeah, isn't that a scream, Frank?
Yeah, it must have killed the people.
I didn't say anything.
Gracie, when you got home, was your kangaroo glad to see you?
Oh, you mean Laura? Oh, I'll say. She wagged her tail so hard she knocked my sister Bessie out of bed.
Kangaroo sleeps with your sister Bessie?
Oh, what's the matter with that? Bessie's very nice.
Must be a nice little family.
Of course, Monday night is Hazel's turn, and Friday night...
To sleep with the kangaroo?
No, sleep with Bessie. And Friday night...
Well, why? Why does everyone want to sleep with Bessie?
Well, she's the only one who's got a bed.
The only one who's got a bed?
Yeah.
Please, everybody, I'd like to hear George's speech.
Well, thanks, Truman. I got up and I said, members of the variety club.
Gracie, you mean there's only one bed in your house?
Well, you know how small our apartment is.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Well, it's so small, my daddy has to shave before he can get into the bathroom.
Then where does he shave?
On his face.
Does he use a lather?
No, he stands in a chair.
Members of the variety...
Gracie, how many of you live in this apartment?
Oh, no, let me see. There's my little nephew, Porky, and there's my
Porky?
mother and my father. Yes.
His name is Porky?
Yes, and my father and my mother.
What was he named after?
After he was born.
That's a nice name, Porky.
Yes. He's the one with the revolving head. Then there's my
Just
mother
a
and my
minute.
father.
Just a minute. Your nephew has a revolving head?
Yeah, he got that from wiping his face in a roller towel.
The family certainly gets around.
Yes.
And so does that kid's head.
Oh, and then there's my Uncle Max, an old Indian fighter.
An old Indian fighter?
Yeah, but he's not fighting anymore.
Why not?
He can't fight in the
Old Indians, I thought. Uncle Max, he's the one with the flat feet.
Yeah, he got that way having his hat blocked while he had his shoes on.
George, please, the speech.
Well, I'll try again. Members of the Variety Club, stop me if you've heard this before.
Stop.
Why?
I've heard it before.
Oh, quiet. A very funny thing happened to me on the way to Dallas.
Oh, I thought you were born on the way to Cleveland.
That was another speech.
Oh.
How many of you live in this apartment?
Well, there's 16, including Laura and my Aunt Clara.
Your Aunt Clara. That's the one with the wart.
Yeah, she married him last March.
I mean, the one with the wart on her hand.
That's him, all right. She's been supporting him since they were married.
Well, all right, so 16 live in your house. A very funny thing happened on the way to Dallas.
Oh, 17, including Mr. Phillips.
A very funny thing Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Who is Mr. Phillips?
Oh, he's been living with us for 12 years.
Well, who is he?
Oh, we don't know.
He's been living with you for 12 years? You don't know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
How'd he get there?
Well, we asked the landlady to bring us another bed, and he was in it.
Members of the Variety Clubs are very...
Quiet, George. I'd like to hear your speech.
Well, what do you think I'm trying to do, Truman? But never mind.
Oh, go on, Judge. We're only kidding, aren't we, boys? And the speech was really a big hit in Dallas.
Well, members of the Variety Club.
It would have been just as good in Oakland.
Members of the Variety Club.
It would have been good in Glendale, too.
Members of the Variety
Club. I mean,
Quiet! Well, never mind. Let's forget it.
Oh,
okay, let's forget
all about it, huh?
Well, wait a minute. It's a great speech. It'll only take me a second. Members of the Variety Club. A very funny thing happened to me while I was flying to Dallas. I said to the pilot, "Hello, Palsy Walsy."
George always starts with a funny crack like that, huh?
I said, "Why do all pilots wear black belts?" And guess what the aviator said?
To hold up their pants.
How did you know?
I used to be a pilot.
So we hurried out of Dallas, and when I got home, guess what my cousin Mabel was doing?
She was mowing the carpet.
How did you know?
George used to be a pilot.
Oh.
Is there anyone here with a little intelligence?
Oh, coming, old boy, coming.
Well, you've got as little as anybody.
You know, that's what my mother always says.
Oh, she admitted it.
Yes, she used to be a pilot.
Oh, go away. Go.
And while my cousin Mabel was mowing the carpet, my kangaroo Laura was in the kitchen laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing.
What was she laughing at?
Oh, my little nephew was sitting in a rumble seat tickling her.
He was.
Did you ever put a piece of wedding cake under your pillow to dream of the man you're going to marry? Well, I can tell you a more dependable way to help your dreams come true. Make yourself so attractive and appealing that men will just naturally fall head over heels in love with you. Use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream regularly to help keep your hands thrilling to touch. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening for rough or tender skin. This fine, fragrant cream helps guard against chapping and that flaky, dried-out look. Even one application of Heinz makes your hands look softer, feel smoother to touch. Use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream from tip to toe. It's a swell body rub. And above all, remember your hands. After every household job and every time you take your hands out of water, smooth on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. That's the way to help keep your hands soft and kissable. Then just hear that man of yours say,
"Honey, there's something about you that just bowls me over. Every time I touch your hands, they're so soft and adorable. They give me a thrill through and through."
Now, here is Frank Parker.
Tonight, my song is an unusual one, but I think you'll agree it's a pretty one. The moon was yellow and my heart was young. Written by Edgar Leslie and Freddie Allen.
The moon was yellow and the night was young. A smile brought us together, and I was wondering whether we'd meet again someday. The moon was yellow, and the song was sung. That vocal inspiration gave me the inclination to give my heart away. Here we are, with a romance to continue. Will it be my luck to win you? May I look that far? My love is mellow, and my hopes are strong. Around that Cupid fellow, behold, the moon is yellow, and the night is
song. Here we are. Is our romance to continue? Will it be my luck to win you? May I look that far? My love is mellow, and my hopes are strong. Around that Cupid fellow, behold, the moon is yellow, and tonight is young.
Frank, how do you reach those high notes?
My singing teacher used to be a pilot.
I thought so. I knew that was coming.
Say, Frank, Kenny Baker was in Dallas, and he sang the same song you just did.
Kenny Baker?
Uh-huh.
Who's that?
Isn't that a coincidence? He asked the same thing about you.
For your edification, Frank, Kenny Baker has the same tone qualities in his higher register as Nelson Eddy.
Yeah, how would you know that?
He used to be a pilot, yes.
Oh.
And not only that, he has no stoop, no squat, no squint.
Who, Kenny Baker?
No, Philko.
Oh, Philko Baker, yes, that's that tall fella, yes.
Well, a lot of people like to hear Coming Through the Rye by Kenny Baker, but I'd rather hear Ain't Misbehaving coming through the nose of George Burns.
Is that so? I'll probably end up as the secretary of the nasal.
Oh, George. Hello, Bubbles. Hello, Gracie. I'd have been here sooner, but I was out with the boys. What boys? Don Wilson.
Oh, yes, the fellow who Jack Benny works for.
Say, Gracie, was your family glad to see you when you got back from Dallas? Oh, yes, especially my grandfather, who doesn't live with us anymore.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
He lives on a desert.
He does.
He's very wealthy. He's a half owner of a Mirage.
Of a Mirage? Who owns the other half?
Oh, some crazy guy.
That's very interesting.
He made a lot of money selling water holes to thirsty people for 20 cents apiece.
Must have made a fortune that way.
Well, of course, he really only gets 15 cents apiece because you get a nickel back on the hole.
If he ever gets out of a hole, he'll go broke.
Yeah. Hey, why, Gracie, a business like that is better than the Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal? What is that?
I don't know. Clark Gable mentioned it in the picture and it got a laugh.
That's because you wore a funny hat.
Clark Gable. Say, in some places they think I'm bigger than Clark Gable.
In some places you are.
Say, George, I just as soon you wouldn't say those things about Bubbles' figure.
No?
No. You know how a thing like that spreads.
Well, don't worry, Bubbles. Just keep your chins up.
You know, I just can't wait for you to be elected, Gracie. Can you imagine me on the floor of the Senate making a filibuster like Jimmy Stewart did to Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
Do you realize that he spoke for 23 hours?
An amateur, George. I can talk for 23 days. I can hear myself now saying, Gentlemen of the Senate, the moment you finish the dishes, give your hands the creamy comfort of Heinz honey and almond cream.
Truman.
Are
you going to do this for 23 days?
Maybe longer. It feels good and soothing.
Frank,
to
open the
tender
door.
hands. It's the
Truman, you're a little too close to the mic. Step back a little further. A little further, True.
You know what?
A little further. Frank, close the door. Nice work, Frank.
Really? That's the first time I ever closed a door on a broadcast.
No.
Yeah, look, I can even do it left-handed.
Frank, close the door.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll not only do it blindfolded, but I will drink a glass of water at the same time.
Get away from that door, Frank.
I say, Gracie, did you ever see this album of pictures of me?
No, Ray.
See if you recognize anybody in this picture. It's a group of us in the country.
Oh, what a lovely group. Well, you're all holding up oatmeal cookies.
No, those are our faces.
Because oatmeal cookies have more expression.
Who's this little chap with the accordion pleated face?
Oh, that's me when I was 4 years old.
And who's that silly-looking sap next to him?
That's me when I was 9.
Why, Ray, the one standing behind them is you, too.
Yes, that's when I was 12 and a half.
In other words, all 10 in this group are you.
All except the old man with the gray hair.
Who's he?
Oh, that's me when I'll be 60.
Well, that's a nice future for you, Ray.
I've got a picture of me at home when I was 3 years old. I'm all covered with ice cream.
You're all covered with ice cream?
Yeah, my nurse was trying to put me in a good humor.
That was eccentric, wasn't it?
No, vanilla.
That's a better flavor, yes, vanilla. Come in.
If your hands are rough and red and you want soothing...
Good evening, Burns and Allen program.
Well, that's a coincidence, so are we.
I'm George Burns. What can I do for you?
Well, you see, I've been listening with great interest to Gracie Allen's presidential campaign. I'm Dr. Schmierbach, a psychiatrist.
Well, is that anything like a Republican?
I know nothing about politics.
Oh, a Democrat.
Doctor, you mean you're interested in her campaign because you're a psychiatrist?
Exactly. I'd like to ask her a few questions to see if she's capable of running the government.
In other words, you want to test her IQ?
Oh, all right, but whether I Q or I don't Q, I'll be elected.
I'll vote for you, Gracie.
I'm a specialist in mental therapeutics. I watch the mind and see what makes it tick.
What if it doesn't tick?
No ticky, no watchy.
No watchy.
Miss Allen, would you object to a little psychoanalysis?
Well, make it a small one. I only drink to be sociable.
Gracie, what he means is, how are your reflexes?
Well, they're all right, but I get better pictures with my brownie.
A reflex is sort of a jerk.
George, you're just
Oh,
self-conscious.
go.
Well, if you are self-conscious, Mr. Burns, you're what we psychiatrists call a manic depressive with a touch of schizophrenia.
Is that so? And how can you tell?
He used to be a pilot.
Everybody has got that.
Now, Miss Allen, do you ever feel taut?
Taut?
Yes, tense, like you were being held in a vice and slowly strangled to death.
Oh, yes, lots of times.
What do you do to overcome it?
Oh, I just take off my girdle.
He means, is it a mental contraction or a muscular contraction?
It's a silk one. I got it at Bullock's.
Nice day, isn't it, Doc?
Miss Allen, yours is a very unusual case. Tell me, when you go to sleep at night, do you see strange things in your dreams?
No, just plain everyday things. Last night I saw a green leopard with pink stripes.
Now we're getting someplace. Miss Allen, did it have an electric fan for a tail?
Yes.
Did it have ears made of hot water bottles?
Yes.
Doctor, what are you crying about?
She stole my leopard.
Get out! Get out! Well, every screwball happens to me, especially that doctor.
Oh, he's a very brainy man and polite, too. Before he left, he gave me his hand.
He did?
Yeah, here it is. You want to shake it?
How do, Doctor? Come on. It's silly.
Say, George, when Grace is elected president and I'm appointed postmaster general, I'm going to wear my hair pompadour style, so I'll have something to keep my stamps in.
Well, Frank, when Gracie's elected, you won't have any hair.
Well, then I'll part it in the middle like Jim Farley does.
Yeah, Jim Farley's hair is a goner.
Oh.
How do you like that, Frank?
Beautiful Chinese flowers.
Beautiful Chinese flowers?
Pretty smelly.
Pretty smelly, is that so? Come in.
You too can have beautiful, appealing hands. Was there a man in here who said he was Dr. Schmierbach, a psychiatrist?
Would you recognize his hand?
Quiet.
He's an escaped lunatic, and I'm his nurse.
A lunatic in here? Well, of all places.
Yes, you said it.
Do you know what he does? He gets thermometers, breaks them open, drinks the mercury, and throws away the glass.
He must be crazy.
Certainly, that's the best part.
Well, just leave your address, and that's the door right over there. Yes?
Yesterday, I killed a man.
You killed a man? Why?
I was mad at him. He killed me first.
Look, let's get to the door, mister.
Have you noticed I've been whispering?
Uh-huh.
I lost my voice when I was Caruso.
Well, don't let it get around, but here's the door.
Gentlemen of the Senate, if your hands are ready.
Those guys give me the creeps.
Oh, don't be silly. They're no more crazy than I am.
That's what I'm worried about.
You know, George, you might not believe it, but when I was a young fellow, I was crazy, too. But I took some treatments, and in no time I was cured.
Completely cured?
Sure, just every once in a while I go, whoa! But outside that, I'm all right. Nothing happens.
Is that so?
Say, Gracie, did you hear Dewey's speech at the Hollywood Bowl Saturday night? Oh, yes. So where does he come off telling the people he doesn't like the way I'm running the government?
You never said such a thing.
Oh, we better not.
I say.
Criticizing our national debt. Why, we ought to be proud of it. It's the biggest one in the world.
Gracie, you know nothing about politics. Do you know anything about the RFC? Are you familiar with the Dice Committee?
Oh, please, George. When a girl's running for president, she can't be too familiar with anybody.
I can't wait not to vote for you.
Say, Gracie, I forgot to tell you we received our calico dresses. Oh, you mean for my Omaha convention next month? Yes, but mine is too big. After all, I only weigh 300 pounds with my girdle on.
Well, what do you weigh without your girdle?
I don't know. I've never been able to get it off.
Well, don't worry. Someday he'll snap out of it. Come in.
Honey and almond cream is known by everyone. Good evening. I'm looking for two men. One says he's a psychiatrist, and the other says he's a male nurse.
And who are you?
I'm the chief deputy from the Lunacy Commission.
You'll never guess who I am.
Who are you?
I'm going to be the next first lady of the land. And the reason I'm whispering is because I lost my voice when I was Caruso.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our next postmaster general.
Oh, is that so?
I should hope to scare you.
Whoa! Well, you're the two guys I want. Now, come on.
Wait a minute.
With me now. Don't fight me. I'll put you straight.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Yes, you and me both.
Are you happy?
No, I'm Gracie. You must be happy.
No, I'm Raymond.
Then we're still alone.
I say it's wonderful sitting next to you.
Is it? I've never sat next to me.
You know, I'm rather ashamed to admit it, but I've been dreaming of a wife.
Why, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Ray.
I'm afraid it is. It's the drummer's wife.
Well, I thought maybe you were dreaming that I would be your wife.
Oh, tell me, would you love me when I'm weak and helpless?
I do.
I'm afraid you wouldn't find me a very affectionate sweetheart.
I would if you'd find me one.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
When you're near somebody you care for, do you ever get goose pimples?
Are they anything like cranberries?
Well, that's what you make pies out of.
Oh, really? I never tasted a goose pimple pie.
Oh, they're very good, and I love potato chips.
So do I. Do you believe in taking potato chips to bed?
Well, I do if they're sleepy.
You know, I must stop this elopement right now.
What elopement?
Well, my heart's running away with my head.
Oh, isn't that romantic? I hope they'll be happy together.
Oh, but Gracie, wouldn't you like to run away and leave the whole world behind us?
Yeah, but could we be happy in Glendale?
Well, we could force ourselves.
Sometime, Ray, maybe you can make my dream come true. Maybe you can grab me in your arms and carry me away from this tinsel existence, away from this phony life in Hollywood. I'd like to go to a place that's real, where people live on the level and there's no make-believe.
I'd love to, Gracie. Where do you want me to take you?
To the wrestling matches.
Thousands have already received their copies of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. You can have a copy, too, complete with music and verses, the same crazy campaign song that you hear right on this program. And this sheet music has a big picture of Gracie on the cover, too, wearing her famous, funny presidential hat. This Heinz offer is good for a short time only, so don't delay sending in your name and address, together with a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. Send one carton of the 25-cent size, the 50-cent size, or the dollar size. If you use the 10-cent size Heinz, then send 2 cartons. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. And remember this, the more you use Heinz lotion for your hands, the nicer looking your hands should be. For this fine, fragrant lotion is extra creamy, extra softening to hands that get dry and chapped doing housework all day long. Heinz is actually a creamy emulsion containing 2 vitamins A and D. It's famous for giving women the world over the hands he loves to touch. Soft, thrilling honeymoon hands. Get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter, and then send the Heinz carton to Gracie Allen for your copy of your campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
Now Gracie will sing I Can't Love You Anymore. Sing it, Gracie.
I can't love you any more than I do. For if I loved you any more, I would have to be two. I love you with my heart, I love you with my mind. I love you, love you, love you, all there is I find. So I can't love you any more than I do. I wish that I could fashion a masterpiece of melody and rhyme to convey in a clever way how very much I care. But I haven't a flair for clever things, and therefore what I have to say must be said in a simple way. I can't love you any more than I do. For if I loved you anymore, I would have to be two. I love you in the sun, I love you in the rain, I love you in the middle of a hurricane. So I can't love you any more than I do. Heel, toe, kick, with the 1, 2, 3, and the 4, 5, 6. Da-da, slide, slide, slide. Da-da-da-da-da, glide, glide. Love you with my heart, stop. Love you with my mind, turn. Love you, all there is I find. So I can't love you any more than I do. Exist any more than I do. Goodbye. Any more than I do. So long. Any more than I do.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Am an American.
Year after year, Jell-O keeps getting better and better. And today, Jell-O is richer, more delicious than it's ever been before. The reason for this extra goodness is a new Jell-O process that locks in Jell-O's famous flavor and makes it even more tempting, even more enjoyable. Jell-O is a beautiful dessert, radiant with color and glistening with goodness. And its swell flavor, so tangy and refreshing, makes you think that you're actually tasting the ripe, juicy fruit itself. Yes, Jell-O's marvelous flavor is gloriously good, a flavor that everybody loves. And now that it's locked in, Jell-O's grand flavor reaches a new peak in pleasure. But prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice the way Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out with a rush of delicious fragrance and flavor. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O. You'll find that Jell-O is better and richer than ever now that its flavor is locked in.
I am an American played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Tuesday, March the 17th, is St. Patrick's Day. So instead of my usual hackneyed introduction this evening, you can sit down now, Jack. Sit down.
Oh,
So instead of my usual hackneyed introduction, it gives me extreme pleasure to bring to you a young Irish lad who has become a great success on this program.
Irish? I wonder if he means... No, he told me to sit down. Could it be...
Jack, will you please keep quiet?
Okay.
And here he is, folks, that golden voiced tenor from the Emerald Isle, Dennis Day.
Well, take a bow, Dennis.
Thank you. Jello again. This is Dennis Day talking. And sure, 'tis a grand pleasure to be addressing all you lovely people.
Listen to the blarney.
And, folks, right now I'd like to tell you a little story about Pat and Mike.
Oh, fine.
Well, Pat and Mike were walking down the street when all of a sudden a parrot flew out of a pet shop right in front of them.
A parrot, eh?
And Pat turned to Mike and said, "My, hasn't that thing got beautiful feathers? What do you suppose it is?" So Mike said, "Sure, I don't know. Let's go and catch it."
So
they chased it, and finally the parrot turned around and said, "What the heck do you guys want?" And Pat tipped his hat and said, "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. We thought you was a bird."
Very good, Dennis, very good. Now, go and sit down.
Sit down? Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, I thought I was going to do the whole program tonight.
No. Don thought that on account of it being so close to St. Patrick's Day, it would be a nice gesture to introduce you first. But that's all.
Oh.
You see, Dennis, you haven't had enough experience to handle the whole program. Well, let's get going. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
What are you trying to do, hold me down?
No, I'm not trying to hold you down, kid. But for heaven's sake, you can't be master of ceremonies. You're too young. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
He hates me because I'm young.
I don't hate you, Dennis. I simply can't take the chance of letting you handle this program. You might be a flop.
But, Jack, on the other hand, he might be very good.
Don, either way, I'm taking a chance. Now, let's drop it. Jello again. This is Dennis Day talking. And sure, folks... Oh, nuts. It's all your fault, Don Wilson. You had to introduce the kid. You had to be topical.
Well, I thought it was a good idea, Jack. After all, our listeners may be tired of the same old thing week after week.
Oh, so now I'm an old thing. Well, Mr. Wilson, I'd watch my step if I were you, because the time of year is fast approaching when your contract comes up for renewal.
I'm glad you brought up the subject, Jack, because I may not be with you next season.
I'm sick and tired of it.
Oh?
You may not be with me?
Oh, now, here's the situation. I've had a splendid offer to do the announcing on the Baxter Beauty Clay program.
Beauty clay?
Yes. They offered me a very nice salary and all the mud packs I can use.
Well, Don, after all these years, if a little mud can come between us, well...
There's a difference in salary, too.
Mud or money, you ain't loyal. That's gratitude for you.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Hello. How do you think I am?
Well, what's the matter with you? You look like somebody just stole your rubber heels.
They better not, sister. I've got my license number branded on them. I'm taking no chances.
I'll bet your hot water bag is safe, too.
And so is my teething ring. I can go along with a gag. Anyway, if you want to know why I'm upset, it's because I've discovered that my pal Don Wilson is a traitor. A big, fat traitor. He wants to leave me for the Baxter Beauty Clay program.
Well, why not? They made us a swell offer.
What do you mean, us?
They want Don, Phil, Dennis, and me.
What?
Can we put in a word for you, Mr. Benny?
Keep out of this. Well, Mary, all I can say is that's fine appreciation after all I've done for you.
After all you've done for me?
Yes. When I first met you, you didn't even have a pair of stockings.
What are you talking about? There was a whole counter full.
I mean of your own. And another thing, young lady, who put you in show business? Who started you out in vaudeville?
I started in vaudeville with my sister Babe.
What an act that was. Tumblers, the bouncing Livingston. A lot of us helped to kill vaudeville, but you and your sister jumped on it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack Benny. You never even saw our act.
I did, too, and I'll never forget your sister, Babe. She was so nearsighted, she used to take bows with her back to the audience.
She knew what she was doing.
Oh, yeah?
And furthermore, she's not nearsighted.
She's not, eh? Well, I'd like to have a nickel for every weighing machine she said hello to. Fine name she picked out, Babe. She looks more like Babe Ruth. Well, we got a program to do tonight, and as long as you're all working for me temporarily, you might as well do your song, Dennis.
Okay, I'm going to sing The Garden Where the Praties Grow, and I dedicate it to Mr. Baxter and his beauty clay who is listening in.
Baxter's beauty clay. What burns me up, I've been using that clay for years.
You must have been growing radishes in it.
I tried it on my face, too. Anyway, I'm talking about friendship and appreciation and gratitude from my own cast.
Should I sing now, Mr. Benny?
Wait a minute, Dennis. I just happened to think of a little poem that fits this situation to a T. It's entitled Loyalty and was written by Otis J. Cribblecobbler. Now, let this sink in. Loyalty. Ahem.
Hey, where's that music coming from?
Like in the movies, it just comes. Loyalty. Real friends are few and far between. They'll never tarnish or turn green. They'll stick with you through stormy seas. They'll go through heat or even freeze. So when you've a friend who is a friend, do not kick him in. The end. Now remember that, all of you, before you think of deserting me for another program. Sing, Dennis. That poem didn't sink in very well. Maybe I'll have to give the gang more money or something. I don't know.
Have you ever been in love, me boys, or have you felt the pain? I'd sooner be in jail myself than be in love again. For the girl I loved was beautiful, I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk right through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. But is she where is she yon? I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. Says I, my pretty Kathleen, I hope that you'll agree. She wasn't like your city girls who say you're making free. Says she, I like me parents, and tomorrow I'll let you know if you'll meet me in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk right through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Now did she wear a chignon, I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. Oh, the parents, they consented, and we're blessed with children 3. 2 boys just like their mother, and the girl the image of me. And now we're going to train them up the way they ought to go, for her to dig right in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk her through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Not is she where is she yon? I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow.
The Garden Where the Praties Grow, a special St. Patrick's Day song sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was swell. Stick with Uncle Jack and you've got a brilliant future.
Well, I'd love to, but Mr. Baxter has made me some wonderful promises.
Promises?
If it's promises you want, you're with the right guy now.
I deliver the goods, too. Dennis's contract called for a raise this month, and he got one.
Some raise. You put high heels on his shoes.
A raise is a raise. It all depends on how you look at it.
Gosh, I turned my ankles 10 times this week.
Well, watch it. Don't be so clumsy. Anyway, Dennis, you better think twice before you listen to anybody else's promises. You know, they don't always... Here comes another traitor. How do you do, Mr. Harris? Feeling fine, I trust?
Mr. Harris, why all the formality?
If you mean formality, Phil, which is my guess, The reason for my frigid attitude is because I found out that you're a snake in the grass.
Well, I haven't even seen grass for 10 years.
Well, you've seen snakes. That I know.
Snakes, are them those wiggly things that come just ahead of the elephant?
I don't know the order of their appearance, but that's what you are. Imagine leaving me for Baxter's beauty clay.
Jackson, I wouldn't leave you for all the beauty clay in the world, and heaven knows I'm a mess.
What?
Hey, Phil, you mean you're not going to walk out with the rest of us?
No, sir. Look, Jackson, I got it all figured out. We don't need the rest of this bunch at all.
We don't?
No, next season we'll have just you, me, and a 100-piece symphony orchestra.
A 100-piece orchestra?
Yeah, you lead one end, I'll lead the other, and let them bump.
Well, it's a novel idea, Phil, but offhand, I don't know of 100 musicians that would stoop that low. No, if my gang wants to leave me, I'll just quit radio, that's all.
Are you sure you don't like that symphony idea, Jackson?
No, it stinks, Phil. But thanks just the same. I'll just quit radio.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I think this has gone far enough. We did have an offer from Mr. Baxter, but we're not going to accept it.
Not much.
That's the truth, Jack. Why, we couldn't leave you or Jello. We're all locked in together.
That's a plug if I ever heard one.
Oh, wake up, Jack. The whole thing was just a gag.
Oh, a gag, eh? God, you fellas really had me going. I've heard about your other offer. You had me so worried all week, my hair was falling out. See?
I thought that thing was guaranteed.
Good, Mary, good. Well, let's get going on. Let's get going on with the program, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra, we're going to present a special surprise attraction in which we will definitely expose for the first time. Excuse me. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
I'm busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, boss, I got to send in my income tax by tomorrow night.
Yes?
And I'm a little short of that green stuff that ain't grass, yet it ain't hay.
Why, Rochester, do you mean to say you have to pay tax on that small salary you get?
I better. Mr. Morgenthau sent me a blank with RSVP on it.
RSVP?
Rochester Thin Velvet Tonsil.
Oh, I see. Well, Rochester, tell me, how much does your income tax amount to?
That all depends on my dependents. Is it okay if I put my brother down as a dependent?
Well, I don't know. Can your brother work?
He can, but it's not Jason.
Oh, well, look, maybe your brother can't work. Maybe he's incapacitated.
Beg your pardon?
I said maybe your brother is incapacitated. He's too weak.
Boss, any man that can stack up sirloin steaks and eat them like flapjacks ain't into anything.
Well, then in that case, you cannot deduct him as a dependent.
Uh-huh.
In fact, Rochester, I wouldn't bother with any deduction. If I were you, I'd just send in a check for the full amount.
A check?
Yes.
Well, can you suggest a good bank that can go along with a gag?
No, but I'll be happy to lend you enough to pay your tax, Rochester.
Thanks, boss. So long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss, Mr. Benny.
Now what?
Can I deduct for stock market losses?
Why, of course. Wait a minute. What stock did you have?
Well, I took an awful beating in African Cubes Incorporated.
You can't take off for dice. Goodbye. That guy is always in trouble. Play, Phil, and then we'll have our big surprise of the evening. I Said No, played by Phil Harris and his Biltmore Bowlers. Biltmore meaning the hotel where the boys are working, and bowlers meaning they should play in an alley. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, thanks for the plug, Jackson.
You can't insult the guy. It's amazing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our surprise feature attraction. No doubt a few of you heard Fred Allen's program last week, in which Mr. Allen very modestly devoted most of the show to his own life story.
Oh, I thought it was very funny.
We won't go into that. Now, when Mr. Allen presented this soggy saga of his miserable life, he completely overlooked one very important incident which marked the turning point in his crummy career. Now, in order to bring to light this hidden chapter of Mr. Allen's drab existence, we are going to present the life of Jack Benny.
What's that got to do with Alan?
Because I'm the guy that... Be patient, Mary. We'll come to that. So here we go, folks, with the life of Jack Benny. First, I am born. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the little farmhouse of Mr. and Mrs. Zeke Benny, located on the outskirts of Waukegan, Illinois. The date is February 14th. The year...
Let's go! Goo goo.
Well, what is it, nurse? Boy or girl?
Congratulations. Congratulations, Zeke. It's a bouncing baby boy.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's bounce it.
A fine start I got.
Years later, and Jackie Benny, our hero, is now a handsome little fellow with big blue eyes and long gray curls.
They were golden, and they came way down to my ankles.
You must have looked like a weeping willow.
Quiet. We find Jackie practicing on his violin while his old music teacher stands by with a look of rapture on his face.
How was that, Mr. Lindsay?
A.
I said, how was that? Am I getting any better?
A.
I said, am I getting any better?
Oh, have you been sick?
Oh, well, someday I'll be a great violinist.
10 years later.
I'm playing it by heart now, folks.
And then came 1917, the World War, somewhere in France. Later, and Jack Benny starts his vaudeville career as a concert violinist.
I thank you.
Wait a minute. What's all this got to do with Fred Allen?
We're coming to that. Continue, Mr. Wilson.
The scene changes. It's a cold winter's day in 1927. And Jack Benny, now a vaudeville headliner, is appearing at the Electric Theater in St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe. They love me there. Yeah.
As Mr. Benny is about to enter the stage door, a ragged, unkempt stranger with icicles on his adenoids approaches him and says,
Pardon me, mister, but would you please give me a nickel for a cup of coffee?
A nickel?
Yes, sir. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten for days. I'm starved, I tell you, starved.
Then a nickel won't help you, my good man. Here's a $10 bill.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, stop kissing my hand. It's nothing. Poor boy.
Oh, but I'll never forget you for this. Never, never.
Don't wipe my shoes. It's quite all right. Tell me, my good man, what is your name?
Sullivan. Fred Sullivan.
Fred Sullivan.
Remember that name, ladies and gentlemen.
And that voice.
Remember that Jack Benny gave him $10 when he was starving.
And remember his words when he said, I'll never forget you for this.
Years later, and Fred Sullivan is now Fred Allen, a successful juggler in vaudeville.
See why I told you to remember that name, folks?
And it's a cold winter's day in New York City, and Mr. Allen is about to enter the stage door of the Palace Theater when a ragged stranger with a long black beard and a tin cup approaches.
Pardon me, sir. Would you please give me a nickel for a cup of instant postum?
Please, get away from me, you bum, or I'll take my gold-handled cane and give you 2 lumps for your postum.
See what a rat he was, folks? But I'm hungry, starved, I tell you, starved.
Out of my way, you derelict. Fink's mules are just taking their bow, and I'm on next.
Very well, but I'll tell Variety about this. Mr. Sullivan?
Sullivan? Who are you?
Wait till I pull off this false beard. All right, who am I?
Jack Benny.
That's right. The man who gave you $10 when you only asked for a nickel. And the man who's going to beat you to within an inch of your life. Take that. Out and that. Out and that.
Leave me alone.
And that.
I'll get the money
and
back.
That. Help that. Out. Well, have you had enough, Alan? I knocked him silly, folks. And that's how Fred Allen became a comedian. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the incident Mr. Allen was ashamed to reveal on his program last week. Playfill.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that will really bring you compliments galore. A good-looking, swell-tasting dessert that you'll be proud to serve again and again.
It's Cardinal Pear Mold, rich, juicy pears embedded in a shimmering mold of bright red raspberry Jell-O. And what a tempting treat it is. A dessert that looks gloriously gay and inviting, and in taste, downright delicious. Yet it's so simple and easy to make. All you do is just dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in canned sliced pears, mold, and serve plain or with whipped cream. It's a dessert that will lend color and enjoyment to any meal. A bright, shimmering dessert, simply full of delightful flavor. Try it and see what a big hit it makes with everybody. Tomorrow, make up this tangy combination of juicy canned pears and beautiful red raspberry Jell-O. Remember, Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O extra rich.
This is the last
last number of the 24th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time.
Say, Jack, did you really give Fred Allen a $10 bill when he only asked for a nickel?
Oh, it may have been a 20 or a 50. Who knows? I couldn't see very well. It was snowing.
You mean to say you took off your shoe in the snow?
I carried a wallet then. Good night, folks.
The Jello Show is written by Bill Maher and Eddie Beloy. The part of Fred Allen was interpreted on our program tonight by the RKO player Peter Lind Hayes.
Remember this name, friends, Jello pudding. It's the name of 3 grand puddings made by the same folks who make Jello. There's Jello vanilla pudding, a smooth, luscious pudding with the delicate, creamy flavor of real vanilla. Jello pudding is not only swell as a pudding, but ideal for cream pies, tarts, or as a cream filling for cakes. So when you order Jello puddings in all 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jello puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program coming to you from the Santa Ana Air Base at Santa Ana, California, presented by Jello and Jello Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Am an American. Sugar rationing, friends, affects all of us. It affects you, your grocer, the folks who make Jello, every one of us. And all of us are doing our best to meet the situation, and we're going to make this sugar rationing plan a success. Next time you go to the store, if you find that there's not a full assortment of Jello and Jello pudding flavors to choose from, don't blame your grocer. It may have been impossible recently for him to obtain a complete range of Jello and Jello pudding flavors as usual. Of course, he'll continue to have a good supply of both these popular Jello desserts on his shelves. But he may not be able to offer you all the flavors all the time. So take this into consideration when you buy. If the particular flavor you want isn't available, try another. Perhaps one that you haven't tried recently. They're all swell. But buy only for your present needs. In this way, there should be enough for everybody. Let's cooperate so that everyone can enjoy these 2 grand desserts, Jello and Jello pudding. American, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the United States Army Air Base at Santa Ana, we bring you a man who drove us here in his old tin canna, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, as long as I was nice enough to give the whole gang a lift down here in my Maxwell, I don't see any necessity for referring to it as a tin can.
But, Jack, your car isn't exactly the latest model, and besides, it's so slow.
What do you mean, slow?
Look, it's only 50 miles from Hollywood to Santa Ana, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, all I say is, if we leave Saturday morning, we should get here the same day.
All right, what's the big rush? We took our time and we saw beautiful scenery.
Well, I guess you're right, Jack. Wasn't such a bad trip after all.
You're darn tootin'.
And incidentally, I'd like to pay my share of the gas.
The gas? No, Don, forget it.
But, Jack, I wouldn't think of imposing. Now, how much was it?
Well, Don, let's not talk about it. No, let's not talk about it, please.
But, Jack, I insist. How much do I owe you?
Well, that would come to about... No, Don. Forget it. Say.
Now, Jack Benny, I demand that you let me pay my share of the gas. Here's a $20 bill.
Thanks. Well, Don, it sure is great broadcasting here.
Wait a minute. Don't I get any change?
Change? Oh, yes, pardon me. Your share of the expenses, Don, comes to $1.15, Including?
Including what?
Insurance. You had full protection from the Randall Motor Club. I'll get your change. Wait till I open my purse. Here you are. Well, as I was saying, Don, it sure is great broadcasting for all these Army men.
Yes, Jack, I'm getting a big kick out of it.
Me too.
Well, look who's here, the sweetheart of the Air Force.
Keep and sighing, that's my motto.
Well, here we are, Mary. Isn't this a fine-looking bunch of boys?
You said it. If this was a cafeteria, I wouldn't know which one to pick.
No. These guys like you, too, Mary. You know, they don't see many girls around here.
No, but they see plenty of them at Laguna Beach and Balboa.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. These boys don't go to Balboa to flirt with girls.
They don't, eh?
No. They go there to have fun on the roller coaster. And throw baseballs and win Popeye dolls. And ride in the tunnel of love.
With a Popeye doll, you're crazy.
Well, maybe I am.
Oh, Mary, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack Maxwell?
Lovely.
Now, Don, if Mary doesn't want to help pay for the gas, she doesn't have to. Forget it, Mary. Forget it.
No, I want to pay my share. I didn't chip in last time, and I got anonymous letters for a month.
Anonymous? I wonder who could have... Oh, yes. Anyway, Mary, you don't have to pay the $1.15 for this trip.
Oh, I'll pay it. Where else can I ride 24 hours so cheap?
Well, we would have made it much sooner, Mary, if it hadn't been for that bridge out.
And that's another thing. Why did you make us all get out of the car and look for your bridge?
Because we hit a bump and away it went. That's why. Anyway, I'm not asking you for the money, so what's the big argument?
Hey, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, that's quite a hand you got there.
Yeah. Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, all right. I thought I had the mumps early in the week, but it turned out to be a tennis ball.
A tennis ball?
It's a swell game, but I got to learn to keep my mouth shut.
Yes, that would help, you know.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Yeah?
I'd like to pay my share of the expenses.
Well, why didn't you say so? You owe me $1 even, Dennis.
Okay, here it is.
Wait a minute, Jack. How come Dennis pays only $1 and you had Mary and me down for $1.15?
There was a 15-cent reward. Dennis found my bridge. He's got very sharp eyes.
But, Mr. Benny, you said the reward was going to be 50 cents.
No, Dennis, 15. You see, kid, with my teeth out, it just sounded like 50. Look, I'll show you, Dennis. Look. 50, 15. You see, they're exactly around.
Oh, put your bridge back in.
I was just proving something.
Hiya, Jackson. Don't worry, fellas. The show will start rolling now.
What a ham. I suppose the show doesn't get started till you get here, Phil, huh?
Oh, it gets started all right, but when I come on, I'm like a ray of sunshine, a breath of spring.
Phil, if that's spring on your breath, I've never smelled a Scotch See, they know you. They didn't even let me finish the gag. Oh, brother, do they know you? Where were you anyway, Phil?
Well, I stopped in at the 302 Club to say hello.
To say hello?
Yeah, my Aunt Sophie's a bouncer in there.
What?
Aunt her own, no, Aunt. The next time she floods me, I'm going to defend myself.
Well, I don't blame you. Say, Don, go ahead and ask Phil, will you?
Ask him what?
You know, about the Axwell maze.
Oh, yes. Say, Phil, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack's car?
Yeah, it was all right.
Wonderful scenery, too.
Oh, Phil, you remember that beautiful orange grove we passed with that gas station right in the middle of it?
Oh, yeah. That reminds me, Jackson. How much do I owe you?
Forget it, Phil. Forget it. For heaven's sake.
Okay. Say, Mary, ain't this a wonderful layout they got here at the air base?
It sure is. Colonel Robertson drove me all over in a Jeep.
You know, I've always wanted to ride in one of them things. I bet it's a lot of fun.
Say, $1.15 isn't going to make me or break me. Forget it, Phil. Forget it. Will you?
I did already. Forget it. Let's get on with the program.
Okay. Now, Dennis, I think it's about time for your... I can't stand it chiseling. Dennis, I think it's about time for your song, so go ahead and entertain the boys.
Yes, sir.
I'll get a band leader next year that pays off, believe me.
Are with me, the cares of the day fade away, like the ship we watched at sea. When you're with me, each flower bursts into bloom, like the rose you gave to me. But when you're gone, the hours are over. And so, my love, I pray there may come a day there'll be more than just memories when you're with me. But when you're gone, the hours are all so long, they seem to reach into eternity. And so, my love, I pray there may come a day there'll be more than just memories when you're with me.
Yes, sir, that old double C. That was When You're With Me by Harry Glick and Jimmy Lambert, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, remember last week when I dedicated my song to the Navigators and you told me what a navigator was?
Yes?
Well, this week I'd like to dedicate my number to the Bombardiers.
Oh.
Can you pound that into my head?
Now, Dennis, I'm not going through that again. I'll tell you later.
Tell him now, Jackson. I'm an eager beaver, and I want to get help.
Eager beaver? What's that?
Well, that's what they call a cadet around here that's snappy, on his toes all the time, like me.
Oh. Well, Phil, you're not exactly an eager beaver. You're more the jerky turkey type. Whatever that means. However, fellows, if you want to know what a bombardier is, here goes.
Okay. Now, pay attention, Dennis Day. Do you want to be a dope all your life?
Quiet. Now, the bombardier, fellas, sits in the glass-enclosed nose of the ship. And when the navigator advises him they are nearing the target, he starts regulating his bomb sight. This delicate instrument represents the optimum in mechanical precision and coordination.
Oh, I get it.
Good.
Is it risque?
No, it's not risque. Now, fellas, a bombardier is chosen for steady nerves and exceptional eyesight, and is head man during the bombing operation. That is, he is in charge of the plane from the time the objective is sighted until he drops his egg.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Dennis, they're not really eggs, they're bombs. Oh, once the bombardier has released the bombs, he relays this fact over intercommunication, and the plane proceeds to its home base. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be twins or triplets.
Take it easy, Phil. He's expecting folks, you know. Anyway, fellas, I hope I have clearly explained the bombardier and bomb sight.
You certainly have, Jack. And now let me explain about Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in constant intercommunication with your neighborhood grocer, ask him for a package of Jell-O. You'll find that it's not only economical and easy to make, but it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. And I know a bomb sight more about Jell-O than I do about aviation. I thank you.
Well, you're in there punching down. I wish I'd have thought of that myself. You know, that's one of the cleverest. Come in.
Got a special delivery here from Mary Livingston.
I'll take it. Here you are, Mary.
Got a sign for it, you know, government regulations.
I know that. We've been getting special delivery letters for years.
I've been delivering them for years and never got one, though.
All right. Mary, who's the
I haven't got my hand out to see if it's going to rain, you know.
Oh, yes, the tip. Here you are.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can buy a half of a Saturday Evening Post.
Get out of here. I think a nickel was poison or something.
Oh, Jack, this is the cutest letter. It's from that handsome navigator I met at Maple Field last Sunday.
Oh, Hutchison, eh?
Yeah, I call him Hutch. Listen to this. My dear Miss Livingston, or may I call you Doll?
Gee, he went right past Popeye, didn't he?
Get this, Jack. Just a line to thank you for the big box of homemade fudge you sent me. I've often had it with nuts, but this is the only time I ever found bolts in it.
Bolts in it?
They were really nuts, but I didn't take the shells off them.
Continue.
You know, I had a dream about you last night, Mary, and just as I put my arms around you, somebody shook me. This is the first time I was ever kissed by a top sergeant.
Well.
I understand, Mary, that you and your father are doing your program from Santa Ana this week.
Wait a minute. Did you tell that guy I was your father?
No, he classified you himself.
I'm prematurely gray, and he thinks I'm your father.
Well, my father's prematurely gray, and he's younger than you are.
All right. Younger than you are. Never mind. Finish the letter.
Anyhow, Mary, watch out for the cadets of Santa Ana. If you happen to go to Balboa with any of them, don't ride to the Tunnel of Love unless you take your father with you.
There he goes again. Mary, when you write to him, straighten that out, will you?
No other news, so we'll close with love to you from your own little Hutchie.
Hutchie's about 6'2", and he's getting kittenage there.
P.S. If you send me another box of that fudge, I'm going to keep it till I fly over Tokyo. That'll do the trick.
Hey, that guy writes a pretty good letter, but you know, Mary, I don't think you should be making fudge when everybody's trying to conserve sugar.
Sugar? Oh, that's what I forgot to put in it.
What a cook. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, we're going to offer a musical salute to, Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, I told you we should have never taken that boat of yours along on this trip. He's crazy.
Mr. Billingsley? What's the matter now?
He thinks he's a bombardier.
A bombardier?
Yeah, he's sitting on the radio of the car dropping ping-pong balls on an anthill.
Oh, he's just playing. He'll be okay on the way home.
He ain't going home. He says he's going to join the Air Force and kill Hitler.
Well, what's wrong with that?
About 5 minutes ago, he looked right at yours truly and said, that suntan ain't fooling me, Adolf.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't even resemble the man.
Be calm now, Rochester. When I see Mr. Billingsley, I'll explain things to him.
Well, don't let the bridge work stick out. He thinks you're a Jap.
Well, look, Rochester, Mr. Billingsley won't hurt you. He's harmless, so don't worry.
Who's worrying? Did you ever notice the wing spread on my razor?
You leave Mr. Billingsley alone. Now, Rochester, bring the car over here to the camp and pick me up right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I got bad news for you. I wasn't able to get that blowout fixed.
You couldn't fix the blowout? Well, how are we going to drive home?
It's all set. We got 3 tires and a hoop snake.
Well, that might work. So long. I wish Rochester would try to understand Mr. Billingsley. After all, he paid me $115 to come down here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, I'm going to offer a musical salute to a great American, George M. Cohan. The orchestra is going to play a medley of some of his most popular song hits, which are now in Jimmy Cagney's new picture, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Take it, boy.
I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, a Yankee Doodle do a die. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride a pony. I am a Yankee Doodle boy.
But with society, we'll say Marie. But it was Mary, long before the fashions came. And there is something there that sounds so queer, it's a grand old name. You're a grand old flag, you're a high flag, and forever on high may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I know, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boat on flag. But should all acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the grand old flag. Keep your eye on that grand old flag.
was a medley of George M. Cohan's most popular numbers played by the orchestra. Hope you're listening in, George, and that you're feeling fine. Now, Don, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so should we give the folks our surprise novelty?
Yes, Jack. Are you all set?
Wait till I put this clothespin on my nose. Wait a minute. 1 second.
Okay, Don. I guess I sound a little more like him now. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as most of you probably know, Fred Allen will be on the air in a little while, and of late he has been opening his show with an alleged comical analysis of the JOJO program.
Hey, what is this? You'll see, Dennis. You'll see.
Now, this evening, folks, we would like to give you a preview of approximately what Mr. Allen will say about the program we've just concluded. Mr. Allen would probably start out something like this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen, that meager beaver talking. And, Jimmy, did you by any chance listen to Jack Benny's program tonight?
Why, no, Fred, I didn't.
Well, you didn't miss much. Benny was broadcasting from the Santa Ana Air Base out in California. He's been playing quite a few air bases lately. That's because they've been giving him free oxygen for his flat lungs.
What else did he do, Fred?
Well, it seems that Benny drove his whole gang down from Hollywood in that old Maxwell of his and made them each pay for the ride. That's like putting a nickel in a jukebox to hear a raspberry.
Oh, Mr. Allen, will you stop running down Jack?
Porty, you stay out of it. And then, Jimmy, Mary read a letter that she got from a boyfriend at Mesa Field. And this fellow thought Jack was her father. You can't blame the boy for thinking Jack Benny is that old. After all, the only reason George Washington stood up on the boat when he was crossing the Delaware was because Benny made his pants too tight. And then at the end of the program, he gave a corny imitation of me, and that's about all there was to it.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen, a preview of what Fred Allen will say about Jack Benny. So if you still want to listen to his program, don't say we didn't give you fair warning.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Dad and mother, sister and brother, they'll all love this swell new salad treat. Sea Dream salad made with delicious lime jello. And there'll be extra pleasure in it for mother because it's so easy to make. Now, here's all you do. Just dissolve a package of lime jello in 1 pint of hot water. Add 1 tablespoon of vinegar, 1/2 of 1 teaspoon of scraped onion, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, and a dash of cayenne, and force through a sieve. Then mold and serve on crisp lettuce with mayonnaise. And there's a delightful summer salad the whole family will enjoy. A tart, tantalizing salad made with cool emerald green lime jello. Perfect for warm weather meals. Get a package of lime jello tomorrow and serve this grand Sea Dream salad real often. But remember, when you buy, be sure to get genuine jello, because jello's flavor is locked in, extra rich.
We're a little late, so thanks, Colonel Robertson and all the boys, and good night.
The Jello program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloin and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world. The presentation of this program from Santa Ana has been for the entertainment of the personnel stationed here and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
And Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I See the Moon at Noon. very pleasant word in any language is that 8-letter word, vacation. A chance to get away, have a rest, have fun, visit new and beautiful places. A vacation is certainly something to look forward to all year. But how would you housewives like to have a vacation every week? A relief and rest from back-breaking work that is so unnecessary. You can, thanks to Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, the easy-to-use floor polish that makes linoleum and other floors sparkle with beauty, that saves work all year long because it needs no rubbing or buffing. And not only that, but glow coat saves work by making it so easy to keep floors spotless and clean. How do you use glow coat? Simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, your kitchen linoleum, for example, will be gleaming, protected against wear and dirt. Spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. And Glow Coat makes linoleum last so much longer. If you're not already a Glow Coat user, just buy a can from your dealer right away. Ask for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Looking through the family photograph album is guaranteed to arouse memories of days which have passed. Thank goodness. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, the family's Rogues Gallery is getting a once-over light from Fibber McGee and Molly.
And here's the baby picture of you, McGee.
Oh, sure.
No, don't turn the page. I want to look at it.
Molly, I haven't got any clothes on.
Don't be silly. Stop blushing. It's just a baby picture.
Any photographer who would take advantage of an innocent baby and take a picture like that is a menace to society, and he should be...
My, you look so bright and interested in the world.
Yeah. If I'd have been a little brighter and knew what I know now, I wouldn't have been so interested. Now, turn the page, Molly. That embarrasses me.
All right.
Uh-oh. Get a load of you in the 1916 bathing suit. You couldn't really swim in that Eskimo ensemble, could you? Where's the oars?
Well, as I remember it, dearie, it was considered more ladylike to stick one toe in the water, scream delicately, and then walk up the beach looking for pretty pebbles which weren't very pretty when they dried out.
Oh, well, I liked it. Hey, who's the handsome lifeguard in this picture with you?
Don't you know?
No.
That was Stinky Hinckley that I used to go to school with.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look over here. Snapshot of Uncle Dennis. He always wore those open-collar sports shirts.
He had to. There's a guy who's got to have plenty of elbow room for his Adam's apple.
Now, Uncle Dennis isn't so bad. You're inclined to exaggerate his weakness.
It'd be hard to exaggerate his weakness. That guy's had more swallows than Capistrano.
Ah, well, he isn't so bad. Oh, look. Here's a picture of you in your army uniform.
Oh.
Ah, my soldier boy.
Hey, boy.
A little baggy in the puttees, but still my soldier boy.
I think those uniforms were designed by the same guy who made your 1916 bathing suit.
Still, it was a pretty good army for the shapes they were in it. Say, what was your rank, McGee?
I was a gold brick.
Were you really? Is that better than lieutenant?
It was better for me at the time.
Ah, now here's the picture I really love. Aunt Sarah.
Oh, good old Aunt Sarah. I remember. Oh, remember the time she kicked the horse?
Well, the horse kicked her first. Say, what became of that good picture of me on this page?
I don't know. It sits around someplace.
But I want to know. Heavenly days, if you're that careless with a picture of me, why, I want to be...
All right. If you must know, I'm carrying it in my wallet.
Ah, McGee.
Yeah.
Ah, do you always have it with you?
I better have. It's got my Social Security number on the back of it.
All right. I don't know why men hate to admit they're sentimental.
Yeah, protective instinct, I guess. A coconut looks tough, too, but where does it wind up? On top of a cake at a tea party. Hey, what did we start looking at this album for, anyway?
Because I promised Aunt Sarah nice pictures.
Oh, yeah.
But there's none of these I'd want to use. Say, let's go downtown right now and get some decent pictures taken.
No sooner said than the monkey grabbed it. Get your hat and let's go. Gee, I'm glad I shaved this morning because... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. I'm sorry, I haven't got time to talk to you now. I got to go downtown and have our pictures taken.
Why?
Well, on account of our Aunt Sarah wanted one.
Why?
Well, because she kind of likes us.
Why?
Because... Can't you say anything but why?
Sure.
Well, why don't you?
Why?
Never mind. What do you want, sis? Oh, I suppose you're hungry again.
No, mister, I'm not hungry.
You're not? Well, fan me with a flagstone. What's the matter, sis? Don't you feel good?
Sure I do, I bet you, but I'm just not hungry. Gee, I couldn't even go to the dog scorch this afternoon.
Well, that's to the what?
The dog scorch.
Huh?
Weenie roast to you, mister. You know, the teacher gave a weenie roast for all the kids on account of school letting out for the summer.
Oh, I see. And you just didn't feel up to downing a roasted rover, eh?
No. When I saw my final report card, I was so afraid to show it to my mom and papa, I guess I just kind of lost my appetite, I guess.
Well, that's silly to lose your appetite over a little thing like that. Your parents will see your report card sooner or later anyway.
Oh, no, they won't.
Oh, yes, they will.
Oh, no, they won't.
Oh, well, why won't they?
'Cause I ate it.
Ooh.
The Wistful Vista Photo Studio, dearie.
Corner of 14th and Oak. We'll be there in a minute.
I wonder if we should have called up and made an appointment.
You know what we'd have got if we had, don't you?
What?
Mert.
Well, I just thought...
Well, hello there, kids. Where are you going?
Oh, we're going to the photograph studio, Mr. Oldtimer.
What for? Gonna get your pictures took?
What do you think we're going there for, you old dodo? Take a rumba lesson?
No, don't say rumba to me, Johnny. I'm just smack dab wore out from it. Danced till 4 o'clock this morning.
Heavenly days, 4 o'clock. When did you start?
About 2, daughter. And I was tired when I started because I'd been bowling all evening.
Bowling all evening? Well, that's a pretty strenuous schedule for a guy your age, old-timer.
Oh, it wouldn't have been so bad, Johnny, but on top of the 36 holes of golf yesterday afternoon.
What? Dear, oh, dear. 2 rounds of golf, then bowling till 2 a.m. and dancing till 4? Why, aren't you overdoing it a little?
Might be at that, daughter. I guess I'm slipping. I'd even have to give up running 5 miles before breakfast.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You mean to tell us, old-timer, that you run 5 miles every day before breakfast?
Rainy days, Johnny.
Oh.
Nice days, I go 10.
Oh.
Kind of tones me up. But I don't know. Last few days I've been getting kind of droopy. Don't seem to have any pep. Just sort of, oh, sweet Jiminy.
What's the matter?
Just remembered. Sorry, kids, you'll have to excuse me.
Huh?
I'm in a handball tournament down the athletic club. I'll see you later.
Well, he's certainly got a lot of pep for his age, hasn't he, McGee?
For his age, he's got a lot of pep for my age.
Yeah, but he can't keep up that pace. Why, he'll burn himself out before he's 110. Come on, dearie, here's the studio.
How do you do? Did you wish to make an appointment?
No, we don't, sis. We come in to get some pictures taken.
But you didn't have an appointment?
No, we didn't.
Have we got to have an appointment?
Yes, you do.
Can we make one right now?
For what time?
Right now.
Certainly. Just sit down and we'll take care of you in just a few moments. May I ask your name, please?
Fibber McGee, sis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I suppose you brought your daughter in for a graduation photo?
Thank you, dearie. Just for that, I'll take an extra dozen.
They usually do.
Well, what we came in here for, sis?
Nay, what an ordeal. Please send me proofs as soon as possible, my dear. These pictures are for the society section.
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Uppington. Which one do you think you'll like?
I think I prefer the one showing me cantering through the park on my favorite horse. And oh, May, how do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
So you've been mugged for the society section, have you, dearie? And what's this about your favorite horse?
Oh, just background, my dear.
Oh,
one's public demands a certain stage setting for we society folk, you know.
I'd like to take a gander at you cantering through the park, Uppy, with or without a horse. I'll bet you're the cream of the riding crop.
Say, didn't I see your picture in a magazine giving a testimonial for Kurtelmeyer's ketchup, Abigail?
Possibly you did, my dear. I do a great deal of that sort of thing in my position, you know. The proceeds go to charity.
Oh, that's very sweet, Uppy. You ever go in for billboards?
Yes. Yes, but I gave that up, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
The passers-by were quite disrespectful, and I don't look well in a mustache. Oh, are you here to sit for a portrait?
Yes, we are, Abigail, and I hope we get some good ones.
Oh, I think you'll find this firm does excellent work, my dear. They've taken some very glamorous portraits of me.
Well, Mrs. Uppington, if they could take glamorous...
McGee! Don't say it.
Don't say what?
What we were both thinking.
Okay, I won't, but I'm telling you, it was a nifty. You want one of our pictures when we get them, Uppy?
Oh, I would dearly love to have another one of you. Thank you. I still have one of Mrs. McGee.
Oh, didn't you have one of McGee, too?
Oh, yes, a life-size head.
Oh.
But last fall, my little nephew saw it on the piano and insisted on having it.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, hero worship, you know, Uppy. There's something about an older, dignified man that kids instinct.
Oh, no. It wasn't that, Mr. McGee.
It wasn't?
No, he cut the eyes out of it and was using it as a Halloween mask.
Hero worship, is it?
Oh, well, shucks. I remember her, nephew. A born gangster, if I ever saw one. Why, personally, I think that...
Okay, Ernie. I'll come back and try it again next week.
Hi, Harlow.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks.
What's the matter with you, Harlow?
I'm unhappy. I came in here to have my picture taken, and what happened? I can't get rid of this smile.
Well, can't you even sober up for a minute?
No, I can't. I'm so darn happy about the popularity of Johnson's Wax and how it's saving hours of housework and making homes beautiful and charming that I just can't help smiling.
Well, I'll wipe that smile off your face, my friend. Just think of the years of monthly payments you'll have on that new house of yours.
Yeah. How about all that new furniture?
Gotta pay for it, yeah.
That's one thing that makes me so happy. Think of the fun I'll have Johnson waxing it. Oh, boy. Well, I'll see you later, folks. Maybe next week I won't be so happy.
Wilcox. He takes his work so to heart.
Well, he's got to. His heart's in his job, and his job's in Racine, so how long we got to wait to have our pictures taken, sis?
It won't be long now, Mr. McGee. But this is our busy season, you know.
Oh.
Graduation time, weddings, vacation. You better comb your hair. It's a mess.
Here, McGee, take this comb and brush up a bit.
Well, let's see if I... Oh, hi, Throckmorton, old man. What are you
Well,
doing
hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee. I'll be with you in a moment. I say, Miss Jones, are my movie films ready yet?
I'll take a look, Mr. Gildersleeve. They should be.
Yeah, thank you. Well, what are you doing here, folks?
We're going to have our pictures taken, Mr. Gildersleeve.
My goodness, why didn't you tell me? I'd have done it for nothing. I'm quite a photographer, you know. I've had some of my work in the best exhibitions all over the state.
Yeah. I've seen some of your work, and I know all about it.
Yep.
If one of your pictures turns out so dark it don't make sense, you develop it kind of fuzzy and call it Nocturne or Moonlight over Lake Winnemucca or something.
Now, I've seen some of your work, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I think it's beautiful.
Thank you.
McGee is just jealous.
Jealous my left hind foot. Gildersleeve's the kind of a photographer who takes pictures of a girl and a bulldog and calls it Beauty and the Beast. He ain't had an original thought since he was 3 years old and crawled behind the Victrola looking for Mary Garden.
No, look here, you little prevaricator. I won't...
Hold it, Gildersleeve, hold it. Well, what did you call me?
A prevaricator.
Oh, you did. Well, you call... Hey, Molly, what's a prevaricator?
A liar.
Oh, that. Okay, what were you about to say, Gildersleeve?
I was about to say that if you don't stop this eternal disparaging, these derogatory comments of yours, by George, one of these days, I'm going to wade into you.
Go on, you wouldn't wade into the kitchen sink without a lifeguard sitting on the soap dish.
Why, you repulsive little reprobate. One more insult from you, and I'll pin your ears back with a couple of your own teeth.
Why, you overgrown puffball, you. You lay a hangnail on me, and I'll whip you unconscious with a shoestring.
That did it. Put up your hands, McGee, and we'll have this out right here now.
Oh, now, just a minute, boys. This is no place.
Let him start something, Molly. Meantime, call the hospital and reserve him twin beds, because I'm going to tear him in two.
You're going to tear two in who? I mean you're going to tear who in two, you little...
Here are your films, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What? Oh, thank you very much. My goodness, I hope these come out good. Drop in tonight, folks, and I'll run them off for you.
Oh, okay, Gildy. What time?
How's 8 o'clock?
Fine, we'll be there.
Splendid. Good day, Mrs. McGee. So long, little chum.
So long, Truckee.
The King's Men sing the Chul song, but not from Faust. On a path in the park in old New York, a boy and the girl were taking a walk. They pledged their love in double talk. They were really cooing it. Now they got me doing it. Chul, chul, chul-I-roo. Chul-I-chagarack, chul-a-barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, pooka-diddle-all-a-boo. So real. Ooh, ooh, ooh-I-roo. Chul-I-chagarack, chul-a-barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, pooka-diddle-all-a-boo. So real. The tune is teasy, so cool and breezy. Just take it easy. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo. Choo-la-chagarack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, pooka-diddle-all-a-boo. So real. I met with a gal and her name was Vasily. Sight of her, sight Vasily, won't you be less chilly? You should have seen the change come over that filly. Pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, so real. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo. Choo-la-chagarack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see Vasily by the wheel, pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, so real. Now slice it thick or slice it thin. It ain't where you're going, it's where you've been. This is just where I came in. Pooka-diddle-all-a-boo, so real. No rhyme, no reason, but kind of pleasing. Always in season. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo.
sis, how long we got to wait to have our pictures taken? We've been standing.
Yeah, we've been sitting here over a half an hour, dearie.
Photographer will take you next, I think. He's just finishing with his last sitting. Yes, there's the last customer before you. Is everything all right, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, miss. I think everything will be just dandy.
Hi, Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Well, my goodness. Hello there.
You had your picture taken, Wimple?
Yes, I did. And now I can hardly wait to get home. Things are so happy there.
Oh, that's fine. You and your wife must be getting along better these days.
Oh, just peachy, Mr. McGee.
That's fine.
She's out of town.
Oh, is she having a pleasant vacation?
I don't know, but I am.
Look, Wimple, I'm not one to butt into a guy's married life, but if you're so miserable, why don't you threaten to walk out on her?
Oh, I did, Mr. McGee. It was last winter. I walked right up to her and said, Mrs. Wimple, I said, standing on my tiptoes and looking her right in the eye. Mrs. Wimple, I said, I think I'm going to run away.
Oh. And what happened?
Well, nothing more was said about it for 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh.
Why not?
I couldn't get the adhesive tape off of my mouth.
Poor Mr. Wimple. You know, I sometimes think he enjoys his misery.
Sure he does. He dramatizes himself. And a worse piece of playwriting I never did see.
Mr. McGee, you and Mrs. McGee may go in the studio now.
Oh,
right in there.
Right, thank you, dearie. Come on, dearie.
Oh, boy. Oh, look at the equipment. Huh. This guy's got enough flood lamps to make us look as bright as the sunshine on the wings of the doves flying over the blue lakes of Killarney.
But it isn't complete.
Why not?
Well, there's no papier-mâché automobile to sit in. Or a big crescent moon.
Hey, where's the photographer? Hey, is anybody here?
Oh, you folks looking for somebody?
Yes, we're looking for you.
For me?
Yeah, we've been stalled long enough, Bud. Now get busy and take our pictures. Something pretty nice.
Oh, certainly. Something pretty nice, eh?
Yes.
I suppose you'd like our $20 job?
Heavenly days, $20. I could be painted in oil for $5 more.
I'd let them boil me in oil for $5 less. $20. Is that the cheapest job you got, Bud?
No, we have a $15 special, and that's only $7.50 apiece, you know. Must be paid in advance. Otherwise, there's a slight carrying charge.
Well, all right. The best is none too good for us. Pay him, dearie.
What do you mean, pay him? Since when do we have to pay in advance to get our pictures taken?
Well, of course, if you prefer the $20 portrait, sir.
Here's $15. I'll make it snappy.
Certainly. Now, if you'll just sit on that bench there, face a little more this way, please. Oh, dear. That was clumsy of me.
You don't seem to know your way around your own studio, mister.
That sneering expression won't photograph well, madam. Smile, please. That's better. Now, wait till I arrange these lights a little. I have this...
Hey, quit shining them lights right in my eyes. I can't see a thing.
You're not supposed to see anything, sir. I'm the one who's taking the picture.
Oh.
Now, just relax and smile.
Like this?
Oh, that's marvelous, madam. Now, when I say go, I want you to hold perfectly still. This is a time exposure, you know. Are you ready?
Ready.
Ready.
Go.
Wish you'd hurry up. I want to sneeze.
I'm uncomfortable, too. I'm sitting on my purse.
Must be awful slow filming, Juden.
This is the longest double feature I ever sat through.
Oh, I can't hold it any longer, Molly. Hey, Bud, how much longer are you going to... Hey, you, photographer! Hey!
That's funny. You who, Mr. Photographer?
Hey, well, this is a fine state of how do you do. A fine way to run a studio. Hey, Bud, what's the idea?
Well. So you are Mr. and Mrs. McGee. I'm Mr. Backrat, the photographer.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure.
Well, hi, Bud. You better tell your assistant that it ain't very polite to get a customer all set for a time exposure and then run out to lunch or something.
My assistant? Why, I have no assistant. I do my own work. Now, let me see. I think I'll pose you two against that drapery over there, if you don't mind.
Now, wait a minute. If you don't have any assistant, who just took our picture?
Well, I wouldn't know, madam. Who did?
Hey, what is this, a gag? Look, Bud, when we pay our $15 of our good money to have a picture taken, we expect...
$15?
Yes.
Why, my fee's only $7.50, Mr. McGee.
Well, then why did your assistant collect 15 in advance?
I tell you, I have no assistant,
What?
and we never collect in advance. I haven't the slightest idea what you...
Oh, Mr. Backrack.
Oh, yes, Miss Jones.
That man who has been pestering us for that $15 electric light bill.
Yes?
He just poked his head in and said to never mind it.
Oh, thank you very much. And now then, about this portrait, Mr. McGee, how would you like to be taken?
You hear that, Molly?
Yes. How would we like to be taken, he
How
says.
would we like to be taken? I'll show you how we'd like to be taken, Si. That's how we'd like to be taken. Bucks in advance,
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to say a few words about that automobile of yours. Most of you have heard me sing the praises many times of good old Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, how it keeps floors so beautiful with so little work. What I'd like to point out to you tonight is that Johnson's Car New will do the same thing for your automobile. Keep it beautiful, greatly increase your pleasure in riding in it, add to its trade-in value. Do all these things besides saving you work. Car New is a labor saver because it both cleans and wax polishes your car in one application. Two jobs at the same time. Car New is a liquid. You massage it lightly over the finish of your car. It dries to a white powder. And when you wipe off this powder, you'll get one of the surprises of your life. Car New does a miraculous job of reviving the beauty of your car's finish. Car New costs very little. And now that the job is comparatively easy, why not decide to clean and wax polish your car with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
Ladies and gentlemen, with vacation sneaking up on us in a couple of weeks, we think we ought to have you meet some of the people who have done such a swell job with us all this time.
That's a swell idea, McGee.
First, we want you to meet a young man who's been with us ever since we started. He plays the part of the old-timer, Nick DePoplis, and many others, including his latest character, Wallace Wimple. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Thompson. Bill? The next, a lady with a background of numerous Broadway shows and network broadcasts, who plays the part of Mrs. Abigail Uppington, Isabel Randolph. Last but not least, our next-door neighbor and little chum's big chum, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, played by Harold Perry.
Thanks, little chum.
You left me out. I'm really symbolical of this program, I betcha.
What you mean, sis?
We're both from Hungary.
Oh, shut up. Good night.
Good night,
or good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for the home and for industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
With so many things to do these days, you certainly want to save all unnecessary work, especially with summer calling you out of doors. There's no better reason for using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your linoleum and other floors. Glow Coat is a labor saver because it keeps floors beautiful without any rubbing or buffing. Just apply and let dry. It saves linoleum, too, makes it last longer, keeps the colors bright and cheerful. Be sure your next shopping list includes Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fibber and Molly dedicate this program to Billy Mills, who tonight opens his 10,000th broadcast with Let's Break the Ice. know, it's a strange thing to me how long it has taken most of us to realize the beauty of a fine wood surface. It isn't very long ago since it was the style to have tablecloths or runners and doilies all over the dining room table and the buffet, pieces of brocade or needlepoint or old shawls over the desk and occasional tables and piano. I may have the names all wrong, but you know what I mean. The whole room seemed cluttered up, and beautiful wood surfaces hung their heads in shame. But how refreshing it is now to walk into a home where the tabletops are richly polished, with Johnson's wax, of course, to make beautiful settings for old china, glass, candlesticks, and flowers. You women know that these accessories add just as much to the finish of your home as costume accessories to your own appearance. Look around your living room and dining room and see if you've made the most of your tabletops and other wood surfaces. The first thing to do is to protect and beautify them with paste or liquid Johnson's wax. The same wax that has been protecting floors and making housework easier for over 50 years. Breathes there a man with soul so dead who never to himself hath said, "Gee, I'd like to ride on a roller coaster." But roller coasters aren't much fun unless you have a child along to knock you off your dignity. Which is why, halfway through a strenuous afternoon at the Wistful Vista Amusement Park, we meet the little girl from across the street with Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, how we doing, sis? You having fun?
Sure I am, I betcha. Except I'm kind of hungry again.
Hungry? Okay, sis. It's my bankroll against your digestion, I guess. Here's a dime. Go buy some popcorn.
Gee, thanks, mister. Hey, Mr. Popcorn Man.
That kid is going to paper napkin herself into a stupor before the day's over, Molly.
Well, she needs a lot of fuel for all that energy. How many times did she make you ride on the roller coaster?
12. Personally, I was ready to quit after the 4th time around.
Well, why didn't you?
I couldn't stand up. If she hadn't wanted a hamburger, we'd have been on there yet. Oh, hi, sis. You get your popcorn?
Sure.
Okay, well, what do you want to do now?
Eat my popcorn.
Oh.
Well, what do you want to do when you finish that?
Have some root beer.
Hey, now, wait a minute, sis. Goodness knows I don't begrudge you a slug of ptomaine, but you're building this little outing into a colic frolic. Now, let the root beer go a little later.
All righty. Then let's have some ginger ale. Now.
Oh, sure. She's got an appetite like Aunt Sarah and a thirst like Uncle Dennis.
Oh, now, McGee, leave poor old Uncle Dennis alone. I'm only sorry he couldn't come with us today.
No, I asked him to, and he says he had to go down to the airplane factory.
The airplane factory?
Yeah, and he heard there was a bottleneck down there, and he wanted to look into it. Well, for the love of Mike, you finished that popcorn already, sis?
Sure I have, I betcha. But, gee, I wish I had something to wash it down with, though.
Oh, well, what would you suggest?
How about a banana?
No.
Say, let's have our pictures taken. Shall we? Shall we?
Say, how about that, Molly? We need some pictures, remember?
Well, I don't think we want any out of a 10-cent automatic machine. The last ones I had taken in one of those, I looked like a Zulu princess trying to understand the Hut-Sut song.
No, that ain't so far-fetched. I think some Zulu wrote it. Well, come on, sis. Posterity might as well get something out of this.
Gee, you're a dandy to me, mister. You just do everything I want to do.
Yeah. Well, you remember that when the girl in the white cap bends over you with the castor oil, will you? Well, come on, Molly.
Can we all get into the booth at once?
Sure, we'll have a group picture taken. You can give one to your mother, sis, and show her what a good time you were having.
She'd think I was having a better time if I had a lollipop in my hand, I betcha.
You can get that later. Now, come on in. Pull the curtains, Molly.
All right.
There.
Now, you put a dime in that slot and turn the knob, dearie.
Okay, now all hunch up together first. You ready? Okay, here goes the deemer. Whoa!
For a minute there, I thought you hit the jackpot. Well, what do we do now?
Just wait. The picture's being automatically developed. Wonderful machines, these.
My daddy's got a machine that you stand in front of, and it takes your picture free.
He has? What does he call it?
A camera.
Oh, cut it out, sis. You must think I'm done. Hey, what's the matter with this thing? Hey, where's our picture? Hey there.
Oh, now, McGee.
Oh, let's get him out. Come on.
Oh, come on, dearie. It's worth a dime to me not to see it anyway.
No, sir. I ain't going to be swindled out of a dime by any tin horn, tin type tin can like this. If I can't either get my dime or a picture out of here, I'm going to kick the negatives out of it. Come on. Now, open up there. Come on.
Ooh. Oh, gee, look, a man fell out of it.
Say, what's the idea of busting open this tin type machine like that, Sonny? Don't you realize... Ooh, hello, Johnny. Hello, daughter.
Hey, what is this anyway? What are you doing inside that machine, old-timer?
Got a right to be inside of it, Johnny. I own it.
Well, I thought it was supposed to be automatic.
Well, 'tis, daughter. But it went out of order this morning, and I've been in there ever since.
What?
I grab the dime, snap your picture with my little Kodak, develop 'em quick, and shove 'em out through the slot. And now you busted up the whole works. Ain't you ashamed, Johnny?
Yeah, I guess I am, in a way. But what took you so long to develop our pictures?
I couldn't help it, Johnny. I peeked through the little slot there to get a focus on you.
Yeah?
You look so silly and self-conscious. I got to laughing. I got to laughing so hard, I couldn't do a darn thing.
Come on, Molly. Come on, sis. Well, let's see. What do we do now? Ride on the merry-go-round, shoot darts at the balloons?
I beg your pardon, sir. May I have a word with you?
What you want, Bud? Make it snappy.
I have a proposition I'd like to make, sir. If I could have a quiet word with you, I think...
Anything you want to tell me, Bud, you can say in front of my wife.
Oh, of course, of course. This will interest her, too. Now, suppose we all drop over to my hotel where we can discuss the matter in...
Oh, no, you don't. Don't listen to him, McGee. He's going to get you in a poker game or something.
Oh, madam, please. It's nothing of the sort. I merely want...
Skip it, Bud, skip it. I wouldn't be interested anyway. Now, don't bother me with any fake propositions. I'm out for some fun today, and I don't...
But if you'll just give me a minute...
I wouldn't split a second with you, sharpshooter. Now, go on, beat it before I call a cop.
Very well. But you'll regret...
The nerve of some people.
What do you know? Well, what do we do now?
Well, how about taking one of those boats through the Tunnel of Love?
Through the Tunnel of Love? Oh, how about it, sis?
Tunnel of Love. Ish.
Oh, no. Don't sneer at love, sis.
No, sir, I should say not. You'll be falling in love yourself before many years, little girl.
Mm-hmm.
I will not, I bet you. I'm going to marry Willie Toops, and then I can ride his tricycle whenever I want to.
Has it occurred to you, sis, that by the time you get married, you might not be interested in tricycles anymore?
Gee, mister, you worry too much. Hey, can I have some peanuts?
May I have some peanuts?
Sure, get 2 bags, one for you.
Oh, sure.
You're a wonderful pistol shooter.
Oh, shucks, there was nothing any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done.
Yes,
Thanks anyway,
it didn't
sis.
cost you more than $4.80 to win a plaster doll worth at least 20 cents.
Well, shucks, the wind was against me.
McGee, there's Billy Mills. Hello, Billy.
Oh, hi, William. Hello, folks. Hello, Snooky.
Hi, Butch.
What's cooking?
I don't know, but as soon as it's done, I want some, I betcha.
She's a kind of a politician, Billy. Just appointed herself a hot dog catcher. Wow. Hey, what's this about your 10,000th broadcast, Billy? This is it, chum.
Really, Mr. Mills? 10,000 broadcasts. That's a mess of downbeats, isn't it?
You ain't faking, Mammy. Look, William Randolph, let's not kid the public, or ourselves either. To do 10,000 broadcasts, do you realize you'd have to broadcast once every day for 27 years?
Sure, and we've only had broadcasting for about, less than 20 years.
Yeah, so who's pulling whose leg? Look, little man. Who said anything about one broadcast a day? I've been a staff leader and musical director in my day.
Oh, you mean before you went slumming and came with us, huh?
Yeah, and that meant I did as many as 12 shows a day. Add that up and you get about 4,000 a year. You mean to stand there, William, with your head coming up through your hair? And tell us you've done 12 broadcasts a day? Junior? I've seen the time when 12 shows a day would have been considered a layoff. Now, excuse me, please. I'm celebrating.
Gee, let's all celebrate. Let's all have a hot dog. Shall we?
No, sis, no. We'll let the maestro celebrate in his own way.
Incidentally, how are you celebrating, Mr. Mills?
Well, after 16 years of this business and 3 years with Fibber McGee and Molly, where would I celebrate? On the merry-go-round. See you later. No joke about those 10,000 broadcasts. Now, there's a great guy, Billy. Well, now what's this?
Well, you've been so good to me today, mister, buying me things and letting me ride on any of the rides I wanted to and all. And I appreciate it so much that if I had a box of Cracker Jack, I'd divide with you.
Now, just a minute, sis. I don't like to be an old sourpuss.
All right. Right this way, ladies and gentlemen, to see that ferocious foreigner, that terrific terror of the tropics, the wild man of Borneo. Ooh. Only a dime, 10 cents, ladies and gentlemen, to see the man-mangling monster.
Oh, McGee, it's Mr. Wilcox.
When did he get a job as a barker?
Here's a what?
A barker.
I want a hot
dog. Be quiet, sis. Hey, Harlow.
Well, hello there, folks. Glad to see you. How about taking a gander at the wild man of Borneo? It's on the house.
Is he really wild, Mr. Wilcox?
Is he? Listen. Hey, Bonzo, we got company.
Oh. Why does he make that funny noise, Mr. Wilcox?
He's hungry.
He's hungry.
Come on, let's go in and take a look. Take it easy.
Now, take it easy, folks. Don't get too close to the wild man. Get back, Bonzo. Get back.
What made him so wild, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, he was captured by a ship's captain who had old-fashioned ideas and positively refused to use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on the linoleum. You see, the very mention of somebody who doesn't use Johnson's glow coat sends him into a frenzy. Take it easy, Bonzo. Take it easy. These people work for the makers of glow coat.
Harlow, I ain't one to spoil a good sales talk, but if this monkey was born in Borneo, how should he know about glow coat?
Why, what a question. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is famous all over the world because it's the greatest beautifier and protector of linoleum and the best work saver and time saver that money can buy. Why, the Eskimos of Kamchatka whisper in their igloos about how easy it is to apply. And the Malays in Siberia brag about how it brings old linoleum back to life.
I'll bet you there aren't any Malays in Siberia, I bet you.
Ah, but they would go there, honey, for a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. And that's what makes the wild man of Borneo wild, folks. He can't stand the thought of neglected linoleum. And that concludes the exhibit.
Just a minute, Harlow. There's one thing I think you ought to know.
What's that, Fibber?
If there's anything that makes me wild, it's to see a wild man of Borneo with a fur suit on with the zipper coming loose in the back.
Darn it, I keep telling him about that. Bonzo, you dope!
Go fix your zipper.
Okay.
Well, come on, McGee. We still have a lot to do and see. Goodbye, Mr. Wilcox.
Hey, Mr. McGee, can I go on the roller coaster alone? Can I?
Can we let her go on the roller coaster alone, Molly?
Oh, I think so. They'll have an attendant ride on it with her.
Okay then, sis. Here's 4 bits. We'll meet you right here when you come back.
Gee, thanks, mister. I'm going on the roller coaster.
I beg your pardon, sir. I do hate to intrude on you again, but I feel that what I have to say is of so much importance.
Oh, it's you again, is it, Si?
He's been following us all around the park, McGee. I've been watching him.
But, madam, if you'll only permit me to explain, I'm sure that we can...
You only got one thing to explain, Bud, and that's why I don't pop you one right on your snozzola.
No. I'm sure there's no cause for all your antagonism.
What you mean, antagonism? I can see just as good as you can.
No. Hard feelings. Now, look, the reason I wish to speak to you is this.
Look, Bud, you better scram. I don't want any part of your racket. Is that plain?
But if you'll allow me,
You heard my husband. Now go away.
Very well, madam.
He's a persistent cuss, ain't he? Probably a con man. Probably wanted to sell me a half interest in Fort Knox.
You think he did, really? Let's call him back. Half interest in Fort Knox ought to be a very good investment.
Oh, now, Molly, I know. Oh.
What's the matter?
Look, there's Mrs. Uppington coming out of the tunnel of love. Alone.
Heavenly days. What an... Yoo-hoo, Abigail.
Oh, how do you do, Miss McGee and Miss McGee?
Hi, Uppy. We saw you coming out of the tunnel of love.
That, yes. Yes, I frequently come over and take a ride through the tunnel of love. It brings back memories of an old flame of mine.
It's pretty damp surroundings for an old flame, Uppy.
Yes, I suppose I'm just being a silly girl, but Terence was the gentleman's name. Terence simply loved those dark winding passages, the murmur of the water, the unexpected turns and twists.
Was he a sailor, Uppy?
No, nothing like that. Terence, bless his heart, was a sewer contractor. I think I shall take one more ride before I go home. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of his 10,000th broadcast, the King's Men will sing Billy Mills' new number, I'm in Love with the Sound Effects Man.
Oh, what would we do without the sound effects man, that radio racketeer? Tune your dial and listen a while. This is what you'll hear. There's a knock upon the door. That's the sound effects man. Here's a kiss and maybe more. That's the sound effects man. If you'd like a ring, he'll give you a ding, ding, ding. And even in the early morn, you'll hear him blowing his horn. Cowboys galloping fit to bust.
That's the sound effects man.
3 more redskins bite the dust.
That's the sound effects man.
He has such an awful lot to do, and yet he very seldom ever misses a cue. He's a 3-alarm fire and the fire chief, too. There goes the sound effects man when the wind is howling.
That's the sound effects man.
Thunder goes a-growling.
That's the sound effects man.
When the battle is raging, he's right in the middle of the fray. When he blows his whistle, crime doesn't pay. Then his old Maxwell chugging right along. That's the sound effects man. When Kate Kaiser gets the answer all wrong. Students!
That's the sound effects man.
Hear those footsteps making a lot of muddy tracks. Dirty boots will never hurt the kitchen floor if it's covered with Johnson's wax. Tailspin Tommy in his aeroplane. That's the sound effects man. When McGee breaks a window pane. That's the sound effects man. He has gadgets by the score, from a peanut whistle to a cannon's roar. When Fibber runs to open that closet door, look out!
Got a straighten out that closet one of these days.
That's Virgil Reimer, the sound effects man.
But, McGee, we simply got to find her. Did you ask the man in charge of the roller coaster?
4 times. She used up all her tickets and walked away. I've been all around the Dad Ratted Park looking for her.
Oh, maybe we better notify the police or the lost and found or
Gotta
something.
do something. Poor little tyke must be terrified, lost in all this big crowd.
Oh, dear. We should never have let her go out of our sight. I'm the one. I should have known.
Well. What's all the trouble, folks?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
We lost a little girl, Gildy, the kid from across the street. She was riding on the roller coaster, and now we can't find her.
You let her ride on the roller coaster all alone?
Well, they have attendants to take care of the children.
Yeah, she was all right.
Is that so? All right, eh? She's missing, isn't she?
Well.
Why didn't you stay where you could keep an eye on her? You're a fine one to be trusted with a little child.
Now, you cut that out, Gildersleeve. I feel bad enough about this without having any nasty insinuations from you.
I should say so. Listen, I'll go back to the merry-go-round, McGee, and I'll take another look for her.
Okay, try all the hamburger stands, too. She may be mooching a handout.
I must say you take this pretty lightly, McGee. By George, if I were responsible for losing a little child...
Anybody that lost you when you were a little child should ought to get a Carnegie Medal. You big blowhard.
Oh! Now, look here, McGee. Just because you were written up in Look magazine this week, you can't take that tone with me. I'll have none of your impudence.
Go on, have some. I got plenty.
Why, you little bug brain, I've got a good notion to slap some of that freshness out of you.
Go ahead, try it. You'll find it ain't such a good notion after all. Because you know what I'd do, Gildersleeve?
No, what would you do?
Well, for one thing, I'd stand right here and give you a dirty look. If you didn't have one already. And then when I got...
I won't take that from you, McGee. I'm warning you.
Oh, so now he thinks he's one of the Warner brothers. You got delusions of grandeur, Gildersleeve.
That's enough. I'm going to split you wide open, McGee. You're so full of cracks now, you won't mind another one anyway.
Yeah? You move an inch my way, Gildersleeve.
Why,
Slug him, Mr. McGee. Slug him.
You bet I'll slug him. I'll say... Hey, who said that?
I did, I bet you.
Oh, my goodness. There she is now, little chum.
Hey, where you been, sis? You had us all worried.
Gee, you had me worried, too, mister. I thought Mr. Gildersleeve was going to hit you before you hit him.
That's an excellent idea. Now, don't you worry your pretty little head about us, my dear.
No, we were just kind of upset about you, sis.
Why, certainly. Well, glad you got her back all right, little chum. I'll see you later.
Okay, Gildy. So long, pal. Hey, Molly, here she is.
Oh, thank goodness. Say, where did you go to, little girl?
Where have you been?
Well, you gave me 50 cents for the roller coaster, so I took 4 rides, and then I went and got another hot dog.
Another hot dog? Hey, now, wait a minute, sis. If you don't quit eating all that junk...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, dear, it's you again. Call a cop, dearie.
Look, Bud, I've told you twice that I don't want any of whatever you're selling. All we want from you is a large slice of your absence. Now, beat it before I...
I regret very much having made a nuisance of myself, sir, but I've been watching you two. I've seen you having fun on the roller coaster. I've seen you exasperated in the photograph booth, worried and frantic when the child was lost, angry when you were arguing with that portly man. In short, sir, I've seen you under all sorts of emotional conditions.
Well, that's very interesting, but
We
now
have been searching all over the country for a couple whom we could present in pictures as Mr. and Mrs. America.
Yeah, well, that's all... Huh? You mean... Who's been searching? Who are you?
I represent RKO Radio Pictures, sir, and we would like to sign you to a contract to make a motion picture with Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy called Look Who's Laughing.
Well, heavenly days.
Oh, boy.
Imagine.
Oh, can you imagine that, Molly? Why, we'll be in the movies.
Sure.
Think of us out there in Hollywood, Molly.
Oh, my.
Mixing with Irene Dunn, Cary Grant, Lucille Ball, and all the stars playing them big roles.
Those big what, mister?
Big roles.
I'm hungry.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. You know, I hear a good many women say that during the summer they don't like to spend any more time than necessary in the kitchen. In spite of the fact that I really enjoy my meals, I can subscribe to that idea. In fact, I don't think a woman should ever spend more time than necessary working in the kitchen. For example, she ought to avail herself of all the shortcuts possible, not go on doing things the hard way when an easy way is available. Yes, I'm getting around to floors and to Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, the no-rubbing, no-buffing polish that makes it so easy to have beautiful, sparkling floors with practically no work. You simply apply glow coat and let it dry. It polishes itself, and not only saves you work, but saves your linoleum, too. Protects it against scratches and wear. Makes it last much longer. You can use Johnson's glow coat on all your floors, painted and varnished wood, rubber, and asphalt tile. Be sure to add Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to your next shopping list.
Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to Billy Mills and his orchestra, the musical portion of our program also boasts of the King's Men. We think they're just about the finest singing aggregation on the air. They are John Dodson, Bud Lynn, Rad Robinson, and Ken Darby.
Yes, and Ken also makes their arrangements and plays the accompaniment.
The King's Men, ladies and gentlemen. The part of Harlow Wilcox on this show is played by a young man who really makes his commercial announcements a pleasure to listen to. He's been with us for 7 years, and his real name is Harlow Wilcox. Harlow? Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for the home and for industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Before you start off on another weekend trip in your car, let me make a suggestion. You and your family and friends will enjoy the trip more if your car is beautifully wax polished, and the car will be easier to keep clean and shining, too. So buy yourself a can of Johnson's Car New, the sensational, easy-to-use auto polish that both cleans and wax polishes your car in one application. 2 jobs in one in less than half the time they used to take. Car New is saving hours of work for car owners everywhere. It's easy now to have a beautiful wax-polished car. Remember the name, Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.